Chapter 91. Without further delay, Yu Yuhan and his men were about to return to City C to kill the mutant beasts. Jiangshi stopped him and gave him 11 more rice balls, one for each of them. Even if they didn't catch any prey tomorrow or were delayed, they wouldn't go hungry. Since the big white wolf was staying with her, it meant she had an extra hunter during this period. Providing Yu Yuhan and his men with food was a return favor. Jiangshi wouldn't take advantage of them for nothing. Everyone was happy that the big white wolf could stay. Jiangshi left the White House. The environment, damaged by the Black Iron King snake, had largely recovered after several days of restoration. The mutant plants they had planted were beginning to grow again, and the surrounding trees, having been knocked down and removed, had also opened up a much wider area. Wang Yuanjun and the others all jumped into the mud pond to carry out the final excavation, using Ji Qiuqi's storage space to transport the soil. They were busy and bustling. More customers arrived, including He, a 5-person psychic with invisible clone abilities, and some of the people who had come to work there before, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Jiangshi and Zhengli were about to greet them, when a horn honked in the distance. A car, anyone who could afford to drive at that time was considered quite influential. Jiangshi waited for a moment before a familiar silver-gray pickup truck sped through the tall weeds. She recognized it and raised her eyebrows. "Sister Zheng, please go greet the other customers. I have something to attend to." Zhengli, seeing it was someone she knew, replied, "Okay, leave it to me." Soon, the pickup truck stopped in front of the White House. Xiaoziyu stepped out and smiled warmly at Jiangshi. "Boss Jiang, long time no see. I know you're looking for me, but please don't be offended. I've been delayed by something. Let's go inside, and I tell you everything." Duan Hong also arrived, bringing 2 of his men with him. As soon as they got out of the car, the 3 began unloading supplies, naturally for Jiangshi. Looking at the spacious, bright, and newly renovated White House restaurant, Xiaoziyu was a bit surprised, but then he understood. Boss Zhang's White House has also been upgraded. "That's impressive. I brought some crystal cores this time, and I said I was helping Boss Jiang. I underestimated you. Mr. Xiao, if that's the case, then it seems your White House has also been upgraded." Jiangshi understood. Of course, with the Xiao family being so large, it's easier to obtain crystal cores. Xiaoziyu sighed, "But I really didn't think the White House could be upgraded before now. I was thinking of using this information to trade for Mr. Zhao's crystal cores, but I was overthinking it." Jiangshi smiled faintly and scoffed at herself. She wasn't embarrassed, it was simply that heaven had prevented her from earning these crystal cores. Although she knew many things ahead of others due to her rebirth, she didn't arrogantly think she could surpass everyone with her foresight. Surely other white room owners will figure out how to upgrade their crystal cores and white rooms, so it's only natural that word will spread. This kind of small news won't earn many crystal cores, but the major events Jiangshi knows about are the ones that can change a person's fate. Small things can be altered by the butterfly effect. But certain major events, even if she reveals them, will unfold sooner rather than later, as events unfold, rather than disappearing. One individual's power is too small to change the entire world. The 2 of them found a table by the window and sat down. Xiaoziyu fished a bottle from his pocket and handed it over. "Since you brought them here, these crystal cores will definitely be given to Boss Jiang. They'd be useful in the future. It's a token of your support for our Xiao family these days." There were quite a few crystal cores in the bottle, about 100 or so, all E-grade. Jiangshi asked calmly, "Mr. Xiao, is there any good news?" She had initially assumed the Xiao family had been in trouble, but judging by Xiaoziyu's expression, it seemed like good news. Otherwise, why would he be smiling so happily and giving her so many crystal cores? She also vaguely sensed a subtle change in Xiaoziyu's attitude towards her. There was a subtle hint of pride amidst his warmth. "It's good news, I didn't expect it." Xiaoziyu smiled, a faint blush spreading across his gentle face, revealing his inner excitement. "That's why I've been a little busy lately, and I kept Mr. Jiang waiting for so long. But if you knew what happened, you'd definitely understand." This made Jiangshi curious. "Tell me, what's the good news? I can congratulate Mr. Xiao too." She smiled faintly, and for a moment, she didn't rush to ask the Xiao family what they thought of Du Qichuang. Xiaoziyu, wearing a gray cashmere coat, pulled a small bottle from his inner pocket with a reserved air and placed it in front of Jiangshi. "Boss Jiang, take a look at this." Not knowing what he was trying to say, Jiangshi curiously took the bottle and opened it. Inside was a black pill the size of a soybean. "Medicine? What is this?" "Boss Jiang, you know after you take it, A hint of pride flashed across Xiao Ziyu's handsome face. Don't worry, it's good stuff. Boss Xiao and I have worked together for so long, and I would never harm you. It's just that my words don't ring true. Boss Jiang, you know everything after you experience it yourself. Could it be a special pill? Jiangxi suddenly thought of something. He poured out the pill and sniffed it, revealing the distinctive, pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Even though she had been working with Xiao Ziyu for a month, she wouldn't take the pill lightly. Mr. Xiao, is this a drug made by a supernatural being? What does it do? Did you meet a pharmacist with supernatural powers? Jiangxi smiled slightly, but still didn't take the pill. Haha, Boss Jiang got it right. Seeing Jiangxi didn't take it, Xiao Ziyu didn't force her. I know a pharmacist with supernatural powers. He just made this drug. It's called rejuvenation. One pill boosts your energy and refreshes your mind. The effect is very noticeable. Isn't this similar to the restorative effect of the mutant ginkgo nut? Jiangxi put the pill back into the bottle and continued to listen to Xiao Ziyu. It turned out that he had been busy negotiating with this supernatural being for the past few days, hoping to have him join the Xiao family, and that was why he hadn't had time to come to Jiangxi. Talent was hard to come by, and his efforts paid off. After offering sincerity and generous terms, the other party finally agreed. With the addition of this pharmacist, the Xiao family also successfully formed alliances with two other factions, the Wang family in the East City and another group of over 100 independent individuals, significantly increasing their strength. I see. This is truly a great event, Jiangxi congratulated. Actually, at first, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly, Xiao Ziyu said with a smile. This pharmacist was originally the third in command of another group. This group, numbering around 70 or 80, occasionally clashed with the Xiao family, and even once stole supplies found by the Xiao family. They were quite powerful, commanded by at least 5 powerful psychics. The Xiao family always considered them rivals, and kept a close eye on them. Not long after, several psychics within the group, dissatisfied with the leader's distribution of supplies, erupted in unrest. The leader was an Earth-type psychic with exceptional defense. As a veteran, he was also skilled in combat. Xiao Ziyu had met him before, and he was no less powerful than himself. Even if he used his electrical powers, he would probably only be able to draw. But the other 3 psychics on the team were simultaneously backstabbed, and he was caught off guard and injured, escaping with a few trusted confidants. Unfortunately, they encountered a massive mutant beast. Everyone took refuge in a 30-meter tall building, but they couldn't escape, as it was trampled to ruins. Even their special pills were useless. Although the team didn't disband, the other 3 psychics were constantly fighting among themselves, vying for leadership. The pharmacist psychic was annoyed, but he didn't dare to side with any of them, so he just kept giving the lie to them. Just then, I went to talk to him in person, and easily persuaded him to join the Xiao family. Xiao Ziyu's lips curled up, and he said with a hint of pride, with the Xiao family's White House, Wang Fu no longer has to worry about the threat of mutant beasts or ambushes. He can just focus on making various pills. We can even provide the necessary ingredients. How could he refuse? Jiangxi raised an eyebrow. His name is Wang Fu. What does he look like? Isn't that a coincidence? Chapter 92. As it happens, in her previous life, Jiangxi had heard of a man named Wang Fu, also a pharmacist with superpowers. He was quite famous, but... Xiao Ziyu nodded. He wore glasses, was gentle, and looked like a teacher. He was in his 40s. I didn't ask for his exact age. I just heard his wife and daughter died at the hands of mutant beasts last month, and his parents also passed away years ago. Could it be that Mr. Jiang knew them? No, I was just curious. Jiangxi quickly suppressed the thought. It was indeed him. Confirming that this Wang Fu was the superpower Wang Fu she had heard of in her previous life, she wondered whether she should tell Xiao Ziyu something. He appeared gentle and refined, a romantic man with a good relationship with his wife and a deep love for his daughter. But inside, he was a madman. Because his wife and daughter had tragically died at the hands of mutant beasts, he was heartbroken. He wanted to take revenge by killing all the mutant beasts, but he had no fighting ability. Wang Fu, having awakened his pharmacist powers, devoted all his energy to potion research, giving his creations away free of charge to other psychics. Thus, in his previous life, Wang Fu quickly gained fame. Many psychics were grateful to him, a saint who gave away special pills for free to help them become stronger. But no one knew that Wang Fu's madness was growing, and the special medicines he developed, while effective, had serious side effects, and excessive consumption could harm the body. In his previous life, when Jiangxi heard of Wang Fu, It was already 5 years after the gray fog erupted. He was responsible for the deaths of numerous psychics in City C. His powers were uncontrolled, and he developed all sorts of strange symptoms: high fever, headaches, convulsions, vomiting blood. No treatment was effective. Eventually, it was discovered that these psychics had become so ill after taking Wang Fu's medicine. Jiangxi didn't know how Wang Fu died, but it was a tragic death. However, those who took his medicine never recovered, leading to the deaths of numerous psychics in City C. Wang Fu became infamous, later known as the Poison Master. Although Wang Fu still appeared normal, as time passed, and he joined the Xiao family, he would undoubtedly prioritize revenge for his wife and daughter. He would continue to research special medicines for the Xiao family's psychics, encouraging them to kill more mutant beasts. The Xiao family would also use these pills to recruit psychics and collaborate with other forces. Within 3 years, something was bound to happen. Jiangxi was torn about whether to tell Xiaoziyu. Since he had just recruited Wang Fu and was in high spirits, her telling him would be like pouring cold water on him. Xiaoziyu likely didn't believe it, and she couldn't produce any evidence. The Xiao family would only think she was jealous and spreading rumors, fearing they neglect her now that they had a pharmacist with superpowers, which would only lead to gossip. Boss Jiang, don't worry. Xiaoziyu didn't think much of it, and didn't notice Jiangxi's hesitation. He exuded obvious pride. Even if the Xiao family recruits Wang Fu, we continue to work with you. After all, medicine can't be eaten. For Boss Jiang, food is what's most important. Jiangxi, hearing his tone, gave up. Duan Hong had already brought in all the supplies, a full cart piled on the table. Everything. Xiaoziyu brought everything Jiangxi needed. Toiletries, towels, toothbrushes, toilet paper and sanitary napkins, laundry detergent, and so on. He brought her plenty of them. There were also winter clothes, raincoats, umbrellas, boots, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. It was like sweeping through a department store, with a complete assortment that pleasantly surprised Jiangxi. As long as they were used sparingly, and the White House didn't add any more staff, these supplies, plus the inventory, would be enough for them for a year. I know what Boss Jiang needs, and I prepared everything specifically. If you need anything else, just let me know directly, or have Duan Hong bring it back. Even if we don't have it, I do my best to find it. In short, I make sure you're satisfied. Xiaoziyu smiled faintly, his words full of dominance. He was right. The Xiao family now controlled almost half of City C. Although many buildings had been destroyed by mutant beasts, the supplies were still there. With a little searching, many supplies had a shelf life of 1 to 3 years, and even clothes and quilts could be used even after 7 or 8 years. He was confident that White House 1027 would eventually control all of City C. Jiangxi was generous with the generous supplies. She pulled out food from the warehouse. 3 mutant rats, 3 mutant cats, a mutant deer, and a mutant wild boar. All of them were mutant beasts captured by Big White Wolf in the past few days. They were not elaborately processed, but cooked to resemble air-dried bacon, ready to be steamed. They have a shelf life of up to a year, and are quite effective. Also, give Mr. Xiao 3 of these eggs. Jiangxi prepared 3 alligator snapping turtle eggs, and handed them to Xiaoziyu, while they were still hot, explaining their properties. This is the most potent ingredient I come across so far. It's perfect for psychics. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Food that boosts mental strength. This was the first time Xiaoziyu had heard of something with such special effects. He immediately wanted to try one. Xiaoziyu instantly understood the difference between Jiangxi and Wang Fu. Although their abilities were similar in some respects, they were also vastly different. Wang Fu's gift was medicine, but medicine ultimately couldn't compare to food. Given similar effects, food was more delicious and could also satisfy hunger. However, relatively speaking, taking medicine was more convenient than eating. Just toss it in your mouth, and that was it. In an emergency, there wasn't time to slowly chew a piece of dried meat or sip a bowl of jelly. Thus, both Wang Fu and Jiangxi were crucial to the Xiao family. Even if Wang Fu joined the family, they couldn't neglect Jiangxi and had to win him over. Duan Hong put the things away and put them in the car. Xiaoziyu's eyes were still smiling, and his tone was as polite and gentle as ever, but Jiangxi sensed something was different. Something was different from when he first entered. Warm and sincere. There's another thing I want to ask Boss Xiao. After Li Yu and Ji Qiuqi moved all the supplies into the warehouse, Xiaoziyu's expression grew more serious. He then changed the subject, saying, since Boss Zhang's white room has been upgraded, that person must have contacted him, right? He actually brought this up, which was just what she wanted. Jiangxi hummed and said, It happened about 10 days ago. Since Mr. Xiao is asking this, you must have been contacted by that person as well. I just wonder if what he told you was the same as what he told me. Psychic? Xiao Ziyu tentatively uttered the word. Jiangxi nodded slowly. It seems the same. But do you believe what Du Qichong said, Mr. Xiao? Chapter 93. It was crucial for Jiangxi to clarify the Xiao family's intentions. But no matter what the Xiao family chose, she wouldn't interfere, nor could she control it. It was simply that people with different ideals couldn't work together. The Xiao family's long-standing partnership with her depended on their choice. Making everyone a superpowered person. That's a bold statement, and it shows how ambitious this person is. Xiao Ziyu had clearly discussed this with his father long ago, and his stance on the matter was already clear. He also wanted to know Jiangxi's opinion. For now, my father hasn't made up his mind yet, and hasn't responded to Du Qichong's proposal for cooperation. It's best to wait and see. Frowning slightly, Jiangxi asked, if Du Qichong truly has developed a method to transform people into superpowered people, it would absolutely change the fate of all humanity. Mr. Xiao? Aren't you tempted? She sensed something, because Xiao Ziyu and Lu Yuan had completely different attitudes. One was a clear rejection. The other was a wait-and-see approach before making a decision. This actually meant that the Xiao family was tempted and interested in collaborating with Du Qichong, but they were simply unsure whether it was true or not. The likelihood of this happening is extremely small. My father and I agree. Du Qichong is most likely a con man. Xiao Ziyu spoke eloquently. After the great fog erupted, the world was in chaos, resources were scarce, and even those with special abilities struggled to survive. Order and law had long since vanished. Although Du Qichong owns the White House, it's likely he's using it as a scam to profit, which led him to come up with this tempting plan. The more appealing the lie, the more seductive and deceptive it is, and the more likely it is to deceive. Jiangxi frowned. Mr. Xiao, are you saying that Du Qichong is a fraud? Not absolutely, but very likely. Xiao Ziyu crossed his fingers and placed them on the table, smiling faintly. To confirm the truth of this, I already sent someone to City A to find Du Qichong and investigate. We know the truth soon. After hearing her, Jiangxi was almost certain of one thing. The Xiao family was tempted. They hadn't yet explicitly discussed cooperation with Du Qichong, not because they thought it was impossible, but because they were afraid of being deceived. If it were confirmed to be true, even if the chances of Du Qichong's potion turning ordinary people into superpowers were very low, the Xiao family would probably agree to cooperate, regardless of the number of deaths. It wasn't the Xiao family who died, so what was there to be afraid of? Jiangxi found it somewhat ironic. As expected, powerful people approach matters differently from ordinary people. The Xiao family cared about profit, about how much they could profit from this partnership. Recruiting more subordinates, working for the Xiao family, hunting mutant beasts, acquiring more resources, and consolidating the Xiao family's interests, that was their ultimate goal. But ordinary people like her and Lu Yuan, even if they became owners of the White House, were more concerned about the potential harm of this incident and how many ordinary people would be affected. Jiangxi's heart gradually grew cold, but her expression remained impassive. Well, that's fine. Let's find out more first. Is Du Qichong in City A? I wonder what's become of it. Seeing that Jiangxi didn't object and seemed even somewhat interested, Xiao Ziyu casually shared what he knew. City A, thousands of kilometers from City C, and once a prosperous metropolis, had also suffered a devastating blow from the mutant beasts. Because City A once housed one of the nation's largest biological research laboratories, after the Great Fog erupted, most of the animals used for experiments mutated. The number of giant mutant beasts far exceeded that of any other major city, and their temperaments became even more ferocious. City A now has only about 1% of its original population left alive. Less than 100,000. I looked at the star map of the White Houses. City A currently has 5 White Houses. Aside from number 9, where Du Qichong resides, the other 4 are mediocre. He's recruited at least half of the remaining psychics. He's a talented individual. No wonder he's so arrogant. Xiao Ziyu smiled and said, but don't worry, Boss Jiang. We investigate thoroughly, and won't be easily fooled. My eldest brother is the one going this time, and he's brought a large group with him. He's always cautious, and will investigate thoroughly. Jiangxi, knowing they had already made their plans, and that they wouldn't change them, nodded softly. When his eldest brother returns from City A, the Xiao family will probably cooperate with Du Qichong. From now on, she will definitely sever ties with the Xiao family. But now, Jiangxi still needs the Xiao family's help in obtaining more supplies. She can't sever ties just yet. She thought the White House's upgrade to level 2 would give her some relief. But now it seems the situation remains urgent. She must quickly acquire more mutant beast cores and upgrade the White House to level 3, 4 and 5. Only with more functions and permissions will she be able to completely break free from her dependence on the Shao family and feel more confident when she needs to break off ties. Okay, I'll be back now. Feel free to contact me if anything happens. Now that the White House has a calling function, it'd be much more convenient. Xiaoziyu stood up and sighed. Jiangxi was about to see him out when she suddenly turned and saw a familiar face. Sister Jiang, are you guys done talking? Xiaoyu, when did you get back? Why didn't you call me? Jiangxi saw Jiayu appear before her. Although she had expected it, she was also surprised and delighted. She had been chatting with Xiaoziyu and hadn't noticed she was back. She turned and saw another car parked in the open space outside. Lu Yuan stood outside with his back to her, looking at the newly dug pond. He obviously knew she was in a conversation and didn't come in to disturb her. After not seeing each other for a few days, Jiayu took her hand and smiled. Sister Jiang, I tell you later. A lot has happened these past few days. Jiangxi nodded and walked Xiaoziyu out first. Outside the White House gate, Xiaoziyu also noticed Lu Yuan. This wasn't the first time he had seen this man. He knew he often worked with Jiangxi and was one of the White House's owners. He didn't say hello, his eyes darkening slightly as he got into the car. Seeing Xiaoziyu about to leave, Jiangxi hesitated for a moment, then decided to give him a heads up. She walked over to the car window and said, regarding the pharmacist with special abilities, I think you should keep a closer eye on him. After all, medicine is sometimes poisonous, so being more careful won't hurt. That was all she could say. Using this old saying to hint at Wang Fu's future, she couldn't say any more. Okay, Boss Jiang, that's thoughtful. I keep an eye on it. Xiaoziyu nodded, but didn't think much of it. He simply assumed Jiangxi was worried that the Shao family would reduce her supplies with Wang Fu, so she hinted at him. A slight quirk of his lips crossed. So Boss Jiang was worried too. He had always thought this woman was calm and composed, far from her youthful years. She handled everything with ease, and had everything she needed. Now it seemed Jiangxi was also aiming to win them over long term, which was a boon for them. The sound of an engine soon filled the air, and the pickup truck drove off. Jiangxi didn't know if Xiaoziyu had taken her words in, but that was all she could do. She said to Lu Yuan, thank you for bringing Xiaoyu back. Come in and talk. She was very interested in what had happened in the past few days, and in seeing the Adumbra flowers in person. Chapter 94. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the number of customers at the White House restaurant increased. There were also a group of people working outside. Jiangxi took a quick look. There were 17 or 18 people working on the land, and 20 or 30 eating, a bit more than before. 4/5 of them were men, strong and powerful, and many of them had special abilities. Although she didn't recognize them at all, most special abilities possessed a distinct aura after awakening. This, coupled with a strong sense of self-confidence, was something she had seen so often in her past life that she could usually recognize them at a glance. Zhengli and Zhou Shasha were busy greeting customers, doing a decent job. Jiangxi observed them for a moment, then looked away, and found a seat with a partition to block her view. She smiled at Jiayu. Sister Jiang, I wanted to show you this as soon as I got back. She sat beside them, excitedly pulling out a vase and placing it in front of Jiangxi. Look, this is the Adumbra flower. She had actually picked it. Jiangxi held the dry glass vase in her hand, delighted to see this rare flower once again. The mutated Adumbra flower was much larger than the original. It lacked the delicate beauty of layered petals, but instead resembled a single, distinct peanut, its entire body a pure white with a faint, translucent glow. At its base, thin white filaments clung to it. Through the bottle, Jiangxi could sense the energy it emanated. What a strange creature. The bottle contained 20 or 30 Adumbra flowers. They would remain safe for a while. Jiangxi looked at Jiayu and raised an eyebrow. Xiaoyu, tell me, what happened at the botanical garden? If she didn't have combat abilities, she would have wanted to go along. It was so thrilling, brother, Sister Jiang. I saw so many mutant beasts and plants. Even after returning, Jiyayu's face still beamed, evidently reflecting the profound impact this experience had on her, revealing even more dangers and novelties. Liu and Ji Qiuqi sat nearby, listening to her chatter and occasionally interrupting with questions. Even Zhengli, who was bustling in and out of the kitchen, paused to listen when she got to the thrilling part, then hurried back to her work when she heard the customers urging her. Lu Yuan listened to Ji Yayu calmly, occasionally adding a comment. He was pleasantly surprised by Ji Yayu's performance. Although only 18 years old, this young girl was infinitely better than Lin Miyang, who was 5 years her senior. Although she was a little nervous, thanks to his forewarning, she didn't panic when she encountered the mutant beasts. She reacted quickly, controlling the surrounding plants and providing them with a great deal of help. Sister Jiang, brother, I have something interesting to show you. Ji Yayu's eyes sparkled, and she extended her fisted hand and placed it on the table, looking mysterious. Jiangxi had guessed something. Could it be so soon? Xiaoyu? Ji Qiuqi and the others naturally couldn't have guessed, and smiled knowingly. Xiaoyu, what good thing did you find? Is it a special seed? Liu agreed with her guess. No, it's quite interesting. Ji Yayu couldn't help but laugh, and then she spread out her palm. A black seed had sprouted a small green bud. 2 bean sprout leaves, the size of a fingernail, were crisp and lovely. Despite being without soil, they twisted in her palm, swaying left and right, gradually growing taller. Jiangxi's eyes widened. What is this? Could this be the seedling of the devouring ghost vine flower? Has Xiaoyu discovered it so quickly? Ji Yayu clearly didn't recognize it either. A faint green light emanated from her palm. As she controlled the seedling, she said, I don't know. Captain Lu, Sister Zhongling, and I were being chased by a group of mutant monkeys. I was so scared I ran for my life, controlling the plants to fend them off. I accidentally fell, and happened to see this little thing. Without a second thought, she plucked the black seedling from the soil and continued her escape. Only after escaping danger did Ji Yayu realize that the black seed at the bottom of the seedling had burrowed into her palm, leaving only 2 tender buds exposed. But she felt no pain or discomfort. Brother, look. As Ji Yayu spoke, she watched the seedling twist and turn, growing taller and taller. Soon, the 1-inch-long seedling grew to a foot tall, wrapping around her wrist and sprouting 4 pairs of tender, pea-like leaves. Their tenderness and cuteness captivated everyone's attention. Even Ji Qiuqi was stunned. Xiaoyu, your little seedling, how can it keep growing? Liu explained in surprise. It's even growing in your hand. Doesn't it hurt? This was a special ability of the wood element, as Jiangxi knew. But she hadn't expected that Ji Yayu could achieve this ability now, something that should only be achieved after another breakthrough, when the ability reached the enhanced stage. Xiaoyu, you're truly a genius. She offered no further explanation, merely a delighted compliment. Ji Yayu displayed the seedling for a moment. It seemed to understand her words, like a well-behaved baby, growing larger and wrapping around her wrist. Then it shrank back to its 1-inch length. Ji Yayu nuzzled the 2 buds at the top with her cheeks. As if receiving praise from their owner, the 2 buds opened and closed, a truly adorable sight. Finally, all the buds retracted into the black seed, enveloped in a green glow, and vanished into Ji Yayu's palm. Even Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. I never seen a plant like this before, but Xiaoyu, you're truly a genius. Your future is limitless. Xiaoyu, you must keep up the good work. I will, Captain Lu. Ji Yayu blushed and nodded, deeply moved. This trip to the botanical garden had given her a first-hand glimpse into this man's prowess. His metallization ability was truly powerful. His hands could transform into a variety of weapons. His rapid switching dazzled Ji Yayu, as he effortlessly ripped through the mutant beast's tough hide, reaping lives in a shower of blood. Once, she nearly got into trouble, and it was Lu Yuan who arrived just in time to save her. She didn't dare tell her brother, fearing he would stop her from leaving the house, but she would remember it. This was the first time she admired someone so much. Captain Lu was truly amazing. Xiaoyu had quite a haul this time, and it was thanks to her that she was able to pick the Adumbra flower. Lu Yuan recalled the unique qualities of this miraculous plant, and wondered what it could be made of. We only picked this much, do you think it's enough? Jiangxi pondered, an idea forming. Let's give it a try. How about you wait while I go and process it? Lu Yuan nodded, and everyone else was eagerly anticipating the process. Carrying the small glass bottle, Jiangxi entered the kitchen, and began to boil water. The Adumbra flower was a flower, and she knew a great deal about its recipes. But this rare creature possessed a subtle fragrance, and oil and salt would destroy its flavor. So Jiangxi opted for a simple and elegant method. Brewing tea. It wasn't just a matter of boiling water and then brewing. First, she used her supernatural powers to roast and dry the Adumbra flower, unleashing its special energy and transforming it into a powerful herb. Brewing tea also required careful attention, requiring supernatural powers to control the entire process. Jiangxi had already prepared herself for the possibility of failure, But she was even more looking forward to seeing what effect this magical plant, which she had developed in her previous life to increase lifespan, would have on her. Chapter 95. A white light of supernatural power enveloped the Adumbra flower in the bottle, and slowly flew out. Jiangxi had never attained this kind of plant in her previous life, so this time, as an experiment, she only selected 3 and held them in her palm with supernatural power, avoiding any contact with her skin. As the special flower gradually dried, its original fragrance became more pronounced. It smells so good. Can you smell it? Outside the kitchen, Liu sniffed, her eyes brightening, and she looked forward to Jiang Zhang's finished product even more. Lu Yuan sat at his table, his eyes constantly glancing towards the kitchen. Although he couldn't see anything, he was curious about what Jiangxi could make. She said it was so miraculous, so it must be something good, right? He felt embarrassed to eat her food for free. Should he offer her something in exchange? Lu Yuan remembered something he had picked up along the way. The weather had finally cleared up today. He had been scheduled to escort Jiayu here early this morning, but an incident occurred along the way. He encountered a dozen ordinary people being chased and threatened by another small group of armed individuals, including a psychic, which delayed him a bit. This kind of thing is all too common now. To survive, one must band together. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot withstand the post-disaster environment. The weak seek to rely on the strong, and the strong seek to control the weak, making the oppression between people even more blatant. It's common for psychics to lead a group of subordinates and force ordinary people to join their group and serve them, threatening death if they refuse. How could this tyrannical group, having spotted Lu Yuan's car, let it go? To their surprise, although the other group consisted of only 2 people, a man and a girl, they were both psychics. After a fierce battle, they left several bodies behind and fled in panic. Lu Yuan's reward was a lighter, a wrinkled pack of cigarettes with only 2 cigarettes left in it, a half-empty bottle of water, and a piece of slightly spoiled mutant meat. He disdained all of these things, but he kept the lighter anyway. He also found a box among the belongings left behind by the fleeing group of ordinary people. It contained a wooden music box. It wasn't battery-powered, but hand-cranked. Gently turning the handle, the gears shifted the steel needles of varying lengths inside, producing a clear, melodious sound. It must have been a young girl who had been carrying it around with her, and then lost it in a panic. Lu Yuan picked it up and considered giving it to Jiayu, but thought better of it. He was a grown man, giving a music box to an 18-year-old girl. What if it caused misunderstandings? It would be a shame to lose it, so he took it back to Zhongling. This kind of item was a bit of a no-brainer. While exquisite, it wasn't particularly useful, but it was nice to relax occasionally. Zhongling could have it or not, but she couldn't possibly give it to that brat Lin Miyang. But now Lu Yuan was thinking, he'd eat the Adumbra flowers Jiangxi made later, so how could he eat them for free? She definitely wouldn't accept his supplies. Might as well just give them to her while she could listen to some music and change her mood. Come on, everyone try some. Just as he was thinking, Jiangxi came out. She was holding a light green thermos and a few bowls, and Liu immediately rushed over to help her. After everything was placed on the table, everyone stared, waiting for her to announce what she had concocted. Don't look at me like that. Jiangxi held her forehead, feeling a sense of pressure. Although she had been tinkering with it for a long time, she had no idea what she had finally created. It was just like the unfamiliarity and bewilderment she felt in her past life, when she had just awakened her gourmet powers. Jiang, what did you make? I just smelled something delicious. What is it? Liu asked impatiently, her eyes sparkling. The others, though silent, were all filled with anticipation. Jiangxi began distributing bowls to everyone. Originally, tea should be drunk from cups, but since the conditions weren't right, bowls would do. I made scented tea, but I can't quite explain its effects. This is my first time doing this, so I probably have to try it to know. Jiangxi had encountered this situation many times before, but it was all in her past life, when she wasn't fully versed in her powers. After 28 years of extreme practice, she had come across countless ingredients, and it had been a long time since she encountered such a situation. The Adumbra flower is indeed magical, but the effects of the tea made from it are uncertain. I only vaguely know it can stimulate human potential. But what potential exactly, and how much, I don't know. How can it be so uncertain? Ji Qiuqi asked curiously. Jiang, don't you know the effects of everything you make with your supernatural powers? How come you don't know this? Jiangxi also found it strange. Normally, while foods made with supernatural powers wouldn't have clear text describing their effects, she could still sense what they were. For example, claims of a 50% increase in strength, a certain upper limit, and a shelf life. These were all relatively specific numbers. But this time, she only had a vague idea. Grabbing the thermos, Jiangxi poured half a bowl of tea into each of the dishes. Whatever, we know after we try it. It won't poison me, so at worst, it won't work. She possessed a gourmet power, so she couldn't possibly create anything poisonous. That was a skill reserved for poison masters. Even ordinary plants and minerals became deadly in the hands of a poison master. Ah! Woo! Suddenly, a large white wolf darted in, wagging its tail at Jiangxi. After taking a bath, it hadn't gone back to the mud puddle to make a move. It had gone to catch prey, and was just about to be praised when it suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and immediately darted in. Jiangxi quickly held the large white wolf's mouth, which was almost touching the table, drooling. Little darling, this isn't for you. Get out. If it tried to drink, what if its potential was unleashed? Wouldn't that make Yuhan even more unable to tame it? Woo. No, the wolf wanted to taste it. It smelled so good. The large white wolf snuggled into Jiangxi's arms, rubbing its head against her, and acting coquettishly. It had learned another trick without a teacher. If it were anything else, Jiangxi would have given it a taste, but this was truly unacceptable. She herself didn't know what would happen if she drank it. Her face darkened. Little darling, get out. I make you giant python meat later. If you don't behave, I beat you. With a whine, the big white wolf darted out like a flash. If you don't leave now, the hostess will have to deal with it. How terrifying. Everyone laughed, and even Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. Such a human-like mutant beast was truly rare. He was the first to pick up the bowl and take a sip. The tea was transparent, like water, but it smelled of an indescribable fragrance. It permeated his entire mouth, as if he were permeated by the fragrance, and every pore of his body emanated the scent. The feeling was so wonderful that he couldn't help but take another sip. Seeing Lu Yuan being the first to eat the crab, and enjoying it with such relish, everyone hurried to take a sip as well. Wow, it smells so good. Even though it doesn't have any flavor, it smells just right. Liu exclaimed in amazement, holding the bowl and pursing her lips. Ji Qiuqi glanced at his sister. The siblings each tasted the unique aroma, but otherwise showed no other reaction. Jiangxi finished her bowl, but before she put it down, she paused. She felt it. It was a mysterious feeling, as if something within her had been unlocked, a strange energy coursing through her body. Potential. Could it be that her potential had been awakened? What then? Chapter 96. Jiangxi's heart trembled as she stared at the empty bowl before her. The characteristics and various benefits of the Adumbra flower flashed through her mind one by one, as if she had known them all along, each one clearly flashing through her mind. The mutated Adumbra flower often grows on damp, dark, dead wood. It has a subtle fragrance and oval, 2-centimeter-long flowers, hollow and without petals. It blooms for about a week before withering and producing no fruit. Mutant beasts can heal wounds when consumed, but they react with human fluids to form a hydrolytic reaction. When harvested, it can be made into a life potion, extending lifespan by 5 to 20 years, requires the pharmacist ability. It can also be made into a decoction that stimulates human potential, with the degree of activation varying depending on individual differences, requires the gourmet ability. It can also be combined with mutant soapberries, stone forest leaves, and mutant boletus mushrooms to create a psychedelic powder, which, when inhaled, can induce intense hallucinations and has a 1.5% chance of awakening superpowers, requires the poisoner ability. Why? This was clearly her first time encountering the Adumbra flower, and she was still confused just now. But after drinking a bowl of tea, she suddenly understood all its benefits. Could this be the result of her potential being activated? Could this be the case with other ingredients as well? Jiangxi became excited, vaguely sensing that her potential had indeed been activated. And it was specifically targeted at her gourmet ability. Do you feel anything special? Jiangxi looked at everyone nervously, extremely curious. If her gourmet ability could be unleashed to greater potential, then what about other people's abilities? Could they also be activated? Feeling it? It smells delicious. Ji Yu held the bowl in her hand, savoring it while smacking her lips. Sister Jiang, this tea is delicious. Ji Qiuqi couldn't taste anything, nor could he sense any physical changes. He could only echo his sister, yes, it's fragrant, a unique set of scented tea, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He didn't usually drink tea, so he had no knowledge of the subject. It seemed the potential activation had failed. Liu also shook her head. A unique feeling? No, Jiang, it seems I'm not up to it. She looked frustrated. Jiang Zhang's food always had remarkable efficacy, and she had thought this Adumbra flower was even more miraculous, but she was bitterly disappointed. Of course, Jiang wasn't to blame. It was her own fault for failing to activate her potential. Lu Yuan, what about you? Jiangxi asked, everyone's eyes fixed on him. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed, as if he were appreciating the experience. At first, he sensed a unique, subtle fragrance that permeated his body, thinking it was a reaction to his potential activation, but it soon faded. It doesn't seem to have worked, he said honestly. Alas. Everyone was dejected. If even Lu Yuan failed, it's understandable that they couldn't either. Their collective potential activation failed. It seems this Adumbra flower tea's only attribute is its fragrance. You failed, but I seem to have succeeded. Jiangxi suddenly spoke, somewhat amused. My powers are now more accessible, a power enhancement, I guess. It seems the probability of this flower tea working is very low, only 20% at the moment, but the exact probability is uncertain. Liu was surprised, then suddenly delighted. Really? That's good, at least it works. Jiang, your powers have become stronger, which means this flower tea is useful. Lu Yuan also said, yes, not only is it useful, but it's very useful. After all, it's very difficult to enhance powers. After he said this, everyone realized what was happening. They had already consumed food that enhanced their superpowers, and Jiang's superpowers were still enhanced despite this. This meant that activating potential wasn't the same as enhancing superpowers. It could further enhance the use of superpowers and achieve greater results. This was everyone's understanding, but Jiangxi's feelings went beyond that. She hadn't told anyone what her gourmet ability had become after its potential was activated. From then on, she would be able to clearly understand every ingredient, its properties, all its functions, and even what it could be processed into using other superpowers. This was truly mastering the ingredient's function. For example, the Adumbra flower, under the gourmet ability, could be made into a tea that stimulated potential. But under the poison master ability, it could become a hallucinogenic substance, with a 1.5% chance of awakening a person's superpowers. So what about other things? Jiangxi was very confident that she could see through them all. This ability is simply incredible. From now on, she knows the function of anything she encounters, not just food, but also stones, leaves, mutant beast claws, scales, and so on, so she won't just misjudge and discard them carelessly. The Adumbra flower is pretty good. If we get a chance, we can pick some more. They'd last longer if dried. Drink more of it later, and maybe it activated. Jiangxi still had some ideas, but she had to try them out to find out, so she kept them to herself for now. Lu Yuan hummed, I keep an eye out for it when I get a chance. I also have Xiao Yu go there so her ability can be preserved longer and brought back. After tasting the flower tea, everyone dispersed, each going about their own business. Jiangxi then informed Lu Yuan of the Shao family's attitude toward Du Qichuang. The two chatted for a few moments before preparing to leave. As usual, he escorted Lu Yuan out. Standing in front of the car door, he said in a deep voice, it seems the crystal core will be a hot commodity. We must expedite our efforts. I believe the White Room will have even greater uses after the upgrade. This is one of the key points. Jiangxi nodded. Yes, I have a feeling the situation will soon become even more chaotic. The Shao family's ambitions are no less than Du Qichuang's. If they truly cooperate, other forces will inevitably be involved. The future situation is truly unimaginable. The darkness of the previous life will soon return. Like a gray fog, it will encroach on everything, making life even more difficult for those who barely survive. Although she had the power to protect herself, she could not relax at all. The struggle for profit will cause many people to extinguish the good in their nature, leaving only selfishness, indifference, viciousness, and cruelty. Oh, by the way, it's winter now, and the conditions are going to get even worse. Jiangxi reminded him, Lu Yuan, you should also try to store as much food as possible and go out less. The snow will probably make things even more difficult soon. If you're short of food, come to me. I think I can help you. So far, Lu Yuan seemed like a qualified partner, worthy of her attention. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened. After a pause, he didn't refuse. Okay, if I'm really in trouble, I come to you. He casually picked up the cardboard box on the passenger seat and handed it over. This is for you. Before Jiangxi could see what it was, he started the car and drove away. Standing there, Jiangxi stared at the cardboard box in her hand until the blue SUV disappeared into the weeds. Then, curiously, she opened it. It's a music box? She noticed the crank. The wooden box had a transparent lid, revealing the gears and steel needles of varying lengths within. It was a very delicate piece. She tried turning the handle, and clear music emanated from the box. Castle in the Sky. A piece of instrumental music that Jiangxi had once loved. Its ethereal, pure sound seemed to transport her back to the past. Jiangxi slowly turned the handle, returned to the white room, and ascended to the second floor. She placed the music box on the bedside table. The melodious sound continued to echo. She half closed her eyes, quietly enjoying the music that was now a luxury. It was a rare moment of leisure. Chapter 97. Lu Yuan drove back to City C alone. It was still early, and there was still much to do after returning. Jiangxi reminded him to store more food, and he became cautious. Although City C had only had a couple of light snowfalls in previous years, it was only the beginning of winter, and the temperature had already dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. Perhaps this winter would be 100 times more unbearable than before. The food supply was not small, but not counting the 11 people he had, the daily consumption was huge, so he had to stockpile as much as possible. Lu Yuan didn't want to ask Jiangxi for help. To have to come to this point was too. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. The car was struck by something, and even with Lu Yuan's quick reaction, he nearly overturned. There's a mutant beast. Lu Yuan didn't stop, but drove faster. He didn't attempt to attack, because he had already seen several dark figures leaping from the trees on both sides of the road, attacking his car. A piercing, terrifying sound echoed, the sound of claws scratching the car's hull, accompanied by a threatening squeaking sound. Mutated black-leaf monkeys. A whole bunch, each one was the size of an adult ape. While their size wasn't exaggerated, they possessed sharp, razor-sharp claws. Their scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust as they repeatedly leaped around the car, banging on the windows, attempting to get in and devour him. With a crash, the right window shattered. A mutant black-leaf monkey tried to reach in and attack him. Lu Yuan swerved the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The car sped off, scraping past a tree. With a bang, the mutant black-leaf monkey's arm was broken, and it rolled and was thrown a long way. But the other mutant black-leaf monkeys didn't let him go and continued to chase him. Normally, Lu Yuan wouldn't be afraid of these sea-level mutant monkeys, but now he was alone. If injured, he might not even make it back to City C and die en route. He stared straight ahead, accelerating the car to maximum speed, constantly dodging obstacles. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pack of mutant monkeys kept leaping and chasing him, as if they wouldn't stop until they devoured him. The buildings ahead gradually increased. Lu Yuan had already entered the city, and was considering whether to take a detour, when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps. A massive figure appeared in front of a building several dozen meters tall. What kind of mutant beast? So huge. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. It was the first time he had seen a mutant of this size, and he couldn't recognize it at all. Without time to think, he quickly turned the car around and headed for another side road, but it was too late. The mutant beast spotted the car and chased him. The mutant black-leaf monkey had already climbed onto the roof, but after a couple of squeaks, it quickly dispersed in fright, as if afraid of being targeted by this giant mutant beast. Boom, boom, heavy footsteps echoed behind him, the earth shaking as Lu Yuan's car lurched left and right. He knew that if he didn't flee quickly, if he ran out of gas or encountered an obstacle ahead, death would be the waiting. The more critical the situation, the more he forced himself to remain calm, driving the car through the city. Gravel flew, and footprints like deep pits appeared, sometimes in front, sometimes behind. Several times, his car was just a hair's breadth away from being hit. Sweat beads streamed down Lu Yuan's forehead, and his entire body tensed. He felt his body heat up, as if he were on fire. Suddenly, 3 cars appeared ahead, blocking their path. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan's hands swiftly transformed into silver blades, sweeping across the right door. Kicking open with one foot, he bolted out like lightning, rolling to absorb the force. Then, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. The car was crushed into a flat shell by a terrifying force. An explosion erupted, and a gust of air billowed, sending shards of glass flying and slicing through his vest. Drenched in blood, Lu Yuan's speed soared to the limit, as if his very blood were boiling. A giant creature followed him, stepping down one step after another. Closer and closer. A shadow enveloped Lu Yuan, and a massive hand rose up, slamming down upon him fiercely. Bang! Dust and debris spread like a shockwave, shattering a 10-story building in half. The boulder tumbled down, instantly covering Lu Yuan. Boom! Another relentless stomping brought everything down, reducing it to rubble. After a moment, the giant lowered its head and sniffed. No longer smelling the distinctive scent, it stood upright again and walked off into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. Underground, a streak of silver light flowed continuously, piercing through the steel and rubble, moving continuously outward. After an unknown amount of time, the watery silver liquid finally emerged from the ruins, appearing on the street, gradually transforming into a humanoid form. Lu Yuan looked at his hands and body, a flicker of joy in his eyes. All his previous injuries had vanished, and he could sense a new energy coursing through his body. Had his metallization ability broken through? No. He could sense it. His latent potential had been activated. So the cup of tea had worked, though he hadn't noticed it at the time. Even facing such a terrifying behemoth, not only had he not been injured, but his metallization ability had spread from his hands to his entire body, transforming into flowing liquid metal at the crucial moment, allowing him to escape the giant's grasp. What on earth was that thing? Lu Yuan gazed at the dark shadow in the distance, his heart sinking. White House 139. The 350-square-meter warehouse was almost full. Jiangxi stood in front of the shelves, examining the various ingredients stored in the boxes. After drinking the flower tea, she felt a different sensation looking at the items again. Common sense emerged clearly in her mind, as if she had always known them. Dried mutated multi-eye piranha plant, made from the dried petals of the mutated multi-eye piranha plant. This flower grows in dense, humid forests, and is one of the largest flowers in existence. It is crimson in color, reaching a maximum diameter of over 50 meters. It has a powerful attack power, and the mucus secreted by its stamens is highly corrosive. Can be made into vegetable soup, which can detoxify. The pectin in the petals can increase strength 5-fold, and the effective time. Requires gourmet ability. Combined with 3 flower snake venom and heartbreak grass, it can be made into corrosive pills, requires poison master ability. Mutated corn, a plant 3 to 4 meters tall, is an annual herbaceous mutant plant. Its seeds are edible, and can improve physical fitness by 5% and strengthen primary abilities by 20%. Requires gourmet ability. Persimmon jam, made from mutated persimmons, restores energy by 5% and cures coughs. Requires gourmet ability. The white frost on the surface of persimmons combined with mullet blood can be made into colic pills, which are fragrant and sweet, and can poison mutant beasts of rank D or below. Requires poison master ability. Jiangxi's lips curled up at this. After her latent power was activated, her abilities became even more useful. Chapter 98. Jiangxi was certain that simply by looking at the ingredients or finished products, she could determine the basic properties of the original mutant plant or beast and its effects after processing. She then checked the others. Crocodile turtle claw, hard and sharp, can be made into various weapons that enhance strength, requires fabricator ability dried and ground into powder and consumed, can cure all kinds of weakness, deafness, and blindness, requires pharmacist ability. Black iron king cobra fang, hard and venomous, can be made into various poisonous weapons, can also be made into a snake whistle, which can attract mutant snakes below rank B, requires fabricator ability dried and ground into powder, combined with Nydia Monieri and dried toad, can be made into a colorless and odorless 3-step poison powder, requires poisoner ability. Black iron king cobra gallbladder, bitter and highly toxic, can be made into. So, unlocking one's potential can have such benefits. She should get out and about sometime, so she could discover more good things. The big white wolf brought back several mutant beasts every day, leaving Jiangxi and the other 9 with more than they could eat. They also got sick of eating too much, and the warehouse was overflowing. If this were to become public, it would surely spark countless jealousies and insults. They were starving, on the brink of death every day, yet someone was still getting sick of eating too much meat. Wasn't this just deliberate jealousy? Jiangxi simply adjusted the menu at the White House restaurant, offering various meats in exchange. Mutated rat meat, mutant cat meat, mutant dog meat, venison, rabbit meat, snake meat. Under Jiangxi's culinary abilities, the effects of various meats were precisely controlled. While still delicious, all meats, whether stewed, stir-fried, pan-fried, or deep-fried, had magical effects, temporarily increasing strength, physique, and speed by 3 times, effective for 3 hours, and increasing strength, physique, and speed by 30%, capped at 200%. With so many people dining, she couldn't handle it all by herself. Coincidentally, Zhongli and Zhang Xian both knew some cooking skills, so she simply let them take charge of the kitchen. She only focused on ensuring the flavor and efficacy of the ingredients, leaving the rest of the details to them, making it much easier for her. Wang Yuanjun had to supervise the men as they cultivated the new land, cleared weeds, and watched over the growth of the mutant plants. Even so, he wasn't idle. The newly dug pond was already stocked with fish, and a stone wall was needed to make it look better and prevent anyone from accidentally falling in. Over the course of 2 days, Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu went to the river to catch a large number of fish and shrimp, both large and small, and kept them in the pond, but they weren't sure if they would survive. Zhou Xiaxia and Chen Jidong, being extroverts, were in charge of entertaining the guests. Everyone worked together in an orderly manner. More and more ordinary people, even those with special abilities, learned about the White House restaurant, and the number of people there increased 5-fold from its initial arrival. Jiangxi received more supplies, and those who couldn't afford them, but were willing to contribute labor went to work clearing the land, weeding, chopping down trees, and cleaning up the area around the White House. There was a lot of work, and it required a lot of manpower. Because the gray fog every night would breed new weeds and mutant plants, if left unattended for 2 or 3 days, the area around the White House would become a wasteland again. Jiangxi reminded Wang Yuanjun to use fire to completely eradicate the underground roots, and plant only the mutant plants they needed. This would create a neat and orderly environment, and make harvesting easier. If all went well, within 6 months, the area several hundred meters around the White House would become a farm-like environment, filled with edible mutant crops and farmed fish and shrimp. Unfortunately, mutant birds are difficult to tame. Jiangxi even considered convincing Yu Yuhan to stay, and use his beast-controlling abilities, to raise a flock of non-dangerous mutant birds specifically for egg production. This would expand the food variety. These days, whenever Yu Yuhan has free time, he brings the White Wolf group to the White House restaurant for dinner, and a chance to bond with the Great White Wolf. Their membership is growing, now at 15. Jiangxi heard from Yu Yuhan that they were attacked by several large mutant beasts, forced to flee after a fierce battle, and lost 8 brothers. But even so, the White Wolf group's membership continues to grow. Jiangxi wasn't sure how to assess Yu Yuhan. He's loyal, passionate, and often self-confident to the point of arrogance, but in reality, he's a mere novice in his abilities. If it weren't for the special food she provided to enhance his abilities, strengthen him, and teach him how to use them, he'd probably be dead long ago. Yet, despite this, he possessed a strong paternal quality, willing to take in ordinary people, and help them survive the perils of City C. Jiangxi once asked him, "You can save yourself and a few loyal teammates, so why take in so many? Can't you see that some of the new recruits are cowards, who only want to follow you for a living?" If it weren't for this, she would have wanted to keep the entire White Wolf group and specialize in breeding mutant beasts. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough room, and there were some cunning and treacherous individuals. Yu Yuhan was stunned, grabbing her hair. Really? No way. How could he not see that? They all called him Big Brother and respected him so much. So how could he be a coward who only wanted to get a living? Jiangxi rolled his eyes at him. Is there something you don't know? Use your brain. Don't you observe regularly? Yu Yuhan thought for a moment, then fell silent. It seemed like there were indeed a few. Every time they went out to forage for supplies or hunt mutant beasts, these few people would cower and lag behind. He had assumed they were so fearful because they had just joined and weren't very skilled enough. It was human nature, so he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he encouraged them, even asking them to eat more at mealtimes so they would have the strength to continue. Had he really been taken for a fool? You are the leader of the White Wolf group. You should manage your members yourself. I won't interfere. Just a reminder. Don't blame me for being nosy, Jiangxi said calmly, leaving it at that. No, I know Boss Jiang is a good man, Yu Yuhan smiled. Don't worry, now that I know, I won't tolerate such cunning and dishonest behavior. I will deal with them effectively. Since that was the case, Jiangxi stopped talking. When the time was right, she would bring up the matter of joining the White House with Yu Yuhan. In just 5 days, Jiangxi had amassed over 300 crystals. The majority of these were exchanged for her by Lu Yuan and Xiaoziyu, with Yu Yuhan giving her over 50. The remaining 70 or 80 were left behind by customers who patronized the restaurant. Sometimes they exchanged them for daily necessities, sometimes for mutant beast cores. As more people exchanged for them, Jiangxi began to see the variety of items left in City C. Almost all of them had been picked up by these people. Chapter 99. All the books that hadn't been damaged, from foreign classics to children's bedtime books, as well as student textbooks, poetry and picture books, online novels, horror stories, and so on, were exchanged by these people. There were also music CDs, walkie-talkies, record players, vacuum cleaners, sun hats, children's toys, and scrap metal. Some even offered gold watches, jade bracelets, and diamond rings. Most of the expensive items sold in peacetime were now worthless. Jiangxi kept a few that Li Yu and the others liked. Since they had enough food and clothing, they could use them for spiritual enjoyment. They took over 10 books and a few makeup mirrors with metal inlays, a delicate, classical style that could still be used for combing their hair. But most of them were useless, so they refused them without hesitation. This wasn't a recycling station. Someone even offered a box of condoms. Li Yu was in charge of checking the items. Of course, they didn't want any. The man, seemingly starving, mysteriously pulled out another box, saying it was a goodie, definitely useful, brand new, and only asking for 2 rice balls in exchange. Li Yu opened it, and saw it was actually adult supplies, brand new. She threw it out in disgust. Why would they need that? It's an eyesore. With so much stuff coming in, Jiangxi was ready to take inventory. Before, when supplies were limited, it was easy to tell what was there at a glance. Now, that's no longer the case. There are more and more items, and not only do we have to sort them and store them, but we also have to keep track of the quantities and keep track of what's in and out of the warehouse. Jiang, I didn't expect we had so much food. In the warehouse, Li Yu said happily, it's only been a short time. 2 months ago, we were running around, worried about not having enough to eat or where to stay. Now we can't even finish all the food. Yes, once the White House is upgraded, we have even more supplies. We'd be living even better in the future. One of them counted the supplies, the other recorded them. This was all the harvest from the past 2 months. There were all kinds of daily necessities, enough to last a year. The entire warehouse was like a well-stocked department store, divided into 2 areas, daily necessities and food. There were over 50 cartons of toilet paper, all exchanged by Xiaoziu. At 10 rolls per carton, if you use them sparingly, 1 carton would last them all half a month. All the rolls would last for over 2 years, not to mention the 5 large cartons of tissue paper. There were also 6 large cartons of sanitary napkins of various brands, for the girls, enough for a year. As for shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and so on, there were 2 large boxes each, both branded and off-brand. Even at this point, they weren't picky, everyone together wouldn't be able to use them all in 2 or 3 years. Originally, the quilts were just enough for Jiangxi and the other 4, but when Huang Yuanjun and the other 5 joined, Xiaoziu happened to bring some thin blankets, which were just right for the sheets. Everyone's basic needs were fully covered. Every day, they could comb their hair, wash their faces, brush their teeth, and even shower after a sweat. It was a paradise. Huang Yuanjun was building a pond in front of the White House, coating each stone he had collected with mud and piling it up to about 3 feet high and 1 foot wide. The big white wolf was gone, presumably out hunting, and without it messing around, he felt much more at peace. Life was so wonderful. What a pity. Why hadn't he met Boss Jiang sooner? When the gray fog first erupted, Huang Yuanjun sensed something was amiss and began stockpiling rice and water. His wife was even more anxious than he was, going to the supermarket every day to buy a ton of groceries. But then, one time, while out shopping, his wife was hit by a car, her belongings scattered across the floor, and she never woke up again. Huang Yuanjun was heartbroken, and before he could even finish his wife's funeral, even greater chaos erupted. Mutated beasts appeared in City C, and a swarm of mutant wasps swarmed his neighborhood. He had to flee with his 5-year-old daughter, temporarily living in an unfinished building. One night, he left to relieve himself, and upon returning, he saw a black mutant cat had devoured his daughter, leaving the floor covered in blood. He rushed forward like a madman, trying to kill the cat, but was scratched and fell from the 5th floor. Hey, old Huang, you're here after all. Suddenly, a distant voice rang out, interrupting Huang Yuanjun's painful memories. He turned and saw a large group of people emerging from the weeds. The man in front was surprisingly Su Tao. Su Tao looked at the tall, clean, White House before him, a pearl in the wilderness. Surprised and amazed, he quickly approached and said, Old Huang, I'm bringing my brothers to see the restaurant you mentioned. Is this the one? Huang Yuanjun was about to speak when Su Tao, noticing his expression, snapped, Hey, old Huang, what's with that expression? You look so grief-stricken, thinking about your dead wife and daughter again? I told you, the dead can't be brought back to life. We're lucky to still be alive. Huang Yuanjun, still reeling from the pain, clenched his fists, ready to strike. Is this the restaurant my sister opened? Where's she? Suddenly, A boy of about 16 or 17 stood out from the crowd, his face sloppily drawn, a hint of resentment etched across his lips. The boy looked young, not very tall, but with narrow eyes that gave him a somewhat sinister air. As soon as he spoke, he caught Huang Yuanjuan's attention. Could he be referring to Boss Jiang? Su Tao, oblivious to the murderous look in Huang Yuanjuan's eyes, addressed him with familiarity. Old Huang, let me introduce you. This young man is Jiang Haoming, Sister Liang's adopted brother. We heard his sister open the White House restaurant, and since you recommended it to us, we came to see it. Is he really Boss Jiang's brother? Huang Yuanjun finally suppressed his anger and changed his expression, asking, You said Boss Jiang is your sister? How come I never heard of her? Jiang Haoming was the youngest of the dozen or so people, and looked quite unremarkable. He surveyed the spacious, bright white room, glanced sideways at Huang Yuanjun, and said in a strange voice, You haven't heard of my business. As long as this restaurant is owned by my sister, I have a stake in it. When I see my sister later, I fire you first. The boy's followers also joined in the commotion. Haoming, don't speak so soon. Your sister clearly doesn't want to acknowledge you. You should be mentally prepared. Yeah, didn't you say your sister stole money a long time ago and ran off, abandoning you and your parents? Now she's living so well, with food and shelter, and can even afford to hire people for work. How could she still remember you as her brother? Don't be so naive. It's the end of the world now. People are cold-hearted. There's no such thing as a brotherly love. Jiang Haoming's face darkened, annoyed. Enough, shut up. I'm her brother. My parents raised her for 20 years. Now that she's well off, why should she keep it all to herself? If she dares to be ungrateful, I won't care about my sisterly love. She'd be in trouble. Raising his palm, a small stone floated up and down, causing Huang Yuanjuan's pupils to shrink. Boss Jiang's brother is also a psychic? No wonder he dared to cause trouble. With so many people, I'm afraid it's going to get out of hand today. Chapter 100. Huang Yuanjun pulled Su Tao over and demanded, What do you mean? I gave you the flyers, so you could have extra supplies to exchange for food, which would benefit both sides. And you brought people here to cause trouble? Su Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly said, Old Huang, don't misunderstand me. If your boss is truly Haoming's sister, then that's their private matter. How can it be considered a disturbance? Seeing Huang Yuanjuan's unfriendly expression, he quickly offered comfort. Don't worry, I talk Haoming down. He's still young and lost his parents, so his words are bound to be a bit harsh. Don't mind me. As he spoke, Su Tao walked over to Jiang Haoming and said with a smile, Haoming, don't worry. I go in with you. We talk to your sister later. Get lost. Who do you think you are? What the hell is that? Jiang Haoming glared at him sarcastically. Su Tao, don't think that just because I call you brother, you really are my brother. That's for my god-sister's sake. Stay out of my business. Go away. The people around him laughed. Brother Tao, we're usually polite to you because of Sister Liang. Now that Sister Liang's not here, why are you acting so arrogant? You know you're just Sister Liang's gigolo, so how can you meddle with Haoming's affairs? Don't think you can show off in front of us just because you're a superpower. Sister Liang has more than just you. Even if you can't go back today, as long as Haoming's okay, Sister Liang won't care. Ha ha ha. The crowd's mockery made Su Tao's face flush, his temples throbbing with anger. But he didn't dare to lose his temper. Huang Yuanjun finally understood how miserable his former colleague's life had been. Indeed, even if this gigolo possessed special powers, he would still be looked down upon for being with a woman old enough to be his mother. Besides, his wall-climbing ability was useless. He relied solely on his face and physique. Jiang Haoming headed straight for the White House restaurant. A dozen others, armed with sticks and machetes, followed behind him, a mighty force like a gang of gangsters. Stop! Huang Yuanjun blocked their path. Jiang Haoming didn't even glance at him, but waved his hand, trying to push him away. But the other man stood still like a wall, unmoving. Instead, he grabbed his wrist and said, If you want to find Boss Jiang, I can help you get her out. But if you want to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Huang Yuanjun had made maintaining order at the White House restaurant one of his jobs. When Su Tao first appeared, he genuinely thought they were here for dinner. But this guy suddenly showed up, speaking in a sarcastic tone. He hadn't even heard Boss Jiang mention any younger brothers, so how could he be polite? Jiang Haoming was instantly enraged. He struggled, but the other man didn't actually mean to hurt him, and he nearly fell. Go on, teach him a lesson. Seeing several men charging out, Huang Yuanjun showed no fear. His face darkened, and his joints cracked. He rapidly expanded, towering to over 2 meters. In the blink of an eye, his muscles bulged, his t-shirt threatening to rip. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and just as several men were about to attack, they were startled by Huang Yuanjun's expression. He was actually a psychic. No wonder he was so bold. No, why are we really getting into this? Su Tao hadn't expected his former colleague to actually be a psychic. Worried he heard Jiang Haoming, and then be embarrassed to explain himself, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother Huang, please give me some face. Don't upset the relationship. Let's talk it out. Who wants to talk to you nicely? Get out of the way, or I beat you up too. Huang Yuanjun wasted no time, and slapped him away. If it weren't for the fact that they were colleagues, he would have used this pretty boy as an example. Some of the people eating in the White House restaurant noticed the commotion outside, and those working nearby also stopped and watched curiously, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Jiang Haoming couldn't help it. Dare to stop me? Get out. A fierceness belied his age on his youthful face. He raised his palms flat, and suddenly a surge of energy erupted. The weeds rustled, the wind blew fiercely, and rocks rolled, as if snatched from the ground by an invisible hand, and lifted into the air. Whoosh, 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 the rock shot out, hitting Huang Yuanjun like bullets. Instantly, dust flew, blurring his vision. The rocks, some as big as fists, struck Huang Yuanjun. He didn't feel the powerful impact he imagined. It only hurt slightly, like a child's blow, barely breaking his skin. The stones fell to the ground, leaving him unharmed. Jiang Haoming's face paled slightly. His attack hadn't worked. While he was dazed, Huang Yuanjun grabbed his collar and lifted him up, startling Jiang Haoming into screaming, "Let me go! Let me down!" Huang Yuanjun threw him with all his might, sending him careening in a parabola over 10 meters, landing with a shriek. Haoming. Not good. A group of followers, horrified, rushed over. Huang Yuanjun stood there, his face solemn, his fists clenched, a commanding presence beneath his breath. You got some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. A man with a sinister look stepped forward, his lips curled, as he glared menacingly at Huang Yuanjun, as if he were prey to be slaughtered. The man was about 30, dark-skinned, and not very tall. He threw a punch at Huang Yuanjun. Huang Yuanjun initially ignored it, dodging it sideways. A tiny graze of the man's fist blew through his arm, causing a burning sensation, and his face faltered. What kind of supernatural power was this? He had consumed Boss Zhang's special food, and his physique was far superior to that of an average person. How could a grazed fist hurt so much? If he hit, he'd be seriously injured. The man smirked sinisterly. You little brat, either get out of here, or I kill you. He raised his fist. An invisible energy enveloped his entire hand. Stop! Jiang Shi's voice finally rang out. She had been counting supplies in the warehouse, and it was Ji Qiuqi, seeing the situation getting out of hand, who rushed to inform her. Sister, you're finally out? Looking at the woman standing at the door of the White House, cleanly dressed and not as thin as before, Jiang Haoming felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his hatred for her grew even stronger. Resentment burst out of her mouth. I thought you were dead long ago, but now I know you're living such a comfortable life. No wonder you ran away as soon as the gray fog erupted. Were you afraid that my parents and I would get you into trouble? You're so cruel. Now that my parents are dead, I'm the only one left. Are you satisfied? Jiang Shi's face was expressionless. Seeing her brother, whom she hadn't seen for so many days, in such a state of distress, she felt no guilt, but rather a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Haoming had been spoiled by her adoptive parents since childhood. Although they never hit her, they never treated her like a sister. Since childhood, he always ate the snacks and fruits at home first, and only gave them to her when they were about to go bad. Jiang Haoming would say, "Look how good I am to you," and then ask her to help with homework, run errands, and so on. Once, Jiang Shi ate a fresh milk puff that Jiang Haoming had given her. It was a whole, unbidden puff. Jiang Shi was so touched that she thought her brother was really sharing it with her. But after they finished eating, Jiang Haoming revealed that he had stolen money from his parents to use at the internet cafe, and urged her to admit to them that she had taken the money. Jiang Shi then realized that her brother was trying to make her take the blame and drag her down. She was beaten by her adoptive father, and went hungry for 2 whole days. Chapter 101. After graduating from junior high school, Jiang Shi's adoptive parents stopped her from studying and forced her to stay home to do housework. Although Jiang Haoming only got into a third-rate high school, he still looked down on her. He said that as a woman, Studying would only be a waste of money, and that his parents' full support for his education was the right thing to do. At the age of 18, Jiangxi was forced out by her adoptive parents to work, and her monthly salary of over 2,000 yuan had to be handed over to Jiang Haoming for college. Her adoptive father said, after raising her so much, wasn't it right for her to spend her earnings on her younger brother? One should be grateful. As a result, Jiang Haoming used the money to smoke and drink, and stayed out all night. He eventually got a girl from his class pregnant, and her parents came to visit. Her adoptive parents beat Jiangxi, accusing her of not taking good care of her younger brother, which was why he was in this state. Jiangxi thought back, feeling even more heartbroken. In her previous life, she had awakened her supernatural powers, and her adoptive parents finally treated her better, coaxing her into living with them in White House No. 2. This time she escaped early, and they perished at the claws of the mutant beast. What retribution! Since you call me cruel, then I do as you wish. Jiangxi glanced at Jiang Haoming and said coldly, from the day I left home, I drew a line between me and you. Your parents raised me for 20 years, but I repaid them enough. So even if I'm living better than you now, that's my own business. If you want to make trouble, don't blame me for punishing you too. You, Jiangxi, your parents really raised you in vain. I didn't expect that the sister he had bullied since childhood would become a completely different person. Jiang Haoming stumbled over, his face twisted with anger. You're an ungrateful wretch. You're so ungrateful. You killed my parents? Since you're so cold-blooded, don't blame me for being rude. He raised his hands, emitting a faint white light. The wind picked up again, stirring up dust from the ground and causing pieces of stone to float. Jiangxi, go to hell. Slap! A slap landed harshly on Jiang Haoming's face. No one noticed how Jiangxi suddenly appeared before Jiang Haoming. She grabbed his collar and slapped him. Since you want me dead, I do it first. Don't accuse me of bullying. Slap! The resounding slaps continued, leaving Jiang Haoming dizzy. In the blink of an eye, his face swelled up like a steamed bun, the pain so intense that he wanted to cry. He wanted to stop, to fight back, to escape. But his sister was so strong that he couldn't break free. His mouth was full of salty flavor, his ears were buzzing, and his head was shaking like a rattle, swaying in rhythm with the slaps. Stop! The sinister man from earlier was furious. If this woman had actually killed Jiang Haoming, he would surely be severely punished by Sister Liang when he returned. He strode towards Jiangxi. Let go of Haoming. I kill you. A flurry of blows lashed out at him. Huang Yuanjun used all his strength to strike at his heart. Since these people were enemies, he had no reason to be polite. Their abilities were not to be underestimated, so he would certainly strike ruthlessly. Bang! Majikai spun quickly, but was still too slow. The punch was so fast that he was only halfway around when he felt a sharp pain. He was sent flying by the powerful force, landing 7 or 8 meters away, his bones shattered. The thugs were horrified, unsure whether to help him up or save Jiang Haoming. They couldn't defeat this man and woman. Huang Yuanjun's aura radiated, like a 1,000-pound hammer, crushing anyone who dared approach. The onlookers were delighted, the excitement was hilarious. Some even clapped. Only Huang Yuanjun himself realized that his hand. It hurt so badly, though he had knocked the man away, the moment his fist made contact with his back felt like it was on fire, just as if it had been grazed by the gust of wind from his fist just now, a searing pain. Couldn't he have touched the man's body? What kind of supernatural power was this? Brother Huang, what's wrong with you? Jiangxi, having had enough of the beating, left the mangled Jiang Haoming behind and approached him. Boss Jiang, there's something strange about this guy. Huang Yuanjun explained the situation and held out his right hand. As expected, there was a faint mark, like the light brown left by flames on white paper. If the man had grasped his hand, the burns would have been even worse, but this man had no flames. The mere contact could injure him. He had never heard of such a supernatural power. It should be a fire-based ability, but not a common flame, but a phantom flame. Jiangxi understood. Every power is different, and even within the same fire-based ability, there are many different types. Some, like Lin Muyang's, are common flames that can burn the human body, reducing it to charcoal, but can also burn houses, trees, and start forest fires. Some fire-based abilities emit blue flames, reaching temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees. However, these are difficult to control, and if you're not careful, you could end up setting yourself on fire. And this man's flame is transparent, called a phantom flame. Its unique feature is that it can attach itself to any part of his body, including his hair. Once it touches his body, the phantom flame can be transferred to the enemy, completely incinerating the person or mutant beast from the inside out, without being noticeable from the outside. Jiangxi explained it in simple terms, adding, "But this man's ability doesn't seem very strong. He must have just advanced, otherwise there wouldn't be just a trace of something on your hand. Plus, your body is fortified, so even if you were to fight him, you wouldn't be able to do much damage. So that's how it is." Wang Yuanjun felt relieved. "Jiang, let me just shoot him to death." Li Yu took out her compound bow, eager to try. "If we can't reach this man, wouldn't a long-range attack be best? Shoot him like a hedgehog." Ji Yu, Zhou Shasha, Zheng Li, and the others gathered around. "Sister Yu, there are so many of them. It'd take forever for you to shoot them one by one. Why don't you let me do it?" Dealing with these people was no pressure at all. They even seen a B-rank Black Iron King snake, so why would they be afraid of these people? "Xiaoyu, your wood-based ability is perfect for countering this person." Jiangxi said, "This phantom flame can only harm humans or mutant beasts, not plants. Xiaoyu, I leave this person to you." Ji Yu was no longer the naive and timid girl she once was. After following Lu Yuan to the botanical garden and witnessing the Black Iron King snake's ferocity, she now dared to attack its prey. "Sister Jiang, are you going to kill him? And your brother?" she asked. "Hang him up first." Jiangxi wouldn't just kill him outright. Hanging him up for public display would deter others from causing trouble in the White House again. And Jiang Haoming, who had bullied her for so many years, now deserved his due. Instantly, the weeds in the distance swayed wildly, as if blown by a strong wind. A green light shone from Ji Yu's palms. Vines twisted like snakes, growing and climbing rapidly, spreading from all directions along the ground. Chapter 102. "Look, these vines." The gang panicked as they saw vines spreading all around them. It turned out that it wasn't just the big guy. Any of the young girls who emerged were also powerful psychics. Countless vines twisted and spun, quickly encircling them like snakes. Some vines snaked around the sides of the White House restaurant, avoiding Jiangxi and the others, forming a circle that surrounded them. "Sister, I'm your brother. Do you really want to kill me?" Jiang Haoming's face burned with pain, his heart pounding, and he finally felt a little scared. He hadn't expected that even with his group coming so aggressively, and Ma Gu being a special fire psychic, he couldn't defeat them. He couldn't even defeat his own sister, a mere mortal. Although Jiang Haoming possessed psychic powers, he didn't master them well. A month after awakening, he still hadn't advanced. He finally regretted it. Jiangxi curled her lips and sneered, "Jiang Haoming, your parents spoiled you from childhood, and that's how you became. Although I'm not your biological sister, I watched you grow up. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but whether you survive is up to fate." Countless vines surged together, as if alive, quickly wrapping around the men's legs and feet. Su Tao jumped in panic. He saw a vine coming towards him. As he cut it off, more came snaking up. Terrified, he screamed, "Old Huang, Brother Huang! Don't mess with me. I'm not looking for trouble. Brother Huang, save me." "Bullshit, Su Tao. If you dare beg for mercy, I tell Sister Liang when I get back. I see how Sister Liang will deal with you, a traitor." Ma Shikai roared angrily, drawing the machete from his back and slashing at the vines in front of him, shouting, "Don't be afraid. Cut them down with your knife. Cut these things off, set them on fire." Before he could finish his words, a strong gust of wind struck. Ma Shikai tried to dodge, but his legs were entangled by countless vines, and he stumbled and fell. An arrow grazed his head, and just as he was thankfully missing, a second one struck. He grabbed a nearby person and blocked their path. A scream erupted as the person used him as a shield, and the arrow lodged squarely in his left chest. "Brother Mayu." The others nearby saw this, and stared at Ma Shikai in disbelief. Using his own brother as a scapegoat, Ma Shikai, however, didn't care. He pushed the person aside, wielding his machete fiercely, slashing through the surrounding vines, occasionally dragging his companions under his feet, intent on escaping. Jiangxi stared at him, drawing her compound bow, nocked and aiming. This man must die. If he escaped, it would surely attract revenge. While she wasn't afraid, she was irritated. Jiangxi aimed at the back of the man's head, about to fire. Ma Shikai felt as if he had eyes on his back. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if sensing a life-or-death crisis. At that crucial moment, he dashed to Su Tao, who was only a few steps away, grabbed him, and held the machete to his neck. "Stop! Let me go, or I kill him!" He turned sharply and roared. Ji Yu, Li Yu, Huang Yuanjun and the others were stunned, and Jiangshi also released the bowstring. Has this man gone mad? Why is he threatening them with his own people? Ma Shikai gritted his teeth in hatred, his fierce eyes making him look even more like a desperado. He stared at Huang Yuanjun and roared, "He's an old acquaintance of yours. You won't just watch me kill him, will you? Su Tao, don't beg for mercy, or I chop off your head." Su Tao's handsome face paled with fear, his legs practically buckling. "Ma, brother Ma, why are you trying to kill me? We're all together. Who's with you? If they want to kill me, I kill you first." As he spoke, the machete in his hand tightened, and Su Tao screamed in fear, "Don't kill me! Brother Huang, please, save me! For the sake of our past relationship, Brother Huang. I don't want to die." Huang Yuanjun was in a dilemma. Although he despised Su Tao, he wouldn't kill him as long as Su Tao didn't attack him. But this man was threatening them with Su Tao's life, and he didn't know how to respond. After all, he had no say in this matter. "Boss Jiang?" He didn't know what to say. "Brother Huang, is he really your friend?" Jiangshi asked. With everyone staring, Huang Yuanjun reluctantly denied it. "Boss Jiang, he's my former colleague, Su Tao. He brought these people here, but he seems to have a hidden agenda and is trying to dissuade them." Jiangshi understood a little and nodded. Seeing the vines already entangling his legs, Ma Shikai's heart clenched. He activated his supernatural power, and a ghostly flame instantly spread to Su Tao's left arm, causing him to scream in pain. His handsome face distorted with pain, Su Tao convulsed, uttering heartbreaking pleas. "Please, please spare me. Huang, brother Huang, help me. Brother Ma, please don't." Ma Shikai, without mercy, furiously threatened Jiangshi, "Will you let me go? Otherwise, I burn him to death. If he dies, it's your fault. So many people saw it, and you're just going to watch him die because of you." Jiyayu was furious. What a wicked man. Threatening them with someone else's life, this kind of evil person deserves a harsh punishment. "Jiyayu, let him go." Just as Jiyayu was about to continue activating the vines, Jiangshi stopped her, shouting, "Okay, let him go, and we let you go." Liu and Jiyayu shouted simultaneously, "Jiang! Sister Jiang. This man is so cruel, are you really going to let him go?" Ma Shikai was also a little surprised. How could it go so smoothly? He didn't completely trust Jiangshi. This woman was so cruel that she could kill her own brother, so how could she let him go so easily? "Then get these devils out of here quickly. No one is allowed to chase us. I let him go when I feel it's safe." Ma Shikai kept the knife at Su Tao's neck, but he retracted the ghost flame. Jiangshi said, "Okay, as long as you don't do anything, I do whatever you want." After saying that, she quickly gave Liu a look, squeezed Jiyayu's hand, and said, "Xiaoyu, retract the vines and let him go. This man is Brother Huang's friend after all. If he dies because of us, wouldn't that be the same as us killing him?" Jiyayu understood instantly. So Sister Jiang had tricked the man. If he let go of Brother Huang's friend, they wouldn't hesitate to deal with him again. With a thought, the vines encircling Ma Shikai loosened. Ma Shikai was overjoyed, dragging Su Tao back, never letting his guard down. The others held captive by the vines cried for help, but he didn't even glance at them, not even Jiang Haoming. After freeing himself from the vines, he dragged Su Tao over 100 meters before pushing him away and escaping. Everyone at the door of the White House saw it all clearly. I leave him to you." Jiangshi said calmly, "No need to bring him back, just shoot him to death." Liu couldn't wait any longer, grabbing her bow and arrow and taking off. "Don't worry, I shoot this **** to death. How dare he threaten us?" As soon as she finished speaking, her speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, she flew over 10 meters and quickly ascended into the air. Jiangshi wasn't worried at all. Liu was in a commanding position, dealing with the man. She didn't have to worry about his ghost flames. She would definitely capture him easily. It would only be a matter of shooting one arrow or several. Her eyes swept over, landing on the trembling, pale Jiang Haoming. "Sister, please let me go! Please let me go!" Jiang Haoming's previous arrogance was gone. Terrified, he knelt in front of Jiangshi, his swollen face pleading for mercy. "I won't dare to do it again, sister. Please don't kill me. I'm your brother, sister. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Chapter 103. No one spoke, a silence fell. Although this boy was wicked, he was still Jiangshi's younger brother, who she had grown up with. She wasn't usually a heartless person. She even agreed to let strangers, who came to eat work in exchange for food, even though she couldn't provide them with supplies. Since she was so kind, perhaps she let her brother go? Do you really know you're wrong? Jiangxi asked calmly, neither happy nor angry. Really, sister? I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Seeing a chance, Jiang Haoming became excited. Ignoring the pain in his face and body, he squeezed out a few tears and said, I was just too scared and angry that you really didn't want me anymore. I acted on impulse. Sister, it was Uncle Li and Aunt Chung who instigated this. They found me and said you were doing well and had plenty to eat, but you wouldn't share it with them. They also said you corrupted Sister Yu, using food to seduce many men. Li Yu's face changed. Was it her parents who instigated this again? She suddenly felt uncomfortable. Enough. Stop talking. Jiangxi, too lazy to listen to such nonsense, folded his hands and said, since you know you're wrong, you must correct it. Just now, you wish me dead and even attack me. I teach you a little lesson. Do you have any objection? Jiang Haoming was stunned. What did a little lesson mean? But as long as he could avoid death, he would do anything. He was even secretly pleased. Sure enough, his sister hadn't changed. She was still the same as before, and he could easily coax her into submission with just a few words. Once he got through this, he would go back to see Sister Liang. Sister Liang would definitely help him get revenge. He would also kill that Majikai. He had always called him Brother Ma, but he didn't save him and escaped alone. Damn it. Okay, I'd do anything as long as I can calm down. Jiang Haoming knelt obediently, his eyes red as he admitted his fault. Sister, please slap me a few times. I really know I was wrong. I just beg you not to disown me. Jiang Haoming, you said that yourself? Jiangxi's tone suddenly changed, and she said coldly, Xiu, hang him up, far away, so I don't get upset if I see him. With that, she turned and went back to the white room. Jiyu had finally waited for this moment. She smiled and stood up, her palms glowing green again. Hearing a rustling sound, several vines crawled up the wall of the White House again, wrapping around his ankles like snakes. Jiang Haoming's face turned pale. No. Sister, you're not keeping your word. Jiangxi, you come back? Are you going to kill your own brother? Let me go, get out of here. He cursed as he stood up and tried to escape, but it was too late. In a matter of moments, several thumb-thick vines had entangled his legs tightly. Jiyu controlled the vines again, dangling him from a large tree over 30 meters away from the White House. Like Jiang Haoming, there was also a group of thugs who had come with him. All were entangled in vines, some strangled by the neck, others with their hands and legs bound, tightly tied to the tree trunk, unable to move. Others were strangled into a sprawling position. Jiangxi, you bitch. Jiang Haoming finally realized his sister wouldn't let him go. He turned hostile and hurled curses. My parents raised you for 20 years, yet you're repaying their kindness with hatred by trying to kill their only son. Are you even human? You beast. No wonder you ran away, living a good life for yourself while ignoring us. You're so selfish. After a moment, he pleaded with a broken face, Sister, you promised to let me go. Please let me down. I know I was wrong. Please let me go, okay? I'm your younger brother. You called me Hao Hao since we were little. Sister, my hand hurts. Please let me down. Humph. Don't forget, Brother Ma escaped. He'd definitely tell Sister Liang when he gets back, and Sister Liang will avenge me. Jiangxi, just wait. Sister Liang is very powerful. She has many superpowers under her command. They kill you. Put me down. Sister, please forgive me, Wu. He cried, raged, and threatened, like a real child. Jiyu simply controlled the vines, rolled up a piece of mud, and gagged him. Only Su Tao was left. He stood there alone. Although not hung by the vines, he was still trembling with fear. His left arm was numb with pain, and it felt like it was about to fail. Brother Huang. He hurried over to Huang Yuanjun and said anxiously, Please forgive me. It's really none of my business. Sister Liang asked me to accompany Haoming. I didn't know him. I really didn't know he would fight you. A grown man, nearly crying with fear, Huang Yuanjun scorned him. Don't beg me. Stay aside. Whether Boss Jiang lets you go depends on your luck. He had just saved Su Tao's life. Boss Jiang had already given him face. Huang Yuanjun wouldn't speak up for him. In the white room, everyone was stealing glances at Jiangxi's face, afraid she'd be upset. But Huang Yuanjun and the others couldn't speak. Jiangxi's expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. They could only get back to their work. Ji Qiuqi wanted to comfort Jiangxi, But after a moment's hesitation, he said, Jiang, don't be sad. Your brother treated you badly, but we're still here. But, are we really going to keep them hanging like this? It'd be dark soon. The gray fog at night was terrifying and deadly. Also, mutant beasts roamed at night. Although the big white wolf had mostly captured all the mutants around the White House, there was no guarantee some mutant birds wouldn't fly over. Forget about the others, Jiang Haoming might very well die. Qiuqi, are you afraid I act impulsively and regret it later? Jiangxi didn't want to talk about the past. It would only make her appear weak and incompetent. As for what others thought of her, she didn't care. Qiuqi pondered, Jiang, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but no matter what you decide, we support you, as long as you think it through. He's your brother, but he's so ruthless. Even if you're a little ruthless, we'd be fine with that. Jiyu nodded immediately. Yes, my brother, who's so good-tempered, thinks he deserves death. That makes me even more supportive, Sister Jiang. If we hadn't been able to protect ourselves, without the White House, wouldn't we have been harmed just now? Sister Jiang, don't worry. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I help you. With a single vine strangle, the bad boy was doomed. Jiangxi was no longer the same character she had been in her previous life. This was the first time she'd been so cruel to someone, and it was her former family. But this time, she wouldn't let Jiang Haoming go. When Li Yu's parents discovered the White House, their expressions were truly disgusting. If they weren't dealt with once and for all, they would definitely drag her down, bringing disaster to Li Yu and even herself. It was only out of consideration for Li Yu's face that she refrained from openly attacking him. This time, Jiang Haoming had been instigated by that couple to come to the White House to teach her a lesson. She would certainly not let them off. If her adoptive parents hadn't been dead, Jiangxi wouldn't have spared them either, torturing them mercilessly, and making them feel the pain she had endured for so many years. But Jiangxi wouldn't kill them herself. That would dirty her hands. It was their good fortune that her adoptive parents had been eaten by the mutant beast, but Jiang Haoming. This idiot had actually come to her door, and wanted to teach her a lesson. Did he really think she would let him bully her like before? Chapter 104. You don't have to do it, Xiaoyu. Jiangxi said expressionlessly, hang them from the tree? That's the best punishment. Just make sure the vines don't loosen. Out in the wilderness at night, they regret it. Jiyu and her brother exchanged a glance, understanding. It will be dark in a few hours, and by then, the gray fog will have settled in. Oh, I almost forgot. The big white wolf often comes in late, and even after dark, it likes to roam outside. When it discovers so many hanging people, it'd definitely be very interested in them. A moment later, Li Yu returned. Outside, the big white wolf's howling, and the screams of Jiang Haoming and the others could be heard. Ji Yu longed to go out and see, but she was also thinking about the fate of the psychic. Sister Yu, how's it going? Li Yu waved her bow and arrow and nodded, we're done. He ran fast, but I caught up with him quickly. He was nearly frightened to death when he saw I could fly and was holding a bow and arrow. The man pleaded and threatened, even kneeling down to kowtow to her, saying he had an elderly mother to support. She almost relented. Fortunately, she remembered Jiang Zhang's usual warnings and stayed vigilant, thus avoiding his sneak attack. Li Yu didn't speak of this incident, but she kept it in mind as a warning. She fired 5 arrows in total. Ma Shikai fought back desperately, but was eventually pierced through the heart by one. I dragged the body a little further away, throwing it in the bushes. It won't be long before mutant beasts come to devour it all. Li Yu gathered herself and added, on my way back, I happened to run into Xiuguai, so I brought him back with me. Outside, a wolf howled, and everyone went out to see. As expected, the big white wolf spotted over a dozen people hanging from the tree, darting around excitedly beneath it, whimpering. The group, already suffering from the strangulation, were now terrified to discover a mutant wolf. Oh my god! A mutant wolf! Help! Fearing a bite, the group quickly retracted their feet. But they were already hanging in the air, and the movement caused the vines to sway like a swing. Thinking they were teasing it, the big white wolf leaped up a foot and bit the leg of the person at the bottom. With a ripping sound, the trouser leg ripped, and a piece of flesh was torn off the leg, causing a scream of pain. The sight of blood unleashed the big white wolf's ferocity. Seeing that Jiangxi didn't intervene, it assumed they were playing along, and leaped high again. Ah! Help! No! Everyone screamed in fear, watching the big white wolf bite off the man's leg, then spit it out and continue to struggle. They were nearly fainting from fear. Sister! I was wrong. Please forgive me. Jiang Haoming burst into tears, his crotch burning with heat, and an unknown liquid dripping down. The big white wolf noticed him, and whimpered at Jiang Haoming. Its eyes were fierce, full of warning. This man was trying to encroach on its territory. He dared to stake out his claim right in front of him. Unforgivable. Instantly, the big white wolf, fury on the ground, its eyes bloodshot, leaped high, soaring 7 or 8 meters, and bit Jiang Haoming's thigh. A shrill scream echoed, and Jiang Haoming nearly fainted from the pain. The big white wolf hated him for being a stranger and daring to invade its territory. It urinated in front of it, and refused to let go. Its sharp fangs pierced Jiang Haoming's thigh bone, and it was hanging in the air, swinging back and forth. "Little cutie, come back." Jiang Shi finally spoke. Having watched her former brother being devoured alive by the big white wolf, she couldn't be so cruel. She left Jiang Haoming hanging in midair, letting him bleed out slowly. The big white wolf, its mouth full of blood, released its grip and scurried over. "Where's your prey? Going off to play again?" Jiang Shi stroked its furry head and laughed. The big white wolf ran off to the side and returned a moment later, dragging a 3-meter-long snake, its tail wagging. This was prey the wolf had run a long way to find. "Praise the wolf. Good boy, you're amazing. I treat you to a delicious meal tonight." Jiang Shi was pleased. It was another D-level mutant viper, with plenty of meat and a D-level crystal core. With Little Cutie, collecting crystal cores was much faster, and there was no shortage of meat. Su Tao, huddled in the corner, turned pale with fear. This woman actually raised a mutant wolf? I never heard of a mutant beast being raised. He didn't dare flee, much less seek Jiang Shi's help. The others ignored him. Even Huang Yuanjun ignored him. Su Tao was terribly anxious, regretting having come along today. What should he do? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Shi's gaze shifted and fell on him. Hee Jiang, Boss Jiang. Su Tao shuddered, smiling awkwardly, his 1.85-meter frame shrinking like a quail. He knew that although this woman looked young, everyone revolved around her, and his life or death depended entirely on her whims. "Come in, I have something to ask you," Jiang Shi said, letting the big white wolf go off to play. The bustle died down, and the diners gradually left the restaurant. Thankfully, they weren't affected. It seemed that eating here was still safe. That was the consensus among everyone. He and his 5 companions glanced at Jiang Shi for a moment. No wonder they had so much food. Running a restaurant was no small feat. If only they had the chance, it would be great to join her team. He kept this thought to himself, unspoken. He knew they weren't familiar with Jiang Shi, so he just come for a meal, exchange supplies, and get to know her. "Take your time." Su Tao followed Jiang Shi into the White House restaurant. The clean, white, and quiet environment, the neatly arranged seats, the aroma of food wafting through the air, made him feel as if he'd been transported back to before the gray fog erupted. Su Tao couldn't help but sniff, his stomach suddenly rumbling. Brother Huang and the others were living better with Boss Jiang than he had with Sister Liang. Although Sister Liang owned an entire building, it could be demolished by mutants at any moment. They send out scouts every day, and food had to be rationed by Sister Liang. Even so, he used to be content. But compared to Brother Huang and the others, his life was truly miserable. "Your name is Su Tao, right? Where did you live in City C before? How many of you are there? Tell me about Sister Liang." Jiang Shi had heard Jiang Haoming mention Sister Liang many times, and Huang Yuanjun had mentioned her before too. It seemed she had some background. "Yes, Boss Jiang, my name is Su Tao. I used to live in Pingfu Garden Building in Dongchang District, City C. There were over 50 of us who followed Sister Liang. She used to be my boss. Actually, Sister Liang was also my girlfriend." Having finally gotten the chance, Su Tao spilled the beans, spilling everything he knew. But at this point, he still felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Jiang Shi didn't seem to be reacting strangely, he coughed dryly and continued. "Since the gray fog erupted, Sister Liang has stockpiled a lot of supplies and recruited some talented people. We managed to get by. Okay, I guess." He tried to remain calm, trying to appear presentable in front of Jiang Shi. He ran a hand through his hair, adjusting his appearance. Su Tao knew his strengths. Sister Liang loved the way he flipped his hair. She thought it was handsome and manly. While he didn't expect Jiang Shi to fall for him, a slight affection for him would increase his chances of survival. What's Sister Liang capable of? Why are so many of you willing to follow her? Chapter 105. Jiang Shi was completely oblivious to Su Tao's subtle movements. She wasn't looking down on Sister Liang. In fact, when a crisis strikes, a woman without special abilities faces a harder time than a man surviving. She wanted to understand Sister Liang's background, so she could respond appropriately. Su Tao forced a charming smile. Sister Liang is a psychic, which is why so many of us are willing to follow her. Besides me, there's Haoming, brother Ma. Oh, that guy you killed earlier, Ma Shikai. There are a few other psychics, 9 in total. But Sister Liang's is the most unique. Here, a hint of pride lingered, and he lowered his voice. Sister Liang said she only told me, and asked me not to tell anyone. Her psychic ability is luck. Jiyu and the others nearby heard this, and curled their lips. I told you not to tell anyone, and you turned around and sold out your girlfriend. You're truly unmanly. Lucky ability? Jiangxi looked puzzled. Boss Jiang, this is probably the first time you heard of this too. Su Tao spoke even more excitedly, tossing his hair in a dashing manner. Sister Liang is amazing. As long as we follow her, no mutant beasts will appear within 100 meters. Even if there are, Sister Liang can evade them beforehand. So far, we haven't encountered any giant mutant beasts in the building we're staying in. It's especially safe to be with Sister Liang. Jiangxi suddenly thought of a superpowered person he heard of in his previous life, who was somewhat similar to Sister Liang. His superpower was called Divine Blessing, like a child of destiny with supernatural powers. Everywhere he went, he had smooth sailing, even encountering mutant beasts without a single hazard. Either someone would rescue him, or the beasts would suddenly escape. And he never ran out of supplies. Later, he joined White House number 17, ranked 3rd in overall strength, and rose through the ranks, reportedly becoming one of the managers. Su Tao continued, the only problem is that Sister Liang has to guard the building, and can't go out with us to forage for food. Although we still have plenty in stock, we can't just sit there and eat it all, or she'd be supporting us for nothing. He blurted out the word support in a flash, apparently knowing what he meant. The 9 psychics accompanying Sister Liang, including him, became the primary searchers for supplies and food, leading the others out daily. But without Sister Liang's lucky powers, they found very few usable supplies, and food was even harder to come by. They could only hunt mutant beasts for meat. But killing mutant beasts isn't easy. Even with their powers, it's unlikely everyone survives. Almost every time, several ordinary people die or are seriously injured before they return. The last time Su Tao received a flyer from Huang Yuanjun, he wanted to tell Sister Liang the good news, but no one believed him, and even mocked him privately. They said he was dreaming, unable to grasp such a simple deception. It wasn't until the middle-aged couple approached them and told them about the White House restaurant incident that Sister Liang took notice. Jiangxi pondered. Sister Liang's powers seemed to be at most advanced, capable of affecting only a small area around her. But lucky powers aren't guaranteed. She still remembered that the person with the divinely blessed powers suddenly died after becoming the manager of White House number 17. A few days later, a faction claimed responsibility, saying they had used a curse-like object and sent spies to destroy his divinely blessed powers. Whether this was true or not was unknown, but the person with the divinely blessed powers was indeed dead. It seems that even the most powerful superpowers have countermeasures. No one is absolutely powerful. Take Jiangxi's gourmet ability, for example. While it can create a variety of foods with special effects, it first requires the ingredients, and it lacks inherent offensive power. Without a powerful person or the White House to protect her, she could be ambushed. Thinking of this, Jiangxi felt a sense of urgency. She needed time to think carefully about how to address her shortcomings. What kind of person is Sister Liang? She asked again. Sister Liang. She's very beautiful. Su Tao revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet also happiness. Boss Jiang, Sister Liang is actually in her 40s, but she's the most beautiful woman I ever seen. I'm so lucky to have a girlfriend like her. I don't mind her being older than me. In the past, I would have proposed to her long ago, but now, well, I just take it one day at a time. I do my best to protect her. Seeing his affectionate expression, Jiangxi couldn't imagine Sister Liang's charm. Could it be another bonus from her luck? Brother Huang had mentioned earlier that this Sister Liang was the daughter of the boss of his former company. It seemed she had more than just Su Tao as her boyfriend and kept several other gigolos, suggesting she wasn't particular about small matters. Jiangxi asked more questions, and Su Tao answered them one by one. Jiangxi knew everything about Sister Liang and her dozens of subordinates, including the supply situation, assuming Su Tao wasn't lying. The question now lay before her, what to do with Su Tao. Killing him was out of the question. Should she release him? Or keep him in the White House? Jiangxi didn't want to take in a stranger, let alone a fickle gigolo. Who knew what he might do secretly? After much deliberation, she said, go ahead. I won't kill you. But whether you can return to City C alive depends on your luck. I hope you can keep your mouth shut when you return, or you end up in my hands next time. Jiang Shi's eyes darkened. Though she didn't say it out loud, her stern tone was a perfect warning. Su Tao was both surprised and delighted. Was Boss Jiang really willing to let him go? Thank you, Boss Jiang, for not killing me. He stood up, still unconvinced. Jiang Shi waved again, signaling him to leave. He then said hello to Huang Yuanjun and prepared to leave. Wait. Jiang Shi suddenly remembered something and called out to Su Tao. She then gave him a small bag of mutant cat jerky and 2 pieces of mutant quercetin. This jerky is sold at the White House restaurant. It improves reflexes and balance, and it can also temporarily strengthen your physique. Take it back to Sister Liang and ask her if she needs it. Also, this bacon jerky isn't for women, only men. She glanced at Su Tao and said meaningfully, it's best if you eat it. Sister Liang will definitely be satisfied. It increases male potency 5-fold, which is definitely suitable for a gigolo like him. Su Tao thought Jiang Shi had called him back because she was going back on her word, but seeing how much meat she had given him, he was flattered and thanked her. Thank you, Boss Jiang. I definitely tell Sister Liang. So, I'm leaving? Really? Jiang Shi waved her hand, not wanting to keep him. Su Tao kept looking back as he walked away, and only after confirming that Jiang Shi had really let him go did he break into a run. The dozen or so people hanging from the tree watched him leave with envy. They had been hanging for over an hour, their bodies aching, their limbs almost crippled. They regretted even more that they hadn't provoked Jiang Shi. The sky changed quickly. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun had already vanished, and a north wind had begun to blow. When Jiang Shi opened the door of the White House again, the next day, a thick gray fog filled the sky and earth, and scattered snowflakes drifted. It was really snowing. Chapter 106. We knew it would snow in City C, but when it did, everyone was worried. A harsh winter would make survival even more difficult. Over a dozen people hung from the trees, their bodies smothered in snowflakes, already frozen unconscious. Only a few were barely conscious, but equally dying. After a night of exposure to the gray fog, they coughed incessantly at first, then lost all the strength to do so. Cold, hungry, and frightened, even Jiang Haoming felt no hatred, only regret. He thought that if he could see Jiang Shi, he would sincerely admit his mistakes and beg for his sister's forgiveness. He truly knew he was wrong. Alas, Jiang Shi never left the White House. She stood at the door, watching the falling snowflakes, which gradually turned from scattered flakes into a heavy downpour. Luckily, we prepared early and stored plenty of food. Liu looked at the howling wind, which swirled large flakes of snow, and asked with a mixture of worry and curiosity, Jiang, how long do you think this snow will last? I never seen snow this deep before. City C gets a couple of snowfalls a year, and if it piles up an inch high, that's considered a good thing. Back home, they hardly ever snow in winter. It's already snowing so hard right from the start, the weather changes are truly bizarre. Jiang Shi, drawing on experience from his past life, said, probably 3 to 5 days, maybe 7 or 8 at most. But even after the snow stops, we can't go out until the sun comes out. Everyone's going to stay in the White House for the rest of the day. Woo woo woo. The big white wolf came closer, pressing against the invisible barrier at the door, pushing its way out until its mouth was twisted. Wolves can go out, wolves are not afraid. What is this white thing? The wolf has never seen it before. Is it delicious? Seeing the big white wolf's playful behavior, everyone envied it. Ji Yu tugged on its fluffy tail and said, little cutie, you want to go out again? It's so cold. Ji Chiochi smiled and said, just let it out to play. Little cutie isn't afraid of the fog anyway. The big white wolf whirled around excitedly, staring at Jiang Shi and whimpering. Alright, go out and play by yourself. Jiang Shi patted its butt. Ready! 1, 2, 3, go! The moment the barrier was lifted, the big white wolf burst out like a flash of lightning. It ran around excitedly, feeling the cool snowflakes falling on its body, jubilant like a dog. It was rare for everyone to see such a simple mutant beast. If they hadn't known the big white wolf's terrifying nature, they would have mistaken it for a Samoyed. It was only because Jiang Shi had subdued it and given it sweet dates, and the big white wolf was so human-like, if it were any other mutant beast, it would have never coexisted peacefully with them. Unable to go out, everyone found work to do after dinner. Jiang Shi couldn't assign any extra work, so she could only say, Brother Huang, it's a rare snowfall, so take it easy. The White House doesn't need cleaning, and the kitchen is still stocked with plenty of food and water. You can rest up. Consider it a day off. Huang Yuanjun felt embarrassed and could only say, "Okay, thank you, Boss Jiang." "Brother Huang, you're so polite." After interacting with her more, Jiang Shi got to know Huang Yuanjun better. He was hardworking, conscientious, and had no ill intentions. She welcomed such a person. Zheng Li's personality was similar, simple yet strong. Zhou Shasha and Chen Jidong were more outgoing. They rarely rushed for work, but loved to approach her with nice words and compliments, often characterized by their sweetness. While he had a touch of materialism, he wasn't cunning, it was just the usual petty whims of a normal person. The last one, Zhang Xian, was quiet, always completing tasks assigned to him with excellence, and usually seemed invisible. This was Jiang Shi's basic understanding of the five people. After completing their daily exercise, Jiang Shi and Li returned to their rooms. After listening to the music box for a while, she felt a little sleepy and decided to catch up on some sleep. It wasn't until Jiayu called her 3 hours later, saying that Xiaoguai was locked outside, shivering from the cold and unable to get in, that she smiled and got up to open the door for Big White Wolf. This guy must have known it was cold outside. The day passed peacefully, with no guests and an unimaginably leisurely pace. The next day, the day after. The snow showed no sign of stopping, it only intensified. A thick layer of snow had accumulated outside the White House, and the sky was gray. Jiang Shi didn't need to go outside to know that Jiang Haoming and the others had frozen to death. The trees were covered in thick snow, and from a distance, nothing could be seen clearly. She didn't care. "I wonder if the mutant plants I just planted and haven't harvested yet have died. I hope they survive." The fish in the pond. Thankfully, the pit was dug deep, a full 5 meters. The water was frozen over, and all the fish and shrimp were hiding at the bottom, motionless. Not dead, but not active either. The snow was coming down hard. Jiang Shi hadn't been in City C in her previous life, and hadn't paid attention to the weather here. Who could have known it would fall so hard? Thankfully, she was well prepared and could just wait quietly for the snow to stop. City C, the former city library. This was one of the few buildings still untouched by the mutant beasts. Although the surrounding area was overrun by vegetation, and the mutant creeper had completely obscured its former appearance, at least it was still sheltered. Most of the people living here were ordinary people. The library's doors were shut, its windows sealed, even the cracks blocked. Within the vast 3-story building, hundreds of people gathered in small groups of varying sizes, 3, 5, or 7 people scattered together, their eyes filled with uncertainty and wariness. Even during sleep, one person had to keep watch. The books in storage had long since disappeared. On the first day someone moved in, they were looted and used as firewood. Pile upon pile of firewood burned on the ground. People, wrapped in thick cotton-padded jackets and down jackets, shivered with cold hands. Some tore pages from books and threw them into the fire, while others chopped up bookshelves and used them as fuel. Everyone was starving and cold, their hair disheveled. A woman with ulcers on her face sat by the fire, holding a feverish child to keep warm. A man sat nearby, impassively picking at his ulcerated leg. Wet marks were left on the ground. It was the smelly yellow water dripping from the ulcers. Someone, wrapped in a torn blanket, groaned on the ground, while someone else was boiling water in a broken pot. In the corner, the faint cries of a woman in pain and the unbridled laughter of a man could be heard. But no one even glanced. The entire library felt like a refugee camp. Suddenly, the faint aroma of food wafted in, and everyone turned, searching for its source. A group of people gathered around a fire, roasting food. The golden rice balls, roasted warm, turned a light brown, making the hungry mouths salivate. Someone stood up to grab the food, but upon seeing the number and appearance of the other party, they retreated in guilt. These people were from the White Wolf group. Their leader was a psychic, a beast controller. Who, desperate to survive, would dare to steal their food? Yu Yuhan was also worried. The corn rice balls were roasting fragrantly, but there were only 5 left. He hadn't been out for 3 days. The remaining 5 rice balls were from an earlier exchange with Boss Jiang. What would they do if the weather didn't clear up? Wouldn't all these brothers starve to death? Or, regardless of the fog and snow, should they go out and kill mutant beasts and feast on their fishy, tough meat? "Boss, are you ready?" "We're all starving," one of the men urged, his mouth watering with greed. Yu Yuhan came to his senses and handed out the heated corn rice balls. "There are only 5. Each person can eat a third. It lasts them for half a day." Several hands reached out, regardless of the heat, snatching the rice balls with a cheer. They quickly broke them apart, shared them with others, and began to devour themselves. "Smells so good. So delicious." Everyone devoured them with gusto, finishing them in the blink of an eye. Those watching from a distance were so hungry that their mouths rumbled and their mouths watered. One of the men noticed, "Boss, why aren't you eating?" Chapter 107. Yu Yuhan hadn't eaten last night and was already starving. But he was the boss, so he couldn't be cowardly in front of his subordinates. He feigned indifference and said, "I don't want rice balls, they're tasteless. I want meat today." He stared at the 5 sleeping pets beside him. Should he kill one and eat it? But they had been with him for several days, and had helped him kill many mutant beasts. Killing them would be too cruel. But he didn't hesitate for long. Which was more important, the person or the pet? After all, he wasn't by its song. Yu Yuhan stood up, spat out the chewed grass roots in his mouth, and drew the dagger from his waist. "Xiaowu, come here." A mutant dog woke up and ran to him, wagging its tail. Clinging to the mutant dog's neck, Yu Yuhan hesitated for a second before slashing his knife and severing its throat. Ah! The mutant dog twitched and kicked its legs, then stopped moving. "Boss dog meat? Great!" The White Wolf clan cheered. As expected, following the boss won't keep you hungry. Hundreds of people in the distance watched with envy, and some on the second and third floors even peered down. It was snowing heavily outside, and they couldn't leave for days. They actually had meat to eat. It was fishy and tough mutant meat, but it would fill their stomachs. Just as Yu Yuhan was preparing to grill the meat, a woman approached. "Brother, can you give me this mutant dog in exchange?" A curly-haired woman wearing sunglasses whispered. Then she extended her wrist and swung a large gold bracelet at Yu Yuhan. Of course, Yu Yuhan refused. No. He wasn't stupid. The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing a fair, charming face. She bent down and said delicately, "Brother, please be kind. I haven't eaten in 2 days. If you can, give me half." Her down jacket was open, revealing only a loose sweater underneath. As she bent over, everyone in the White Wolf group saw her considerable wealth, trembling and ready to burst. "I told you I wouldn't change it. Are you annoying me?" Yu Yuhan didn't even glance at the woman, only focusing on grilling the meat. The woman seemed disappointed, and was about to turn and leave, when she suddenly fell into Yu Yuhan's arms. He jumped, and the branch holding the dog meat nearly hit the woman's face. He quickly pushed her away. An angry shout echoed from nearby, "Stop!" 7 or 8 men rushed over, one of them a large man, glaring at Yu Yuhan fiercely. "You boy, how dare you take advantage of me, a woman? Do you want to die? Hand over the meat you got, and I reluctantly let you go. Otherwise..." Yu Yuhan understood. This woman was in cahoots with them, deliberately trying to steal the food. The White Wolf group members all stood up with a clatter. Yu Yuhan sneered, "Your woman just bumped into me. Has she long since despised a piece of trash, like you, and wants to be with me?" He whistled at the woman again. "Beautiful lady, you have good taste, but I still don't like you. How dare you tease me?" The large man, enraged by these words, drew his knife and stabbed. The two sides engaged in a chaotic fight. The surrounding people quickly moved out of the way, fearing they would be hurt. Some teams led by psychics watched the show, hoping for a mutual destruction, so they could reap the benefits. Yu Yuhan's 4 beast pets also joined the fray. Just as one of them was about to bite the large man, he suddenly flashed and disappeared. "Where's the person?" Yu Yuhan's pupil shrank, and he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. "You never expected that?" The man had appeared behind Yu Yuhan at some point, stabbing him in the back with a knife, a sinister grin on his face. "I can teleport, even your pet can't help you." He pulled out the knife, and Yu Yuhan's face paled in pain, blood seeping through the cracks between his fingers as he clutched the wound. The other man had the ability to teleport. No wonder he dared to rob him. He was careless. "Boss, are you okay?" 2 brothers rushed over to support Yu Yuhan. Seeing his hands covered in blood, their faces paled with fear. One of the men, wielding an axe, grinned, "Your boss is about to die. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, and hand over all your food, we spare your life. Otherwise, you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the men charged again, not waiting for the White Wolves to react. The enemy unexpectedly included an Earth-type mutant. The massive figure, who could teleport, used it several times in quick succession. Despite the White Wolf's desperate resistance, he still managed to sneak up on and kill 3 of them. Yu Yuhan's pet beasts were now down to 2, and his mind was growing heavy from the constant blood loss. "Get out!" Acting decisively, Yu Yuhan charged towards the library entrance. Although there was gray fog and heavy snow outside, the group likely wouldn't rush out. He could still control the mutant beasts if he encountered them. If he stayed here, he would be injured. If he didn't flee, he feared all his brothers would be killed by this group. Without a second thought, 2 of his men supported Yu Yuhan and rushed outside, while the others froze in their tracks. "Boss, it's snowing outside, and there's gray fog. We can't go out. If you don't go out, you die?" Yu Yuhan threw down a word and rushed to the door. The burly man waved his dagger a few times in a show of force, grinning darkly. "All right, if you dare leave, I won't kill you. Get out. Let's see how long you can survive in this icy snow." Several men pressed closer, seemingly determined to drive him out. "Boss, fight them!" The 2 men supporting Yu Yuhan shouted through gritted teeth. After a moment's silence, Yu Yuhan said gravely, "Anyone want to go with me? Anybody?" He looked at his 10 remaining men. But they all trembled, not moving. "Kneel down if you want to live, and I won't kill you." The burly man laughed triumphantly, his eyes sweeping across the room, sending fear into the hearts of the White Wolf soldiers. In unison, they all knelt, not daring to look at Yu Yuhan. Yu Yuhan had thought he'd be heartbroken, but when he saw these brothers, who had followed him for so many days, kneeling before the enemy, he suddenly felt a surge of relief. Finally, he didn't have to bear so much responsibility. "Let's go!" His face was cold, and he ignored the blood still flowing from his lower back as he forcefully opened the library door. Snow and gray fog blew in, filling the library with a chill as cold as an ice cellar. The 2 men, supporting Yu Yuhan, rushed into the thick gray fog. A thick downpour of snow, like swan feathers, rolled down, making the 3 shiver with cold. The 2 men were heartbroken, knowing they were most likely dead. But they also knew how good the boss had been to them. If the boss hadn't been hunting mutant beasts and taking them to the White House restaurant for dinner, they would have been dead long ago. "Boss, find some shelter quickly. The snow's too heavy. Cough, cough, cough. It's so uncomfortable, this gray fog." Yu Yuhan said nothing. He fished out a small bottle hidden in his sock and gulped down the red liquid inside. The wound on his lower back healed quickly, and the pain subsided. Luckily, he still had a trump card. Boss Jiang had given him some healing syrup. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could have held out. "Follow me." Yu Yuhan pulled his collar higher, quickly fumbled for a dirty mask, put it on, and rushed out into the street. He ran furiously, not caring where he ended up, stepping deep and shallow in the snow, his palms glistening. "Come out! Come out!" Yu Yuhan yelled, frightening his 2 men. Has the boss gone mad? He's shouting so loudly. What if he attracts mutant beasts? Just as he was thinking, a gorgeous mutant tiger appeared. Chapter 108. The mutant tiger stalked towards Yu Yuhan and the other 2, its eyes filled with bloodlust. Yu Yuhan's palms glowed white as he stared intently at the mutant tiger, unleashing his full power to control the beast. Although this was a C-rank mutant beast, if he could control by its song, he could surely do the same. However, the situation was urgent. He had to succeed immediately. There was no room for error. "Boss, this mutant tiger. Can you?" The 2 men retreated step by step. They knew their boss's abilities well. They had often failed in the past, though that had become less common recently. But this was a C-rank mutant tiger before them. Suddenly, the blood red in the mutant tiger's eyes vanished. Yu Yuhan sensed something and was overjoyed. He had succeeded on his first try. He rushed forward quickly, and the mutant tiger, indeed, lowered its head and rubbed him docilely with its large head. Yu Yuhan quickly turned over and jumped onto the tiger's back, urging, "What are you standing there for? Get on!" The 2 men finally reacted and carefully climbed onto the tiger's back. "Let's go, big cat!" Yu Yuhan hugged the mutant tiger's neck and commanded it with his supernatural power. The giant tiger leaped and took off, galloping down the snowy streets. The 3 of them sped through the city at lightning speed. Boss, let's... Cough, cough, cough. Go, where are we going? Cough, cough, cough. To find Boss Jiang. Cough, cough, cough. Ha! Big cat, hurry up. Cough, cough. Go! The wind and snow were raging, and the entire city was gloomy. Braving the cold wind and sleet, the tiger and the other 2 left a trail of footprints on the street. White House 139. It had snowed for 4 days, and the thick gray fog seemed inexorable. Snow fell in a stagnant, lifeless atmosphere. In such inclement weather, even the mutant beasts had taken refuge. The White House stood tall in the wilderness, almost blending in with the surrounding snow, as if it had vanished. The house was filled with laughter, and the rich aroma of barbecue wafted through the hall. With nothing else to do, Liu suggested a barbecue. Everyone agreed and immediately prepared the ingredients and condiments. Jiangxi improvised 2 grills in the hall, so everyone could grill their own food. Ji Yu activated his supernatural power, using vines to reel in several fish that were nearly frozen to death from the pond. There were many dishes, mostly meat from various mutant beasts. Jiangshi had already prepared them, so they just had to grill them. Jiang, I didn't expect roasted snake meat to be so delicious. Li Yu, her lips smeared with grease, passed a freshly roasted piece of Snow White King Cobra meat to Jiangshi. I roasted this. Come and try my cooking. After a while, Jiangshi had almost finished his meal, but he still took it and took a bite. The snake meat was tender and springy, with a unique meaty aroma. A light coating of chili powder and salt gave it just the right flavor. Boss Jiang, try this roasted bracken I made. It's so crispy. Zhou Shasha also came over, holding a bunch of roasted green bracken, and eagerly handed it to Jiangshi. Qin Jidong, the grilled fish still half-cooked in his hand, turned and shouted, Boss Jiang, save some food for me later. Try my grilled fish. It's my first time grilling it, and I absolutely must give it to you, Boss Jiang. Zhongli glanced at him and said, It's all burnt, and you're still giving it to Jiang? She often worked in the kitchen with Jiangshi, and after getting to know her, she joined Jiayu and the others, calling Jiangshi Jiang. But the others still called her Boss Jiang. Qin Jidong quickly turned it over and saw that the fire was too strong, and indeed, the bottom was burnt black. He hurriedly tried to tear it apart with his hands, but ended up sucking his hand from the burn. Boss Jiang, I grill you another one. He laughed awkwardly. Save it. Don't waste food. Wang Yuanjun said unhappily. Qin Jidong held the charred fish, feeling extremely embarrassed. He glanced around, then suddenly fixed his gaze on the big white wolf circling Jiangshi. He held up the grilled fish and coaxed, Little darling, grilled fish for you. Come on. The big white wolf, hearing there was food, scurried over. Qin Jidong placed the grilled fish to its mouth and said cunningly, Eat it. I just grilled all the fish, and it's all yours. The big white wolf sniffed, its eyes shifting, and it snarled at him. Ouch. Dare to trick a wolf with something smelly? Damn it. Before Qin Jidong could react, the wolf pounced on him. Seeing its bloody mouth pointed at him, he screamed for help in fear, drawing laughter from everyone. Little darling, stop messing around and come here. Jiangshi finally saved Qin Jidong. Just as she was about to feed the wolf a roasted leopard leg, she suddenly noticed something. Jiangshi blocked out the sound of the wind and snow, making it inaudible to everyone else. However, she sensed someone's presence not far from the White House. Their cries were muffled by the wind and snow, making them indistinct. Could anyone be coming to eat at this hour? Hungry as hell. Suddenly, Jiayu looked at Jiangshi and said, Sister Jiang, that you guy is here. He's stuck in the snow. Do you want to save him? It was Yu Yuhan. Jiangshi immediately said, Xiaoyu, save him? She occasionally wondered if Yu Yuhan could survive the next few days with so many of the White Wolf group, and if they had enough food. And now, on only the fourth day, he came looking for her. Jiayu activated his supernatural power, urging vines beneath the snow toward Yu Yuhan and the other two. Ignoring their struggles, he dragged them out of the snow and toward the White House. Everyone knew something had happened, and instead of caring about the barbecue, they watched Jiangshi open the door to the White House. The snow had already piled up to a third of the height. Fortunately, it didn't hinder entry or exit. Several vines carried the panicked Yu Yuhan and the other two to the main entrance before releasing them and retreating back. Jiang, Boss Jiang. Yu Yuhan thought he had encountered a mutated plant. Upon seeing the open door to the White House, he realized it was the girl with the wood-type supernatural power who had saved him. Come in quickly. Jiangshi pulled Yu Yuhan and the other two inside, mingled with snowflakes, and quickly closed the door again. In that brief moment, the chilly wind blew in, making everyone feel the bitter cold outside, at least 10 degrees below zero. The warmth inside the house was like spring, and Yu Yuhan and the other two were certain they were finally saved. The snow melted and disappeared onto the floor. Sister Jiang, there's still a mutant tiger outside. It hasn't left, Jiayu said. That's me, my pet. Along the way. It was the one that led us here. Yu Yuhan shivered, releasing his supernatural control and letting the mutant tiger go. Ji Qiuqi brought the three some stewed snake soup to warm them up. After a while, the three finally calmed down. Yu Yuhan, feeling as if he walked through the gates of hell, stripped off his snow-soaked coat and said excitedly, Boss Jiang, thank goodness you're here. We almost died. It was snowing so hard. We couldn't find the way for ages. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The two men were nearly frozen, shivering as they clutched their bowls of hot soup, but their eyes were filled with relief. Luckily, they left with their boss, otherwise, where would they get their broth? they might still be kneeling before him. Chapter 109. Is there no food? Jiangxi was puzzled. Even if it had snowed for 4 days, Yu Yuhan had the ability to control beasts, so he wouldn't be so hungry as to come to her in the snow. Besides, the gray fog hadn't dissipated. Yu Yuhan felt embarrassed, but he still said, "It's all my fault for being careless. I didn't realize that man had the ability to teleport, so I took a blow from him. And there was another Earth-type user. Sigh. I couldn't defeat him, so I had to flee." The two subordinates complained, "Boss, it was clearly them who betrayed you. If we had united, we would have outnumbered them, so how could we have lost? The past is the past." Yu Yuhan didn't want to talk about it, and said dejectedly, "Forget it, Boss Jiang. I'm desperate, and have no choice but to come to you. I can help you obtain mutant beast cores, like before. Can you give me a place to stay?" He finally said it, his expression sheepish and awkward. The big white wolves surrounded Yu Yuhan, baring their fangs at him. This thing finally agreed to stay? Hey, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered in the first place. Wolves are smart after all. Yu Yuhan hugged the big white wolf, his face full of longing. Bite song, "Do you miss me? You almost didn't see me anymore." The big white wolf twisted its head, struggling to free itself from his embrace. It stared at him with disdain. "Woo woo woo. So stupid. From now on, the wolf will take care of you, but you have to call me master." Yu Yuhan understood what it meant. It's too smart. It's really not fit to be a pet. One day, he have to teach this a lesson, and make it accept him as its master. Jiangxi was just thinking about how to get Yu Yuhan to stay in the White House, and help her raise birds, and lay eggs when he showed up. "Isn't this a lucky guy?" She smiled and said, "Captain Yu, we're old acquaintances. How could I not help you if you're in trouble? Just stay here and wait until the snowstorm passes." The White Wolf group had effectively disintegrated, with only Yu Yuhan and the other two remaining. The White House had enough space. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, Yu Yuhan wouldn't live and eat for free, given his personality. Once he felt truly embarrassed and asked to work, not only would he not refuse, he would even work twice as hard. As for a temporary place to stay, Jiangxi slightly shifted the walls of everyone's second-floor room, reducing the length of each of the 6 rooms by 80 centimeters, creating an extra room. She was eager to upgrade the White House again, and plan it out carefully later. The clean, warm environment, with food and drink provided, was a world away from the cold and cluttered library. Qin Xiaohua and Zhao Yi immediately fell in love with the place. "Boss, are we all going to live here from now on?" The two looked at Yu Yuhan eagerly. "That's probably it." Yu Yuhan scratched his head, regretting his earlier refusal of Jiangxi's offer to stay. Now he was coming to her in such a humiliated state? How embarrassing. Forget it. He already lost face in front of Boss Jiang. From now on, he'd just do whatever she asked him to do. He was tired of being the boss. How wonderful it would be to have Boss Jiang's support and food and shelter. Yu Yuhan felt elated again. Toward evening, the snow finally stopped. Jiangxi suspected that tomorrow might clear up, and everyone waited patiently for the long-awaited sunshine. That evening, she contacted Lu Yuan and learned that he was doing fine for the time being, with food and water. They exchanged a few words before disconnecting. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuan was pondering how to thank her. The benefits of unlocking one's potential are numerous. Not only does it enhance one's superpowers, it even increases one's ability to survive. That's more than a music box could ever repay. The next day, after everyone finished breakfast, Jiangxi opened the door. As expected, the sun had risen. A thin layer of snow poured down from the sky. The gray mist, as if scorched by flames, swirled and receded. But the fog was too thick. The winter sun was far less powerful than the summer sun. Even at noon, a thin layer of mist still lingered outside. Don't worry. Now that the snow has stopped, it shouldn't fall again anytime soon. Jiangxi looked at the doorway of the White House, feeling much better. The snow had fallen for 4 days, piling up over a meter deep, covering half of the door. How to remove the snow was a problem. She thought about the tools in the warehouse, how the shovel would come in handy. But no one would be coming to the White House restaurant anytime soon. Leaving the city would be dangerous, and people could get stuck in the thick snow. City C was so far away, they might get lost along the way. Only some psychic could possibly find her. It looks like someone's here? Jiangxi looked at the icy world in her sight. Several sesame-sized figures were moving, making them particularly conspicuous. The gray fog hadn't even dissipated yet, and someone was already here. Psychics. Everyone standing at the White House's doorway could see that 5 people had arrived. They were surrounded by a transparent sphere, shielding them from the gray fog. And they were hovering, a foot above the ground, floating like balloons. Liu exclaimed in surprise, "Are there also psychics among these people?" They could actually fly with 4 other people, even more impressive than her. "It's not flight, I guess it's gravity." It was Yu Yuhan who spoke. He had been hanging out in City C for a long time, and had once seen a man with gravity. While it was somewhat similar to flight, the principle behind it was different. It was said that this man lived in a building and was hanging out with a woman. As the group drew closer, everyone could see a long-haired beauty surrounded by 4 men, one of whom was Su Tao. This woman had to be Sister Liang. She arrived so quickly, much to Jiang Shi's surprise. The sphere, enveloping the 5 people, stopped 3 meters from the entrance of the White House. Although he had a preliminary impression of Sister Liang, Jiang Shi was still a bit taken aback when he saw her face. Though no longer youthful, she was still beautiful, radiating a flamboyant brightness. She held 2 men, one on each side, without shying away from the other. The man on the left was Su Tao, the one on the right was unknown, but he was also very handsome, with a sort of wolf-dog vibe. There were 2 more people behind her. Jiang Shi couldn't see their faces clearly, but she guessed they were probably her gigolos. With her bright red lips and long, wavy hair, Sister Liang immediately captured everyone's attention. Clad in a light brown fur coat, a black dress, and high-top boots, she looked like she was in her 30s, hovering above the snow. She exuded a blend of wildness, charm, and confidence, with a relaxed, confident smile. "Sister Jiang, I'm not surprised I came uninvited, am I?" Sister Liang said with a smile, her gaze fixed squarely on Jiang Shi. "Are you Sister Liang? Did you receive the dried meat I asked someone to bring you?" Jiang Shi guessed their intentions. She had asked Su Tao to take the small bag of dried meat to show Sister Liang that the value of working with her far outweighed the cost of being her enemy. Even if she had killed the psychic named Ma, avenging him was something she should consider carefully. As soon as the sky cleared, they arrived, and their attitude was quite good. "I got it. I like it very much. And your special gift, it's very useful. Thank you." Sister Liang laughed openly, and gave Su Tao a coquettish look, clearly pleased with his performance these past few nights. Su Tao's handsome face flushed slightly. How could he say such a thing in front of so many people? A flicker of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the other 3 equally handsome men, which Jiang Shi keenly noticed. "Come in and sit down." She lifted the barrier on the door. Chapter 110. The snow didn't pour in. The wolf dog, possessing the power of gravity, dug chunks of the thick snow at the doorway and moved them far away, quickly clearing a path to the White House. The power of gravity can alter the natural force of gravity on people and objects, causing them to levitate or fall. The 5 of them entered the White House's dining room and surveyed it. Seeing the spaciousness, orderliness, and comfortable temperature of the White House, Sister Liang felt a surge of envy. But her expression remained unmoved. "I heard Taozi say you got it pretty good here. I should have come sooner. Oh, and there's a mutant wolf too. Is it a pet?" Sister Liang, unfazed, removed her outer fur coat, revealing her curvaceous figure, and cast a few more glances at the large white wolf. The large white wolf, usually hostile to strangers, actually looked at her with interest and wagged its tail, surprising everyone. Yu Yuhan even received a 10,000-point critical hit on the spot. His pet was actually friendlier to a stranger than him. He didn't want to live anymore. Su Tao skillfully took Sister Liang's fur coat, as attentive as a devoted boyfriend. Hao Ming's matter was a pure misunderstanding. "If I had known he was so reckless, I wouldn't have agreed to let him come to you." As if the incident had never happened, Sister Liang withdrew her gaze, sat across from Jiang Shi, and smiled. "Don't worry, I call you sister, I hope you don't mind. I came here to apologize to you." Jiang Shi knew that the other party certainly wouldn't travel all this way just to apologize. Following her words, she said, "Sister Liang, you're too polite. Since it was a misunderstanding, how could I take offense? Besides, I already taught Jiang Haoming and those people a lesson. There won't be any more unpleasantness. Can someone who's dead turn into a ghost and seek revenge on her?" Sister Liang smiled. "That's straightforward. Sister Jiang, I just like your personality. My name is Liang Jinwei. I'm 45. You can just call me Sister Liang. What about you?" Jiang Shi looked at her beautiful face and wished he could be as youthful at that age. "I'm almost 21. What an enviable age. When I was your age, I knew nothing. Unlike you, you have so many people around you, including a superpowered person. This White House is truly precious. It really brings honor to us women. Sister Liang. You're joking. Sister Liang smoothed her hair, glanced at Su Tao, and said with a smile, Sister Jiang, my boyfriend isn't a mean-spirited man, he's an honest man. Thank you for letting him go. I remember this favor. She then took out a black velvet bag and placed it in front of Jiangxi. She gestured to the three men beside her, saying, This is a thank you gift. Please accept it, sister. Besides, these three are my people too. Xiao Gu introduced them to Miss Jiang. As soon as she finished speaking, three handsome men, each over 1.8 meters tall, saluted Jiangxi in unison. Greetings, Miss Jiang. Their movements were a coordinated, 90-degree bow, catching Jiangxi off guard and nearly making her jump. Even Liu and the others, who were farther away, stared wide-eyed. What's going on? The handsome, wolf-like man who had been holding Sister Liang's arm spoke first. I'm Gu Zi, 23 years old. My superpower is gravity. Miss Jiang, please give me your guidance. The other man wearing glasses beside him immediately followed up. My name is Yuhan, 24 years old. My superpower is domain. Miss Jiang, please give me your guidance. The last handsome man, with a stern expression and a side-parted hairstyle, spoke in the deepest, most captivating voice. My name is Yu Zhou, I'm 22 years old. My superpower is air bombs. Please take care of me, Miss Jiang. Everyone's mind exploded. This is clearly the same old male host tricks from nightclubs. Sister Liang is really adventurous, always bringing handsome men with her. Not only are they all outstanding, with youthful faces and good figures, their six-pack abs visible even without undressing, but they're also superpowered. They really know how to enjoy themselves. I wonder where she found them. The little wolf dog with the gravity superpower is responsible for making everyone levitate, allowing them to move without touching the snow. And the bespectacled domain man can create an air ball to block out the gray fog and snow. The last base-speaking man's superpower is air bombs, which can be used as a precautionary measure to kill enemies from a distance. Sister Liang truly doesn't keep useless people around her. Jiangxi's mind even conjured up images of Sister Liang surrounded by four beauties, indulging in passionate revelry and reveling every night. OMG, how many possibilities could she have? Her heart was pounding, her face nearly flushed, and she quickly pushed these chaotic images out of her mind. Jiangxi finally understood. Sister Liang was a practical woman who appreciated pleasure. With a dry laugh, as a way of responding to the three of them, she picked up the black velvet bag in front of her and, without even opening it, pulled out the mutant beast cores. A crisp sound, no fewer than 100. I know you need the cores. Is this enough to express my apology? Sister Liang said with a smile. I told you I'm not angry with you, Sister Liang, so why should I apologize? But I really do need the cores, so I be frank with you. Thank you. Jiangxi didn't care whether she was sincere or not. Since she had given it to her, there was no reason to return it. And she knew Sister Liang's true intentions. She went to the kitchen and brought some food, assorted dried meats, peach jelly, and datura juice, upon the table, chatting casually with Sister Liang as if entertaining a guest. Sister Liang spoke of her past, the current state of City C, the various factions she knew about, and even mentioned the Xiao family. A while ago, Xiao Yanxian wanted to collaborate with me, and even offered me room in White House 1027, but I declined. They call it collaboration, but isn't it just a way to control me? Do you really think I can't see that? She looked at Jiangxi with a half-smile and said, If we really want to collaborate, I definitely choose you. Jiangxi frowned slightly. Xiao Yanxian, is he Xiao Ziyu's brother? Sister Liang's expression grew more serious. Yes, he went to Cydia recently. It seems like something important happened, but he didn't tell me. I don't know if he's back. Xiao Yanxian had gone to meet Du Qichong to confirm the feasibility of the plan to transform ordinary people into superpowers. It had been so long, and Jiangxi believed they had some understanding of the situation, but she didn't need to ask, as it would seem overly concerned. Without continuing the conversation, Jiangxi asked, Since Sister Liang understands what I mean, how would you like to work with me? Sister Liang's eyes narrowed. Sister, I know you're capable, and it's definitely more than what you're showing right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here in such a hurry. Let's be frank. I do want to work with you, and it's a long-term partnership. If you agree, I can offer you a world of wealth. Jiangxi was straightforward, and she appreciated this kind of straightforwardness. But her words were too exaggerated. Jiangxi wasn't buying into such flattery. What do you mean, Sister Liang? The gorgeous woman suddenly became serious, radiating an indescribable aura. She extended her finger, and waved it gently. Su Tao and the other four immediately understood and stepped away. She glanced at Liu and the others. Although Jiangxi didn't say anything, they were also intimidated by her gaze, and tactfully turned their heads away. Sister Liang then curled her lips, lowered her voice, leaned forward, stretched her swan-like neck, and said in a voice only Jiangxi could hear, "Jiang sister, let me ask you, have you thought about 10 years from now?" Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned confusion. "So long? Why would you want to come? What about 20, 30, 50 years from now?" Chapter 111. Sister Liang looked at Jiangxi meaningfully. "Sister, while you may not have to worry about food and shelter, you definitely need other supplies, right? You're still young, and you could easily live into your 80s or 90s. Do you really want to live your whole life by exchanging supplies? Can you guarantee that the supplies left in City C will still be usable in another 20 or 30 years? Although the Great Fog erupted and the world became apocalyptic, we can't retreat to the agricultural age. Those manufacturing plants, gas stations, and various other facilities. Humans can't afford to give them up. Everyone needs supplies, and human society will surely restore a certain level of order in the future. I already know some forces are recruiting. If you don't seize resources quickly and take control of them, by the time most people have recovered, you'll be completely overwhelmed, with no chance of recovery, even if you're a psychic." Jiangxi's heart sank. Her past life experiences had made her consider this long ago, but her forces were limited, lacking both manpower and supplies, so she could only take it one step at a time. No one had ever mentioned their vision for the future to Jiangxi, and many people didn't even believe that social order could be restored. Because the Grey Fog was too terrifying, and the giant mutant beasts were even more formidable, everyone lived in constant fear, and simply surviving was a luxury. But after 28 years in his previous life, Jiangxi knew that within 5 years at most of the White House owners would upgrade their White Houses into safe havens suitable for tens of thousands of people. They would absorb a large number of people, including those with special abilities and ordinary people, and have them live in the White Houses and take on various tasks. The White Houses of the future would be safe fortresses, emerging cities, rising above the Grey Fog and perilous lands. Countless people yearned to live in the White Houses, willingly accepting even the thought of being slavishly exploited by the consortium. Although the outside world was destroyed by the Grey Fog, the existence of the White House offered hope. But Jiangxi knew that many who entered the White House continued to suffer, some even committing suicide. Even those with special abilities weren't immune. Only a select few, those at the top of their powers, and whose roles were irreplaceable, fared better. Ordinary psychics and ordinary people not only had to go out daily to fight mutant beasts, mine, and gather, but were also punished if they failed to complete their tasks. Even many women were abused by the White House's owners and managers. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. This statement applies at all times. To live is merely to prolong one's life in a different place. This is the state of most White Houses controlled by consortiums. So Jiangxi sought to upgrade her White House 139. Whether motivated by a desire for a better life or by her lingering moral compass, she hoped that White House 139 would remain true to its original purpose and become a normal, orderly, and stable place, rather than the notorious vampire houses of her past. She didn't want to be a saint, unconditionally helping everyone. In her previous life, when she was most miserable and on the verge of collapse, she had longed for someone to rescue her, to take her away from the dark environment of exploitation, slavery, and corporal punishment. But nothing happened. Until her death. Having experienced darkness, she understood its horror, and she wanted to do her best to bring hope to those around her who deserved it. Sister Liang's sudden mention of the future sparked a lot of thoughts for Jiangxi. When she didn't speak, Sister Liang assumed she was confused and had never considered such things. She continued, "I know the White House can be upgraded and expanded, but I awakened my powers too late, so I haven't been able to occupy one. Sister, I have something to tell you from the bottom of my heart. Once your White House is large enough, you must develop your own workshop, recruit staff, and produce various supplies so you don't have to bow to others. 5 years, 10 years. Gradually develop it into various factories and become self-sufficient. Even though it's the end of the world now, we can still live like we once did, don't you agree?" Jiangxi nodded. "Yes, Sister Liang, you make sense." Seeing that she finally responded, Sister Liang smiled, her face full of teachableness. "I can provide you with some resources, Sister Jiang. I don't know if you know me, but my father's company, the equipment and raw materials are still there. I can show you. I also have people you can use. I have 9 people with special abilities." "Really?" Jiangxi smiled shyly. Then wouldn't I be taking advantage of you, Sister Liang? Sister Liang looked at her with a flickering gaze. Of course, I do have a small request. After this partnership, I want to bring my people and live in your White House, providing safe shelter and special food. I'm sure you agree to this, sister? Together, we can recruit more people, and we definitely live better than most people. She was beaming, her words logical and reasonable, and the plan was mutually beneficial. There wasn't a single problem. If Jiangxi hadn't had her past life experiences and been less cunning, she might have been swayed by the rosy future Sister Liang envisioned. She impulsively agreed to cooperate, only to be slowly brainwashed and potentially even ceding control of the White House to her. If she had a darker vision, she might even have lost her White House to Sister Liang. This was Jiangxi's worst-case scenario, but it wasn't impossible. She didn't know Sister Liang well, and she was always wary of those who were overly enthusiastic right from the start. Even after working with Lu Yuan for so long, she wouldn't trust him unconditionally, assuming he had no ulterior motives. And what about Sister Liang, whom she had only just met today? But Jiangxi could see that Sister Liang was no ordinary woman. Besides her male chauvinism, she seemed courageous and far-sighted. She even spoke frankly and honestly with her from the start, reminding her to think long-term, which had warmed her somewhat. She didn't know who she had collaborated with in her previous life, and what the outcome was. Jiangxi had her own ideas. Even if Sister Liang was sincere in her cooperation, everything had to follow her steps and plans. She excelled at creating various special effect delicacies. If she were to run other businesses, making clothes, paper, weapons, tools, oil fields, researching mutant beasts, these would only consume a great deal of her time and energy. Therefore, Jiangxi initially recruited people with special abilities and talents, such as Huang Yuanjun and Yuhan, to perform various tasks for her, while she provided a safe environment and food. She only needed to manage the top management, which would still allow her to access various resources, making it much more convenient than doing everything herself. Sister Liang was merely one of the employees she wanted to recruit. She would only formally collaborate with her once she was convinced of her character and the resources she possessed. Only after the White House was upgraded would she consider allowing Sister Liang and her team to move in. Well, if I have a chance, Sister Liang, I go take a look at your equipment and materials. Since this is a collaboration, there's no need to rush. Jiangxi stood up and said, since Sister Liang is visiting, I let you taste my cooking. Let's eat before you leave. This was also one of Sister Liang's goals. She said expectantly, great. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. I'm really looking forward to your feast, sister. Given the bag of crystal cores Sister Liang had given her, Jiangxi wasn't stingy. She asked Sister Liang to sit down first, leaving Li Yu and Qin Jidong to greet them, while she took Zhongli and Zhang Xian into the kitchen. Adding Yuhan and Jiyu, and the large white wolf scurrying about, the atmosphere wasn't so dull without her, the host. An hour later, a table full of dishes was served. Chapter 112. Jiangxi didn't need to make any special preparations. The colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes already amazed Sister Liang and the other three. When he mentioned the special effects, she was even more determined to work with Jiangxi. After the meal, they chatted for a while. Sister Liang took out another bag of mutant beast cores and exchanged them for a large amount of food. All of them were D-level or higher, 70 or 80 in total. Jiangxi secretly praised her as a wealthy person and readily exchanged them for Sister Liang's woven bag of corn kernels, 500 kilograms of dried mutant man-eating cauliflower, 100 kilograms of snake meat, and a few simply processed dried mutant beasts. Sister Liang was very satisfied and pulled Jiangxi aside before leaving. Holding her arm, she smiled charmingly. Sister Jiang, I'm so happy to meet you today. Anyway, I have no use for the crystal core, so I'd rather give it to you than anyone else. I have something. Could you give me some more? Jiangxi looked at her. What is it? If it's not rare, she could give some to Sister Liang. It's that thing, the one Taozi brought back last time. Sister Liang blinked, her smile incredibly ambiguous. Sister, your stuff is good, but it's too little. I only enjoyed it for a few nights, and it's gone. I must feel so indebted. There are still a few you haven't had, and you're throwing a tantrum at me, saying you don't have the chance to serve me. Jiangxi blushed. A bit embarrassed again. It turned out that Sister Liang was really impressed by the mutant sparrow wax and wanted more. She was too embarrassed to ask about Sister Liang's personal affairs, but she couldn't contain her curiosity. She glanced at Su Tao and the other three and whispered, Sister Liang, are they all yours? Why not? Men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women can't have many. Sister Liang flicked her hair and said, I never force anything. They all come with me of their own free will. Besides, I can give them what they want, and I'm not bad either, so how are they at a disadvantage? She patted Jiangxi's hand and smiled. Sister Jiang, if you weren't so young, I'd be tempted to introduce you to a few. Don't worry, if I find a suitable, clean one later, I keep it for you. Jiangxi was frightened and quickly scrambled away from Sister Liang's enthusiastic hand. Forget it, I don't need this. How could she have the heart to think about such things? She had no interest in men, they were even more useful than Xiaoguai. Jiangxi hurried to the warehouse. She had been worried about not being able to sell the dried mutated sparrows, but now she could give it all to Sister Liang, letting her enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. She gave Sister Liang all the rest, 5 in total, weighing over 8 kilograms. Thank you so much, sister. I love you so much. I come visit you again next time. Sister Liang was very satisfied. She blew Jiangxi a kiss before leaving with her 4 male favorites. As soon as she left, the white room erupted in a commotion. Everyone could no longer contain their raging gossip, and they all started discussing Sister Liang and her 4 male favorites. Goodness! This woman is so bold. She actually has so many male favorites. How can she handle it? And they're willing to do it too. Shame on them. They're not manly at all. Qin Jidong smacked his lips and glared. He simply couldn't accept it. The age difference is so huge. Ji Yeyu blushed, then stared at Ji Qiuqi and said, Brother, you can't be like this. If you find me a sister-in-law 20 years older than me, I won't recognize you. Ji Qiuqi was embarrassed. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Yuhan kept clicking his tongue. This is truly eye-opening. I thought that woman with a bunch of gigolos was old and ugly, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Boss, you're not tempted, are you? His subordinate Qin Xiaohua said with an exaggerated laugh. Go away. I'm not interested in women. Huang Yuanjun was the most surprised. In his impression, Sister Liang was not bad-looking, but she was older after all. Unexpectedly, after the gray fog erupted, she seemed like a completely different person. Not only was she charming, but she was also so bold and uninhibited, surrounded by men. He couldn't appreciate that, anyway. He still preferred women like his wife, gentle, considerate, and devoted. Jiangxi waved her hand, signaling everyone to stop. Stop talking. That's their private matter, none of our business. Although Sister Liang isn't particular about small matters, you can indulge in your curiosity privately, but make sure she doesn't overhear. She might even collaborate with us in the future. Li Yu's expression grew serious. Jiang, what did you just say? They were far away, and hadn't deliberately eavesdropped, so they had no idea what Sister Liang and Jiangxi had discussed. It was about a collaboration. She mentioned something. I think it's possible, but I need to observe. Jiangxi felt she should go out, not just to visit Sister Liang, but also to the botanical garden. There were a wide variety of plants there, including many rare mutants that could bring her special abilities into play. She needed to improve herself to gain more life-saving abilities. Jiangxi returned to her room and pondered. What ingredients in her past life could significantly enhance her abilities, even if her special abilities couldn't be used in combat? As long as she strengthened them to their full potential, it would be almost as if she had awakened them. Names of mutant plants and the benefits of mutant beast meat flashed through her mind. Jiangxi wrote down the ones she found useful on paper, and even drew their appearances. Even if she couldn't find them, she could post a commission and ask others to help find them, and she would just pay them. That's right. Suddenly, a name popped into her mind. Mutated yellow vine. It has a beautiful appearance, but it's rarely seen in the wild. Most are cultivated and used for ornamental purposes. The mutant fruit and trunk contain a white milky sap, which is poisonous to ordinary people and causes itching. But in her previous life, Jiangxi had made it, and the fruit could be made not only into dried fruit, but also into jam. After the poison was removed through her special abilities, the fruit could be eaten raw, and it tasted delicious. The special effect of this milky sap is that it can greatly enhance perception. Those with strong perception can detect danger around them, akin to a sixth sense. This ability is invaluable to everyone, providing timely warnings and preventing harm from mutant beasts. There's also a mutant bird called the yellow vine bird, which enjoys pecking at yellow vine fruit. Eating its eggs can improve vision tenfold. This isn't just about improving vision distance. It also improves light perception, the breadth of vision, clarity, color discrimination, and night vision, all key areas Jiangxi wants to enhance. If she has a suitable weapon, combined with her already enhanced strength, speed, and stamina, she could surpass 90% of humans. Although the snow is everywhere outside, making travel difficult, the mutant beasts are relatively rare, making the danger much less severe. It's worth a try. Thinking of this, Jiangxi walked to her desk and placed her hands on it. The star map lit up. Ask Lu Yuan if he's free. After a moment's deliberation, she sent a connection request to White Room 458. Chapter 113. Soon, Lu Yuan's voice echoed in her mind. Jiangxi asked him if he was free soon. She wanted to go to the botanical garden, as he was more familiar with it. If he could help lead the way and protect her, she would be willing to pay. Lu Yuan paused. What are you looking for? I can bring it back for you. No, I want to go there myself. Besides finding the mutant yellow vine tree, I also want to collect some fruits and seeds from the mutant plants. I know for sure after seeing them. Of course, if it's not convenient for you. Why not? You decide on a day to go, and I plan a safer route. Jiangxi smiled at his ready agreement and described the mutant yellow vine tree. Let's set the date for the next sunny day. But I also like to bring some people with me. Do you think it's convenient for you to come pick us up? At this point, she felt a little embarrassed. What a lot of requests. Lu Yuan didn't mind. Okay, then, go ahead and get ready. I bring Zhengling, and you can bring 2 more people. Okay, thank you. Jiangxi happily ended the call. Leaving the room, she told everyone the news and asked who would be willing to go with her. 2 people are allowed. Ji Yayu tilted her head and smiled. Sister Jiang, of course I'm indispensable. The botanical garden is perfect for my wood-based abilities. After their previous experience, Ji Qiuqi wouldn't stop his sister. But his spatial abilities weren't suited to combat, so he thought for a moment and didn't speak. Jiangxi also hoped that Ji Yayu would accompany her, but the botanical garden was dangerous after all. If Xiaoyu wanted to stay in the White Room, she wouldn't force it. Now that she had offered, Jiangxi was filled with joy and gratitude. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's already gone, so why should I be left out? Liu also hurriedly said, I didn't go last time, but this time I have to go with you, Jiang. I have to protect you. Wang Yuanjun also wanted to go. He knew that his friendship with Jiangxi wasn't as close as Liu and the others, so he had to play his part. Only by demonstrating his abilities and value could the relationship become stronger. Without waiting for Jiangxi to reply, Yu Yuhan said, Boss Jiang, let me be one too. I can't just live and eat for free. My beast-controlling abilities are certainly useful. As for Zhengli, Zhou Shasha, and the rest of the crowd, they didn't dare speak rashly. This was no easy task. Without their abilities, they were better off not participating. It would be better for them to stay put in the White Room. Unexpectedly, everyone was so enthusiastic. Jiangxi said, but I can only take 2 people. Let's put it this way. Xiaoyu and Yudu, your abilities are more suitable. Yu, Wang Ge, Qiuqi, and the others will stay home and help me guard the White House. Liu felt very sorry, but had to give up. The next day, it was cloudy. Jiangxi and the others continued to wait, making more preparations. They brought various temporary amplification foods and healing syrups, as well as weapons and tools. After completing all the preparations, each person packed a backpack and patiently waited for the sky to clear. The 3rd day was finally another sunny day. It was only 9:30 when Lu Yuan arrived in his car. It was the same blue SUV, but it had been modified. Not only were the wheels equipped with tracks, allowing for precise control of both straight and turning, making snowy terrain as smooth as flat ground. The engine was also more powerful. Furthermore, the interior had been renovated, making it much more spacious and able to accommodate more items. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. With Captain Lu and I here, safety is basically guaranteed. Zhengling greeted Jiangxi with a smile as she stepped out of the car. She had a strong liking for Jiangxi. If it weren't for her special food, her abilities and physical fitness wouldn't have improved so quickly, and people on the team might have starved to death. Now that Jiangxi wanted to go to the botanical garden, she naturally had to help protect her. Even if Captain Lu hadn't asked, she would have gone. Jiangxi smiled and nodded. I'm sorry to bother you today. I take care of all the food for the trip. Sister Zheng, you and Lu Yuan can eat first. She handed over a bag of mixed dried meat. It can temporarily enhance strength, vision, hearing, stamina, and other aspects, raising physical fitness to the highest level. Zhengling declined several times before finally accepting it. Although Captain Lu had prepared it, the jerky was delicious. How many people could resist such a delicious treat? Lu Yuan walked over to Jiangxi and handed her a bag of D-grade crystal cores, saying calmly, take this. I really don't know what else to give you. Since you need crystal cores, this is all I can give you. Ah, for me? Why? Jiangxi was confused by his actions. Why would he give her a crystal core out of the blue? Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Thank you. Last time, after drinking your flower tea, my potential was activated on the way back. Giving you just a music box wasn't enough, so I prepared these crystal cores, 100D grade ones, as a small token of my appreciation. Facing Jiangxi's surprised look, he told her about what happened that day. Jiangxi finally realized the depth of his danger. Surely, such a colossus existed in City C. Thank goodness. I never thought your powers would become this powerful after your latent power was activated. Jiangxi was also happy for him. Lu Yuan's power had just advanced, and he could transform his entire body into metal, and even turn himself into liquefied metal. The entire life form has changed. This is an ability only attainable when a superpower reaches perfection. She wondered what Lu Yuan would become after his power reached another breakthrough. She became increasingly aware of the miraculous properties of the Adumbra flower. She'd pick some more this time if she had the chance. Ji Yeyu smiled and greeted Zheng Ling. Why aren't you bringing Brother Lin? He's definitely clamoring to go, right? Xiaoyu, you know him well. Zheng Ling smiled and said, that kid is clamoring to go, but he has a fire-type superpower, which is greatly weakened by the icy and snowy environment, and he's also very nervous. If he hadn't been so careless last time, how could we have attracted a group of mutant monkeys chasing us? Captain Lu simply didn't let him go. The car wasn't big enough anyway. Jiangxi went inside to put the crystal core away, then told Liu and the rest of the group that the White House restaurant would be closed while they were gone. Since few people were coming anyway, it would have avoided any accidents. Just as they were about to close the white room, a large white wolf suddenly burst out, leaping onto the roof of the SUV and whining at Jiangxi. The wolf wants to go too. Little cutie, you're afraid of the cold, why are you following us? Go back. Woo woo woo. I won't listen, I won't listen. The wolf wants to go. The large white wolf wagged its tail at Jiangxi and bared its teeth at Yuhan. You bastard, put in a good word for the wolf. Yuhan hadn't been with the large white wolf for a long time and missed it deeply. Boss Jiang, Captain Lu, why don't you let Bai Song go? He'd be obedient and will definitely be able to help. Lu Yuan didn't mind, having another pet would help in the battle. But the large white wolf was too big to fit in the car. Seeing Lu Yuan agree, Jiangxi could only say, little darling, if you want to go, get off first and run behind the car. If you lose it and freeze into an ice sculpture, you only have yourself to blame. The big white wolf indeed jumped off and circled the SUV, playing like a dog. Let's go, forget it. Jiangxi said helplessly, closing the white room. After getting in the car, Zheng Ling sat in the front passenger seat, while Jiangxi and the other two sat in the back. The modified car was indeed smooth and fast, sending snowflakes flying to the sides, but the noise was quiet. The big white wolf's speed reached its limit, sometimes darting in front of the car, sometimes chasing behind it. It was like a wild horse running free. Chapter 114. In the white room of room 1027, a heavy atmosphere reigned. A middle-aged man sat on a leather sofa, his expression grim as he gazed at the unconscious man on the bed. After finally completing the examination, Xiao Ziyu immediately asked, Master Wang, how is my brother? Will he recover? No one could have imagined that Xiao Yanxian, the eldest son of the Xiao family, would be attacked by a mutated poisonous spider called the Black Widow on his way back from his seemingly successful inspection trip to City A. Even with 2 psychics and over a dozen subordinates, he was caught off guard. The mutated Black Widow entered the car and bit Xiao Yanxuan's right leg. The venom had taken effect extremely quickly. If he hadn't taken prompt action and brought along healing and detoxifying food, he would have died on the spot. By the time he hurried back to City C, Xiao Yanxian had already fallen into a coma, his bitten right leg swollen and shiny black. Xiao Buxiong, the head of the Xiao family, immediately assigned the newly hired pharmacist, Wang Fu, to prescribe medication for his son's treatment. Wang Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face solemn. He pondered for a moment before speaking, Mr. Xiao, if you have the herbs, I can guarantee a cure for young Master Xiao. But spiders like the Black Widow are already extremely toxic, and now that they mutated, ordinary antidotes are useless. Just tell me, can you save my son? The middle-aged man slapped the sofa hard, interrupting him. Wang Fu's heart trembled, and he had to say, without the mutated lobila and the mutated Paris polyphylla, I can't make the medicine. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. The limb must be amputated immediately, Otherwise the poison will spread and young Master Xiao's life will be in danger. Xiao Buxiong angrily shouted, "Waste! What use are you two? Get out!" He turned to stare at his second son, and said anxiously, "Ziyu, go to White House 139 right now, quick! Only that girl can save your brother now." When Xiao Ziyu finally arrived at the White House restaurant, he found the door closed. Why wouldn't it be open when the weather cleared? Sensing something was amiss, he got out of the car and frantically pounded on the wall outside the White House. Boss Jiang, open the door. I'm Xiao Ziyu, I need you urgently." But after pounding for a long time, the door still didn't open. "Didn't Boss Jiang hear you? Young Master Xiao, you need to shout louder." Duan Hong also rushed over and pounded hard on the front of the White House, shouting, "Boss Jiang, open the door. We have an emergency. Help." No matter how they shouted, there was no sound from inside the White House. Jiangxi blocked out the sounds outside the White House, so even if Ji Qiuqi and the others were inside, they couldn't hear a thing. The group had just finished their day's exercise, and were chatting about what they might gain upon Jiangxi and the others' return. Little did they know Xiao Ziyu was already frantic with anxiety. After shouting for over half an hour, Xiao Ziyu was certain the door to the White House wouldn't open. Unable to obtain the antidote, he didn't dare leave, and could only get back into the car and wait, feeling distraught. Lu Yuan drove all the way to the botanical garden. The navigation system was useless. While it could still communicate with the satellite, it was intermittent. Furthermore, the terrain had completely changed, with obstacles everywhere. Driving was reliant on memory and experience. The heavy snowfall of several days had buried most of the weeds, but it made the trees appear tall and majestic, like a vast snowfield. Jiangxi gazed at the long-lost outdoor scenery, feeling both exhilarated and alert, constantly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Tired of running, the big white wolf hopped onto the car's roof to rest for a moment. Once rested, he disembarked and continued running. Ahead, shattered high-rise buildings began to appear. The SUV entered the city, weaving through the streets. The city lay in ruins, dilapidated in just 2 months. The snow was stomped with a chaotic mess of footprints, mostly human, but some large paw prints from mutant beasts were also visible. Ruined buildings passed by Jiangxi. Even without seeing them with her own eyes, she knew that beneath a thick layer of snow lay countless corpses. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her. A woman, lightly dressed, holding a child, stood in the middle of the road. Her face was livid from the cold, her eyes were panic-stricken, and her whole body was trembling with cold, but she still held the child and remained motionless in the face of the oncoming SUV, seemingly frozen in fear. "Someone!" Ji shouted. Jiangxi shook her hand, silent. She saw that the woman had been pushed out by a man. The man was hiding behind the snow-covered ruins, deliberately letting the woman and child come out to stop traffic so he could beg. She had seen this happen many times in her past life, but she didn't know what Lu Yuan would do. Just as he was about to hit the woman and child, Lu Yuan swerved, his treads kicking up a cloud of snow that sprayed them all over and in their faces, and he drove straight past. The man rushed out, staring at the receding car and cursing. Suddenly, a white shadow rushed over, catching the man off guard and knocking him to the ground. When he saw it was a giant white mutant wolf, he screamed in fear. The wolf bit his throat open, blood dripping from its teeth. The woman beside him, pale with fear, fell to the ground, holding the child. She retreated desperately protecting the child. The great white wolf approached, blood dripping from its sharp fangs onto the snow. Suddenly, it glanced forward. The SUV was almost out of sight. The wolf howled, leaped forward, and pursued it, leaving the woman, still trembling, to her feet and flee. This happened many times along the way. Many people, hearing the roar of car engines, came out in groups to rob, only to be killed by Lu Yuan's direct assault or blasted to death by Zungling's lightning bolts. 17 or 18 more lives had already been lost before they even reached the botanical garden. Jiangxi had long since grown accustomed to it, and Yu Yuhan hadn't reacted. Jiyu didn't say anything else. She was much bolder than before. The last time she followed Lu Yuan to the botanical garden, she had killed many along the way. She had fully grasped the chaotic nature of the world today. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the botanical garden. The former gate had long since vanished, leaving behind only lush vegetation, like a tropical jungle suddenly enveloped by snow. Most of the plants were lush and green, yet blanketed by the snow, the landscape was vast and tranquil, its depths unknown. Lu Yuan parked the car, and everyone got out, their bags on their backs. Inside is the botanical garden. Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. He locked the car and gazed ahead. It's huge here, and there are many areas I haven't been to. Because there are so many plants, there are also many different types of mutant beasts. Everyone, be careful. Eat the amplified meat first. Once inside, follow me, keep a 2-meter distance, and don't make any noise. Jiangxi took out the dried meat and shared it with everyone. Zhengling rested her hand on the hood of the car while chewing the dried meat. A flash of light flashed by, quickly disappearing. She smiled and said, I created an ark. Anyone who touches the car will get shocked. This way, we don't have to worry about people stealing it. 5 minutes later, everyone finished their jerky, tied their trouser legs with plastic bags to prevent snow from seeping in, and followed Lu Yuan inside. Ji Yu was next, followed by Jiangxi, De Bailang, Yuhan, and finally Zhengling. Chapter 115. Rustle. Rustle. The branches swayed gently, as if blown by the wind. The falling snow muffled the sound of footsteps. This was Ji Yu exercising her supernatural power, allowing her to sense conditions within a 50-meter radius through plants. The great white wolf tread lightly on the snow. Despite its enormous size, it left only shallow paw prints. It followed Jiangxi quietly and alertly. After walking just over 100 meters, Jiangxi spotted clusters of red fruit, shrouded in snow-covered leaves, incredibly vibrant. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes, signaling him to stop. The botanical garden was indeed full of goodies. I discovered them right after entering. This was the goat's milk fruit. Originally ripened in March or April, but the gray fog had forced it to mature earlier. After the mutation, it was the size of a walnut, still bright red, and tasted sweet and sour. But eating it would cause intestinal cramps, followed by diarrhea, and death from dehydration after several days of diarrhea. Lu Yuan looked around, seeing nothing unusual. Everyone went forward to pick the fruit, with Zhengling on guard. The mutated goat's milk fruit was an alluring bright red, like rubies. Jiangxi's palm glowed green. After removing the poison from one fruit, she placed it in Ji Yu's mouth, saying, "Try it." Ji Yu took a bite, her eyes narrowing with happiness. "So sweet, Sister Jiang. It's much better than an apple, sweet and juicy, with a hint of tartness, and far superior to many other fruits." Jiangxi picked 3 more, and handed them to Yu Yuan. Zhengling and Lu Yuan tasted them before starting to pick, and put them in their pockets. With Ji Yu and Yu Yuan's help, they had picked 2 large bags in just over 10 minutes, totaling nearly 7 or 8 kilograms. There were still many goodies inside, so Jiangxi wasn't greedy. The 3 of them, each carrying their own fruits, prepared to continue on their way. The big white wolf blocked Jiangxi's path, its dark eyes gleaming, its mouth wide open. Jiangxi understood its meaning, shook her head helplessly, and picked a few more mutant goat's milk fruits to feed the big white wolf. Ah! After swallowing them whole, the big white wolf's eyes rolled. The taste was a bit strange. It wasn't like meat, but rather delicious. The big white wolf stretched its neck and bit off 2 more. Chewing and chewing. Pa, why are they so sour? Could it be the same variety the hostess picked? Seeing that the others had already left, the big white wolf didn't have time to think and hurried forward. From the moment Jiangxi entered the garden, the entire journey was a feast for the eyes. There were so many different plant species here that she simply couldn't take it all in. After her potential was activated, she could see any plant and understand its function. Some tree barks could be tapped for rubber, made into cloth and paper. Some flowers and rhizomes could be used to make medicine and poison, and some could even be refined into oil. She took out a pen and paper to record everything, lest she forget everything later due to the sheer number of varieties. Only when she came across something edible, with potent properties, and seeds easy to collect did Jiangxi ask everyone to help gather. 2 hours later, everyone's backpacks had 7 or 8 more fruits and seeds of various kinds. The bright red mutant pyracantha fruit and crabapple fruit were still fresh, while the purple wild grapes had dried, with bunches of raisins hanging from the vines. She also picked a good number of mutant ginkgo nuts, and discovered several lychee and osmanthus trees. Though the fruit was gone, Jiangxi had cut a few branches to take back for cuttings. She regretted Ji Qiuqi's absence. Otherwise, his space could hold much more, and weight wouldn't matter. But this time, safety was paramount, harvesting second. Once everyone got familiar with the area and their physiques were strengthened, Ji Qiuqi's space would be expanded again. A few months later, they returned for a major cleanup. Although the weather was freezing, and everyone's feet were covered in snow, their physical enhancements had provided little discomfort. On the way, they encountered 2 lone mutant macaques, and Yuhan immediately took control of them. With these 2 pets, they learned the location of nearby mutant monkey groups and avoided danger in time. At this moment, Ji Yeyu looked behind her in the distance. What's wrong? Jiangxi became alert. Are there any mutants? Ji Yeyu shook her head. Not mutants. Sister Jiang, Captain Lu, it seems we're being targeted. They've been following us for over half an hour, about 40 to 50 meters away, just within her range of perception. At first, she assumed someone, like them, had come to the botanical garden to hunt. It wasn't until they'd been lingering behind her for a long time that she was certain. Lu Yuan's expression was indifferent. If they're coming for us, they're probably trying to rob us. Xiao Yu, have your two pets scare them off. If you can drive them off, fine. Otherwise, be prepared to kill them later. Even those who have awakened their powers lack strong combat abilities, so some groups would rather rob people than deal with ferocious, bloodthirsty mutant beasts. After all, mutant meat isn't tasty, and humans are likely carrying supplies. Yu Yuhan waved his hand, and two mutant macaques, nearly as tall as a man, squeaked and nimbly leaped forward, clinging to the branches. Countless snowflakes fell along the path, and the cries gradually faded. A moment later, screams rang out. The other side seemed unprepared for the sudden appearance of two mutant macaques, momentarily startled, and then gunfire rang out. The sounds of fighting were remarkably clear in the quiet botanical garden. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened as he called for everyone to leave quickly, fearing the noise would attract more mutant beasts. Whether or not those people could handle the two mutant monkeys, they would surely be in trouble. Just 2 minutes after Jiangxi and the others left, a number of figures flashed through the surrounding forest. Mutant macaques leaped toward the sounds of fighting, squeaking in groups, their eyes bloodshot. A mutant leopard, previously sleeping in a tree, awoke and scurried lightly through the trees, having smelled blood. Mutated birds flapped their wings and took flight. The entire pristine jungle seemed to have awakened. Lu Yuan led the others swiftly away, weaving left and right. The big white wolf lagged behind, glancing back excitedly, as if eager to rush in for a fight. But after much hesitation, and with Jiangxi's gentle call, he finally followed. Half an hour later, a 5-story building appeared ahead. The glass door was shattered, but there was no snow inside, and he could still see a number of plants growing. He carefully pushed the door open and said, this was originally the park's cultivation building, dedicated to cultivating and exhibiting rare plants. But last time we were here, a nest of snakes was lurking here. I wonder if they're still there. Ji Yeyu explored for a moment, then pointed to the corridor on the right and whispered, over there, in a room about 30 meters away, there's a large mutant snake. She pointed to the left and saw several more. It seemed the cold weather had left the snakes languid and motionless. Nothing on the second floor, we can go up, Ji Yeyu said. Okay, let's go up there and check. Just as Lu Yuan found the stairs and reached halfway up, he saw two people slumped against the wall on a vine-covered floor. Jiangxi's eyes narrowed. It's unknown how long these two people had been dead. Their bodies were slightly decomposed, but judging by their clothing and hair, they were a man and a woman. But their bodies were covered in clumps of large, white fungi with red threads. It was extremely eerie. Chapter 116. Yu Yuhan almost cried out, oh my god, look at that. How could mushrooms grow on a corpse? His limited knowledge of biology wasn't enough. He felt nauseous, yet he couldn't help but stare. Lu Yuan was relatively calm, merely frowning. Zheng Ling and Ji Yeyu glanced at him, horrified and quickly looking away. The scene was truly horrifying. Only Jiangxi calmly walked over to the two corpses and examined them. It was a saprophytic flesh-eating fungus. It was a mutant fungus whose hyphae were usually buried deep underground. They would only attach and grow on human or animal corpses. It was a valuable resource for poisoners and pharmacists, and a rare find. A corpse infested with saprophytic flesh-eating fungi, even if it appeared intact on the surface, was actually covered in mycelium. These saprophytic flesh-eating fungi were nearing maturity, and would begin to release spores in half a day at most. If they were blown by the wind and landed on a person or animal, they would mutate again, and even those still alive would be parasitized by them. The danger level is C. Xiao Yu, wrap the two bodies with vines, pull them out, and bury them in the snow. Otherwise, the spores will mature and become extremely dangerous, Jiangxi said. Luckily, they discovered them in time. If they had arrived a day later, the entire cultivation building would have been covered in spores. If Lin Muyang were here, setting them on fire would have been the simplest option, but now they can only be buried in snow. The severe cold will slow the growth of the saprophytic flesh-eating bacteria. Once they leave, they can destroy them. Ji Yu activated her supernatural powers, and quickly disposed of the two bodies. A wet trail was left on the ground, but the stench was hard to mask. Everyone went up to the second floor. Just by looking at the first room in the left corridor, they knew that this side was dedicated to cultivating various fungi. Jiye's wood-based abilities were ineffective against fungi, and the mutated fungi were also highly dangerous. Although Jiangxi's abilities protected him from parasites and toxicity, the others couldn't. Wait a minute, I go in and take a look. Jiangxi stopped the others from entering and took a few steps inside. The second incubator resembled a bizarre, grotesque world. The walls were covered in yellow, scallop-like fungi, densely packed together, clearly mutated. The floor, the barely visible shelves, the tables, all covered in a riot of color, a sight that made Jiangxi's scalp tingle. Some resembled giant mushrooms from a fairy tale, their red caps speckled with yellow, towering like trees. Some were fleshy, nestled among green leaves and vines, appearing quite dreamy at first glance. But then Jiangxi spotted a leg. I wonder if someone thought mushrooms were edible, or if they stumbled in by mistake and ultimately died here. Jiangxi took a quick look. The dense, horrifying scene even affected her. It was flesh-eating fungi. A parasitic fungus that feeds exclusively on living flesh and blood. It was extremely dangerous. If a person or animal approached, the fungus would immediately release spores, and even the slightest contact would be fatal. Jiangxi quickly retreated and stood in the corridor, gazing at the darker area ahead. It was definitely more dangerous inside. Even if there was a chance of discovering some precious fungus, she didn't intend to go. Mutated fungi were a unique entity for most ordinary people, and those with special abilities. In a previous life, Jiangxi had heard of several large-scale extinction events caused by mutant fungi. Although a very small number of psychics, such as poison masters, pharmacists, and gourmets like her, could rely on their powers for protection, she preferred not to do so to protect her companions. After we leave, the entire cultivation building must be burned down. Otherwise, the entire botanical garden could be destroyed in 3 years at most. After leaving, Jiangxi explained the situation and the dangers inside. Zhenling's face paled. She wasn't afraid of anything, not even spiders or snakes, but this fungus was terrifying. Okay, we burn it down later. Just get some gasoline in the car and start a fire. Lu Yuan agreed with Jiangxi's decision. It was snowing everywhere outside, so even if gasoline was poured, the fire wouldn't spread. At most, it would only burn down one building. Everyone looked at the corridor to the right. There was no fungus anymore. Most of the cultivation rooms had been visited, and the vast interior was filled with plants. Despite having no electricity to maintain the temperature, they grew incredibly lushly, and even spawned various mutant plants. There were mangled corpses and mutant beasts that had been gnawed to the bone. Lu Yuan took Jiangxi through each of the cultivation rooms, saying, "These are all rare plants, specially cultivated. See if you can find any suitable ones. The mutant yellow vine tree is still up ahead, we go back later." Soon, the second floor was inspected, and nothing was found that Jiangxi was looking for. The same thing happened on the third floor. There were many rare plants, including mutant orchids, roses, and peonies, but Jiangxi needed edible fruit or a staple food. While flowers could be made into syrup, that wasn't her goal. Finally, on the fifth floor, in one of the glass rooms that had once been an open-air greenhouse, she finally found another suitable plant. The entire room was covered in emerald green leaves. Jiangxi walked over to a clump of plants and began digging. "Boss Jiang, you only want the fruit, right? This is all leaves. What are you doing with it?" Yu Yuhan asked curiously. "This is a mutant strawberry. Sister Jiang must have taken it home to plant." Ji Yi's wood-based ability allowed her to recognize this plant, which had only leaves but no fruit. She didn't know as much as Jiangxi, but she could roughly identify it. Jiangxi, holding a small shovel, dug as she spoke. "Yes, take it home and plant it. The temperature inside the white room can be regulated, so it should grow strawberries." Hearing there were strawberries to eat, the two hurried to help. The big white wolf paced nearby, greedily taking a bite of a leaf. He chewed it for a while, but it didn't taste good, so he spat it out. After digging more than 10 plants, Jiangxi stood up, satisfied. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lu Yuan standing by the window, staring outside without moving. "What's wrong?" she asked, walking over. Lu Yuan gestured, and Jiangxi and the others followed his gaze. They spotted several men tinkering with something in the snow on the other side of the training building. Though the trees obscured their view, a mutant beast lay motionless beside them. Jiangxi had just assumed they had killed the beast, and was wondering why he hadn't heard any fighting when the dead beast suddenly began to stir again. It was a mutant elk, which staggered to its feet, its movements somewhat stiff. One of the men slapped the mutant's rump. Startled, it quickly jumped up and disappeared into the woods. They packed a black suitcase, looked around, and quickly left. What are they doing? Jiangxi was puzzled. I don't know. I can't tell. Lu Yuan was also puzzled. Yu Yuan muttered, what are these people doing with a mutant beast? There's definitely something fishy going on. Chapter 117. No one knew. But since the group hadn't made any noise, they didn't bother speculating. Leaving the glass greenhouse, Jiangxi continued to look at the other greenhouses. Some were damaged, while others were in good condition, but they weren't what she needed. Most of the greenhouses bore traces of mutant beasts and humans. Finding no more suitable plants, the group quickly left the cultivation building. After removing the bodies buried in the snow and dragging them back to the first floor, they gathered a large amount of dead branches and piled them in the corridor where the fungi were being cultivated. Lu Yuan poured some gasoline on the ground floor and ignited it. Instantly, the flames blazed fiercely. The precious mutant plants upstairs were also burned. While it was a pity, it was better than the mutant fungus spreading and destroying the entire botanical garden. Everyone quickly left. Let's go! Let's go find the mutant yellow vine. Lu Yuan assessed the direction, and the others followed closely, following their previous steps in an orderly manner. After about 10 minutes of walking, a cloud of snow suddenly landed on Jiangxi's head. At the same time, Jiyu shouted, "Oh no! Mutant beasts are coming!" Then, the entire dense forest shook. Snow rustled, accompanied by an increasingly loud earthquake sound, spreading toward them. 50 meters. 40 meters. Jiyu, sensing the signals transmitted by the plants, said anxiously, "There are a lot of mutant beasts, moving so fast, heading our way." Lu Yuan remained calm and said, "Xiaoyu, rush forward, avoiding the direction of the mutant beasts. Everyone follow. Follow me." Jiyu immediately turned and sprinted southeast. Everyone followed her, accelerating to maximum speed. Although they couldn't run very fast on the snow, the mutant beasts behind them weren't as fast as on flat ground. Relying on the feedback from the plants, Jiyu led the group around, never daring to look back. The rumbling behind them was like thunder, drawing closer and closer. Finally, a large flock of birds overtook Jiangxi and the others, swooping down 10 meters to their left and reaching the front. Some crashed into trees, others plunged headfirst into the snow. Frightened, they lost track of direction. Countless mutant beasts rushed towards them like a tide: mutant deer, mutant horses, pheasants, foxes, even some whose species were indistinguishable. Mutated macaques leaped up and down, frantically fleeing through the snowy forest. Thankfully, Jiangxi and the others had already moved away from the mutant beast's path. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the crossfire. But they still dared not let their guard down. With so many mutant beasts fleeing, there must be even more powerful ones chasing them. The heavy footsteps grew closer. In the distance, several men fled in a panic, weapons in hand, pursued by a giant, snow-white bear, over 10 meters tall. With a single wave of its hand, it could rip through a swath of trees. Its rampage shook the earth and sent snow billowing. Everyone hid behind trees, holding their breath. Calm down. Once the white bear was out of sight, they would be safe. Faced with such a massive mutant, even if they were all psychics, capable of killing many together, no one wanted to engage in a fight with a beast that had clearly reached level B. They hide if they could. Charging head-on was sheer madness. Bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. The fleeing men tried to fire back, hoping to scare it off. The bullets hit the bear, drawing only a trace of blood, like red plum blossoms, and making it roar in pain. Panicked, several men pulled their triggers again, bang, bang, bang. Even when their ammunition ran out, they didn't seriously injure the giant bear, but it completely enraged it. It picked up a huge tree, broke it, and swept forward. With a scream, several men dropped their empty pistols and turned to flee. The 4 men didn't follow a single path, each fleeing in a different direction, parting ways at a crucial moment. The giant bear swept its eyes around, zeroing in on the man who had fired the most shots, and chased after him. The man's face paled with fear, and he cursed inwardly, wishing he had wings. Lu Yuan's face darkened as he saw the man actually running towards them. His hands quickly transformed into silver swords, and he shouted, "Lingzi, get everyone out of the way." Without hesitation, Zheng Ling immediately grabbed Jiangxi and said, "Boss Jiang, let's go." She had only one mission: to protect Jiangxi. Jiangxi didn't act pretentiously, and Zheng Ling protected her as they rushed forward. Every time she lifted her foot, snowflakes flew everywhere, making it even more strenuous than usual. Fortunately, her physical fitness had been enhanced, and her speed and strength far surpassed those of an average person. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had run over 10 meters. Ji Yu and Yu Yuan followed closely behind, hiding at a distance. When Lu Yuan appeared before him, the man was overjoyed and shouted, "Help! Brother, save me!" A wolf howled. The big white wolf didn't run, but roared defiantly at the giant bear, its long fur bristling and its eyes bloodshot. The man slammed on the brakes, his face darkening. The big white wolf ignored him, staring at the giant bear with a fierce gaze. Lu Yuan's hands transformed into swords, flashing with cold light. He, too, looked alert, constantly adjusting his attack angle. The man was trapped, daring neither to retreat nor to charge. Finally, at the giant bear's roar, he chose to flee towards Lu Yuan. Just as he moved, the giant bear waved its hand, sending a massive tree trunk careening towards him. Bang! The man was struck in the back and sent flying. The tree trunk, with a whistling sound, continued to crash towards Lu Yuan. He swung his two swords at each other with lightning speed, retreating rapidly. Suddenly, snowflakes filled the sky. The tree trunk, as thick as a man's arms, transformed into wooden blocks in a silver glow, creating pits in the snow. The great white wolf leaped up, leaping onto the giant bear and biting it fiercely. On the snowy ground, the man struck by the tree trunk survived. Wu Bingkui, covered in snow, collapsed into the pit, his entire body transformed into a grayish-white stone statue. Slowly, the stone statue began to transform, its skin returning to its normal color, and he could finally move. He touched his back with fear. Nothing serious was wrong, but the pain in his internal organs was intense. He wiped a trace of blood from his lips and hid in the snow, watching the fight between Lu Yuan and the giant bear. His special ability is petrification, making him invulnerable to ordinary mutant beasts. But once petrified, his movements become extremely stiff, so he rarely uses his special ability. Wu Bingkui and several of his companions had already spotted Lu Yuan and his group. Unable to steal their car, they could only follow them in secret. Out of nowhere, two mutant macaques suddenly appeared. In panic, someone fired a gun, and the commotion attracted more mutant beasts, including this enormous white mutant bear. Although Wu Bingkui possessed the special ability to petrify, it lacked offensive power, and the stone film formed was only about 1 centimeter thick. It struck hard, his internal organs would not be able to withstand it. After running for a long time, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Yuan and his group again. Only then did he realize how powerful Lu Yuan was. Fortunately, he hadn't provoked them before. Now he just hoped that Lu Yuan, the mutant wolf, and the giant bear would both be defeated, so that he could take advantage. Jiangxi and his companions, about 50 meters away from Lu Yuan, climbed a tree and observed from a distance. The giant white bear was truly enormous, its roar deafening and sending snow tumbling from the trees. Compared to it, Lu Yuan was like a man and a baby, yet he moved with lightning speed, swinging his two blades relentlessly, inflicting bloody wounds on the giant bear. In a matter of moments, the bear's body was a sea of blood. Chapter 118. The great white wolf tried to leap atop the giant bear and rip its head apart. Unfortunately, the giant bear was too tall, and the wolf could only reach its buttocks. The great white wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit into the thick fur, tearing off a piece of flesh from the giant bear's buttocks, causing it to roar in pain. The giant bear slapped the great white wolf's buttocks, trying to kill it. The great white wolf nimbly jumped down. The giant bear slapped the wound, causing blood to spurt out, and it became even more furious. Lu Yuan's eyes glared, and he seized the opportunity. The long sword transformed into his right hand, instantly stretched out, like an extremely thin blade, slashing across the giant bear's leg. Swish! Crimson blood gushed out from the snow-white fur, gushing like a tiny fountain. The giant bear staggered and nearly fell to the ground. The snow quickly stained red with blood. The giant bear's leg had been severed, and the pain pierced its bones. It let out a furious roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. "Well done, Captain Lu," Ji Yu exclaimed excitedly. Jiangxi's heart was pounding. Lu Yuan had actually managed to severely injure such a terrifying giant bear. His fighting prowess was truly remarkable. True to his metallic powers, it was no wonder he dared to stand alone against the giant bear. The injured giant bear grew even more ferocious, but without a leg, its agility was greatly diminished. Lu Yuan became increasingly cautious, continuing his attacks. The great white wolf charged forward once more, latching onto the giant bear's massive buttocks and biting it fiercely. Not far away, Wu Bingkui, nearly deafened, watched in shock as Lu Yuan and the giant bear engaged in a fierce battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. He couldn't believe it. He had never seen such a powerful psychic, capable of slaying even such a terrifying giant bear. 20 minutes later, the giant bear's left leg was severed again, and it collapsed with a crash. Lu Yuan leaped onto the giant bear and plunged his sword between its brows. The bear's painful roars gradually died away, and it fell still. The snow was a mess, stained with blood. Jiangxi and the others finally ran back, excited and shocked to see the giant bear lying flat, over 2 meters tall. Jiyu said admiringly, "Captain Lu, you're amazing. You killed such a terrifying giant bear." Stars flashed in his eyes. Lu Yuan was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. He rested for a moment, recovered some strength, then leaped onto the giant bear's chest and cut across over its heart. After a while, he finally extracted a fist-sized white crystal core and jumped down. Yu Yuan's eyes widened. What a massive crystal core! Could it possibly buy a year's worth of food from Boss Jiang? He could only envy. Woo! The big white wolf finally leaped onto the giant bear's head, nibbled a piece of meat, and then ran back to Jiangxi, placing it at her feet as if to show off. Jiangxi patted its head and praised, "All right, I know you worked hard, and I commend you." Lu Yuan walked up to Jiangxi and said in a deep voice, "I want this crystal core. See if this giant bear still has any use for it." This meant that Jiangxi was giving the entire giant bear. She was about to step forward to investigate when a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Wait!" Wu Bingkue finally emerged from the snow, brushed off the snow, and approached with a charming smile. "Everyone, my name is Wu Bingkue. I just saw this man kill the giant bear. It was truly amazing. He saved my life too. I came to thank you." Everyone stared at him, wary, but no one spoke. Wu Bingkue quickly raised his hand, signaling his innocence. "Everyone relax. I have a favor to ask." Jiyu suddenly realized something and shouted, "I know. You were the one following us. You were planning to rob us, right? Where are your other accomplices? Are you up to some new tricks?" The plant's feedback allowed her to guess the man's identity. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression turn cold, Wu Bingkue nearly fell to his knees in fear. "It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone, we did follow you for a while, but we definitely didn't intend to rob you. We just wanted to see if we could get some benefits." How could he dare to tell the truth? Was he trying to save his life? "My other companions have all fled, leaving me alone. Please spare me." Lu Yuan said coldly, "What were you trying to say?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wu Bingkue quickly said, "Thank you for sparing me. I'm just wondering if you guys are dealing with this giant bear. It's so convenient, so I thought." He laughed dryly, "I'm actually a reseller. I specialize in searching for special supplies for some bigwigs in City C. If you're willing to let me have this giant bear's carcass, I can give you a good price." Zheng Ling looked at him. "Which faction are you planning to sell it to?" Wu Bingkue said with a bitter face, "Sister, I can't easily disclose client information. Please don't make it difficult for me, okay?" Lu Yuan gestured to Jiangxi. "What do you think?" He was completely in her hands, so she could do whatever she wanted with him. Jiangxi responded with a look before asking, "What are you offering in exchange?" "Crystal cores." "Is a crystal core okay?" Wu Bingkue quickly said, "It's not just City C, other cities are also starting to trade in mutant beast cores. This giant bear is probably Class B. Without its core, I give you 1,500 Class E cores for the remaining carcass. How about that?" So, trading in cores has already begun. Jiangxi wasn't surprised. It won't be long before cores become universal currency. There will even be people who raise and slaughter mutant beasts specifically to obtain their cores. This is a Class B mutant beast, difficult to even kill. Do you think you can trade it for 1,500 cores? Although Jiangxi desperately needed cores, and even considered disposing of the giant bear's carcass a hassle, she still refused. The other party was clearly capable of handling it. She would be at a disadvantage if she gave in. "Sister, that's 1,500. That's like killing 1,500 mutant beasts. That's a lot." Wu Bingkue concealed his mercenary nature and calculating calculations, complaining, "Because B-level mutant beasts are so rare, I'm willing to pay this price. At most, I had 200. Is that enough?" Jiangxi was too lazy to say anything more. "Forget it, I'm not selling it. You can leave." She stood in front of the giant bear, examining it and saying, "This fur is great. Peeling it off will definitely be useful for keeping warm. And the claws and teeth can be made into excellent weapons. especially effective in breaking through defenses. Giant bears have a thick layer of fat in their bodies. The refined animal oil can repel all mutant beasts below bee level. The meat is also quite effective. As she spoke, Jiangxi took out a knife and prepared to cut up the giant bear. It's too big to cut. She smiled at Lu Yuan. My knife isn't long enough. Could you help me cut it? Then we can take it back. Seeing Lu Yuan's right hand transform into a long metal knife again, ready to cut the giant bear, Wu Bingkue panicked. Wait, you two, let's make a deal. How about 2,500? We lost the most important crystal core. 3,000 is the maximum. Chapter 119. Wu Bingkue couldn't take advantage. They truly knew the value of this giant bear. If they didn't take it, the duck in their mouth would fly away. Although he made less profit, he hadn't been open for business for half a month. If he didn't find something good, his family would starve to death. Jiangxi nodded. Okay, I sell it to you. She could barely accept the price of 3,000 crystal cores. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take the giant bear back and would have to discard most of it. Although the 3,000 E-grade crystal cores were a bit painful, Wu Bingkue breathed a sigh of relief. He thanked Lu Yuan and Jiangxi with a beaming smile, then pulled a walkie-talkie from his backpack, pressed a button, and said boldly, I found something valuable. Bring 3,000 crystal cores here for the trade, and bring more people. They got separated. Yeah, something happened. We talk when we get back. Hurry up, it's a big deal. Otherwise, how would we need 3,000 crystal cores? It's real. I'd be right here. Finally finishing his words, Wu Bingkue put the walkie-talkie away and chuckled. Please wait, my people will be right here. If you have any more rare items like this to trade, you can find me. I live in Villa number 1 in Nanping District. Everyone in the area knows me, so you can have someone pass on a message. Ji Ye looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand with curiosity. The communication range was quite long. Jiangxi was also somewhat curious. This man could produce 3,000 crystal cores in one go, which showed he was quite capable. How long have you been doing this? How many people do you have? Do you hunt all the crystal cores yourself? Wu Bingkue, eager to establish a friendly relationship with him, chuckled, Of course not. Mutant beasts are so difficult to kill. I'm the only one with superpowers, and the rest of us are just ordinary people. Most of the crystal cores are collected. Ever since the mutant beasts appeared, and the first crystal core was discovered, he keenly sensed its potential for great use. Back then, before the gray fog erupted, he managed to obtain a crystal core, but his research yielded no results. However, he soon discovered that others in other cities were buying them. At this point, Wu Bingkue began hoarding crystal cores. Later, the catastrophe struck, mutant beasts ravaged City C, and countless people perished. Luckily, he awakened his supernatural powers, and barely managed to survive. Using his ingenuity and keen eyesight, Wu Bingkue quickly gathered a group of people and, along with some supernatural beings, gradually embarked on a career of trading various supplies and profiting from the difference as a middleman. Winter's here, and life's getting tougher. If it hadn't been closed for so long, I wouldn't have come to the botanical garden in such cold weather. But thankfully, otherwise, I wouldn't have met some distinguished guests. He smiled ingratiatingly. Luckily, while this man's appearance wasn't particularly impressive, at least he wasn't unpleasant to look at. Lu Yuan and Jiangxi shared the same idea. Knowing an intermediary who specialized in handling supplies, and also knew other psychics would be beneficial for them. They just had to avoid being ripped off. Those Spark Gang guys bought a ton of rice a while ago. Did they get it from you? Yu Yuhan looked at Wu Bingkue. When the White Wolf group learned of this news, they discussed it enviously for 3 days. Some people dreamed of eating white rice. Wu Bingkue smiled slyly. Hey, young man, you're well informed. That ton of rice was a rare commodity. It was all vacuum-packed, otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted that long. The Spark Gang boss offered 1,200 E-grade crystal cores, and I helped him get it. Yu Yuhan's heart warmed, and he raised an eyebrow. Do you collect other mutant corpses? If so, wouldn't he be able to get a lot? Wu Bingkue said, We don't want anything below C rank. From C rank, we only take claws and teeth. Special scales and feathers are also acceptable, but we have to see the quality. We take everything from B rank and above, and some special ones, especially those with highly poisonous properties. Looking at the handsome white wolf, he couldn't help but add, if there are living C rank ones, I take them too. I pay a high price for them, like 800 crystal cores each, which can be exchanged for other supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, the white wolf bared its teeth at him, and lunged at him murderously. How dare this man set his sights on it? Bite him to death. Wu Bingkui screamed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was petrified in time when the white wolf bit him, preventing his hand from being bitten off. Little darling, come back. Jiang Shi quickly called the white wolf back. Yu Yuhan was also discouraged. He thought E and D ranks would work, but now there was no hope. How hard could a C-rank mutant beast be to kill? Just like his bite song, it was only C-rank. He couldn't even afford to kill it for supplies, so how could he bear to kill it? Wu Bingkui no longer dared to look at the big white wolf and hid behind Li Yuan. After chatting for over half an hour, someone finally arrived. The roar of engines echoed as more than a dozen people arrived on snowmobiles. Though the motorcycles were tattered and their clothing was shabby, at least they were well wrapped. Some even wore goggles, making it clear they were more sophisticated than just the casual crowd. Wu, such a giant. The men were stunned upon arriving. Such a massive mutant bear, big business. One of them pulled several jingling bags from his backpack and handed them to Wu Bingkui, then greeted Li Yuan and the others in a fawning manner. It went without saying that the other person was a powerful psychic. Wu Bingkui counted for 10 minutes before handing all 3,000 crystal cores, not one more, not one less, to Jiang Shi. She handed them all to Li Yuan, saying, keep them. He had come to the botanical garden to protect her, painstakingly slaying a giant mutant bear for only one B-grade crystal core. She had resold the giant bear's carcass and gotten 3,000 E-grade crystal cores. The difference was enormous. Jiang Shi certainly wouldn't let Li Yuan suffer a loss, otherwise, how could they continue to work together? After returning, he could give her whatever he wanted. She would also calculate his reward separately. Li Yuan understood her meaning. With outsiders present, he hesitated to say more. Well, let's talk about it when we get back. Now that we're even, this giant bear is yours. I'm here to ask you something. Jiang Shi asked Wu Bingkui, you should know some psychics, right? Are there any with manufacturing or poison makers? Could you introduce me to any? She had so much stuff in her warehouse that she had to exchange it. There were undoubtedly middlemen like Wu Bingkui, but the prices were often confusing, and many people didn't even know the value. She could only get a good price for her stuff by finding the right psychic and negotiating privately. Wu Bingkui was a shrewd man. He smiled and said, of course I know them, but they're wary of strangers and generally don't want to meet in person, fearing trouble. If you need anything, I can help you get it. Of course, he wouldn't let the two sides conduct a private transaction, or else he'd be left hanging. Connections were also a crucial resource. He relied on them for his livelihood. Okay, I come to you if I need anything. Also, can you help me find anyone who needs various types of dried meats, especially cured meats? I can provide them in large quantities, and on a long-term basis. Jiang Shi, unfazed by his inability to resist, pulled a few pieces of dried meat from her backpack and handed them over. To prove they were non-toxic, she popped one into her mouth. Wu Bingkui took it and sniffed it. The distinctive meaty aroma immediately made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly stuffed it into his mouth to taste it. After finishing, his expression changed. Your dried meat? Not only was it incredibly delicious, he even felt something inside him. What kind of dried meat was this? Chapter 120. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. It has special properties. Not only can it satisfy hunger and replenish nutrition, but it can also improve physical fitness, enhancing strength, stamina, speed, and vision. I supply as much as you need. Wu Bingkui's eyes instantly turned to a toad, his mouth agape. This. Did he go out today to pray for good fortune? He actually met a living Buddha. These days, everything is possible except food. And this woman can actually produce such amazing dried meat, and she can provide as much as you need? Really? I make it all. How could it be fake? That's why I supply it in large quantities. Jiang Shi slowly put on his backpack and said, remember to come see me if you need business. I live in the White House at 139, 3 miles from Qingxi River. Wu Bingkui's pupil shrank, and he looked at the young woman in front of him in disbelief. He had always assumed she was an ordinary person, hanging out with the powerful man who killed the giant bear. He never imagined she was not only a superpowered person, but also lived in the White House. So what about the others? In an instant, Wu Bingkui knew he encountered another thick-legged person. He had to hold her tight. Okay, may I ask your name? What's your name? He bowed, looking at Jiang Shi, eager and excited, even more frightened by his previous attempt to rob them. Just call me Boss Jiang, the Jiang from Jiangxia. Without further delay, Jiang Shi beckoned everyone to depart and continue their mission for the day. Li Yuan turned around without a word. Ji Yeyu came over to hold Jiangxi's arm, playing with the big white wolf. Yu Yuhan glanced at the stunned Wu Bingkui for a few more seconds before leaving, with Zheng Ling following briskly behind. Just as the group left without a second thought, someone behind Wu Bingkui called out, "Hey, Wu, are you ready to start? It's such a huge bear. Do you want to get some help?" Recovering from his daze, Wu Bingkui said, "No, just cut it up quickly. First, remove the claws and teeth, then skin it. Oldly, I leave this to you. The bear's blood is still fresh, so we need to collect it quickly. Don't waste it. Hurry up, get started. After today's work, we have enough to eat for a month. Everyone, work hard." Over a dozen people took out their tools and busily began cutting the vines. Because they had strayed from their route, it was already 3 in the afternoon when Jiangxi and his team found the mutated yellow vine trees. Trees after troughs stood before them, their leaves like slender phoenix tails, each one a man could hug, standing tall and straight on the snow. Few yellow vine fruits remained intact where the branches forked. Most had been pecked through, leaving only their skins. Jiangxi looked around, gestured for silence, and whispered to Yu Yuhan, "Captain Yu, this is the yellow vine tree. There should be mutant yellow vine birds nearby, feeding on the fruit. When they appear, help me catch a few." Finally, he was useful. Yu Yuhan patted his chest and said, "No problem, as many as you want." He could easily catch even tiny birds. Jiangxi searched for a long time before finding a few intact, ripe yellow vine fruits. Squeezing open the yellow rind, she squeezed the soft, sweet flesh onto the snow. She collected 3 in total, their sweet aroma tangible from afar. She then discarded the peels and hid behind a tree. Everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed, and several birds with yellow feathers and long tails, larger than hens, landed on the snow. They glanced around, found nothing unusual, and began to peck at the sweet fruit. Yu Yuhan's palms glowed, and he activated his beast-controlling ability. Coo coo coo! Coo 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 coo! 2 yellow vine birds raised their heads, looked in Yu Yuhan's direction, and flapped their wings toward him. He extended his hand, and one perched on his left, the other on his right, cooing. "Boss Jiang, it's done!" Yu Yuhan shouted triumphantly. Clatter. The remaining yellow vine birds, startled, flew high and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiangxi hurried over, delighted by the 2 beautiful yellow vine birds. They had gray-black claws and vibrant feathers, a standard goose yellow. They had grown plump and large, with tail feathers 3 feet long, slender and beautiful. A pair of small, dark eyes squinted at her, a feather perched atop its head. Jiangxi reached out to pet them, but the 2 birds, frightened, burrowed into Yu Yuhan's arms, still timid even as pets. Ji Yeyu immediately took a liking to them. "I want to pet one too. Such a cute yellow vine bird." Yu Yuhan simply handed one to her. "If you like it, pet it more. This E-level mutant bird, now a pet, is very docile." Zheng Ling also came over, gently stroking the bird's feathers, feeling incredibly comfortable. A large, furry head suddenly loomed over, and the big white wolf extended its tongue, curiously licking one of the yellow vine birds. With a flick of its tongue, it nearly swallowed the bird whole. The yellow vine bird screamed in fear, and several feathers fell off. Yu Yuhan quickly pulled it out of the wolf's mouth, and Ji Yeyu quickly grabbed the other one. Jiangxi pushed the wolf's head away and said, "Little darling, if you dare to mess with me, I kill you and make soup with you when I get home." Woo woo woo! The big white wolf scurried off, hiding behind a tree and peeking, unsure if Jiangxi was trying to scare him or if he was actually going to stew him. His eyes darted around. Thankfully, the birds were all right. Jiangxi had harvested 2 and wanted to catch a few more. These 2 were females. They needed a male to breed. The others continued to hide. But after waiting for a long time, no more yellow vine birds came to eat the yellow vine fruit. I wonder if they were scared, or if the ones that had just flown away had gone back to tip them off. After waiting for over half an hour, only one came. Before it could even eat the fruit, it flew away again in alarm. "Oh, forget it, 2 is enough." Jiangxi saw it was getting late, so he gave up and hurried to look for more yellow vine fruit. The others helped Jiangxi search. There were many yellow vine trees in this area, but it was winter, so most of the ripe fruits had either been eaten by yellow vine birds or fallen to the ground, buried by the snow. After searching for a long time, Ji Yeyu finally found 3 more. The skin was a brilliant yellow, translucent, and they were extremely ripe. The slightest pressure would break the skin, releasing a sweet juice. Jiangxi carefully placed them in a plastic box, then fumbled for a glass bottle, and slashed the bark with a knife. White milky liquid oozed out and flowed into the bottle. After half an hour, with barely half a bottle full, Jiangshi finally stopped and glanced at the sky. The sun had already set, and if he didn't return, it would be dark soon. Today's harvest was quite good. We collected a wealth of fruits and seeds. Although there were only 2 yellow vine fruits, it was more than enough. With the addition of 2 yellow vine birds, while we couldn't hatch chicks, we had eggs to eat. Let's go, it's time to go back. They retraced their steps and successfully reached the outside of the botanical garden. It was already getting dark. Lu Yuan started the car and sped away. Zhenling looked out the window and suddenly said, "Look, those people again." Everyone turned to see several people emerging from the woods to the side. One of them was carrying a black briefcase. They were the same people they had seen near the cultivation building earlier. Chapter 121. Seeing Lu Yuan and his team's car, the 3 of them paled slightly and quickly retreated to hide. But the mutant deer lying in the snow wouldn't hide. It staggered to its feet, frightened, and tried to flee. "What should we do? We've been seen?" Just as one of them finished speaking, the mutant deer had already rushed out. Seeing the car driving away, the other breathed a sigh of relief. It probably didn't notice us. Be more careful next time, or else it'd be troublesome if something happens. Just as he finished speaking, the mutant deer dazedly rushed toward the car ahead. The car slowed down and then stopped. The man suddenly became alert. "Oh no! Run!" The 3 of them didn't dare to stay and hurried into the woods. A white shadow flashed by, and the big white wolf chased after it like lightning. Lu Yuan stopped the car, and everyone got out and looked into the woods, hoping Xiaoguai could capture someone. These 3 were acting furtively, and since they had discovered them, they naturally wanted to investigate. Yu Yuan used his beast-controlling ability on the mutant deer. "Come here." The mutant deer, with 2 large branch-like antlers, its eyes slowly returning from blood red to black, and its mouth, studded with sharp teeth, closed. It came over, sniffed him, and licked his hand, incredibly docile. "What are those people doing? Why aren't they killing the mutant deer?" Ji Yu asked curiously. She petted the mutant deer. It didn't attack. It seemed to have become a docile herbivore again. Zhenling folded her hands, staring into the woods, sneered. These 3 were so sneaky, running away as soon as they saw us. That means they're doing something shameful. But what does this have to do with the mutant beast? Lu Yuan examined the mutant deer. Jiangshi, also vaguely aware of something, felt around its legs, checking for any abnormalities. After a long inspection, the mutant deer showed no signs of injury. It was a mature male. "Here," Yu Yuan suddenly said. He pulled at the deer's ear, and near the base, they saw several black numbers branded, T1926. Zhenling asked in surprise, "What does this mean? Why would they put numbers on a deer's ear?" "It's probably a marking. This mutant deer must have some other purpose, like a test subject." Jiangshi speculated, the boxes those men are carrying must hold the secret. They've been working all day, probably on the same thing. But what does T1926 stand for? Does it mean 1926 mutant beasts? In previous lives, many people experimented with mutant beasts. It wasn't just the consortium, all powerful forces, and even some psychics did the same thing, each for their own reasons. Some were extracting blood for medicine, some were testing the effects of drugs on them, some were trying to extract the mutant beast's genes to make humans less afraid of the gray fog, and some were trying to study living crystal cores. In short, there were all sorts of schemes, but most were fruitless. Zhenling thought for a moment and said, "It's not necessarily them. They might just be a part of the group. There are others also experimenting with mutant beasts. They must be part of some force or organization." Yu Yuan was confused and scratched his head, saying, "It's so complicated. What are they trying to do?" At this moment, painful moans came from afar. A large white wolf emerged from the woods, biting a man's leg. Bleeding profusely, he howled in pain, leaving a bloody trail on the snow. It dragged him all the way to the front of the crowd before the wolf opened its mouth, dropping him and wagging its tail fiercely at Jiangshi. A wolf has captured a human being. Impressive, isn't it? Jiangshi grew fond of the large white wolf. Not only was it humane, but it was also helpful. She smiled and stroked its head. "Little cutie, you're amazing. I make you a delicious treat when we get back." Woo woo woo. The large white wolf narrowed its eyes in delight. The injured man struggled to get up, but his leg was torn and the pain nearly knocked him unconscious. He raged, "What the hell are you doing? We have no grudges against each other. Why are you arresting me? Ah, it hurts." He was pale, with a festering boil on his left cheek and red bumps elsewhere. Clearly, he had been eroded by the gray fog. Lu Yuan asked coldly, "What were you doing? What does the marking T1926 on that mutant deer mean?" The man had just noticed that the mutant deer they had tampered with had been captured. His heart sank, and he argued, "Why do you mind our business? Is it bothering you? Mutated deer aren't human, so killing them is perfectly normal. If that's what you say, then now that the catastrophe has occurred and social order has long since vanished, can I just kill you? There's no one to punish me anyway." Zheng Ling stepped on his head. The man's head immediately sank into the snow, his breathing struggling. He struggled desperately. "If you don't tell me, you die here." Zheng Ling pressed on his head until his struggle slowed, his breath weakened, and he was on the verge of suffocation. Then she released him. Huff, huff, huff. "No, let me go, let me go." The man's face was a mess, a mixture of snow and mud, frozen white, and the boils were even more painful. He dared not continue to be stubborn. We were hired by someone, we don't know. We don't know the reason, but if it gets out, we never get any more missions. This was why they didn't want to be discovered. Jiangxi said, "You still want to take the mission? Don't you think about how to survive first, little darling?" A wolf howled, and the big white wolf bit the man's arm. With a snap, a scream rang out. "Ah! I said, spare me." He burst into tears, and after a few seconds of torture, he broke down and spilled everything. "Brother Dadong hired us. He told us to inject the mutants with the drug, then mark each one and keep records. For each mutant injected, we get a can of food, but it had to be kept secret. We were doing this to survive." He regretted not running faster. Now that his leg had been bitten off, he'd never be able to do it again. Even if he didn't starve to death, Brother Dadong's men would have silenced him. Lu Yuan frowned, as if remembering someone. "Is it Zhang Wenong?" "Yes, that's him, Brother Dong." Lu Yuan understood, and explained to Jiangxi and the others. This man was once a wealthy second-generation kid in City C. After the disaster, his family perished, leaving him alone, but he still had quite a few subordinates. Rumor has it he's also awakened superpowers, and recently partnered with a force in City D that owns the White House. Other details are unclear. This man had some issues with Lu Yuan's team members, stealing supplies. But the hatred wasn't deep-rooted. Since he already confessed, the man simply spilled the beans. "Besides the three of us, there's another team working for Brother Dong. But Brother Dong said if we leak the secret, he won't hire us anymore." Lu Yuan then asked, "What did Zhang Wenong have you inject into the mutant beast?" Chapter 122. How could we possibly know? We only know that Brother Dong seems to be collaborating with other forces. These potions must have been given by that party, and Brother Dong is looking for us to do it again, distributing them layer by layer. "Where are the potions? Do you still have any?" Jiangxi asked. "No, they're all in Qiangzi's suitcase. I injected the last one today," he said with a mournful face. "Everyone, I told you everything I know. I'm just trying to make a living. Please let me go." Lu Yuan questioned him a few more times, confirming he hadn't concealed anything, and then let him go. He limped away, dragging his broken arm, as if he had been pardoned. "We have to take this mutant deer with us, Captain Yu." "Thank you for your help," Jiangxi said. "Since we got one and it's been injected with the potion, take it back and study it to see if it has any changes." "No problem." Yu Yuan controlled the mutant deer to follow the car, and with the big white wolf at its side, it couldn't get away. The car drove over the snow, and a gray fog began to fill the air. As Lu Yuan drove, he said to Jiangxi, "It's getting dark. Come stay at my place for the night. I take you back tomorrow." Jiangxi glanced at the sky and said, "That's fine. Go back, young Master Xiao. Boss Jiang won't open the door." Duan Hong said cautiously, gripping the steering wheel. At the door of White House 139, Xiao Ziyu had been waiting all day. He sat in the car, his face grim. He didn't know if Jiangxi had deliberately refused to open the door, or if she had gone out temporarily and hadn't returned yet. But without the food to remove the poison, his brother's leg would definitely not be saved. She was usually at the White House, so why was she nowhere to be seen today? Time ticked by, and the surroundings were filled with a thick gray fog, cold and eerie. "Let's go," Xiao Ziyu finally gave up, his eyes drooping coldly. Duan Hong breathed a sigh of relief, started the car, and sped away. An hour later, Xiao Ziyu returned to the Xiao family home, dejected. From his expression, Xiao Buxiong knew the outcome. He didn't blame his son, but said grimly, "You came back too late. Your eldest brother couldn't wait that long. The surgery is already complete." His eldest son, of whom he was so proud, was still crippled. Xiao Buxiong was filled with resentment, but had nowhere to vent it. His anger and worry were bottled up, and the repression made him look 10 years older. I'm sorry, Dad. Boss Jiang isn't here. I waited for her for even a single day, but she didn't. Needless to say, it was God's will. Xiao Buxiong interrupted his son, and said gravely, although Yin Xian survived, he's no longer fit to go out. I leave the people around him in your care, and you continue to be responsible for the collaboration with Du Qicheng. This is a big deal, so you must give it your all. Xiao Ziyu nodded heavily. Rest assured, Dad, I won't let you down. Talking about the collaboration, which was crucial to the future of the Xiao family, the father and son discussed it in detail. This potion is still in the experimental stage. While the success rate is currently very low, with only 1 in 10 people able to awaken superpowers, it's not a big deal. There are many people who want to become superpowered. This is their greatest hope for survival, so there's no need to worry about lack of people experimenting. Well, let's keep it a secret for now. We secretly test it on people, and only those who have awakened superpowers and have the greatest potential will be recruited. Xiao Ziyu said, thoughtfully, after a while, once the potency stabilizes, the success rate will surely increase. We then release it publicly. There will undoubtedly be a surge of people vying for it, and by then, we have countless superpowered individuals ready to use it. Hope brightened up again on Xiao Buxiong's face, the gloom fading away. Prepare the crystal cores Du Qicheng needs as soon as possible, and hand them over to him, so we can get the first batch of potions. Don't forget to leave some for that pharmacist named Wang Fu to analyze. We must analyze the raw materials, so we can produce them ourselves, and not be controlled by others. Jiang Shi stayed overnight at Lu Yuan's White House, and returned the next day. Lu Yuan, thank you for giving me a ride all the way. She thanked him, got out of the car, and opened the door to the White House. Although she had slept well last night, she still preferred her own quilt and pillow. Jiang, you're back. I missed you so much. Li Yu rushed out as soon as she saw the door open and hugged Jiang Shi. Ji Yu and the others got out of the car, and the people in the White House also ran out, chattering and asking about their harvest. Huh? There's another deer? Zhou Shashan noticed the mutant deer, then noticed the 2 birds standing on Yu Yuhan's shoulders. The 2 beautiful birds caught the attention of Zhongli and the others, who gathered around to admire them. The yellow vine bird cooed in fear, but thankfully didn't fly away. The 5 backpacks were completely filled, and all the fruit and seeds inside were taken out. Although they were packed in plastic bags, some of them were still a little crushed, but fortunately, they were still edible. Jiang Shi and the others chatted and laughed as they took the items in and placed them on the table, reminiscing about yesterday's experiences. By the way, Lu Yuan, about the reward. Jiang Shi thought for a moment and said, how about I give you half of everything after it's finished? I should have given you the crystal core, but as you know, I'm always short on it, so I can only use food instead. Lu Yuan smiled. No need for half, 1/3 will do. He had long known that the food Jiang Shi cooked couldn't be bought even with crystal cores. He previously collaborated with her for his own benefit, but now, continuing to work with her, he even wanted to become closer. She, like him, had certain principles, a sense of self-interest, and the warmth of human nature. Working with her, he wouldn't lose anything, but would actually gain a lot. In this chaotic apocalypse, a collaborator and friend like her was truly rare. He pulled out another bag of crystal cores from his backpack and gave Jiang Shi 2 bags. If I offered you all 3,000 crystal cores, you definitely wouldn't take them. So let's split it in half. You wouldn't refuse that, would you? Jiang Shi was a little surprised. He actually gave her 2,000. This was Lu Yuan's overture, and she understood. Then I take it. From now on, send someone to my place a few times a month and bring back some meat and eggs. Don't hesitate. If you need anything, come and get it from me. She reciprocated, sharing some of the food with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, his lips curled slightly. She would never take advantage of him for nothing. After the 3 of them left, Jiang Shi didn't rush to deal with the fruits they had gathered. Instead, she assigned 2 important tasks to Yu Yuhan. These 2 yellow vine birds are very important, Captain Yu. You have the ability to control animals, so I can only entrust them to you. She said seriously, from now on, your sole task is to get them to lay eggs as quickly as possible. The more the better. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yu Yuhan said casually, they're just 2 little birds. They lay eggs in a few days. No problem. They weren't bite-song. Could he not handle 2 birds? Jiang Shi was relieved. Just wait for the eggs. One more thing. You have to keep an eye on that mutant deer, Don't let it get away. It's been injected with an unknown drug, and I don't know what changes it might have. If you notice anything, let me know. This was a minor matter, but Yu Yuhan was eager to do more, lest he feel embarrassed living here for free. He devoted himself to caring for the 2 yellow vine birds, planning to have them lay 1 egg a day. That would be 60 eggs a month, so they wouldn't have to worry about eggs in the future. The mutant deer would be cared for by Xiao Chun and Xiao Xiao. If they couldn't keep an eye on a deer, they should be fired. Chapter 123. Jiangxi temporarily gave the seeds and branches he brought back to Ji Qiuqi, placing them in his special space to plant after the snow cleared. Strawberry seedlings are convenient and can be planted directly in the White House. All they need is some soil. With the right temperature and direct sunlight, they will definitely grow faster than if planted directly in the snow. Occasionally, they can be taken out to the gray fog to stimulate growth, and they will bloom and bear fruit in less than a month. This is the advantage of mutant plants. Their survival rate is far higher than that of ordinary plants. Jiangxi removed the seeds from all the fruits, and made dried fruit from the remaining pulp. Not only can they be eaten as snacks, they are delicious and have special benefits. But everyone had consumed so many foods with special benefits that their physical fitness had basically reached a critical point. Although the fruits they picked this time were numerous, they only improved a few of them. Their main function was to satisfy their appetites. As for the Huangtung fruit, she only picked 3. Fortunately, there was still a small, half bottle of milk secreted from the trunk. After Jiangxi improved herself, she could share it with 2 people. It was these 2 choices that made her hesitate for a moment. Li Yu was her best friend, and Jiangxi would definitely keep her share. But should she give the remaining share to Xiaoyu or Lu Yuan? Enhanced perception is crucial, allowing people to avoid danger in advance. Jiangxi considered it for a moment, and decided to give it to Lu Yuan. Because Xiaoyu's wood-based ability already allows her to detect various conditions through plants within a 50-meter radius, it's like a sensory warning. She felt that Li Yuan was more suitable. Jiangxi considered it entirely from the perspective of who was more suitable, without any regard for closeness or distance. However, with only 2 portions, she didn't intend to give them out openly. Letting them enjoy it secretly would be sufficient. When the yellow vines bear fruit again next year, everyone will have a share. Although the snow hadn't melted yet, the number of people dining at the White House restaurant had gradually returned. Due to food shortages, large numbers of psychics and ordinary people had flocked here from City C, even more than before the snow. Some came with supplies to exchange, while others came empty-handed to try their luck. They brought their families with them, men, women, young and old. Some initially doubted that a restaurant could sell food at this time. But word spread, and they were forced to come, clinging to a last glimmer of hope. The crowds grew, quintupling compared to the previous period. 3 days later, the fact that the White House restaurant was selling food was confirmed, and some people simply didn't return to City C, settling instead in the nearby Dongquan town. If it weren't for the gray fog and mutant beasts that roamed at night, some would have camped outdoors around the White House. Jiangxi had anticipated this situation. Food couldn't be given away for free. Without supplies, labor had to be exchanged, or else she wouldn't give them charity even if they died in front of her. It wasn't that she was cruel. Compared to the many vampire houses in her previous life, she was far more merciful. The snow outside the White House was quickly cleared by a massive labor force. She continued to clear weeds and trees, and also to reclaim the land. Once winter was over, she would expand her planting area to harvest more food. "Brother Huang, I need to trouble you." Jiangxi called Huang Yuanjun over and said, "More and more people have been arriving these past few days, and some have been causing trouble. We need to select and retain a select group of suitable individuals to work for the White House long term. Those who come here for free will be severely punished." Huang Yuanjun also felt that with so many people, things were getting a bit chaotic. Those exchanging supplies were fine, as they were generally led by psychics. However, some of those working on land reclamation accepted the assignments, but were sloppy in their execution. He enforced this rule strictly, withholding food if they didn't perform well. As a result, these people started rioting, accusing them of bullying. He beat up a few, even breaking one's leg, and the rest of the rioters were frightened. But there were still many who were just trying to get by without working, including the elderly, the sick, those covered in sores, women with children, and even pregnant women. They knelt before him, begging and crying, attempting to morally blackmail him. Huang Yuanjun was overwhelmed. He couldn't bring himself to do anything, but he couldn't just leave them crying and being harassed all day. "Brother Huang, if you can't bring yourself to do it, then you don't have to do it yourself." Jiangxi, observing some of the problems, reminded him, hire a few more people to help you screen capable individuals, and deal with those who refuse to leave and just want to get a free meal. You can be the team leader and manage a few team leaders. Let them screen them first, and then it will be much easier for you to assign tasks. They also be responsible for inspecting the tasks. If they're found to be unqualified, you can deduct their food or fire them. Huang Yuanjun was delighted. Great, that make things much easier for me. So how many people should I hire? Jiangxi delegated his authority and smiled faintly. Brother Huang, you can decide for yourself. For now, no more than 5 team leaders will be enough. This is just the initial stage. The White House will be upgraded again soon. We hire more people later, and you can relax a little. Huang Yuanjun nodded. That was great. The better White House number 139 develops, the happier he is. He's already considered it his home. After giving Huang Yuanjun his instructions, Jiangxi called in Qin Jidong and tasked him with recruiting several psychics and ordinary people with culinary skills. This is a long-term project. Even if we can't find anyone in a day or two, it's okay. We recruit them gradually. Jiangxi told him, but pay attention to the psychic's abilities. They must be useful, talented, and have good character. As for ordinary people, start by finding 5 head chefs, 2 waiters, and 1 dishwasher to clean. There's so much to do in the kitchen every day. Jiangxi is now solely responsible for detoxifying mutant beasts and plants, ensuring the texture and flavor of the ingredients remain intact. He no longer handles any other delicate processing. Chopping, stir-frying, selecting, and plating are all left to Zhengli and Zhang Xian. But the big white wolf brought back many mutant beasts every day, and the warehouse was still full of snake meat, corn, and other things. Lu Yuan would sometimes bring him a lot of mutant beasts, and with the mutant beasts Yu Yuan would raise later. Jiangxi had to hire a few more people to keep the kitchen busy. Zhengli and Zhang Xian, one was responsible for supervising the chef's work, and the other was the lobby manager. Jiangxi knew she wasn't very good at management. Right now, with so few people, she could manage. When the White House reached level 3, 4, 5, and had hundreds or even thousands of people, she would have to find people with management skills to oversee all aspects. That's a story for later. Sister Liang came again, inviting Jiangxi to visit her, but Jiangxi found excuses to decline. First, she had only improved her perception, and hadn't eaten the yellow vine bird eggs yet, so her vision hadn't improved. Second, she didn't want Sister Liang to think she was impatient. She wanted to delay, so she could bargain later. After all, she had the food, so she wasn't in a rush. Over the next week, the White House restaurant became much more orderly. Although more and more people were eating and working, with around 50 or 60 people on duty, everything was generally well organized. Wu Bingkue also brought 2 people, and found the White House restaurant at number 139. Chapter 124. Wu Bingkue was stunned by the size of the place. Not only was it real, but there were so many people. Boss Jiang, I asked around, and many people are interested in the dried meat you offer. He smiled even more eagerly, eager to cling to Jiangxi's thick thigh. I brought 1,000 crystal cores today, both E- and D grade. I like to trade them for some dried meat, Boss Jiang. Unfortunately, the dried meat is all sold out. We only have bacon, which has the same effect. Want some? Jiangxi used to patiently make dried meat, but now the daily demand for food is so high that they haven't hired a chef yet, and Zhengli and Zhang Xian are simply too busy to handle it. They can only offer large chunks of bacon. Wu Bingkue, of course, didn't mind. As long as it was edible and effective, he'd take whatever he wanted. After some bargaining, Jiangxi secured 200 D-grade crystal cores and 800 E-grade ones, which he sold to Wu Bingkue for 10 mutant rats, 10 mutant cats, 20 mutant snakes, and several mutant wild boars. Luckily, all 3 of his snowmobiles had sled racks installed on the back, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry all that back. Wu Bingkue and his 2 companions returned with a full load, and Jiangxi was delighted to have obtained the crystal cores. The big white wolf now ventured out daily, busily capturing mutant beasts. He could never quite eat all the ones he caught, but he never tired of the pursuit. He also brought back 5 mutant wolf minions from somewhere. They weren't pets controlled by Yu Yuan's supernatural powers, they were simply feral and ferocious mutant wolves. But under the big white wolf's control, these 5 mutant wolves didn't harm anyone. They wouldn't approach the White House restaurant, always staying more than 100 meters away. After the big white wolf dragged the food back to the White House, and continued hunting, they followed the boss, and disappeared into the wilderness. Ji Yeyu laughed and said, Xiaoguai has started recruiting new followers. Will he become the Wolf King in the future? Li Yu said, possibly, but that's a good thing. Yu Yuhan was even more excited, thinking, if Bai Song is the Wolf King, then I'm the king of Wolf Kings. I command hundreds of wolves from now on. Who would dare look down on me when I go out? Not only are he afraid of people, but even mutant beasts. Sooner or later, he'd become the strongest person in City C. The only thing that bothered Yu Yuhan was that the two yellow vine birds hadn't laid a single egg in days. No matter how he coaxed or tried to communicate, the two foolish birds seemed oblivious. Aside from cooing and staring at people with their innocent little eyes, they couldn't do anything else. At first, they wouldn't even eat. It was only when Boss Jiang brought some corn seeds mixed with persimmon jam that the two timid birds finally started talking. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Yu Yuhan racked his brains trying to get them to lay eggs, and his hair fell out in frustration. 10 days later, Jiangxi counted the crystal cores she had accumulated. Aside from the Black Iron King Snake's B-grade crystal core, there were 2,000 more than Lu Yuan had given her, along with the 100 D-grade crystal cores from the previous thank you gift, the food she had exchanged for food, the bacon Wu Binkui had recently bought, and the daily cash from the White House restaurant. After cleaning up, Jiangxi realized she had already accumulated 5,000, and even more. We could upgrade the White House again. That night, Jiangxi announced that the White House was ready for an upgrade. After the previous White House upgrade, everyone had been mentally prepared and felt much calmer about the changes. After feeding the White House with the energy of 5,000 E-grade crystal cores, a strange wave of energy was heard. It was a quiet rumble, like a mild earthquake. The White House continued to expand and grow, not only expanding the first and second floors, but also increasing their height. From the outside, the 9-meter-high White House had grown to 20 meters, more than doubling its height, allowing it to be renovated into 6 floors. Its diameter had also doubled from its original 25 meters, becoming the size of a small playground. It's so huge! Ji Yu exclaimed in surprise as she gazed at the empty hall. Wang Yuanjun and the others were stunned. They had long expected the White House to be even larger and more spacious after its upgrade, but the sheer magnitude of the transformation still astounded everyone. This was no longer just a restaurant with 2 floors. The upgraded White House had become a building capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Li Yu was stunned, pinching her cheek. It hurts a little, but it seems it's true. A restaurant so large you could even drive inside. Is this the new White House? If Jiangxi hadn't come down yet, she would have wanted to run upstairs to take a look. Each dining table and chair remained in place. They were simply tucked together, leaving a large blank area around them. Jiangxi needed to make further adjustments. Meanwhile, upstairs, she was calculating the layout of the new White House. Jiangxi knew all the details about the White House by heart. With a 20-meter floor height, even if the floors were 3 meters apart, converting it to a 6th floor would be a breeze. Because of the White House's unique mushroom-like shape, the base isn't the largest part, with a diameter of only 22 meters. The middle and upper sections are the largest, at around 25 meters, while the top section has the smallest diameter, at only 15 meters. It resembles an oversized, round, plump, giant white mushroom. The changes to the level 3 White House were already part of Jiangxi's plan, and the increased size didn't surprise her much. After all, White House 2 in her previous life was much larger, and compared to that, the current White House 139 was just starting out. The first floor, with a height of 3 meters, would continue to serve as a restaurant open to the public. It would remain untouched for now. Jiangxi would first raise their bedrooms to the 5th floor, reserving the 2nd and 3rd floors for workshops, small-scale planting, and livestock farming. The 4th floor would be converted into a recreational and lounge area. While they couldn't play games, surf the internet, or watch TV shows like before, they could exercise and stay fit, and they could play basketball, tennis, table tennis, and even use a swimming pool and a library to spice up their busy lives. Even in the apocalypse, with gray fog erupting and mutant beasts roaming, they could still find spiritual enrichment in the White House. Jiangxi spent an hour dividing the areas, laying out the layout, and determining the size, gradually taking shape. Although it wasn't perfect yet, she was already very satisfied. The missing equipment can be collected later. The 5th floor is where they live. It's 3 meters high and nearly 2,000 square meters. How many rooms can it have? How many people can it accommodate? Before, Jiangxi hadn't recruited many people because the White House was too small to accommodate many people. Now she can. She divided the entire 5th floor into 3 living areas, A, B, and C. Everyone in the White House has been getting along for a while, and is getting along well. They developed a certain level of trust and are considered family. They all live together in Area A. Everyone has their own room. It doesn't have to be too big. 15 square meters is enough. She does the same. A total of 12 people occupy 12 rooms, less than 200 square meters. Area B is reserved for future recruits. Each room is 20 square meters and is divided into two types, double and quad rooms. They all have bunk beds, so the living conditions are naturally inferior to the private bedrooms in Area A. Jiangxi's plan is to allow new employees who have made significant contributions to the White House, those who are diligent, or those with special abilities to live in double rooms. General employees will be accommodated in 4-person rooms. There are 10 double rooms and 24-person rooms, accommodating 100 employees. This leaves 200 square meters, Area C. This is the Big White Wolf's exclusive den. It will live here from now on. It can be built as it pleases, whether it wants to live there or not, but it must be reserved. Although Xiaoguai is a mutant, it can also be considered Yuhan and Jiangxi's special pet. Giving it a room signifies that it is considered a member of the White House. It also serves as a deterrent to new employees. Chapter 125. The 6th floor, the highest, is the most important warehouse. It covers nearly 2,000 square meters, and can store even more supplies and food. Because of its size, Jiangxi will need to gradually divide it into sections, and assign someone to oversee and manage the incoming and outgoing goods, which can be assigned to Liu and Ji Qiuqi. It was already late at night, when the work was basically done. The Level 3 White House also unlocked 2 new permissions. 1. Upgraded from audio communication to video communication. With mutual consent, video can be enabled. In addition, her White House can now connect to Level 3 White Houses, and Level 2 and below can connect directly without application. 2. Long-distance teleportation. Within a 500-kilometer radius, White Houses can teleport up to 100 kilograms of items at a time, as long as both owners agree. This applies to non-living objects. Living animals cannot be teleported, with the exception of living plants and fungi. This was the feature that surprised Jiangxi the most. In her previous life, she wasn't a White House owner. Although she knew this feature existed, she wasn't sure at which level it appeared. Now that the Level 3 White Houses had teleportation capabilities, it would be much easier for her to exchange supplies with Liu Yuan and the Xiao family. She could even potentially trade with White House owners in other nearby cities. Of course, if other forces receive permission, they could also use the White Houses to transport valuables, avoiding danger along the way. This was a considerable advantage for White House owners. Jiangxi sat down at her desk and lit up the star map. One by one, white dots lit up, representing White Houses. She noticed that there were more dots than before. At a glance, there were at least several hundred, indicating that a significant number of White Houses had been upgraded to Level 2. But the majority, 90%, remained unlit. Even if they became White House owners, not everyone could collect enough crystal cores to upgrade. Some owners were even unaware that White Houses needed energy and could upgrade. It was foreseeable that even more White Houses would disappear in a year. Jiangxi spotted the brightest White House on the star map, a bright spot even more pronounced than her own. She reached out, hesitated for a moment, and then gently tapped it. White House 2 Level 4. Her heart suddenly sank, and she stared intently. White House 2 had already reached Level 4. So fast, it was in City D, over 1,000 kilometers away from City C. Jiangxi's memories instantly flashed back to her past life, when she first started working at White House 2. The competition was fierce, and she could be kicked out if she wasn't careful. The workload steadily increased, and she faced a myriad of ingredients every day, unable to process them all. Even when her superpowers were exhausted, she was forced to take restorative medication and continue working. She would never forget the oppression and coercion she had endured. Painful memories flooded back, and her hand began to tremble, accidentally touching the point of light. A few words emanated. "Connect to White Room 2?" Jiangxi's hand quickly retracted. Of course, she couldn't proactively contact White Room 2. Its owner was a superpower, just like Du Qichong. While he hadn't yet reached the levels of cruelty and brutality of his past life, he would soon become insane. Revenge. This thought occurred to Jiangxi. Now she was no longer enslaved. She had her own white room, and it was doing quite well. Now that she had the power to protect herself, why would she watch White House number 2 grow and prosper, cruelly treating those with special abilities and countless ordinary people, and once again follow its predetermined trajectory, becoming the infamous vampire house it once was? Even if she couldn't bring down White House number 2, she would kill its owner. This was the first time Jiangxi felt such a strong desire to kill. She wanted revenge. She had to plan carefully, first figuring out what she could exploit, how to disrupt White House number 2's growth, which special abilities she could steal, weakening its strength, creating rivals for White House number 2, and how to counter the allure of the genetic potion to ordinary people. Unconsciously, she was thinking a lot. The next day, Jiangxi woke up, as usual, and went to the lobby to speak briefly with everyone, not revealing anything more than she needed. Everyone was delighted. Everyone went to see the entertainment area on the 4th floor. Taking revenge step by step, she continued to renovate the lobby on the 1st floor. The 70 square meter kitchen was expanded to 200 square meters, with 100 square meters dedicated to the water tank. The temporary storage area and stove were also enlarged accordingly, allowing 10 people to work comfortably in the kitchen. The 50-table dining area was increased to 100, with 5 private rooms and a takeout area added. Food can be exchanged and taken away. The remaining area served as the supply exchange area, formerly the cash register. Anyone who needed supplies for the White House could come here to exchange them. Ji Yeyu and Zhou Shasha were in charge. After the exchange, a number was given, which could be used to order food or takeout. These subdivisions required a set of procedures, requiring the recruitment of numerous personnel. Jiangxi also designed 4 doors for the White House, allowing entry from any direction. After a full morning, she finally finished her work and shared her general plan with everyone. Everyone divided up their responsibilities. When the psychic teams and ordinary people who came to eat and work saw the dramatic transformation of the White House restaurant, along with the job postings and the list of exchangeable supplies, they were shocked. The White House restaurant is hiring. Successful applicants get free food and lodging. Those with exceptional qualifications can even bring a family member to live in the White House. Where else can you find such a great opportunity? Those who heard the news were immediately shocked. The crowds of applicants piled in, leaving no room for anything. They couldn't even afford to eat. Why bother eating? There are only so many spots available. If you don't hurry and grab them, what if someone else snatches them up? I'm not a psychic, but I'm a chef with a level 2 national vocational qualification. You mean a certificate? Who has that these days? Do you want me to stir-fry some fish-flavored pork shreds for you? Believe it or not, we're also hiring a few team leaders. I think I'd be perfect for this. I used to be a human resources manager. Whatever. Give it a try. It won't hurt. Not only did countless ordinary people apply, but some psychics were also tempted. The fact that they had free food and lodging was an irresistible temptation. And the successful psychics received even more generous treatment. Besides free food and lodging, they also enjoyed the exclusive entertainment facilities and spiritual comforts within the White House, as well as 2 days of vacation each month. They could even bring a family member to live there. In today's chaotic and dangerous end times, these offers are sure to tempt anyone. Brother He, do you want to give it a try? Someone nearby asked tentatively, gazing at the sea of applicants ahead. He didn't answer, but he was genuinely tempted. Although he possessed the ability to clone himself, capable of dealing with most mutant beasts, he couldn't withstand the gray fog. After living outside for over 2 months, he knew the terrifying nature of the gray fog. It wasn't just him. The other 4 members of the team coughed every night. Even if they kept the doors and windows tightly shut, the gray fog would still seep in a little. They were already very vigilant, never going out on foggy days, but he still started to break out in small rashes on his arms. Although there were only a few, they were extremely itchy. If this continued for a long time, he would undoubtedly become like those who had been exposed to the gray fog for a long time, with his face covered in ulcers and even deformed. Why not give it a try? What nonsense are you talking about? Brother He, you can't go. Don't listen to Xiao Wu. Suddenly someone shouted, glaring at the person next to them, and said to He, Brother He, you're a psychic. You definitely get the job, but what are we going to do? We can only take 1 person. Are you going to abandon the other 3? Chapter 126. He frowned but remained silent. But something was amiss. During this time, he had been leading the other 4 on hunting and fighting, dodging mutant beasts, and scavenging for supplies, barely surviving. He and 2 of them had been college classmates, and after graduation, they happened to work in City C and shared an apartment together. The other 2 were neighbors. Because of their close relationship, even after the catastrophe, he hadn't abandoned them. But now, he really wanted to go to the White House. Fearing that he would succeed in the job and abandon them, Song Ping paid no attention to his expression, saying, "Brother He, the four of us have always followed you. You're our boss. What will we do if you leave?" The man named Xiao Wu also realized what was happening. But he still muttered, "We've been a burden to Brother He for so long. Now that there's an opportunity, why don't you let Brother He apply? Brother He, you won't abandon us, right?" Song Ping ignored Xiao Wu and looked at He hopefully. He felt a sense of unease as he stared at the four pairs of eyes fixed on him, but he still said, "I want to give it a try." He didn't want to become deformed, didn't want to die in the gray fog. Now that he had the chance, he certainly wouldn't give it up, even if it was selfish. He felt uncertain. If it succeeds, I can bring someone in. That's enough, He. You just want to abandon us, right? Before he could finish, Song Ping interrupted with an angry look. You're a psychic, so your success rate is very high. You're usually best friends with Xiao Wu, so you definitely take him with you. So, are we being abandoned by you? The other two also grew worried. Brother He's face darkened, and he turned and walked forward. He didn't want to explain anything. Song Ping anxiously grabbed He and knelt on the ground, begging desperately, "Don't go, Brother He. Please don't abandon us. We don't want to die. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and plead for mercy, Brother He." The other two also quickly knelt down. "Brother He, you're our boss. You can't go. Without you, we surely die. You can't abandon us. You can't be so selfish. We've been friends for so many years. Please." Xiao Wu stood there in a daze, at a loss for words. Song Ping's face darkened. He pulled his hand away and said coldly, "Just because I've been with you for 2 months, does that mean I'm bound to you for life? If I leave, I'm abandoning you. I'm selfish? Then I be selfish." With that, he left the others and strode into the crowd. Jiangxi had already handed over the recruitment. Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu were also in charge of the planning tasks, with the warehouse and dining room staffed. She planned to test the teleportation function of the level 3 white room and bring Lu Yuan the freshly made preserved fruit and the yellow rattan cake, thus concluding one thing. She tried to connect to white room 458, but after waiting for a while, it didn't connect. Jiangxi, assuming Lu Yuan had gone out, waited another hour, and was about to try again, when she suddenly remembered it was a video call. She quickly tidied up the room and sent a video invitation, which successfully connected. Lu Yuan's figure appeared on the wall opposite the desk. "Hello, I just got back." Jiangxi saw Lu Yuan wiping his hands with a towel. His clothes were splattered with blood and dirt, and his hair was messy and slightly damp. Behind him was a 1.2-meter bed, its quilt unmade and haphazardly piled, its pillows askew. A trash can sat at the head of the bed, and next to it was a wardrobe, one door open, with a few books scattered on the floor. Stickies were plastered on the walls on either side, but Jiangxi couldn't make out the writing from too far away. There was also a map of City C, marked with numerous lines, and adorned with colorful thumbtacks. Jiangxi had a full view of Lu Yuan's bedroom. It was clearly where he had chosen to base his control area. It was indeed a mess. Lu Yuan noticed Jiangxi's look and said with a hint of embarrassment, "I was too busy to clean up." It's okay. Jiangxi was also a little embarrassed. Fortunately, she had just cleaned up, otherwise Lu Yuan would have seen her unkempt appearance. "I wanted to tell you that my white room has reached level 3 and has new features." She quickly changed the subject. "What new feature?" "My white room is almost finished, and I can upgrade it tonight. The new feature is item teleportation. Get ready, and I send it over to you. Try it, and you understand." Jiangxi returned to normal. She hadn't prepared much food this time, just 5 bags of preserved fruit, each weighing only about 2 or 3 pounds. The yellow rattan cakes were also few and far between, barely presentable. She also prepared some dried meat and bacon, all of which had temporary enhancements, like leopard meat, snake meat, wild boar meat, and 2 alligator snapping turtle eggs. That totaled nearly 500 pounds, which required multiple teleportations. She communicated with the white room through her mind, and the familiar mechanical prompt immediately rang out, activating level 3 white room teleportation. This time, directed teleportation is to white room 458. Each transfer is limited to 100 kilograms, and consumes 100 energy cores. Yes or no? More crystal cores? Jiangxi was a bit surprised, but then thought it was normal. Teleporting 100 kilograms of items requires 100 E-grade crystal cores. While difficult for ordinary people, it's a very cost-effective feature for the White House's owner. If he can't do it, he dies sooner or later. Jiangxi chose yes, and fed the White House another 100 crystal cores, placing them in the drawer as usual. The crystal cores sank and vanished. With a humming sound, a wave of light passed through, and the star map on the desk vanished, forming a continuously rotating black hole. Like the vastness of space, pitch black and mysterious, through this 2-foot-wide black hole, Jiangxi could still see star-like luminous objects, tiny as dust, magical and unimaginable. It seemed that by placing items into this black hole, they could be teleported to Lu Yuan's side. She picked up a bag of preserved fruit and threw it in. Sure enough, it vanished. She then placed the yellow rattan cake and other items in it. In White House number 458. Lu Yuan also heard the White House's notification. The owner of White House number 139 is about to teleport you an item. Please receive it. 3, 2, 1. Then a black hole appeared on the wall opposite his bed, and packages of preserved fruit wrapped in leaves emerged. He quickly caught them, followed by pastries, alligator snapping turtle eggs, and bacon. In a moment, they piled all over the floor. Enjoying the White House's teleportation function for the first time, Lu Yuan was also amazed. It was so convenient. No more long trips every time. Not only would it improve safety, it would also save time. Jiangxi spent 500 crystal cores to teleport 500 kilograms of food to Lu Yuan. She concluded that it was a bit of a loss. If it was a special and valuable item, 100 crystal cores would work, but transporting such a large amount of food was not cost-effective for them. After all, the White House's next upgrade required 500 million crystal cores. But experiencing traditional abilities for the first time, Jiangxi wanted to get Lu Yuan's food as quickly as possible, so she didn't care about the 500 and the crystal core. She didn't like owing favors. After the transmission, Jiangxi told Lu Yuan about the benefits of the yellow rattan cake. There was only one serving, and she reminded him to eat it quickly. Okay, thank you. Lu Yuan understood the importance of this seemingly insignificant cake. The supply transmission was complete, but Jiangxi didn't disconnect. She asked Lu Yuan one more question. Do you recognize any of these psychics? I tell you their names. Wang Zongyuan, Li Su, Hu Han, Lai Yunqing. She named 7 or 8, all famous psychics from White House number 2 in her previous life. Jiangxi wanted to cut in. Chapter 127. If we could intercept these psychics before they join White Room number 2 and turn them over to her side, wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? If that doesn't work, joining Lu Yuan's side would be fine. It's better than having them in White Room number 2. Except for Li Su, whose name sounds familiar, I haven't heard of the others. Are they all psychics? Do they have a grudge against you? Wait, let me ask. Lu Yuan opened the door and left for a moment, then quickly returned. It's confirmed. There's an Ice-type psychic named Li Su, the leader of an organization called the Grey Team. I wonder if that's the person you're talking about. Ice-type psychic, Li Su, Grey Team, Jiangxi laughed. That's him, Lu Yuan. Can you help me contact him? I need to discuss something with him. Lu Yuan agreed readily, without asking why. If we can reach an agreement, I owe you a favor. No need. It's a small matter. Lu Yuan smiled. The two exchanged a few more words before disconnecting. Jiangxi didn't know much about Li Su. He only knew that in his previous life, he was one of the most powerful psychics in the 2nd White House Combat Division. Not only had his powers reached perfection, but he was also the head of Combat Division 9, managing over 1,000 psychics. Li Su had a cold personality, but he loved women. He was a master of ice powers and possessed exceptional talent. Many female psychics in the 2nd White House sought to seduce him, and he accepted any attractive one. Rumor has it that he was pursued by over 30 women simultaneously, including psychics from other White Houses. He tried them all, yet ultimately, he didn't marry any of them. Until Jiangxi's death, Li Su, already in his 50s, remained single. But I heard he once had a wife and son. His wife was killed by a mutant beast, and his son died after being ravaged by the gray fog, exacerbating his pre-existing illness. Although it was just a rumor, Jiangxi believed it was somewhat plausible. She even suspected that Li Su's character was shaped by the deaths of his wife and children. After all, despite having so many women, none of them bore him offspring. If Jiangxi could have saved his wife and children beforehand, then the chances of recruiting Li Su would have been very high. She pondered silently. 3 days later, Huang Yuanjun and Chen Jidong met with Jiangxi to report on the recruitment process. Boss Jiang, we hired enough people. Huang Yuanjun said, I hired 5 team leaders, 4 men and 1 woman. They be on a 3-day trial basis. If they perform well, they be officially hired with food and lodging provided. I written down their names and personal information in a notebook, and I show it to you later. From what I've seen over the past 2 days, they've been doing pretty well, and the troublemakers are gone. Jiangxi nodded. Okay, Brother Huang, thank you for your hard work. She didn't mind hiring a woman, and didn't even ask Huang Yuanjun. Since he thought she was suitable, she must be good. Even though she was a woman, some women can be even more aggressive than men when they're tough, and they can be ruthless when it comes to managing people. Qin Jidong also said excitedly, Boss Jiang, we hired enough people. You don't know, but when the job posting was released 3 days ago, there was a constant stream of interviews, and I was almost overwhelmed. The best candidates were finally selected, and they absolutely meet the needs. For an ordinary person, those 3 days were truly his highlight. A group of people with special abilities surrounded him, wanting to join the White House. Some of them spoke well of him, called him brother, and gave him gifts. His voice rose a bit. There are 4 psychics in total, 3 cooks, 2 waiters, and a handyman. We also hired someone with gardening skills, and someone who specializes in fish farming, making a total of 12 people. Here are their details, Boss Jiang, for your review. Qin Jidong, beaming, handed over 2 sheets of paper covered with writing. Jiangxi took them and looked at them, his eyes settling on the name of one of the psychics. He? Isn't he? Yes, that's the psychic who came to work before. He has a shadow clone. I thought he was pretty good, so I hired him. At this point, Qin Jidong lowered his voice a little. However, the other psychics are all alone, but this he said he wants to bring someone with him. Although it's stated in the benefits package, I haven't agreed to it yet. What do you think? Jiangxi said, now that the benefits package has been confirmed, allowing each psychic to bring 1 family member to live in the White House. Of course we have to do it. This is meant to attract psychics to join. If they have excellent qualifications, even if they want to bring 2, it's not a problem. Talent is valuable, she knew that. She had an impression of the psychic named Shadow Clone. While not as good as Li Se, he was still pretty good. Now that White House 139 lacks combat-capable psychics, it's even more important to keep him. Qin Jidong immediately said, okay, I tell him later. Jiangxi continued to look at the other 3 psychics. One has a common fire ability, and her name is Jiang Mingyao. Judging by her name, she seems female. Another has a wind ability, and her name is Ding Qilin. The last one, Lu Xiao, has a massive strength ability. Jiangxi frowned. The name looked familiar. What does this man with the supernatural power, Lu Xiao, look like? She remembered. In her previous life, Liu was arranged to marry a man by the higher-ups of White House No. 2. He possessed supernatural powers, and also happened to be named Lu Xiao. Could it be him? Qin Jidong quickly said. He's about 5 feet 10 inches, 30 years old, average-looking and rather stocky. Oh, and there's a large black mole on his forehead, and he speaks quite loudly. Boss Jiang, is there anything wrong? Jiangxi was certain it was him. Liu's husband from her previous life. Thinking of this, her face darkened. I don't want him. I reject him, no matter what your excuse. Lu Xiao had not been kind to Liu in her previous life. The two had never had much affection for each other since their marriage, and they argued frequently afterward. On the few occasions that Liu visited her, she noticed bruises on her body, and her hair had been pulled out. When she asked her what was wrong, Liu would either shake her head helplessly or wipe her tears behind her back. Liu went on a mission during her pregnancy and suffered an unfortunate incident. She heard that Lu Xiao reapplied with his superiors 2 weeks later and quickly married an ordinary woman who worked in the planting department. His temper worsened after his second marriage, and he often beat his wife, leaving her with a black eye. Jiangxi would never hire a man like that. She would leave him to Liu. Oh fine, then I reject him later. Qin Jidong, not daring to ask, responded repeatedly, breaking out in a cold sweat. This man must have offended Boss Jiang before, otherwise why would he reject him outright? He almost hired this person, which was a bad omen for Boss Jiang. He must be more careful in the future. After they left, Jiangxi approached Liu, who was counting supplies. Ah Yu, I have something to tell you. What's the matter, Jiang? Liu asked, putting down her pen and paper. Jiangxi looked at her sternly. Let me ask you, suppose there's a man who, relying on his superpowers, constantly bullies his wife. His wife, pregnant and away, is tragically killed by a mutant beast. Instead of mourning, he immediately finds another woman and continues to beat his second wife. Do you think he deserves death? Liu was furious. Of course he should. Jiang, is there really such a man? Tell me where he is, and I give him a beating. He bullied a good friend of mine. Jiangxi shook Li Yu's hand and said seriously, his name is Lu Xiao. He came to the White House restaurant to apply for a job, and I found him. Go find Chen Jidong. He tell you where this man is. Get Xiaoguai along, and help me kill him, okay? She wanted Yu to avenge herself. Chapter 128. Although Li Yu couldn't think of any other close friends of Jiangxi besides her, since Jiang wanted to kill him, and this man was such a scoundrel, she certainly had to help. Okay, I go find Chen Jidong now. Without a word, Li Yu turned and left the warehouse. That was good, the hatred could be settled. Jiangxi wouldn't tell Li Yu about her tragic past. For a year now, her life was getting better and better, and there was hope for the future. Perhaps her rebirth, if it could change the fate of some people on a small scale, was also part of her meaning. 2 hours later, Li Yu came back to tell her that it was done. No one noticed. That night, Jiangxi treated everyone in the White House to a feast, both to celebrate the event and as a welcome dinner for the new employees. The ordinary people working as chefs were moved to tears of gratitude, and they repeatedly promised to do their best. From today on, you are all members of White House 139. As long as you work hard and wholeheartedly, you can live here for the rest of your lives. This is your home. As the White House restaurant prospers, your salaries will increase, but Jiangxi offered some encouragement, then changed the subject and said coldly, if anyone slacks off, cheats, or betrays their team, they will be fired and never hired again. In serious cases, if they lose their lives, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone shuddered. Yes, Boss Jiang. She then laughed again. Okay, I won't say any more. Let's eat. Sister Zheng, go to the kitchen and get some juice and popcorn. Everyone, get some rest tonight, so you have more energy for work tomorrow. Everyone erupted in laughter. The White House hadn't been this lively in ages. Although the newcomers were strangers to each other, even Jiang Mengyao and Deng Qilin, both psychics, didn't feel any sense of superiority. Thankfully, with food and drink, and a safe environment, without having to worry about the gray fog and mutant beasts outside, everyone quickly relaxed and shared their experiences and past experiences. In the crowd, he quietly ate some dried meat, a few popcorn in his hand. He hadn't had snacks in ages, and surprisingly, he felt happy. He had finally successfully joined the White House restaurant and brought Xiao Wu with him. Jiangxi had previously spoken to him privately, urging him to work hard. Seeing the atmosphere at the White House and the lavish welcome banquet prepared for them, he was pleasantly surprised. The deliciousness and efficacy of these foods, compared to the food shortages in the outside world, where many people died of starvation, was almost like the company's bonus of a 5-day group tour upon joining. Who wouldn't want to join a White House like this? Brother He, try this jelly. I heard it can temporarily increase your strength 5-fold. Boss Jiang actually gave it to us for fun. Wu Hongjia's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe how lucky he was. Xiao Wu, work hard from now on, okay? Cherish this opportunity. He looked at him with a deep gaze. Ah. I got it, Brother He. Don't worry. Xiao Wu came to his senses and said gratefully, I promise to work hard and never give you any trouble. Of the 4 people, Brother He had chosen him to join the White House. It was like giving him a life. He would never forget this favor, and he would repay it with his own life. The next day, Jiangxi was inspecting the newly opened planning area on the 2nd floor of the White House, when Yi Yuhan hurried over to her, her smile crooked. Boss Jiang, it's born. It's finally born. Jiangxi turned to look at him. What did you give birth to? Hey, he's a nice guy, but he has 2 flaws. One is that he's prone to making a lot of noise, and the other is that he's sometimes arrogant and sometimes self-deprecating, his personality fluctuating wildly. Yu Yuhan quickly said, it wasn't me who gave birth, it was the birds. Those 2 yellow vine birds. I've been taking care of them like ancestors these past few days, and God has rewarded my hard work. They finally laid 2 eggs for me. When he saw the 2 plump eggs in the nest, he was so excited he almost cried. He quickly brought them to Jiangxi. Oh, they really laid eggs. Jiangxi was also surprised. She'd been so busy these past few days that she even neglected the yellow vine birds. Yu Yuhan handed over 2 eggs, about the size of chicken eggs, but with a light blue shell. Jiangxi took them, still warm, and immediately sensed the essence they contained. These weren't fertilized eggs, they wouldn't hatch chicks, they could only be eaten. She smiled and said, Captain Yu, that's great. Thank you for taking care of the yellow vine birds. Keep up the good work, and try to get them to lay 2 eggs every week. I give you a reward at the end of the month. What kind of reward would be good? Ever since he hired someone, Jiangxi has been thinking about a reward system to keep everyone more motivated. Yu Yuhan scratched her hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, Boss Jiang, I promised the yellow vine birds that if they lay eggs, I find them husbands, but it was freezing cold. How could he find a male bird? If he didn't coax them, they wouldn't lay eggs. He could only make promises to keep the two birds. Jiangxi rolled his eyes. Is that how he coaxed 2 eggs out of them? Captain Yu, you're a beastmaster and a psychic. When did you become a nanny for mutants? She was so disappointed. She assumed Yu Yuhan was raised normally. You're bowing down to 2 birds again, trying to coax them? And you're even talking about finding them husbands? Why don't you just be their husband? Yu Yuhan was incredibly embarrassed. Then, what should we do? Go and talk to the 2 yellow vine birds. If they lay eggs, keep them. If they don't, give them to Xiaoguai as a snack. See what they choose. Your powers allow you to communicate with them, but the key is to control them, and use them for your own benefit, not to treat them like your own ancestors. Jiangxi then poured a lot of common sense into Yu Yuhan about mutants, the result of countless years of experience. No matter how weak a mutant is, it's still a mutant, with a certain degree of ferocity and intelligence. Training them according to their characteristics will yield greater success. Okay, Boss Jiang, I understand. I really understand this time. Yu Yuhan was both grateful and embarrassed, and even more impressed by Jiangxi's knowledge of mutant beasts, which far surpassed even his own beastmasters. This time, he promised to raise the yellow vine bird well. If that didn't work, he chopped the 2 birds into pieces and apologized to Boss Jiang. Finally, there were 2 eggs. Without delay, Jiangxi immediately used her supernatural powers to process them, eating one herself and, of course, giving the other to Li Yu, whose eyesight improved tenfold. Pamper your best friend yourself. When there are yellow vine bird eggs, give them to Lu Yuan, Xiaoyu, and the others. Remembering Sister Liang's repeated instructions, Jiangxi decided it was time to go to Pingfu Garden Building to discuss cooperation. She called Huang Yuanjun and Li Yu to accompany her. After preparing, eating their temporarily fortified food, and grabbing their weapons, the 3 of them set out. We also brought along the big white wolf. Its presence would be a striking deterrent, saving us a lot of trouble. Jiangxi and the other 2 were running fast. To save time, they ran like the wind, their figures barely visible. And they didn't blush or pant, even faster than some people driving. 20 minutes later, they arrived in City C. Chapter 129. Wang Yuanjun led the way, heading towards the Pingfu Garden Building. With the presence of the great white wolf and their rapid pace, some of the men lying in wait in the abandoned roadside buildings, waiting to rob, saw only a few fleeting shadows, and were so startled they thought they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. City C has been truly haunted lately, with many sightings, and even those with special abilities are feeling apprehensive. Boss Jiang, that's the Pingfu Garden Building. Wang Yuanjun pointed to a 30-story office building with a pale blue glass exterior about 100 meters ahead. As expected, Sister Liang's place is intact. After over 2 months of mutant beasts wreaking havoc in City C, it's quite rare to find an intact building. They soon reached the bottom of the building, but it was guarded. 2 of the men were clearly special abilities, radiating a unique aura. They stood vigilantly at the building entrance, and Jiangxi spotted them immediately. There were also 6 ordinary people armed with homemade weapons. What are you doing? A man holding a baseball bat riddled with nails approached Jiangxi, and the other 2, who were carrying bows and arrows. Wang Yuanjun noticed his wariness and immediately said, "We're from White House 139. We're friends of Sister Liang. Could you please tell her that Boss Jiang is here to see her?" The man was immediately delighted. Boss Jiang? He glanced at Li Yu and Jiangxi, unable to tell who was Boss Jiang, but they had heard the name many times. This was the man even Sister Liang had gone to see in person, and he brought back a ton of delicious food. They had long admired him, and were eager for the chance to follow Sister Liang to the White House restaurant and feast on his delicacies. "It's Boss Jiang. Come on, come on," the man shouted, and the 2 psychics understood and came forward with beaming smiles. One of them led Jiangxi and the other 2 upstairs, while the others remained at the building entrance. Taking the elevator was out of the question. They had to take the stairs via the emergency exit. Even so, there were 2 people guarding every 3 floors, and security was tight. Jiangxi was puzzled. Was such precaution necessary? "Boss Jiang, you don't know, but something's happened in our area lately, so we have to be more vigilant." The man leading the way explained to Jiangxi as they climbed the stairs. Someone had been causing trouble lately, controlling dead bodies and robbing and killing people. They knew it was definitely the work of a psychic. But ordinary people wouldn't know and would simply think it was a haunting. Someone else said it was a zombie. Li Yu's eyes widened. There's a psychic ability to control corpses? This was disgusting. Jiangxi remembered two psychics, the corpse controller and the puppet master. Both of these abilities could manipulate the dead, whether human or mutant. I just don't know who this psychic who's causing such panic by manipulating corpses is. Liang Jinwei was feeling antsy when she heard Jiangxi had arrived. Oh, Sister Jiang, what brings you here? I'm so happy. Hey, Xiaoguai's here too. Look at me, I should have come to see you myself, but something's happened these past few days, so I haven't had time. She stood up to greet him, patting the big white wolf's head. Jiangxi handed her bow to Li Yu and smiled. Nothing, I just wanted to go out for a walk, so I came to see Sister Liang. Boss Jiang, hello. Su Tao, shirtless, was massaging Sister Liang's feet, and quickly stood up. His face flushed, his hand shielding his face, as he hurried into the next room to get dressed. Jiangxi pretended not to notice, surveying Sister Liang's luxurious suite. It was a deluxe king-size bed with a city view, located on the 36th floor of the building. The hotel also belonged to Sister Liang. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view, and the decor was luxurious. It was fully furnished, with every appliance imaginable, including a kitchen and bathroom, and an oversized bathtub. Although the appliances weren't working, it was still very convenient. But the 2.8-meter bed was surprisingly filled with 8 pillows, which instantly gave Jiangxi a whirlwind of imagination. She quickly put her suspicions aside and asked, Sister Liang, I heard there's a psychic causing trouble? In her own territory, Sister Liang dressed more casually. The room had a fireplace, so it wasn't cold. She wore a low-cut dress, revealing her curvaceous figure, and a short cashmere shawl over it, showcasing her graceful curves, oblivious to the presence of Huang Yuanjun. Huang Yuanjun didn't dare look, turning awkwardly to look out the window. Sister Liang rubbed her temples and asked everyone to sit down. Although a little annoyed, she still smiled and said, That's true, but don't worry, I can handle it. He's just a psychic. Once we catch him, we tear him into pieces. Pushing her worries aside, she chatted with Jiangxi. Li Yu and Huang Yuanjun remained silent, just listening. Guzi, the little wolf dog, arrived with coffee and snacks. The big white wolf immediately approached, and if Jiangxi hadn't called out quickly, it would have overturned the plate. After changing, Su Tao joined in the conversation, chatting casually. Guzi sat on the other side, also tending to Sister Liang, as obedient as a cat. Sister Jiang, it's rare for you to come. I take you to see the things my father left behind. The atmosphere had calmed down, and Sister Liang stood up and said, My family used to be in the steel business. The factory building is gone, but the machinery is still there, and there's still a lot of raw materials. What do you think, if we switch to forging weapons? Jiangxi's heart stirred. So Sister Liang's family used to deal in steel. All this equipment and materials were used to make knives. If we found someone with special abilities to craft them, wouldn't we be able to mass-produce highly lethal weapons? This would definitely be a good business. Just as Jiangxi was about to speak, someone suddenly rushed in and shouted, Sister Liang, it's bad. Those things are coming again. Sister Liang's face changed. Su Tao and Guzi immediately stood in front of her, also nervous. Woo! The big white wolf seemed to have sensed something, growled, and was about to charge forward. Jiangxi shouted to it, but it only turned back and barked once before running away again. Sister Liang, what's going on? Tell me. She sensed something was amiss. If it were just a minor matter, Xiaoguai wouldn't be so belligerent. Seeing she could no longer conceal her guilt, Sister Liang said, Sorry, Sister Jiang, I caused you trouble. Lately, a psychic has been controlling corpses, causing trouble and killing people. His target is me. She told Jiangxi that this person was Ma Biao, a psychic recently recruited by the Xiao family. The Xiao family had long coveted the supplies Sister Liang had, and had again invited her to join the family, only to have her refuse for the 4th time. It wasn't clear whether it was an order from the Xiao family or Ma Biao's own actions, but after his refusal, he had been targeting Sister Liang, controlling the corpses of many people and mutant beasts to wander the streets near Pingfu Garden building, preventing them from scavenging for supplies, and also affecting other people nearby. Isn't it terrifying that anyone who went out could be attacked by a corpse on the ground? The corpse of a mutant beast, apparently reduced to a skeleton, suddenly revived and attacked, putting many people in danger. The more people died, the more corpses resurrected, causing panic among the people, and eventually rumors of hauntings and zombies spread. On one occasion, Ma Biao even controlled the corpse of a mutant beast and one of Liang Jie's dead men to sneak into Fuping Garden building. Due to carelessness, several people died. If it weren't for Liang Jie's numerous psychics and her own luck, she would have been injured as well. People from the Xiao family? Is this what they're doing? Jiang Shi's eyes grew serious, a sharp glint in their eyes. Chapter 130. Jiang Shi had always considered the Xiao family a good partner. But as time went by, she increasingly felt that their philosophies differed greatly. She would never recruit someone like Ma Biao, but the Xiao family didn't care about the character of psychics. As long as they were useful, they would take them all, even willing to cooperate with people like Du Qicheng. If this continued, White House 1027 would eventually become unscrupulous and profit-driven. Sister Jiang, don't worry. Those ghosts won't be able to get through. This time, I'm going to kill Ma Biao too. Sister Liang was also furious. She had repeatedly tolerated it because she didn't want to completely offend the Xiao family, not because she was afraid of anyone. But the other party had taken advantage of her, and became even more aggressive. Whether this was Ma Biao's personal behavior or the Xiao family's instructions, she was blaming the Xiao family for this. They wanted her supplies, and she wanted his life. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Xiao Ayu. Take your men down, and kill him mercilessly. If we don't capture Ma Biao today, you all must get out of here and stop following me. Sister Liang was furious, her beautiful face brimming with murderous intent, her chest heaving with anger. Zhou Yu and the young wolf dog Guzi, who had hurried over, panicked. They each surrounded Su Tao on one side, pushing him aside. No, Sister Liang, I want to stay by your side and keep you safe. Let others kill Ma Biao, I only want to protect you. Zhou Yu's affectionate voice bombarded the innocent girl's soul. Ayu, your safety is paramount. I don't care about anyone else. Are you too deaf? Sister Liang slapped each of them twice. You're not listening, are you? Do I need your protection? Say another word, and I turn my back on you. With a crisp slap, the two pretty boys instantly turned red. Su Tao was secretly pleased, they deserved it. The two of them were instantly embarrassed, covering their faces but showing no anger. They quickly told Sister Liang to calm down and hurried out to help. Jiang Shi and the other two felt like they had just watched an awkward scene. They didn't know what to say. Sister Liang felt a little awkward and laughed dryly. Haha. Sister Jiang, excuse me, they're just like that. When they're being nice, they're very obedient, but when they get irritated, you have to give them a good beating before they obey. But they're quite useful, and they can handle those bastards without any problem. Since everything was arranged, Jiang Shi was no longer in a hurry. She waited patiently, taking advantage of the opportunity to see the fighting power of Sister Liang's men. Boss Jiang, why don't I go too? Since he was going out, Huang Yuanjun naturally had to make a difference, and keep an eye on Xiaoguai, and make sure he doesn't get out of hand. Jiang Shi thought about it and agreed. It's been ages since I faced so many opponents. If Xiaoguai gets mad, don't tear down Sister Liang's territory. Okay, Brother Huang. Thank you for your hard work. Huang Yuanjun quickly left the room. The two guards outside, knowing his identity, gestured for him to go downstairs. Huang Yuanjun quickened his pace, rushing up the emergency exit to the 24th floor, even grabbing a safety axe. Finally, he caught a faint whiff of the stench. The stench of a corpse. Even the faintest odor was enough to make one want to vomit. Zhou Yu and Gu Zi, with a dozen or so people ahead of Huang Yuanjun, rushed downstairs, complaining furiously. It stinks. I'm going to throw up. My freshly washed hair is now stinking, and the Chanel No. 5 I just sprayed has changed its smell. No wonder Sister Liang was so irritated with me just now. That Ma Biao, I shove him into the toilet when I catch him. Zhou Yu glanced at Gu Zi's hair-pulling antics and said disdainfully, you deal with those monsters later, I go kill Ma Biao. Gu Zi's brows furrowed. Why? Zhou Yu's eyes grew cold, his lips curled. Your gravity ability is perfect for dealing with those monsters. My air cannon is better for single kills and more powerful. Do you understand? Haha, your ability is too weak to attack a group, and you still have the nerve to try to steal the credit? You dare to call me inferior, Gu Zi? Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I give you a beating first. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and Huang Yuanjun leapt past the arguing two men and rushed to the 20th floor. Still jealous now, he didn't have time to linger after the two pretty boys. He could already smell danger. Suddenly, a dark figure crouching against the wall made Huang Yuanjun's heart tremble. He saw a massive, mutated black spider, its 8 legs spread out over a meter long, covered in fine, bristling hairs that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Its abdomen, however, was rotten, and foul-smelling black water dripped down the snow-white wall. Huang Yuanjun seized his safety axe and struck fiercely at the black spider. Though dead, the black spider nimbly dodged, raising one of its long legs to claw at Huang Yuanjun. Huang Yuanjun swung with the axe, its terrifying force cleaving off half the spider's leg with a snap. He was about to strike again when a wolf howled from below. Ah! Xiaoguai had noticed something. Something sounded off. Without giving it time to think, Huang Yuanjun swung his axe hard, finally decapitating the black spider and preparing to chase the big white wolf. He had just taken 2 steps when Gu Zi exclaimed from behind, "Spider!" Boom! A burst of air cannon blasted towards him. Huang Yuanjun turned and saw that the black spider he had just decapitated was moving again, attacking Gu Zi, Zhou Yu, and the others. Huang Yuanjun finally understood the power of the psychic, who had attacked the building. This mutant spider, even with its head chopped off, was still able to move. It truly was a corpse-controlling psychic. Thankfully, someone had already dealt with the black spider, so Huang Yuanjun didn't delay and continued his charge. He saw panic figures, all of Sister Liang's men, attacking the tiny spiders. They were as big as wash basins, densely packed, covering the entire emergency passage. How could there be so many? So disgusting. Kill them! Kill them quickly, or there will be more. Be careful. Someone screamed, clearly bitten by a spider. Without giving it any thought, Huang Yuanjun grabbed his safety axe and chopped away, quickly killing 7 or 8. He discovered these smaller spiders were actually alive, unlike the giant spider he'd seen earlier, whose abdomen had rotted away. What was going on? Could that person control both corpses and normal mutant insects? This shouldn't be possible. Below the 18th floor, the 15th floor, the 14th floor, the 11th floor. There were even more insects everywhere. Countless poisonous spiders, scorpions, and toads, large and small, a mingled mass, constantly attacking the people in the building. They spewed venom, brandished their poisonous barbs, and repeatedly scratched ordinary people. A large white wolf darted through the corridors, swatting a swarm of insects with a single swipe of its claws. The splashing juices stained its white fur, and a foul stench spread. The large white wolf howled in anger and attacked even more fiercely, killing several with each swipe, and even more black water splashed from its body. Its body stank more and more, as if it had just emerged from a cesspool. The big white wolf was so horrified by the stench that it lashed out, its fur flailing like a splatter, black water splashing and making it dizzy. Just as it was about to dash out, a gigantic toad blocked its path. Like a millstone, it was plump, its eyes bulging, its body covered in ulcers. With a yelp, it spewed venom at the big white wolf. The big white wolf dodged, charging forward and swiping with its claws. The poisonous toad's skin was ripped open, nearly cleaving in two. Venom and blood gushed from its body, a stench overwhelming the heavens. The intense smell penetrated the big white wolf's nose, causing it to stare blankly, tongue lolling out, and retching, even spitting out the biscuit it had just eaten. No one noticed that among the dense swarm of poisonous insects, only a few of the larger ones were already dead, mutated. The smaller ones were all alive. Chapter 131. Across from the Pingfu Garden building, in a ruined corridor, Ma Biao, holding binoculars, narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the chaos in the building opposite. He smirked as he smoked a cigarette. Great, great. I don't believe I can't kill that bitch this time. This time, he changed his sneak attack method, and it was surprisingly effective. He remotely controlled 3 living adult mutant poisonous insects, plus 7 or 8 dead mutant poisonous insects. This made it much easier. Even after the insects died, he could still use their aura to drive more weaker ones to attack. Although mutant beasts possessed a certain intelligence, it wasn't high. Mutated poisonous insects were even less intelligent. They would only follow strong individuals of their own species and attack in groups, overwhelming the enemy with numbers. This tactic was precisely what Ma Biao exploited. For Ma Biao didn't possess the ability to control corpses, but rather a puppeteer. Whether mutant beasts were dead or alive, or even humans, they could be controlled by him. With a flicker of his eyes, Ma Biao looked at the 3 immobilized psychics beside him, and sneered, "Go ahead, join the fight, and kill that bitch Liang Jinwei." "No, no. Brother Ma, Please let us go. Please let us go. One of the psychics assumed a strange pose, one hand raised upwards, the other downwards, legs spread apart, his arms and legs entangled as if suspended in midair by invisible threads. He uttered in horror, I'm Sister Liang's man. If I betray her, I die miserably. The other two did the same, pleading in trembling voices, Brother Ma, if you only let us go, we obey you from now on. Join the Xiao family, okay? We're willing to do so. Ba, you still want to join the Xiao family and be my equal? Ma Biao waved his hand, a flash of white light emanating, and the three men fell to the ground. With a sinister grin he said, be good and go and kill that woman. I finally tricked you into this. How could I let you go so easily? Go! With that command, the three psychics, like puppets being pulled by strings, slowly rose to their feet. With blank eyes, their movements gradually shifted from stiffness to agility, then to a swift, frantic run. In a moment, they had burst through the ruins and entered the Pingfu Garden building across the way. An even more intense battle ensued. Time ticked by. On the 36th floor, Jiang Shi and Liu casually ate snacks. Sister Liang appeared calm. Jiang, I'm so sorry. It's rare for you to come, and you're sitting here with me. It's okay. Talking to Sister Liang has broadened my horizons. Jiang Shi said with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, even though she sat in this luxurious city view room, she was constantly sensing danger below. At first, she only sensed the intrusion of danger, as if an alarm had been set off in her mind. But slowly, it felt as if threads appeared in the air, floating around her. Though invisible, they gave her a variety of sensations. Some threads made her skin feel warm, some felt cold, and some tingled. Just as Jiang Shi was trying to sort through these different sensations. Sister Liang, this is bad? Gu Zi rushed over. His handsome face was filled with panic, and he was covered in wounds. He stumbled and said, Ma Biao not only controlled the corpses of more than 10 mutant beasts, but also drove countless small poisonous insects, making the entire building full of disgusting insects. Moreover, Zhang Wei and the other two betrayed us, and many of our people died. What? Sister Liang's face darkened. Damn it, that damn Ma Biao. He actually brought so many bugs into my building. This was beyond her expectations. She had thought this sneak attack would be just like the last one, a mere farce, but now... So many bugs, the thought of it was disgusting. Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat. Still alive? That couldn't be a corpse-controlling ability. A puppeteer? Gu Zi panicked. Sister Liang, you go first. We handle this. With that, he rushed out again. Sister Liang wasn't anxious. Instead, her eyebrows raised. She grabbed Jiang Shi's hand and said, Jiang, I take you away first. I definitely escort you safely out. Then we deal with those bastards. With her lucky ability, she was confident that she would be safe wherever she went. Jiang Shi had long sensed the growing murderous aura approaching the 36th floor. It was those invisible threads. Previously, she thought Sister Liang could handle them, given the 9 psychics and their numerous subordinates. Unexpectedly, she was still losing ground, even to the point of betrayal. In some ways, a puppeteer is indeed more powerful than a corpse controller. Sister Liang, there's no need to rush to send me away. We must kill Ma Biao as soon as possible, Jiang Shi said, looking at her sternly. Su Tao also said anxiously, Boss Jiang, you have a point, but Ma Biao's psychic abilities are too powerful. Otherwise, Xiao Gu and the others wouldn't be able to handle him. Besides, Zhang Wei and the others have betrayed him. Sister Liang, it's best to hide for a while and wait until later. If everyone runs away, where can we find them? Jiang Shi wasn't afraid and made a quick decision. Sister Liang, why not strike back and eliminate this trouble once and for all? Sister Liang's eyes lit up. Sister Jiang, are you really not afraid? Jiang Shi thought for a moment, then walked to the French window and peered down. Her senses were becoming more pronounced. Her skin tingled with a strong sense of murderous intent, as if countless invisible threads were emanating from somewhere below, densely filling the air between heaven and earth. This murderous intent was all emanating from Ma Biao. Sister Liang, let's get out first. Can we open the window here? Not the French window, but this side. Sister Liang led her to the next room and pushed open one of the windows, letting in a sudden, cold breeze. Opening the window meant there was no need to smash the glass. Jiang Shi nodded to Li Yu, and then looked at Sister Liang. As long as we find Ma Biao, we win. Sister Liang, hold you tight while we get out. You have the ability of luck. As long as you focus on finding Ma Biao, we definitely find him. The ability of luck should be similar to divine protection. Sister Liang didn't want the building destroyed, so no giant mutant beasts had come to cause trouble. Sister Liang didn't want to face danger, and even if she encountered a mutant beast while out and about, she wouldn't get hurt. Whatever she wished for, it would most likely happen, or at least as close to her expectations as possible. This was the special quality of her luck ability. "You hurry!" Jiangxi gripped his bow and arrow tightly, sensing the danger approaching the 36th floor. 3 floors to go, and those venomous insects would reach them. Liu hugged Jiangxi tightly, then reached out to hug Sister Liang as well. Ignoring the chilly wind, they flew out the window, leaving Su Tao alone in the room. "Sister Liang!" he shouted anxiously, hesitating for only 2 seconds before quickly climbing out the window and crawling against the wall. From his vantage point, Jiangxi could see the situation below at a glance. It wasn't optimistic indeed. The entire street was in chaos, with countless people gathered at the door, battling the venomous mutant insects. Spiders, scorpions, centipedes, even cockroaches, rats, and snakes all mingled together, making anyone's scalp tingle. So many! Liu's face paled. "Damn it, Ma Biao! I'm going to kill him!" Sister Liang cursed furiously, seeing her men die so miserably, even the outer walls covered in disgusting insects. Jiangxi, however, stared across, sensing the situation. Countless murderous auras, the dead air of corpses, and the blood emanating from the fighting, filled the entire space, causing Jiangxi to experience a variety of sensations: cold, warm, tingling. She was searching for Ma Biao, the man behind everything. Chapter 132. For a moment, Jiangxi and Sister Liang stared in the same direction. It was another building diagonally across from the Pingfu Garden building, half destroyed by mutant beasts, with only half a ruin still standing. Jiangxi sensed that the strongest murderous intent was coming from here. Her exceptional vision allowed her to spot a human head. It was only the size of a sesame seed. The man was huddled behind a third-floor window, observing furtively from behind the curtains with binoculars, his expression hyperactive, completely unaware that he had been exposed. Although Sister Liang couldn't sense it, she was also looking at one of the rooms, the one Jiangxi was staring at. She had a strange premonition that Ma Biao was inside. He was controlling countless mutant insects to besiege her building, killing her people, even attempting to kill her and harvest her supplies. Ma Biao is right there. The two uttered this simultaneously, then laughed. "I kill him." Jiangxi drew her bow, aiming at the black dot below, and slowly pulled the string. "Ayu, hold steady. It'd be over in a moment." Liu hovered motionless, supported by one hand, letting Jiangxi sit on her shoulder. "No problem, Jiang, just shoot." The tip of the arrow was aimed at the sesame-sized head, and Jiangxi adjusted it constantly. Wind speed and distance would affect the accuracy of the shot. The bowstring was a full moon, her long hair flying, her eyes sharp. "Jiang sister, you will definitely hit it." Sister Liang, hanging awkwardly in midair, activated her supernatural power. A faint white light illuminated, and Jiangxi seemed to have been given the motto of fate. This arrow would definitely hit the target from 100 steps away. Narrowing her eyes, she released her grip, and the sharp arrow shot out like lightning. Ma Biao, controlling several puppets, suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Oh no! But by the time he realized it, it was too late. With a crack, the glass before him shattered. Before Ma Biao could fully grasp what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead and fell backward with a scream. An arrow had pierced his forehead. Blood flowed from the wound. Ma Biao was horrified, his mind blank, and he had no idea where the arrow had come from. He reached for the arrow shaft, but his whole body was weak and trembling. Blood flowed down his eyes and nose, and his mouth made a wheezing sound, unable to utter a single word of pain. After a few seconds, his right hand fell limply. Dead. Wang Yuanjun and the others were in the corridor, trying their best to stop the venomous insects from rising. Surrounding them were wounded people, frantically hacking at the attacking mutated insects with sticks and long knives. But how could an ordinary person stand a chance? A single blow from a stick barely killed many, as the mutant insects swarmed everywhere. On the walls, doors, ceiling, carpets. Countless venomous insects, large and small, lurked, and a bite was inevitable. Even after killing many, more would still swarm, as if disturbing a nest of insects. Only Gu Zi and a few other psychics could barely stand up to these creatures. He raised his hand, and countless venomous insects rose into the air, as if they could fly. Gu Zi pressed down with his palm. Instantly, dozens of venomous insects, as if bearing 1,000 pounds of gravity, fell to the ground, reduced to a pulp. Zhou Yu also unleashed his air cannon, continuously blasting the insects. Bang, bang, bang. Like gunshots, invisible bullets blasted out, shattering fist-sized spiders and scorpions into smithereens. Although they had killed many and were exhausted, the corridor was still crawling with the foul-smelling insects. Before Huang Yuanjun stood a giant mutant rat, half its head missing. Its two sharp fangs held immense power. Its blood-red eyes had completely rotted away, leaving only two holes, maggots burrowing in and out. Yet, it stared at Huang Yuanjun with a strange gaze, charging at him fiercely. Bang! The axe in its hand slammed down, completely decapitating the mutant rat's head. But it still stood firm, lashing out with its claws. Huang Yuanjun quickly retreated, about to strike again, when the mutant rat's corpse suddenly lurched and fell to the ground, motionless. At the same time, all the insects froze in their places, then scattered like headless flies. Huang Yuanjun and the others were stunned for a moment, then saw that the insects had stopped attacking them, and were fleeing. Then, a thought struck them. They retreated? They really retreated? Someone exclaimed in delight. Someone collapsed to the ground, sighing deeply. Huang Yuanjun rushed downstairs, wanting to see if all the insects had escaped. Gu Zi and the others, however, rushed upstairs, their voices trembling with anxiety, each one shouting Sister Liang. When Huang Yuanjun reached the ground floor, all the insects and enemies were gone. The snow was littered with the tattered bodies of mutated insects, along with slain humans. A foul stench hung in the air. The few remaining living insects, fleeing for their lives, scurried into the ruins and disappeared. The large white wolf was filthy, covered in the remains of various insects and black water, as if it had been fermenting in a cesspool for over 10 days. It howled toward the sky, roaring triumphantly, then quickly shaking its fur. Up above, Li Yu, carrying Jiangxi and Sister Liang, slowly descended. Huang Yuanjun was overjoyed. Boss Jiang, are you all right? Jiangxi waved the bow at him. It's okay, Brother Huang, that man is dead. It seems that the enhanced perception is indeed useful. With this man's death, the mutant insects he controlled died, and the rest escaped. Sister Liang's long hair was a little messy in the wind. Looking at the mess on the ground, not only the corpses of mutant insects, but also the bodies of her own men, many of whom were dead, her face was very grim. Even after killing Ma Biao, she still felt a lingering anger. I will not let this go. Sister Liang's face was cold as she called over one of her men and pointed to a location across the street, on the 3rd floor. See? Ma Biao's body is inside. Go and cut off his head. The man responded, drew a knife, and quickly left. A moment later. Sister Liang, I brought him back. He unfolded his bulging coat, revealing the head of a man in his 30s. An arrow was stuck in his forehead, piercing directly from the back of his skull. Her eyes widened, her gaze etched in death. Sister Jiang, thank goodness you're here today, otherwise even more of my people would have died. Sister Liang, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Jiangxi's hand, and said, thank goodness, the matter is resolved. Now it's my turn to settle accounts with the Xiao family. Jiangxi asked, are you going to turn against the Xiao family directly? Didn't she underestimate Sister Liang and think she couldn't win? Sister Liang's lips curled, a sinister glint in her eyes. The Xiao family is one thing to my face, and another behind my back. Of course, I follow their lead and return the favor. Tomorrow, I personally visit White House 1027. Sister Jiang, wait for good news. Jiangxi vaguely understood. She smiled, okay, Sister Liang, I wait for your good news. Sister Liang still had a lot of things to attend to, so Jiangxi didn't ask her to leave. The three of them left with the dirty big white wolf. Although Sister Liang's supplies weren't there today, and they nearly got into trouble, Jiangxi was more certain of one thing. No need to cooperate with the Xiao family anymore. After leaving the city, the big white wolf jumped into a snowdrift to bathe, and the three of them stopped to wait for it. Li Yu asked Jiang, do you think Sister Liang will definitely win? Jiangxi said, the Xiao family can blame everything today on Ma Biao and claim ignorance. As long as Sister Liang goes along with the situation, doesn't vent her anger on the Xiao family, and demands some compensation, this matter will naturally be resolved. Li Yu frowned. Compensation is nothing. Sister Liang still suffered a loss. Jiangxi smiled. Sister Liang will definitely not suffer a loss. She's very smart. She will definitely make the Xiao family suffer a great loss. Just wait. She come to me soon. She might even give her a big gift. Chapter 133. Jiangxi briefly left the White House, and upon his return, everything was running smoothly. None of the three spoke of what had happened. Jiangxi continued to run the restaurant as usual, cooking food, storing supplies, and collecting crystal cores. Currently, the second and third floors were being used sparingly. Only a small area was used to grow mutant strawberries, raise 2 yellow vine birds, and a clutch of 5 mutant black crow eggs that Deng Qilin and Jiang Mingyao had stumbled upon while hunting. They were also handed over to Yu Yuhan for incubation. They would take at least 5 to 8 days to hatch. The weather was getting colder, with the average outdoor temperature hovering around -15 degrees Celsius. More and more people learned about the White House restaurant and traveled all the way from City C. Some even migrated from nearby cities, seeking a bite of food, and settled in Dongguan town. The small, rundown Dongguan town became bustling, and the few dozen remaining bungalows were quickly occupied. The large crowd naturally discovered various hidden mutant insects and beasts, causing considerable unrest. Although many died, the situation was resolved. Countless people gradually learned of the news and rushed to Dongguan town, starting with a little over 100 and gradually increasing to over 1,000. The dilapidated houses were looted, but efforts were made to repair them, making them barely habitable. Although a small amount of gray fog drifted in at night, the erosion was long-term, so at least it wouldn't kill anyone for the time being. It was said that one of the people from out of town possessed earth-based abilities, and they were asked to help repair houses and build new homes. He accepted various favors from the crowd, and even young women offered him their allegiance. He then renovated 2 6-story buildings in Dongguan town, barely enough to accommodate a few hundred people. Everyone worked at the White House restaurant on sunny days. Some of the braver ones followed Deng Qilin and Jiang Mingyao into the wilderness to hunt mutant beasts, returning home with rations at night. Their lives gradually settled into a regular routine. Though their lives were still precarious, at least they had enough to eat. Every day, the White House restaurant steadily brought in 50 to 100 E-grade crystal cores. Those acquired through other channels were counted separately. Jiangxi was curious about how much compensation Sister Liang intended to demand from the Xiao family, but 5 days had passed, and no news had yet arrived. Xiao Ziyu had sent Duan Hong again to exchange for food, but he also brought a large amount of shampoo, clothing, shoes, and other daily necessities, but Jiangxi politely declined. The restaurant has been seeing more and more people eating lately, and with winter food shortages, our food supply is running low. We're temporarily not accepting daily necessities, only crystal cores or special ingredients. Duan Hong was caught off guard. He wasn't accepting them anymore? No way, Boss Jiang. You used to take whatever supplies you had, so why aren't you accepting them now? How would he explain if he couldn't exchange them for food? Jiangxi remained polite as always, but said helplessly, "We can't help it. Food is scarce right now, but we won't be using up all the daily necessities anytime soon, so we won't be accepting them. If you have crystal cores, I can reluctantly exchange them for some." Duan Hong understood. Boss Jiang was only accepting crystal cores now. But White House 1027 was also in desperate need of crystal cores. The boss had many people out hunting mutant beasts every day. How could he possibly have any extra to exchange for them? "It's okay. I won't force you." Jiangxi smiled, but said, however, "I also like to remind you that if Mr. Xiao wants to exchange food with me, it's best to do so soon. Winter will last at least 2 months, and food will be even scarcer soon. I increased the exchange rate later." This meant they would charge more crystal cores. Duan Hong had no choice but to leave empty-handed, taking a car full of supplies. Jiangxi wasn't exaggerating. She knew that during the winter of the first year of the catastrophe, many cities were hit by blizzards. Although City C wasn't as severely affected, with only the initial heavy snow, the lack of sunlight also meant they couldn't go out for a long time. The consequences of forcing yourself to go out in foggy weather were unimaginable. The first major blizzard she remembered destroyed several northern cities, freezing tens of thousands to death. What day was it? Jiangxi struggled to recall, and after a long moment's thought, she finally remembered. Early January, about 2 weeks later. In her previous life, a blizzard lasted a full 2 weeks in the north, covering most cities in snow. Enveloped by the fog, even some mutant beasts froze to death, and countless people died of starvation and freezing, becoming food for the mutant beasts. She wondered what the impact would be on City C this time. Suddenly Jiangxi had a thought. Just as she was about to subtly remind Lu Yuan to pay attention to the weather in 2 weeks, a mechanical notification chimed in her mind. The owner of White House number 458 has requested a video call. Do you want to accept? Lu Yuan looking for her? Jiangxi, not knowing what he wanted, hurried back to her bedroom and answered the call. Hello? Lu Yuan's resolute face appeared on the wall-turned screen. Without further ado, he said, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Jiangxi was slightly surprised, but without hesitation, she said, the bad news first. Bitterness first, sweetness later. Well, the bad news is that although I contacted Li Su, he's not available to see you and is leaving City C soon. I heard another White House owner has recruited him, and he'd be leaving for City D soon. Lu Yuan finished his words calmly, and Jiangxi's heart sank. White House number 2 is in City D, and Li Su had been recruited so quickly. Once Li Su joined, he would undoubtedly become a powerful force within White House number 2. Although she had anticipated this, she couldn't stop it. Was this the insignificance of individual power? Jiangxi felt heavy-hearted and said helplessly, okay, so what's the good news? Seeing her dejected expression, Lu Yuan curled his lips. The good news is, there's a psychic named Chao Wei, from out of town, who's actively seeking to join the White House. He came to me, inquiring about the salary, and also wanted to inquire about your situation. Chao Wei, a psychic? Jiangxi was surprised. He's trying to select the best? Lu Yuan hummed, somewhat helplessly. Yes, that's what I mean. He came to me yesterday. I originally wanted to stay and offered him excellent conditions, but he still asked me where the other White Houses were. I told him about your situation, and he decided to come and see for himself. He seemed interested. This was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chao Wei's abilities were very useful to Lu Yuan, so he offered him excellent conditions, hoping he would stay at White House 458. But he wasn't satisfied. While Lu Yuan never forced anyone, he certainly wouldn't want a psychic he liked to join someone else. Jiangxi worked well with him, and joining White House 139 was practically the same as joining his side, which Lu Yuan didn't mind. But if Chao Wei set his sights on Chao Family 1027, he wouldn't be happy. So Lu Yuan only mentioned Jiangxi's White House restaurant, specifically her delicious and special food, and Chao Wei was indeed tempted. As for White House 1027, Lu Yuan didn't mention it at all, as if it didn't exist. So you're bringing me a psychic? What kind of abilities does he have? Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. This was indeed good news. A blessing in disguise. Nowadays, powerful people with special abilities are very popular among all major forces, and she is no exception. Now that Lu Yuan personally brings one to her, it is like a pie in the sky. Chapter 134. Lu Yuan kept it a secret, saying she knows soon. Jiangxi saw he seemed a little reluctant to leave, so he must be a very capable psychic. She smiled faintly. Lu Yuan, thank you for your help. If he's really willing to stay with me, just let me know if you need anything in the future. I'd definitely help you. Although the two of them had always worked well together, this time she was essentially snatching food from Lu Yuan's bowl. He had even personally served it to her, and had to bring it to her. You can imagine Lu Yuan's regret? I understand. There's no need to be polite between us. Lu Yuan smiled brightly. Get ready. I send him over shortly. Try to keep him here. Also, don't mention 1027. I haven't told him yet. He'd find out later. Jiangxi was slightly startled, but couldn't help but laugh. After the connection was disconnected, her mood brightened. Although she was curious about the psychic, if nothing unexpected happened, she would have another valuable addition to her team. Although Li Su wasn't captured, it was still a bit of a relief. An hour later, Lu Yuan arrived in a car with his men. He was wearing only a thin coat, followed by a thin man in his 40s, wrapped in a down jacket, who was supporting an elderly woman with graying hair and a cotton-padded jacket. The diners in the White House didn't notice, thinking they were just new diners. Jiangxi didn't expect it was two people, and glanced quickly at the mother and son. Hello, please come in and take a seat. The elderly woman surveyed the White House restaurant, a dazed look of disbelief. The restaurant. People are dining there. It's rare to find such a clean and beautiful place. It's not cold at all, and it's so lively. It's wonderful. She seemed to recall the past. Mom, be careful. I help you sit down. The man carefully helped the staggering old woman to the seat Jiangxi had directed her to. This was one of the 4 private rooms. It was quiet and pleasant, with a bouquet of flowers on the table. It looked almost like the upscale restaurant before the gray fog erupted. The two of them were overwhelmed with emotion, looking around. Son, this place is great. Better than the places we've been to before. The old woman was clearly pleased, her gaze lingering for a long time at the vase of flowers on the table, which Jiayu had conjured with her supernatural powers. Chao Wei looked at Jiangxi unsure. You are? Jiangxi said, Hello, I'm the owner of the White House restaurant. My name is Jiang Shi. Just call me Little Jiang. Chao Wei's expression grew more serious. So you are the owner of White House 139. My name is Chao Wei, and this is my mother. Many forces have invited me to join, but I don't think any of them are suitable. I have no special requirements, as long as my mother is satisfied. So he's a filial son, a rare sight these days. Jiang Shi understood and nodded with a smile. Feel free to tell me what you want. If I can, I satisfy you both. But first, I want to ask, what is Mr. Chao's special ability? This was the point she cared about most. Even Lu Yuan wanted to keep this person, so he must be very rare. Chao Wei suddenly became confident and said in a deep voice, I can make all kinds of items, but I'm best at weapons and giving them special effects. Given the right materials and enough time, I can even independently create powerful weapons, like laser swords and electromagnetic pulse cannons. It turned out to be a fabricator ability, and it was a weapons-related one. Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat. She always wanted to recruit a fabricator, and now it was right up her alley. Wonderful. Could it be that meeting Sister Liang had somehow gotten some of her good fortune? If Chao Wei could be recruited, combined with Sister Liang's equipment and raw materials, they could almost immediately produce specialized weapons, instantly boosting the combat effectiveness of the 139 White House restaurant. Lu Yuan also said, all the major forces are inviting Mr. Chao. Fabricator abilities are very useful these days, and she welcomes talent like Mr. Chao. Whatever your request, even if she can't fulfill it, I help. Just feel free to stay. Jiang Shi smiled. Lu Yuan was going to great lengths to help her retain him. You're so polite, both of you. Looking at Jiang Shi's sincerity and Lu Yuan, who had come all the way here, the old woman said sheepishly, my son has traveled so far just for an old woman like me. I'm a burden to him. She sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. Chao Wei immediately said, Mom, it's my duty as a son to take care of you. Xiao Jiang, my mom isn't feeling well. I heard from Mr. Lu that the food and accommodation here are good. As long as you can satisfy Mom, I stay here and serve you. Uncle Chao, you're not serving me, but working for our shared future. Jiang Shi smiled at the old woman and said, Grandma Chao, I'm an expert at taking care of your health. From now on, just tell me what you want to eat. I make sure you enjoy your meal and have a comfortable stay. I bring some food, and we can chat while we eat. The kitchen was stocked with food. She brought over several plates of homemade dishes, and specially prepared a bowl of rich, tender meat broth, sweet corn porridge, and some side dishes. 5 or 6 exquisite dishes, each bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, delighted Chao Wei and Grandma Chao. After taking a bite, Grandma Chao's eyes lit up. Good, good. This porridge is truly delicious. I never tasted porridge this good in my life. She took a spoon and, after just a few bites, her appetite was whetted, and the more she ate, the more she wanted. Chao Wei was amazed, as he ate the stir-fried shredded pork. It was mutant beast meat, he could tell immediately. Not only was it delicious, but it also had a wonderful texture. It had none of the characteristic fishy smell of mutant beast meat, and was tender, fragrant, and smooth, imbued with a special power. After just a few bites, he felt something different within him, a surge of energy and strength. He eagerly ate a few more mouthfuls of the dishes, and drank some of the soup. He had intended to just taste it briefly, to test the flavor, but once he started eating, he couldn't stop. Chao Wei devoured 3 bowls of rice and a large bowl of soup in one gulp, finishing off all the food on the table. He felt completely refreshed, a sense of complete satisfaction, and finally put down his chopsticks. Mom, are you full? He asked with concern. Mom, I'm full. I never eaten so well. Grandma Chao wiped her mouth happily, then, a little embarrassed, grumbled softly, but you, why are you eating so much? That's so rude. She was afraid Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan would think they were just there for free. Jiang Shi smiled and said, no problem. I'd be happy if you ate more. Grandma Chao, you and Uncle Chao will stay here from now on. Whether you want to live separately or together, we have single and double rooms. As long as it meant keeping someone like him, modifying the room layout wouldn't be a big deal. She saw that Chao Wei was a filial man. If she could keep Grandma Chao, he would stay too. It's all good. Safety first, we don't care about anything else. Grandma Chao chuckled, pleased with Jiang Shi's warmth and attentiveness, as if she had another granddaughter. Her own granddaughter had perished in the disaster, and her daughter-in-law had tragically also passed away, leaving them alone to depend on each other. Seeing Jiang Shi now, she felt a special warmth. Chapter 135. Jiangxi showed them the various floors of the White House. The second floor housed the planting area, the third floor the breeding area, and the fourth floor the recreational area. The mother and son were delighted with the atmosphere of White House 139. Although it was still under construction and many facilities were incomplete, they could imagine it would be bustling and comfortable, with both food and accommodations to their liking. Old people simply love this kind of environment. Compared to the natural disasters, crisis, and cold outside, White House 139 felt like a paradise full of hope. After a tour, they realized that Grandma Chow and her son lived together, making it easier to care for them. Jiangxi had renovated the 20-square-meter room into 2 small bedrooms, adding a small living room and a bathroom. While small, it still had everything it needed. Having a room like this after the disaster was a welcome relief. Mom, rest first. I have something to say to little Jian alone. Chow Wei understood Jiangxi's intentions and naturally reciprocated. The three of them were alone. He said, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for introducing Xiao Jiang to this place. I'm very satisfied. To prove my ability, if you provide the materials, I can make a weapon right away." Jiangxi was also looking forward to it. That would be truly eye-opening. "But Uncle Chow, I have limited materials here. I show you around, and you can pick out the ones you can use." This was the first time she had brought an outsider into the warehouse. Chow Wei was amazed by the variety of supplies stored there. Lu Yuan was fine. He had a rough idea of Jiangxi's collection abilities. The teeth, claws, and feathers of various mutant beasts that Jiangxi had left behind finally came in handy. Chow Wei's breathing became heavier when he saw several uncooked mutant alligator turtle shells, claws, and teeth from a black iron king snake. Top quality material. He excitedly stroked a 3-foot-long king cobra fang, as thick as a thigh. It was as white as jade, and as hard as steel. Jiangxi felt a little regretful. If he had saved the B-rank giant bear's claw from last time, it could have been made into a fine weapon. It was a shame he sold it. After looking around, Chow Wei said with satisfaction, "Although the materials aren't much, they're all good quality. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, discuss what kind of weapon you like." Jiangxi sincerely thanked Lu Yuan. "Uncle Chow will give you the first weapon he made. I provide the materials, and you can choose the type." "Okay, thanks. How about an axe?" Lu Yuan wasn't pretentious. Even though he wouldn't need it, it would be nice to have for his teammates. After all, it was a weapon with special properties. Chow Wei looked Lu Yuan up and down. Such a handsome and stylish young man, actually using such a brutal weapon as an axe? But since he liked it, an axe would be fine. "Okay, wait a minute. I do my best." With that, Chow Wei selected a king cobra tusk and some auxiliary materials, ready to begin work. Jiangxi set him up on a makeshift workbench, and Chow Wei began crafting without distraction. He grasped the king cobra tusk in both hands, his palms glowing until the entire tusk gradually illuminated. After measuring it, his fingertips emitted a needle-like light, like a laser knife, as he began to cut through the massive material. The 3-foot-long king cobra tusk constantly shifted in shape under Chow Wei's hands, fragments falling to the ground. Occasionally, he reminded Jiangxi and Li Yuan to hand him various auxiliary materials, such as iron blocks, special ores, and so on. These were all things Jiangxi had saved from exchanging them. Gradually, the various parts of the king snake's fangs were combined into the shape of a battle axe, bladed at both ends and carved like translucent jade. The handle was inlaid on a nearly 1-meter-long axe handle. The handle was reinforced and thickened with melted metal for a comfortable grip, and a woven rattan rope was wrapped around it for added friction. Circular pieces of unknown metal dotted the handle, their function unclear, but aesthetically pleasing. Jiangxi was tempted to try it out by chopping a couple of mutant beasts. For over 3 hours, Chow Wei was completely focused, directing Jiangxi and Lu Yuan as they ran around, fetched materials, and provided assistance. Finally, an axe was completed. "I tried my best, but this is all I can do." Chow Wei handed the axe to Lu Yuan, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He said reluctantly, "This is the most effective weapon I made so far. Try it." Lu Yuan took the axe, and a surge of energy surged through his fingers. It weighed about 20 kilograms, which was quite handy for him. It's made of black iron king cobra teeth, so let's call it the king cobra battle axe. It has a 10% bonus to physical attack, based on the user's own strength. A 10% bonus means the attack is tenfold. For example, a person using a regular axe can strike with a force of 150 kilograms, but with this king cobra battle axe, it can strike with a force of 1,500 kilograms. Chao Wei explained the axe's attributes to the two: additional impact force of 5, armor penetration of 5, and critical strike of 3. The metal inlaid on it is smelted from hematite, which strengthens the axe's strength and increases its durability. Even cutting through steel will be a breeze. Is it that powerful? Jiangxi and Lu Yuan immediately went out to experiment, finding a tree large enough for a man to hug and asking Lu Yuan to chop it. Boom! With a dull thud, Lu Yuan swung his axe with one hand, barely exerting any force. The entire tree snapped in half, collapsing with a thud. The cut was as smooth as a nice, flat and smooth. Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. Amazing! Is this a weapon with special properties? Combined with Lu Yuan's enhanced power, its power was astonishing. Chao Wei stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief, then at the stump, surprised and delighted. It's truly amazing. The special properties of this King Cobra axe, combined with your own abilities, Mr. Lu, can unleash incredible power. The stump's cut was so neat, even though Lu Yuan swung it effortlessly, seemingly without exerting any effort. Even the most powerful mutant beast wouldn't be able to withstand this axe. Chao Wei was very satisfied, but still felt a little regretful. It's a shame we don't have enough materials. If I had lapis lazuli or special metal smelted from obsidian, or this battle axe's lethality could be further enhanced. Once my superpowers reach a breakthrough, I can create an even more powerful weapon. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the axe. What a great weapon! While it can't match the ranged attack of a gun, its power is comparable to that of TNT. It can easily penetrate the tough hide of even a Class B mutant, not to mention ordinary mutants. Uncle Chao, thank you very much. This battle axe is excellent. Lu Yuan nodded to Jiangxi again, as a token of his gratitude for the gift. He show it to his teammates when he gets back. They're guaranteed to be vying for it. Lu Yuan, you introduced Uncle Chao to me. This favor is a difficult one to repay. If you need any weapons in the future, find the materials, and I have Uncle Chao make them first, Jiangxi said with a smile. Witnessing Chao Wei's ability to create supernatural powers firsthand, she felt reassured. With the addition of such a talent, White House 139 strength has greatly increased. It won't be long before everyone going out hunting will be equipped with a decent weapon. Coincidentally, the day after Chao Wei and his mother moved into the White House, Sister Liang also arrived. Jiang, guess how much the Shao family compensated me? Her charming smile was so captivating that Jiangxi couldn't help but wonder if she had ripped the Shao family off. Chapter 136. Luring Liang Jinwei into a private room, Jiangxi jokingly said, "Look at how happy you look, Sister Liang. The Shao family must have paid a large sum in compensation, far exceeding your losses. Sister Liang, did you do something tricky to trick them?" Sister Liang had only brought Guzi with her this time. She covered her mouth with a smile and took a paper box from Guzi, placing it on the table. "Look, what is this?" It was probably a crystal core. Jiangxi opened it and took a look, his eyes still flashing. Such a large one, a C-grade crystal core. The box was filled with walnut-sized C-grade crystal cores, emitting an inexplicable energy. The Shao family was willing to pay such a huge amount. A total of 100 C-grade crystal cores, as compensation for the damage to my building, the casualties, and the emotional distress. The Shao family is giving me these. They originally wanted to give me other supplies, but I refused and only wanted the cores. Sister Liang said meaningfully, "Sister Jiang, I know you need the cores, and I'm asking for these on your behalf." Jiangxi's eyes flickered. Although she knew Sister Liang was doing this to gain her favor and facilitate future cooperation, she was still somewhat touched. "Sister Liang, you're so thoughtful, thank you." Even the Shao family would feel bad about giving away these 100 C-grade crystal cores. After all, they need them too. They have so many psychics under their command, and they've been able to accumulate them bit by killing mutant beasts every day. If the Shao family knew these cores were in her hands, they would be furious. Sister Liang smiled sweetly and said, "Who cares? They deserved it. They only deserved it for stealing so many crystal cores. Ma Biao controlled 3 of my psychics, causing them to betray me. The losses I suffered were significant, and of course, they must be blamed entirely on the Shao family." She was unyielding. Besides that, she demanded compensation of 2,000 kilograms of grain, various daily necessities, and special potions crafted by Wang Fu. 20 pills of each for healing, strength and stamina, and detoxification. Enough for her and her men for 2 or 3 years. Jiangxi's eyes widened. The Shao family is really willing to give it. Isn't that too much? Yes, and they already given it, Sister Liang said with a hint of complacency. She'd been delayed these days by taking over the supplies, otherwise, she would have come long ago. Jiangxi was a little incredulous. Even if the Xiao family offered more compensation, it wouldn't be this far. This wasn't the peaceful times of the past, when things could be bought back with money. Just the 2,000 kilograms of grain the Xiao family had given Sister Liang in compensation was enough to make many factions jealous. The most scarce thing was grain, and that was still 2,000 kilograms. And then, there were all the other supplies. Sister Liang, why would the Xiao family be willing to compensate you so much? How could they bear to do so? Jiangxi knew the Xiao family well. On the surface, they appeared normal, recruiting and actively expanding, but in reality, they were driven by profit, prioritizing profits above all else, even resorting to unscrupulous means. If she fell out with the Xiao family, she would surely face retaliation. Sister Jiang, do you really think the Xiao family would do business at a loss? Haha. Because I told them, if they compensated me for my losses and gave me enough face, I could bring everyone, supplies, and equipment to join White House 1027, but they had to deal with Ma Biao first. Sister Liang smiled slyly. The Xiao family has always coveted this thing my father left behind. My lucky ability is also what they want, and my acting skills are good, so they believe me. After all, if I join the Xiao family, no matter how much supplies I get, it will eventually return to them. It's just a formality. Jiangxi finally understood. Sister Liang had painted a bigger picture for them. How could the Xiao family not fall for the promise they always longed for? They felt Sister Liang was out of their reach, so they agreed. Sister Liang, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Xiao family? Jiangxi became a little worried. Sister Liang's actions would undoubtedly be a complete break with the Xiao family. If the Xiao family knew they'd been tricked, they would definitely retaliate fiercely. Sister Liang, however, was not afraid at all. She blinked and said, "So what? Sister Jiang, I decided to join your White Room 139. With you protecting me, how can the Xiao family harm me? I give you all the compensation the Xiao family has provided, as a token of my sincerity, and as a token of my gratitude for your help last time. Sister Jiang, I already blocked all your escape routes. You won't refuse to take me in, right?" Really, Sister Liang? This surprised Jiangxi. Although she had guessed Sister Liang might offer her some benefits, she hadn't expected them to be so substantial. Sister Liang was actually going to bring all her people and supplies to join her side. Jiangxi understood that at first, Sister Liang only wanted to cooperate with her, even to exploit her. But the Xiao family's schemes had inadvertently pushed Sister Liang to her side. It was her luck after all. Welcome, of course. Jiangxi squeezed Sister Liang's hand. Don't worry, you live with me from now on. No matter how powerful the Xiao family becomes, you don't have to fear them. I guarantee they won't even be able to get through the door. Sister Liang smiled brightly. But sister, if you take me in, you'll be dragged down by me too. Aren't you afraid? A month ago, Jiangxi would have hesitated. But ever since she understood the Xiao family's motives, and even their plans to collaborate with Du Qichong on genetic medicine, she completely abandoned any thought of continuing to work with them. Sooner or later, we're bound to fall out, so what's there to be afraid of? I'm also the owner of the White House. Why should I be afraid of others? If they dare to mess with me, I won't be polite either. Jiangxi said with a confident smile, Sister Liang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Welcome to White House 139. From now on, we're family. I can't wait. From now on, I can enjoy your delicious cooking anytime. Sister Liang's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and Gu Zi's eyes were fixed on her the entire time. It was a look of both admiration and adoration. Sister Liang had known Jiangxi would agree and had made arrangements before arriving. An hour after she arrived at the White House restaurant, her staff began to deliver supplies. Bags of vacuum-packed rice, flour, millet, various beans, dried goods, white fungus, birds' nests, sea cucumbers, and dried abalone, some compensation from the Xiao family, some from Sister Liang's own stockpile, were brought in, yet equally valuable. And then, there were the various supplies she had previously collected, high-end cigarettes, alcohol, silk products, furs, and all sorts of luxury goods, all shipped in box by box. The people in White House 139 finally witnessed Sister Liang's confidence. She had amassed so much supplies, it would take an average family 10 years to use them all. Just transporting these ordinary supplies took an entire day, and it took over 30 of Sister Liang's men, including Jiangxi, who had Li Yu, Ji Qiuqi, Huang Yuanjun, and others helping out, working until dusk. The sixth-floor warehouse was now stocked with more supplies. The next day, they continued moving the equipment and raw materials Sister Liang had hidden on the ground floor of the building. This took a full 5 days. Such a large-scale operation, of course, couldn't be hidden from the major forces in City C. Chapter 137. She actually went to that girl named Jiang? Good, good. I never thought Liang Jinwei would dare to play a trick on me. She's tired of living. Xiao Buxiong's face was gloomy, and his brows trembled. Although he didn't roar in anger, it was this impending pressure that made the entire white room feel like a vacuum, making his subordinates feel his anger even more. Xiao Ziyu had never expected that Liang Jinwei, who had clearly agreed with him to join the Xiao family, would go back on her word. She even moved all the compensation supplies to White Room 139. Damn it! Women are truly the most unreliable creatures. Dad, Jiangxi actually took Liang Jinwei in. Doesn't he know that she and us? Haha, I get it. She must have been attracted to Liang Jinwei's supplies. Xiao Ziyu was deeply disappointed with Jiangxi, and his good impression of her faded. He had always considered her a good partner, hoping for a win-win situation, and becoming the most powerful force in City C. But unexpectedly, she actually tricked the Xiao family. Young and seemingly innocent and enthusiastic, she turned out to be a scheming woman. Who wouldn't want to avoid it when it comes to profit? Xiao Buxiong glanced at his youngest son. Don't assume Zhang's youth means she's innocent. She's able to run such a large restaurant and manage so many people, not to mention her partnership with Lu Yuan. Her mindset couldn't be simple. Xiao Ziyu's eyes darkened. No wonder she refused to exchange the food a few days ago. She even said she raised the price. This was clearly a refusal to cooperate with the Xiao family. It was ridiculous that he hadn't realized at the time that he'd been tricked by Jiangxi. Dad, I personally take someone there and make Jiangxi hand over those supplies. With that, Xiao Ziyu stood up, his face livid. It's useless. She also owns the White House. What can you do to her? Luckily, we didn't rely solely on Jiangxi back then. We also recruited Wang Fu. Otherwise, without the special food to strengthen us, our combat effectiveness would be greatly weakened. Ziyu, you did a great job on that. Xiao Buxiong said sinisterly, make a note of this. If you see Jiangxi and Liang Jinwei again, don't let any of them go. Kill them all. Our focus now is on the genetic drug. We need to quickly find more people to inject it, and develop more psychics. Xiao Ziyu was extremely relieved. Dad, don't worry. Everything is ready, and we're implementing it. It won't be long before the number of psychics in the Xiao family will multiply several times. With Liang Jinwei joining, Jiangxi's White House suddenly has a much larger presence. Besides Su Tao and the other 4, there are still 2 psychics alive, 1 water-based and 1 damage transfer. In addition, there are over 30 brave, aggressive, and sturdy subordinates. Aside from Sister Liang's private room, the rest of the ordinary people were assigned 4-person rooms, while those with special abilities were assigned double rooms. Su Tao and the other 3, accustomed to living with Sister Liang, were uneasy and clinging to her, refusing to leave. They also despised the bunk beds Jiangxi had prepared, seeing them as inferior to the king-size rooms they'd been used to, and even refused to move in. Sister Liang, I leave it to you. Jiangxi wasn't going to spoil these 4 pretty boys. She was already treating them well. There were only double rooms, so they could stay or not. Construction of the weapons workshop on the 3rd floor was also underway. Chao Wei, knowing that Liang Jinwei had brought a lot of raw materials and equipment, became enthusiastic and approached her for a conversation. Sister Liang, upon learning of Chao Wei's identity, was also enthusiastic. The 2 of them counted all the raw materials and engaged in a lively discussion. Jiangxi left all these matters to Sister Liang and Uncle Chao. They were professionals, so why should she interfere? She only needed to inspect the finished products. Jiangxi promised Lu Yuan that he would give him half of the first batch of weapons he crafted, though he would have to exchange them for crystal cores, giving him a discount as a friendly price. The mutant beasts were inexhaustible. If it weren't for the surviving people in City C, who were dedicated to killing and hunting them, the entire city would have been devoured by them. The most precious supplies now were food and weapons. With this batch of special weapons, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan would be able to collect crystal cores much faster and obtain more mutant meat, a considerable benefit. Another thing that made Jiangxi happy was finally having a water-based psychic. Sister Liang's water-based psychic, Li Qingjie, was specifically responsible for the water supply for White House number 139. No more sending people to the river to fetch water. He could simply use his psychic powers to transform the snow into water. Alternatively, pumping groundwater or water from the Qingxi River would be more convenient. The mutant strawberry seedlings planted on the second floor have doubled in size over the past few days, growing from their original height of about a foot, and some buds have already appeared. Other seeds have also been planted, and they are gradually sprouting and growing, rapidly growing under the influence of the nightly gray fog. Because the second floor is a designated enclosed planting and breeding area, staff are on duty during the day, weeding, watering, and so on. But at night, after everyone has returned to their rooms, Jiangxi sets the windows to automatically open, allowing the gray fog from the wilderness to drift in and envelop the entire second floor. This is conducive to the growth of mutant plants and animals. At dawn, the white room automatically entered cleaning mode, swallowing up all the gray fog. This would not endanger the people living on other floors, but would also allow all the mutant plants and animals, nurtured by the gray fog, to maintain a similar growth environment to the outside world. These were all experiences Jiangxi had gained in his previous life. The nest of mutant black crow eggs finally hatched, and 5 chirping crows emerged. Their hairless bodies were rather ugly, bald and somewhat ugly, each about the size of a fist. This time, Yu Yuan finally didn't question Jiangxi. He was certain that the 5 crows were insect eaters, and he assigned the arduous task of catching them to Chen Xiaohua and Xiao Yi. You will be responsible for these 5 crows. Each of you must catch 100 insects every day. The 2 groaned bitterly. Was this something a man should do? Besides, it was winter, and the insects had frozen to death. Where would they be expected to catch them? But there was no other choice. The 2 men could only dig through the snow and 6 feet into the ground to find the hibernating insects buried deep in the soil, and feed them to the crows. His head and body were covered in mud, dirtier than the pioneers. Big White Wolf was now a powerful figure, with 6 more followers. He led these 11 mutant wolves, dominating the wilderness day and night. Although he was only a C rank, having eaten so much of Jiangxi's food, his strength was almost equal to that of a B rank mutant beast. Every day, he demanded that each of his subordinates hand in their rations. At dusk, everyone in the White House would witness the passionate performance of Big White Wolf and his 11 subordinates. Big White Wolf, the leader, stood on a large rock and began to review his men's catch. 11 of his minions, covered in long gray-black fur and bearing ferocious fangs and claws, lined up obediently, their catches before them. Woo! Big White Wolf called out, inspecting each one. Whenever he caught a decent prey, he would whimper a few times to show his satisfaction. Whenever the Big White Wolf caught a pheasant or rabbit, it would bark a few warnings, scaring the little brother to the point of tucking his tail between his legs and crawling on the ground, trembling all over. Whenever the Big White Wolf failed to catch prey, it would charge at him with a mighty tug. The little brother was sent flying like a gourd, 5 deep claw marks on his face. He howled in pain, but dared not resist. After the inspection, the Big White Wolf howled again, and all the little brothers dispersed. Each of them returned with their trophies, begging Jiangxi for pats, hugs, and praise. And a delicious meal. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. There was another thing that worried Jiangxi, the mutant deer he had brought back from the botanical garden. Chapter 138. This mutant deer is both a vegetarian and a carnivore, consuming both grass and meat when hungry. Because it was domesticated with supernatural powers, it was initially quite docile, foraging for food in the snow outside the White House every day. But gradually, its eyes began to turn red again, and its temper grew increasingly irritable. Jiangxi suspected that the drugs injected into it might be the cause. Because there was only one specimen, the data was scarce, and the only animal handler was a novice, she continued to let Xiao Yi and the others care for the mutant deer and report any new developments. The winter chill persisted, and the sunny days began to decrease significantly. Jiangxi remembered the heavy snowstorm that was about to hit the north. For safety's sake, in case it affected City C, she reminded Lu Yuan to make preparations. I heard that Lu Yuan's White House number 458 had also begun to follow her example, planting some edible mutant plants around it. If the conditions were truly harsh, at least they would have something to eat. He also recruited more people, increasing the staff from the original 11 to over 30. All the new members were psychics, not a single ordinary person. Jiangxi didn't care. Her primary focus wasn't on killing mutants. She wanted to transform White House 139 into a diversified city, with a focus on catering and other industries, all for comprehensive development. So while she wanted to recruit psychics, she would also offer a job to ordinary people, as long as they worked hard. As the sunlight diminished, it disappeared around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the gray fog began to rise again. Everyone gradually prepared themselves, knowing that this winter would be difficult. Those who came to work were working hard, trying to get as much food as possible to store. Staying home is the only way to avoid going hungry. Everyone has endless things to do every day, and Jiangxi has to process a huge amount of food. Fortunately, her superpowers have achieved another breakthrough. The enhanced gourmet superpower is even more powerful, allowing her to process food quickly and efficiently. At first, she had to process every little bit, constantly using her superpowers, to create a delicious special dish. Now, Jiangxi can simply wave her hand. A flash of white light sweeps across, and hundreds of kilograms of food are processed. The rest is left to the other chefs, making it much easier. This is also due to the fact that Jiangxi's superpowers had reached perfection in her previous life. Unlike other superpower users, she didn't have to comprehend and understand, and then go through a series of mastery before a breakthrough. She just needed to proceed step by step, and the breakthrough came naturally. Jiyu was also very busy. She had to keep an eye on the planting area on the second floor, the large amount of seeds she had exchanged, and find suitable seed storage, while also practicing her superpowers, striving for a breakthrough as soon as possible. Liu and Ji Qiuqi managed the warehouse, while Huang Yuanjun continued to oversee internal and external security and maintain order. Those already employed by the White House cherished the benefits of free food and accommodation, diligently performing their duties. Even during their free time, they volunteered to maintain order within the White House, keeping an eye out for potential hazards. Jiangxi had finally introduced a reward system. Points. Everyone completed their assigned duties each day and had free time after get-off work to pursue other activities. Whether it was preparing food, gathering crops, hunting mutant beasts, or collecting supplies for submission, or even proposing feasible suggestions, any contribution that benefited the White House earned points. Points could be used to purchase food, relax in the fourth-floor entertainment area, or request time off. This not only boosted everyone's motivation and gave them more goals in life, but also allowed those with family outside the White House to get some food and avoid starvation. Jiangxi also stipulated that points could be exchanged for a chance to live in the White House. For those inside the White House, exchanging points for friends and family outside the White House required 80,000 points. For those outside the White House, exchanging points required 100,000 points. Everyone had this privilege: simply serve the White House and accumulate enough points. Of course, those who entered also had to work, but this gave everyone outside the White House the opportunity to enter. Everyone knew the White House's safety. Living in the White House became the most desired goal for everyone living outside the White House. In the White House, there was no need to worry about attacks from mutant beasts or being encroached by the gray fog. It was a safe and orderly place, like the peaceful world before the gray fog erupted, a place everyone longed for. When the news spread, the entire city of C was in an uproar. Countless people rushed to inquire about the news, wondering if it was true. After receiving a definitive answer, everyone frantically exchanged supplies. Those who had previously failed to apply or missed out on opportunities worked even harder to hunt mutant beasts and accumulate points. Many people even exchanged all the valuables they had secretly accumulated. Instantly, the warehouse was overflowing with supplies. Precious metals, raw materials, even guns and ammunition, foraged bird eggs, exotic mutant plants, gasoline, kerosene, solar-powered appliances, batteries, oils and fats, seeds, books, a wide variety of goods. The points voucher was a small card specially made by Chao Wei. It came in denominations of 10, 20, 50, 100, and 10,000, equivalent to the old RMB, but could only be used in White House number 139. The first batch of points cards totaled 100,000. Even with the equipment and manpower, it took a full 5 days to produce. The final step involved Chao Wei personally infusing each card with special vibrations using his supernatural powers, acting as an anti-counterfeiting mark. This was a massive undertaking, and production would continue in the future. For this, Chao Wei received 1,000 points. When Jiangxi woke up that morning and saw the gray haze outside, she guessed that a blizzard was imminent in the north. The sky remained cloudy all day, and in the afternoon, a north wind picked up, bringing scattered snowflakes. Thankfully, the feared heavy snow did not arrive. Even until nightfall, it continued to drizzle. The temperature dropped another 5 degrees from minus 15 degrees Celsius, and the transparent windows of the White House were covered in frost. Everyone stayed in the White Room, grateful for their new home. With the addition of staff, she felt the rapid growth of the White Room. Everyone was full of energy and hard work, as if returning to the peaceful, hopeful days before the gray fog erupted. The weather remained stagnant, and the thick gray fog prevented anyone from going out, giving everyone a rare opportunity to rest. Except for a few people who worked in the White Room, most had gone to the 4th floor for entertainment, or to their rooms to rest. Jiangxi chatted with Liu for a while Ji Yeyu went back to the 2nd floor to grow mutant strawberries. She returned to her room and counted the number of crystal cores she had. Since her last consumption, she had been accumulating crystal cores daily. After 2 exchanges with Wu Bingkui, she had obtained over 2,000 E-grade crystal cores. Adding the daily harvest from the White Room, the ones Sister Liang had given her, and the ones everyone had exchanged with recently, she now had over 8,000 E-grade crystal cores, over 500 D-grade crystal cores, and over 130 C-grade crystal cores. We already gathered almost half of the 50,000 crystal cores needed for the next upgrade. How can we speed up the collection of crystal cores? Just as Jiangxi was pondering this, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The owner of White House number 458 is requesting a video call. Do you want to join? Chapter 139. Lu Yuan must have something important to tell her at this time. Jiangxi quickly returned to her room. As soon as she answered the phone, she was met with Lu Yuan's stern face. His bedroom, however, had become tidier. You look like something's wrong? She asked. Lu Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, well, I just received news that City A is recruiting a large number of miners. The salary includes food and accommodation, and 2 days of vacation each month. There are no age restrictions, no gender restrictions, and no experience restrictions. I suspect that the genetic drug has officially begun trials, and these miners are the first batch of test subjects. City A recruiting miners? Jiangxi suddenly felt something was wrong. City A was originally a tourist city, so where did its mineral resources come from? The only small iron mine there was, but it was closed more than 10 years ago due to environmental pollution. Moreover, City A is the location of White House number 9. This clearly shows Du Qicheng using the guise of recruiting miners to recruit experimental subjects. The mortality rate after injection of the genetic drug is extremely high, and miners are inherently dangerous. Even if many people die, no one will suspect anything. If Du Qicheng starts experimenting with the genetic drug, we'd be powerless to stop it. Although Jiangxi had long known this would happen, she couldn't think of a way to deal with it. There are survivors in every city. Even if she could recruit as many people from City C as possible into her White House, she couldn't control the others. To survive, even though everyone knows the dangers of the genetic drug, they still cling to hope and try. This is still in the experimental stage, and the mortality rate may be 80%. Once it's confirmed that the genetic drug truly has a 30% chance of turning someone into a superpowered being, even more ordinary people will be drawn to it. We're all waiting to die anyway, so we might as well give it a try. Becoming a psychic would allow them to join the White House, where they have food and shelter, and no need to worry about the gray fog invading. This was the thought of almost everyone. It's true there's no way to stop it, but we can get some genetic potions and study them to see if we can find anything. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I'd do that. I should be able to get them. Since the Xiao family is collaborating with Du Qicheng, they must have obtained a batch of genetic potions. I suspect they also be secretly or overtly using people to experiment with them. It won't be long before City C is decimated. Jiangxi frowned. So, I won't sit idly by. In her previous life, she had heard of genetic potions, but she never been able to obtain them. Countless people died from their unstable effects. She hated them, but she could do nothing about it. Now that she knew about it in advance, while she couldn't destroy it, she could alter the subsequent process to prevent it from poisoning so many people. Perhaps there was hope. Jiangxi wanted to intervene not only out of pity for these people, but also for her own sake. If so many people died, and the remaining were absorbed by the Xiao family, it would only harm her, not benefit her. Manpower has always been the most precious resource. Whether it's building the White House, hunting, farming, or forging weapons. Which of these things can be done without it? Only by keeping more people alive would Jiangxi benefit. Once she became the owner of the White House, she would be in competition with the other White House owners. The Xiao family will inevitably recruit a large number of psychics. If they can inject ordinary people with a potion, transforming them into psychics and enhancing their strength, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. I keep an eye on them. Lu Yuan's thoughts were no less prevalent than Jiangxi's, and he understood the dangers even better. He warned Jiangxi, you're now at odds with the Xiao family. Be careful, and let me know if anything happens. Jiangxi nodded, don't worry. With Lu Yuan as good a partner as her, she felt reassured. In terms of combat prowess, he was undoubtedly the best in all of City C. If there were a ranking of superpowers, he'd undoubtedly be in the top 10. After losing contact, Jiangxi didn't leave the room. She pondered how to thwart the Xiao family's plans. Secretly spread the word about the dangers of the genetic drug and expose their conspiracy. Jiangxi would definitely do that. She could just find someone to spread the word. City C was easy, but what about other cities? The weather was freezing, making it difficult to go out. For the safety of her own people, she couldn't let Huang Yuanjun and his men go to City A or other cities to spread the word about the dangers of the genetic drug. I have it. Jiangxi had a thought. She could use Wu Bingkui. Although he was in City C, his experience as a middleman meant he had acquainted himself with many powerful figures. If he were to spread the news, informing other factions, and then spreading it word of mouth, it would undoubtedly be as fast as spreading it online. In addition, the owners of other white houses in major cities were also targets she could exploit. She immediately took action. Jiangxi lit up the star map and began searching nationwide for white houses below level 2. With a flick of her finger, she highlighted one. Connect to White House 2430. This was the only level 1 White House in a small, 4th-tier city just over 100 kilometers from City C. The star map was still dim. Jiangxi chose yes, and the call automatically connected after 3 seconds. A slightly panicked female voice rang out. Hello? Who are you? What do you want to talk to me about? The White House notification sound already told you. I'm the owner of White House 139. I'm contacting you to ask if you need to exchange supplies? Oh, exchange. Supplies? The other person was clearly a young woman who knew nothing about anything. She probably only happened to have occupied a White House by chance. After a moment's pause, she asked hopefully, what supplies do you want to exchange? How do I exchange them? Do you have any extra food? Jiangxi didn't answer, but asked a few questions to get a feel for the other person's situation. White House 2430 was still level 1, likely because they didn't understand development. After asking around, she learned that besides the woman who owned the White House, the other members were her husband, her parents-in-law, a son and a daughter, and several relatives who had come to stay. They had essentially treated the White House like their home. Her husband was the only one with an invisibility ability, and no one else had any other abilities, and no outsiders had been accepted. Life was difficult, and food was extremely scarce. The woman said her husband told her that outsiders couldn't live there, saying it was unsafe and that it had to be a family. Jiangxi disconnected without a second thought. This White House had no potential for cooperation. Not only did the other party lack the ability to develop, but they were also brainless individuals who only listened to their family. Having a White House was a complete waste, and talking to her was a waste of time. Jiangxi wanted to use the White House to connect with people in other cities. If there were anyone suitable for cooperation, she could share information about the genetic drug. But if they weren't worth saving, there was no point in wasting her time. Connect to White House 4576? This was a level 2 White House, over 200 kilometers away from White House 139. 3 seconds later, Jiangxi heard a middle-aged man's voice. You are the owner of White House 139. What do you want from me? Chapter 140. The tone seemed much more normal. Jiangxi said, Hello, do you need to exchange supplies? The other party's attitude suddenly changed. Wow. You're a beautiful woman with a nice voice. How old are you? I have a lot of things here, including food. If you could show me. Jiangxi frowned and disconnected the connection without hesitation. What a boring person. What bad luck. Would you like to connect to White Room 824? Hello, may I ask? What the hell are you trying to do? You're always annoying me, fighting me. I told you it's impossible. Don't even think about it. Don't think you can force your way into contacting me just because you're a high-ranking White Room member. I'm not afraid of you. Jiangxi, Is this person going crazy? There are all kinds of birds in the world. Jiangxi continued to talk to the 10th person, who finally seemed more normal. Exchange supplies? What do you have? I have food. What can you give me in exchange? The man was visibly stunned, then thought for a few seconds before saying, I have some cloth. Do you want it? Mostly cotton and linen, each roll is 80 to 100 meters. I be clear, but this isn't ready-made clothing. Jiangxi thought for a moment. Sure. How much is a roll? Seeing his interest, the man warmed up a bit. Different widths and materials, so the weight varies, but it's probably between 15 and 20 kilograms. If you're interested, how about one roll for an equal weight of rice or flour? I don't have rice or flour, only meat. Meat? That's even better, the man said eagerly. 1 roll of cloth for 8 kilograms of meat. Is that okay? How can cloth be as valuable as meat? You know how scarce food is right now. 5 kilograms at most. And long-distance transporting supplies consumes crystal cores. How much can you offer? Crystal cores? I don't have many. The other party was speechless, having completely anticipated this question. Cloth was also a valuable resource for Jiangxi. She could hire a few people who knew how to make clothes to produce it. But she still tried to lower the price, trying to squeeze out her own profit, and even deducted the cost of the crystal cores needed for transporting. After some bargaining, the two sides finally reached an agreement. 1 roll of cloth, regardless of material or weight, could be exchanged for 5 kilograms of meat. The type of meat didn't matter, but the quality and quantity were guaranteed. Jiangxi and him agreed to trade at this time tomorrow. The first exchange would be 10 rolls of cloth. If the cooperation was good, they could continue. One more thing to remind you. Her tone darkened. What? You say? The man also became cautious. Although he couldn't see his expression, he was clearly wary. If anyone's hiring a large number of workers lately, regardless of the conditions, but with decent pay, I advise you not to go. They're conducting experiments, and anyone who goes will basically die. Jiangxi's words were vague, but the meaning was clear. The other person was startled and asked what was going on. Jiangxi didn't elaborate, just let him remember the incident. After noting down the other person's white room serial number, the name and quantity of the exchange supplies, Jiangxi moved on to the next white room. Do you have cigarettes and alcohol? That's fine too. Although Jiangxi didn't need them himself, many of the men in the white room enjoyed them. Cigarettes and alcohol could serve as rewards, relieve stress, and be a form of entertainment. Jiangxi told the other party she would also accept other raw materials or crystal cores, offering them in exchange for various meats with a 60-day shelf life. Although the meat was from mutant beasts, it was made with supernatural powers and possessed special properties. The other party was a level 2 White House owner, uncertain whether he was a supernatural being. He was cautious and kept his words to himself. But he ultimately succumbed to the temptation of food and agreed to trade some of his crystal cores, along with cigarettes and alcohol. Later, he met another White House owner who surprisingly had a stash of gasoline. Gasoline was also a crucial commodity, especially since Sister Liang had joined the White House and brought 3 vehicles with her. If you came across gasoline, you couldn't miss it. It took Jiangxi over 3 hours to narrow down the number of White House owners she could trade with. There were 12 in total. Some offered her other food in exchange for her meat, while others stockpiled precious metals and even diamond jewelry. She only wanted the precious metals. The diamonds and jewelry were useless. A jade necklace once worth hundreds of millions was now worth less than 10 kilograms of rice. She also collected some miscellaneous items. 10 walkie-talkies, dozens of rolls of plastic film, dozens of barrels of cooking oil, flashlights, and even a 50-kilowatt diesel generator. The generator was heavy, exceeding the White House's limit of 100 kilograms per transfer. They had to either come to the White House for a deal or wait until the White House was upgraded again and could handle a larger transfer. Electricity was much more convenient, but it wasn't essential, after all, as the White House had its own light source. Jiangxi wasn't in a hurry. She settled on the terms of the exchange first. If it was gone, it didn't matter. She warned every trader to be wary of the recent surge in recruitment. It was just a cover. Once the owner of the White House found out, he'd naturally tell everyone around him. Word would spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until everyone knew before long. Jiangxi had initially assumed no one knew about this, but when she met the owner of White House number 46, he told her more details. I heard too. There have been job openings in major cities these days, but they're actually experimenting with a potion. Since you're so kind, I share a few details. That's the potion developed by Du Qicheng's people. Yes, that's White House number 9. It's said that this potion can transform ordinary people into people with special abilities. The rumor spread, and it attracted a lot of people the first day. You also knew Du Qicheng was researching the potion? Jiangxi pressed him. You could have observed it with a little attention. Didn't Du Qicheng initially contact many White House owners to discuss cooperation? I've been observing since then, and yet this potion has been released in just a month. How is that even possible? Turning ordinary people into people with special abilities? Haha. You're dreaming. What else do you know? Jiangxi asked. Du Qicheng is recruiting miners. It's true on the surface. He's indeed using an abandoned mine and gathering those he recruits for experiments. The efficacy of the drug hasn't been revealed yet, and I'm quite curious. Jiangxi received some more information and arranged a time to exchange it with the person before disconnecting. After a quick inspection, the hall was quite impressive. While most of the White House owners were still struggling to make ends meet, some were quite capable. They had formed small factions, accumulated considerable resources, and developed their own sources of information. These were all things Jiangxi could leverage and collaborate with. After leaving the room, Jiangxi called a meeting for everyone in the White House. I have something very important to share, and I hope you take it seriously. I received information that some factions have been recruiting large numbers of people under various pretexts, but their real purpose is to experiment with a potion. This potion is said to transform ordinary people into superpowers. As soon as these words were spoken, the quiet hall erupted in a commotion. Jiangxi is very clear about the dangers of genetic drugs. Everyone in the White House is considered her own. She plans to explain the dangers of genetic drugs to everyone so that they will not dream and be more vigilant. Chapter 141. In City a cold wind howled, and scattered snowflakes drifted from the sky. In front of an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, a number of shabby dressed people gathered, warming their hands with their breath as they waited. Brother Lu told us to gather here. It's almost noon. Why haven't you come yet? A man in a worn cotton coat, shivering with cold, tucked his hands into his sleeves, stamping his feet and muttering to the person next to him. A man also wearing a mask scratched the red bumps on his neck and said anxiously, "Who knows? Just wait." They said they wanted to recruit 500 people. It can't be fake. What good will it do them? Nearly thousands of people gathered, each one icy cold. They were all engulfed by the gray fog, their bodies covered in bumps and red spots to varying degrees. Some even had swollen hands and feet, as thick as carrots. The skin beneath the clothes was still ulcerated and oozing yellow fluid, with pustules the size of soybeans forming. Amidst the whispers, several cars drove up in the distance, and the crowd made way. For cars stopped in front of the building, and over 20 people got out. The two men in the front, wearing protective gear, each carrying 2 large boxes, headed straight up the stairs. The others, also wearing protective gear and armed with weapons, stood on either side, looking stern and solemn, as if they would attack at the slightest disagreement. What are they doing? Are these security guards? Why are they making such a big fuss? Are we going gold mining and therefore so cautious? Countless people were discussing, feeling uneasy. One man in protective gear shouted, "Everyone who wants to register, please come with me. We have a physical exam first. If everything is fine, you can start work tomorrow." Someone recognized him and shouted in frustration, "Brother Lu, why do we need physicals as miners? It's not like before. We're here to work. You promised us food and shelter, but you've been ignoring us for so long." Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole burst open between his eyebrows. He collapsed, his eyes wide open. Everyone was stunned. A hushed silence fell. No one dared to speak, uttering a single word in utter terror. The armed security guards in protective gear remained silent, but no one dared to make a noise, let alone raise any objections. Brother Lu didn't even glance at the dead man. He chuckled and shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. As long as you don't cause trouble, we provide you with food and shelter. We're hiring, not trying to kill you. Now, line up and follow me upstairs for your physicals." With that, he headed into the building. The others had no choice but to follow him, forming a line all the way up to the 5th floor, where they all waited in the hallway. Brother Lu pushed open a door, took a look inside, and stood at the doorway, motioning one person, "Check each one. You go in first." The man in the front was flustered, but when he was called, he dared not refuse. He saw a bare room with only a large table. On it sat 2 open boxes, each containing a pink injection, which looked particularly eerie. One of the men in hazmat suits picked up an injection, drew pink liquid into the syringe, and motioned him over. "You want to inject me with this?" The man, terrified, tried to run, but was restrained and dragged toward him by 2 heavily armed men in the room. The man screamed and struggled desperately, but he was knocked unconscious before he could even utter a single word. The injection was quickly injected into his neck. A moment later, the unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes and began to convulse. Beneath his skin, veins bulged and swelled, and blood flowed visibly, accelerating and surging through his body. His skin began to expand, and he grew larger and larger, like an inflatable doll. Bang! In a flash of blood, the man exploded into pieces. Blood and body parts sprayed against the walls and tumbled to the floor. Everyone in the room was covered in blood, the entire room looking as if it had been sprayed with red paint, a shocking sight. Failed next. The armed guards and experimenters, used to it, patted themselves. Only the man standing at the door, called Brother Lou, was a stranger to him. His eyes widened in shock, and he nearly vomited. The experimenter continued to draw the injection and draw it into the syringe. Seeing Brother Lou frozen in shock, he said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Call the next person in." Brother Lou finally came to his senses, opened the door, and shouted, "Next one, come in." Everyone had heard the screams and explosions in the room, and they retreated in a panic, their faces pale. The man who had been called out tried to run, when several guns pointed at him. He was terrified. Even so, Brother Lou dragged him back into the room. "No, no. Spare me. I don't want to apply, I don't want the physical, just let me go." Seeing the blood and flesh all over the room, the man nearly went mad, nearly collapsing on the ground. Soon, the injection was injected into his neck. The man's eyes widened, and he felt his body instantly burning hot, as if on fire. He collapsed in agony, writhing in a pool of blood. Tiny buds continued to sprout from his body, rapidly growing larger and longer, waving like tentacles. The body also began to twist, as if melting, and more tentacles emerged. "Failure," the experimenter said coldly. Crash. A ball of flame erupted from one of the psychic's hands, and the monster the man had transformed into burst into flames, emitting a shrill scream. It quickly became a pile of charcoal, motionless. Another psychic in a protective suit stepped forward and waved his hand. A black shadow drifted down, piercing the foul-smelling charcoal like a veil. Then, everything vanished. Even the bloody debris that had splattered before vanished from the area where the shadow had fallen, leaving only a clean, blank space. The experimenter ignored it, and said calmly, "Continue, next one." Brother Lou, holding up his nearly limp legs, trembled as he opened the door and called in the next experimenter. Failure. Failure. Failure again. Until the 8th person entered and, after receiving the injection, he too convulsed and screamed in pain. Just as he was about to collapse, his eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 laser-like beams of light shot out, piercing the wall and creating 2 small holes. The experimenter's eyes lit up. It worked. Someone finally integrated the drug. Another experimenter said, "Take him away and send him to the training base. This is a place specifically for training people who become superpowered through drug integration. They will be taught how to use their superpowers to kill mutant beasts, making it easier to centralize management, and also brainwashing them to strengthen their loyalty to White Room 9. Brother Lou was also shocked. It turned out that the experimental drug could really turn people into superpowers. The man was taken away through another door, and the experiment continued. "Next you come in." Brother Lou opened the door and continued speaking to the trembling crowd, but inside, his panic gave way to a new kind of excitement. He had previously thought that all these job applicants would die, and die tragically. Now he realized that for these people whose lives were on the line, Boss Dew's permission to participate in the experiment was actually a chance for survival. We're all going to die anyway, so what difference does it make if we die early or late? If I confuse the potion, I become a powerful psychic. Wouldn't it be better to give it a try? It won't be long before White House number 9 will become the most powerful force in City A, possessing the largest number of psychics. Luckily, Brother Lou followed Boss Dew. It was his wisest choice. Chapter 142. After Jiang Shi explained the plan and conspiracy of White House number 9 in a more tactful way, everyone was shocked. How could a force be so crazy, using these people for experiments under the guise of recruiting workers, and experiments on people with superpowers that were simply impossible? Not only did Liu and Jiyu, who had already experienced life and death before awakening their powers, find it incredulous, but even ordinary people thought it was too crazy, including Sister Liang's subordinates. The uncles who cooked in the kitchen every day, and even those who maintained order. They're absolutely sick. They don't take human life seriously. How heartless. They're using people for experiments. These people are so ruthless, comparable to the notorious Little Days. You've been fooled. You'd definitely die. So pitiful. Luckily we're not in City A, otherwise we'd definitely sign up too. How terrifying. Boss Jiang is so kind. Everyone was talking and whispering. No one believed that injecting a genetic drug could turn someone into a superpowered person. They were shocked and relieved. Even after the meeting ended and everyone left, countless people were still gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss the matter. This was a major event. They had to tell their friends and family as soon as possible to avoid being scammed. If City C had such a job opening, they absolutely must not go. It would be disastrous. The next day, Jiangxi prepared all the supplies she had agreed to exchange with the other White House owners. She activated the White House teleportation function and exchanged supplies one by one. Except for one owner, who suddenly changed his mind, believing Jiangxi was just joking. The other 11 White House owners successfully completed the transaction with her. Although it cost her thousands of crystal cores, she received a large amount of supplies in return, which was still a good deal for Jiangxi. Jiangxi mentally blocked the owner of the White House, who had breached the contract. Never cooperate. The winter weather was getting worse. Although the blizzard hadn't hit City C, the sun was scarce. Millennial-old New Year customs were forgotten amid the onset of the gray fog. In the first month of the new year, the bitter cold persisted, with the gray fog covering the sky for 3 to 5 days before clearing up. The sunlight vanished within 2 or 3 hours, and even the gray fog couldn't dissipate, making it impossible to go out. Of course, the people living in the White House didn't care. The thousands of people in Dongguan town, while also facing difficulties, had stockpiled some food. While the mutant beast meat was unpalatable, it could be frozen for a long time. They also exchanged it for rice balls, which could stave off hunger, ensuring the survival of most people. But the people of City C were in trouble, once again suffering from hunger and cold. For example, Wu Bingkui. Waiting for the next sunny day, even though he knew there would only be 2 or 3 hours of sunlight, he braved the lingering gray fog and drove his snowmobile with a few of his brothers to Jiangxi's White House restaurant. "Boss Jiang, open the door." "It's me," Wu Bingkui shouted through his mask, looking back at the boxes being pulled by the sled, feeling a little more reassured. A moment later, the door to the White House opened automatically. Wu Bingkui and his 3 brothers rushed inside. Brushing off the gray fog, the 4 of them took off their masks and gasped for air, observing the leisurely figures in the hall. Some were eating, some chatting, some exercising. It made them envious and sad. If he didn't come out and earn a living, his family would starve to death. "Wait a moment, Boss Jiang will be down shortly," said Zhao Rui, who was in charge of maintaining order. Although he was just a humble worker in White Room 139, living in a 4-person room, his situation was much better than the miserable lives of the 4 people before him. Comparison brings happiness. He had always envied Deng Qilin and his friends, and now he felt relieved. Wu Bingkui thanked Zhao Rui profusely, treating him politely. He sat down and waited patiently. A moment later, Jiangxi came down from the 5th floor. "Brother Wu, what goodies did you bring to exchange today?" She smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation. After all, Wu Bingkui always brought good supplies. That was the benefit of having a wide network of contacts. "If I didn't have something good, I wouldn't dare come to Boss Jiang." Wu Bingkui naturally didn't admit his embarrassment. He pulled out a small cloth bag and placed it in front of Jiangxi, saying mysteriously, "First, let me show you the best thing, Boss Jiang. This is from one of the gang leaders. He wants to trade it for some food." Jiangxi opened the bag and saw a small bag of seeds. It looked like rice, each grain distinct, but the grains were the size of peanuts, with a golden shell and dry, plump texture. Mutated rice? Jiangxi's heart leaped with joy. In her previous life, she had come into contact with mutant rice 3 years after entering White House number 2. Foods with special properties are difficult to produce. Under the strict control of the consortium, ordinary people never get to eat them. They all plunder them for their own enjoyment. Only a tiny portion is reserved for rewards for those with special abilities, and mutant rice is one of them. It is one of the few mutant plants that is non-toxic and has no side effects. Ordinary people can eat it freely. After being cooked with Jiangxi's supernatural powers, the rice not only becomes even more delicious, but also boasts the added benefits of a stronger sense of satiety and a stronger body. Eating 100 grams of mutant rice not only keeps one full for 72 hours, but also invigorates the body, comparable to the legendary Immortal Valley. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, Jiangxi discovered mutant rice so quickly. This is a truly remarkable treasure. Boss Jiang really knows his stuff. This is mutant rice. Wu Bingkui smiled enthusiastically. My boss told me he only got a little over a pound of mutant rice, but he wants to trade it for 500 pounds of preserved vegetables, or he'd rather not do the deal. But I don't think Boss Jiang would be reluctant to part with such a good thing, would he? Trading 500 pounds of preserved vegetables for a little over a pound of mutant rice. Jiangxi agreed immediately. Sure. This is such a good thing. She absolutely must have it. She keep it for seeds, using the gray mist to accelerate growth. It mature in as little as a month, allowing her to obtain more mutant rice seeds. Forget 500 kilograms of mutant beast bacon, even 1,000 kilograms would be worth it. The big white wolf brings back some prey every day, so she's not short of meat. When Wu Bingkui heard Jiangshi agree, his smile widened. Okay. Boss Jiang is so straightforward. The deal's done. I get you the mutant rice first. He winked, and the younger man beside him immediately left. A moment later, a cloth bag returned. Jiangshi weighed the contents, then opened the bag and inspected them. She confirmed that they were all mutant rice grains suitable for planting, each the size of a peanut. Satisfied, she handed it to Liu, asking her to put it away. I also brought something good, the crystal cores that Boss Jiang needs most. Continuing with the second transaction, Wu Bingkui smiled and brought another item his previous client had asked him to exchange. This time, it was a box of crystal cores. Amidst the crisp tinkling of the boxes, Wu Bingkui placed a large box on the table and patted it, saying, "Here are 500 E-grade crystal cores and 50 C-grade crystal cores. This family wants all of them exchanged for strength-boosting and injury-healing foods. Boss Jiang, take as many as you can." Jiangshi nodded. This was easy. She was about to confirm the quality and quantity when she opened the box and noticed something was wrong. Chapter 143. Jiangshi picked up one of the crystal cores in surprise, examining it closely. This one. Why is it pink? There wasn't just one, there were 3 more in the box, all pink. What's going on? Wu Bingkui, who had obviously known this for a long time, chuckled dryly. Yeah, a few aren't white, but that doesn't matter, right? They're all crystal cores anyway, so what's the difference in color? Crystal cores are always white, like jade, slightly translucent. How could a pink one suddenly appear? Jiangshi examined the 4 unusual crystal cores, examining their interiors and carefully absorbing the energy they contained. He could already see the problem. Mutated flamingo crystal core D-level. Due to a sex change, the core has undergone a mutation, causing internal energy disturbances and unable to provide effective energy to the White House. Extracting this internal energy can be used to create high-energy weapons, requiring the fabricator's ability. Combined with mutant U, mutant paclitaxel, mutant Hediotis diffusa, and mutant white ginseng, it can be made into a supernatural catalytic potion with a 20 to 35% chance of activating supernatural powers. This requires a pharmacist with supernatural powers. Separate fragments flashed through Jiangshi's mind, and her heart began to pound. After activating her potential, she suddenly understood the special value of the pink crystal core. Not only could it be made into high-energy weapons, but it could also be made into supernatural potions. Isn't this a genetic potion? Although the success rate was only 20 to 35%, there were no other side effects. In other words, if you take it, it will either be ineffective or activate supernatural powers, turning you into a supernatural being. Jiangshi's eyes flashed. This was a tremendous discovery. In her previous life, genetic potions had been researched for 28 years, yet they were still semi-finished products with a very high mortality rate. But with her potential activated, she discovered the crystal core's special function. With the necessary materials and a pharmacist, she could create a harmless supernatural catalytic potion. Alternatively, Uncle Chow could create a high-energy weapon. Its value is too great. In her previous life, Jiangshi had never seen crystal cores of other colors, but she had vaguely heard of a unique type. She had spent years in White Room number 2, never leaving, and had little contact with others, so she had no idea of their specifics. It seemed Du Chi-chung was artificially creating pink crystal. But decades of research had yet to produce a genetically engineered drug without side effects. The energy within this pink crystal core was even more chaotic and violent, as if it would explode if thrown to the ground. Could this be the reason ordinary people could activate their superpowers? The color of the crystal core has changed. There must be something wrong. Brother Wu, tell me honestly, what's going on? Jiangshi suppressed her excitement and didn't share her discovery, but instead inquired. Is there really a problem? Wu Bingkui sat up straight, scratching his hair, and also became nervous. Boss Jiang, you don't interact with many people, so you might not know. But actually, I've seen some pink crystal cores recently, all obtained from mutant beasts. They're no different from before. Recently, about 10% of the mutant beasts in City C have developed these pink crystal cores. Some people thought the mutant beasts had mutated again, with even higher grade crystal cores. But after some research, nothing unusual was found. These pink cores are actually tiny, blood-like strands. Because they are so tiny and densely packed, the crystal cores appear pink. Other than that, there's nothing unusual. That mutant deer that was injected with an unknown drug, could it be? Jiangshi decided to check on the mutant deer again later to get to the bottom of it. Interesting. She smiled and pretended to study it, turning it over and over for a long time before saying, I want to collect some for research. Brother Wu, could you continue to help me collect these pink crystal cores? I count one as 2 ordinary ones. How about that? Wu Bingkui had thought Jiangxi didn't want them, but he was delighted. Okay, it's a small matter. I get them all for you, Boss Jiang, if I find any later. Okay, I give you the food you exchanged as usual, 2 for strength and healing. I also give you 4 more pink crystals. Whatever you want, Brother Wu. It's my thank you. Oh, give it back? Wu Bingkui was surprised and delighted. His family was short of food, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked being choked by the gray mist. He wanted to refuse for the sake of face, but he couldn't bear to. He quickly said, Okay, thank you, Boss Jiang. Just give me something to eat to keep me going. My kid eats a lot, and is always hungry. Jiangxi gave him 40 corn balls. This thing is delicious, filling, and also strengthens the body, perfect for the job. Wu Bingkui became even more interested in the subsequent transaction. He began to favor Jiangxi, both openly and covertly, telling her about the various factions in City C, their membership structures, their resource needs, and news about those with special abilities. He handed the exchanged food to Wu Bingkui, and Jiangxi thanked him, leaving both parties happy. Before leaving, Jiangxi asked Wu Bingkui something in particular. I hear quite a few factions are aggressively recruiting lately, and the conditions are quite good. He chuckled. That's perfectly normal. As far as I know, the Wang and Li families, the Iron Blood Corps, and White House 458 are all hiring in City C, and they're doing it long term. However, the Xiao family is also planning to recruit 1,000 people, regardless of special abilities, to start a pharmaceutical factory or something. It's freezing cold now, and everyone's out of work, so there are a lot of applicants. Jiangxi gave a faint smile. Brother Wu, considering our good cooperation, I don't want anything to happen to you. I have an inside scoop for you. Wu Bingkui suddenly became nervous. What was the news? Could he possibly be dead? I'm not sure about the other factions, but the Xiao family. I advise you and your friends not to go. They're ostensibly recruiting, but they're actually looking for people to conduct experiments. The mortality rate is as high as 90%. Don't ask how I know. Just be careful. Really? Experiments? Wu Bingkui's eyes widened in disbelief. But he had to believe it. This was a matter of life and death. With such a high mortality rate, Boss Jiang couldn't possibly be spreading rumors without reason. Okay. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for letting me know. I keep that in mind. Thank you. He could no longer sit still, rushing back to tell everyone he knew about the news. Whether it was true or not, caution was the best strategy. Time would tell. Jiangxi smiled faintly, and watched the 4 of them leave. Wu Bingkui had a sophisticated social network. With his outreach, everyone in City C would know in a few days. She waited for the Xiao family's reaction. After returning, Jiangxi didn't rush to plant the mutant rice. Instead, she went upstairs to find Qin Xiaohua and Zhao Yi to inquire about the mutant deer. That deer? It's Zhao Yi's turn to look today. It should be outside the White House. Boss Jiang, I take you to it. Qin Xiaohua had just finished feeding the mutant black crow, and his hands were covered in mud. Before he could wash them, he led Jiangxi out again. Over 100 meters outside the White House, the weeds and snow had been cleared. Only a few sturdy trees remained, towering tall. The mutant deer had an iron chain tied around its neck, the other end tied to a tree, and was nibbling on half-green leaves. At the noise, it turned alertly, its blood-red eyes fixed on the approaching Jiangxi and Qin Xiaohua, its ears twitching slowly. Zhao Yi was also digging for worms not far away. Seeing Jiangxi approach, he quickly stood up and asked, Boss Jiang, you wanted to see me? How's the mutant deer doing lately? Jiangxi asked. There's just a little problem. I was just about to tell you, Boss Jiang. Zhao Yi said, this mutant deer got angry again today. Just now, a bird suddenly flew over and landed on its back, but it turned its head and bit the bird to death. Boss Jiang, shouldn't we have the boss tame it again? Otherwise, it could easily cause problems. Jiangxi glanced around and, sure enough, saw a dead bird not far away. It was tattered and torn, with half its feathers missing, as if it had been attacked by a wild beast. But this was a pet deer controlled by a supernatural power. Jiangxi slowly approached it, his steps light, and he pulled a handful of dry grass and offered it to the mutant deer. It twisted its neck, snorted, and finally came over, attempting to nibble at the dry grass in Jiangxi's hand. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. The mutant deer, stretched to its maximum length by the chain around its neck, still couldn't reach the bundle of dry grass. As if enraged, it let out a sharp, angry cry. It struggled, yanking at the chain, even attempting to lower its head and strike Jiangxi with its antlers. "Boss Jiang, be careful!" Zhao Yi and the others shouted in fear. Jiangxi was prepared. With swift movements, he grabbed the deer's antlers, pressed down hard, and swept its legs. The mutant deer couldn't withstand the force at all. With a pain in its leg, it fell to the ground. To kill or not, the thought flashed through Jiangxi's mind, and he made a swift decision. He grabbed the deer's neck and twisted it. With a snap, the deer's head twisted 90 degrees, and then another 90 degrees, breaking its neck. "Kill it, and give me the crystal core inside." With that, Jiangxi left the mutant deer, still twitching, and returned to the white room. Just as he washed his hands and sat down, Zhao Yi and Chen Xiaohua arrived, their hands covered in blood, holding the crystal core. "Boss Jiang, we extracted the mutant deer's core, but..." The two were surprised to find that the crystal core, which should have been white, had turned pink. How could this be? Jiangxi's eyes lit up. It was truly pink quartz. Chapter 144. Taking the pink crystal core, she carefully examined it, confirming it was nearly identical to the one Wu Bingkui had brought. Its inherent energy was unstable, streaked with fine blood veins, a mysterious and beautiful sight. Jiangxi understood. This mutant deer had been injected with a special potion, and the individuals who administered it were hired by a man named Dadong. She knew the source, the person behind it, and the purpose. "Boss Jiang, what's wrong? And you too, what happened?" Yu Yuhan, who had just returned from outside, saw the three men in the hall, their hands covered in blood, and approached curiously. Jiangxi placed the pink crystal on the table. "Captain Yu, look at this. I killed the mutant deer we captured, and the crystal core inside it looked like this." Yu Yuhan was shocked. "Wow, a pink crystal core?" It was his first time seeing one. After listening to Jiangxi's explanation, combined with the previous incident at the botanical garden, he realized that the mutant deer had been injected with an unknown drug, which had caused the changes in their crystal cores. This led to a connection. The drug injected into the mutant beasts would definitely take some time to take effect, but mutant beasts are difficult to tame, so they let them roam free and mark the injected mutants to prevent repeated exposure. The more Yu Yuhan thought about it, the more questionable it seemed. But what's the point of this? Pink crystal cores, experiments, mutant beasts going crazy. Oh, right. Could it be related to the genetic drug? The mutated crystal cores might be the raw material for manufacturing the genetic drug. He finally figured it out, thanks to Jiangxi's careful guidance. She said sternly, "If this is true, it's a serious matter. The energy of the mutated crystal cores is unstable, which is why the genetic drug's efficacy is compromised, resulting in a large number of deaths." Of course, she wouldn't reveal that she already knew the true formula. Zhao Yi said in shock, "Even if I could become a superpower, the chances are so slim I wouldn't risk my life." Chen Xiaohua thought for a moment and said anxiously, "Boss Jiang, boss, we have to spread the word. Once everyone knows about their conspiracy, no one will sign up. Who would embrace the vain hope of trying something when they know they're going to die?" Yu Yuhan and Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly. Jiangxi shook his head. "You're overthinking it. If they have food and shelter, of course no one would undertake this experiment. But if they're in a precarious situation, facing the possibility of death at any moment, and the genetic drug is their only hope, many will still take the risk." Yu Yuhan's mouth dropped open. "But it's too dangerous. If it were me, I..." After a long pause, he couldn't utter a word. Imagine yourself in this situation, an ordinary person without a place to stay, plagued by gray fog, starving every day, and even with a family to feed. Wouldn't you give it a try? Even if there was a 1% chance, at least there was a glimmer of hope. The three of them fell silent. So cruel was the reality. Even if everyone knew the conspiracy of these forces, knew the recruitment was fake, that they were just test subjects, and that the mortality rate was incredibly high, they would still cling to this last bit of hope and try. Because it was the only way to survive. Seeing the three people's heavy hearts, Jiangxi comforted them. "Don't take it so seriously. Life is the most important thing. No one would take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. All we can do is spread the word." Yu Yuhan chuckled dryly, scratching his head. "Yeah, it's not that serious. Don't just think about the bad, think about the good too. We're doing pretty well now. As long as we develop quickly and continuously upgrade the White House, and more people come to Boss Zhang's place, everyone will have food to eat and a place to live. Who would want to die? Yes, that's the truth. We have to work hard. For a moment, the three of them suddenly had the idea of saving the world. As long as they worked hard, the White House would be upgraded and could accommodate even more people. Boss Jiang would then hire more people, and everyone would have food, shelter, and work. Who would want to gamble their lives? Jiangxi hadn't even given them a pep talk before they were already motivated. That's perfect. Jiangxi called the three new White House psychics, Ding Qilin, with his wind powers, Jiang Mingyao, with his fire powers, He Yi, with his invisible clone powers, and Yu Han, with his beast control powers, and gave them a new mission. Captain Yu, don't waste your beast controlling abilities. Go hunting with them from now on, but be extra careful. We've been growing a bit too fast lately, and there's bound to be people watching, perhaps even attacking us from behind. Ding Qilin and the other two were much more composed than Yu Han, and nodded in agreement. Also, you must pay close attention to any marked mutant beasts, their distribution and numbers. If you find any, kill them and take back the pink crystal cores within them. If you discover others with pink crystals, buy them all back. A 1-to-2 or 3-to-1 ratio is fine, or you can trade them for food. It's up to you. Jiangxi planned to purchase a large quantity of pink crystal cores, and then find a pharmacist with psychic abilities to collaborate with. If she could develop a psychic catalyst without side effects, the plans of Du Qichang and the rest of the consortium would be shattered. This would be a fundamental destruction. Not only could she save countless lives, but she would also acquire a large number of psychics, strengthening the power of White Room 139. As for whether Du Qichang and the Xiao family would retaliate against her, that was certain. But did she care? Jiangxi also needed to obtain the potion that formed the pink crystal core. Only with the source could she continuously produce pink crystal. Jiangxi announced that anyone who turned in pink crystal would receive 20 points for E level, 200 for D level, and so on. She contacted Li Yuan again, informing him of the matter and asking him to collect more pink crystal. Jiangxi only vaguely revealed that she had learned how to create a psychic catalyst, which could potentially activate psychics without side effects. However, she didn't even tell Li Yuan the specific materials needed or how to make it. For the time being, she would keep this matter confidential, and would decide whether to tell him later based on the specific circumstances. It was already 3 days later when she finished all this. Outside the White House, a gloomy haze descended again. Inside, everything was in perfect order. Jiangxi, holding 2 rose quartz crystals, went to the 3rd floor to find Qiao Wei. This area had been converted into a series of workshops, mostly empty. The only one still operating was the weapons workshop. The primary personnel were naturally Qiao Wei and Sister Liang. The remaining handymen were Sister Liang's subordinates, and no external personnel were needed for the time being. As soon as they entered the 3rd floor, a deafening roar of forging erupted. Jiangxi quickly covered his ears. Fortunately, the room was enclosed and soundproofed, so the noise was limited to the 2nd floor and didn't affect the other floors. Sister Liang was away, and Qiao Wei, noticing Jiangxi's arrival, stopped what he was doing. Uncle Qiao, take a look at this. Jiangxi handed over the 2 rose quartz crystals. Qiao Wei's expression shifted as he took one look. A white light flashed in his palm. He carefully sensed it and said, it's indeed a bit strange. The energy contained in these 2 crystal cores is different from normal crystal cores. He had been living well in the White House recently, and because his mother was living comfortably, eating well, and feeling much healthier, he paid even more attention to everything Jiangxi instructed him to do. Can this special crystal core be used to make weapons? Jiangxi asked. I considered using crystal cores to make weapons, but it hasn't worked. Qiao Wei told her about his previous experiments. Since awakening his forging ability, whenever he encountered various materials, his first consideration was whether they could be crafted into items with special functions. He had made a few gadgets, such as a flying bamboo dragonfly, an unplugged electric fan, and a self-lighting flashlight, but the results were mediocre and useless. In the end, Qiao Wei chose weapon manufacturing because it was the most practical. Normal E-grade crystal cores are too weak. I once tried using D-grade crystal cores, but I couldn't retain the extracted energy. He explained to Jiangxi in simple terms. It basically dissipates within a few hours, which is a waste. I haven't used crystal cores to make weapons since then. Why not try this mutated crystal core? Jiangxi suggested. Chapter 145. Jiangxi had already confirmed that the pink crystal core could be used to create high-energy weapons. It all depended on Uncle Qiao's ability level. We know if it worked after a try. Qiao Wei held a pink crystal, moved Jiangxi away, and began extracting the energy from this special crystal core. He activated his ability, and a white light from his palm enveloped the pink crystal core. The bright, soft light gradually grew dazzling, like a small, luminous sun. Jiangxi had excellent eyesight, and couldn't bear to look directly at such a bright light. She turned her head away, but she could still sense the powerful energy Uncle Chow was emitting from the fluctuations in the air as he refined it. The pink crystal seemed to be thrown into a raging fire, and strands of energy emanated from it, mingling like threads and swirling endlessly. 10 minutes later, the white light in Chow Wei's palm dimmed, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Little Jiang, look." Jiangxi quickly turned around, only to see that the pink crystal in Uncle Chow's hand had turned incredibly gray, its surface covered in cracks. And in his palm, a red, cloud-like mass hovered. This is the extracted crystal core energy. It's relatively stable, and I can sense the powerful energy within it. It's blood. The blood from the mutant beast. I don't know what kind of transformation it's undergone, but it's composed of tiny particles, constantly colliding and producing a high-energy reaction. It should explode, but it's so stable. It's amazing. Chow Wei's excited speech was incoherent, his face beaming with joy as he spoke words Jiangxi couldn't understand. Without waiting for Jiangxi to ask, he carefully carried the energy ball to the shelf, picked up a newly forged, yet unpowered, long sword, and attempted to imbue it with special powers. But just as the red energy ball attached to the long sword, the shimmering silver blade suddenly cracked, as if unable to withstand the force. With a few crackling sounds, it shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. The energy ball also quickly dissipated, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Frantic Chow Wei desperately tried to save it, but still failed. "Xiao Jiang, I was careless for a moment, and didn't notice the escape of the energy controlling the crystal core. Next time, I'd be more careful." He looked at Jiangxi eagerly, hoping she would agree to let him try extracting the energy from another pink crystal. "It's okay, Uncle Chow. Failure is normal. Just continue as you wish." Jiangxi encouraged him, letting him experiment. Hadn't she also failed countless times in her previous life, when she first awakened her gourmet ability? Even those with abilities go through many trials and tribulations before gradually mastering a new skill. Especially with the abilities of a fabricator, poison maker, pharmacist, and even a gourmet like hers. It takes many experiments to achieve perfection. Soon, Chow Wei's second experiment failed again. He was deeply frustrated, but his interest grew, and he wished he could spend the entire night studying this special rose quartz. Jiangxi brought over the remaining 3. "Uncle Chow, these are all I have. Experiment with them first. If they don't work for now, that's fine. I have someone continue collecting more rose quartz, and send it to you as soon as I find one." "Okay. Thank you, little Jiang." Chow Wei was also excited. "I think it might work. This rose quartz is completely different from ordinary crystal cores. I do a few more experiments and guarantee you a satisfactory answer." Uncle Chow isn't just sitting around doing nothing. Jiangxi smiled and said, "Uncle Chow, I trust you, but you must take care of yourself and not overexert yourself." With only 3 rose quartz crystals left, Chow Wei cherished them even more, and was much more careful with his experiments. He recounted the recent progress of the weapons workshop. Equipment assembly and material sorting had delayed him a bit. Just a week into the operation, they had only forged 100 tang swords. Since they were all hand-forged with machine assistance, production couldn't be high. Furthermore, Chow Wei was the only person empowered, so only 50 special weapons were ultimately produced. "Take a look." Chow Wei handed an empowered tang sword to Jiangxi. Due to material limitations, this tang sword's power is far inferior to the King Snake battle axe. It has a physical attack bonus of 5, a shock damage of 1, and an armor penetration of 2. That's all we can do. It was a very fine tang sword, and Jiangxi thought it quite good. It was 103 centimeters long. To save material, it lacked a sheath. A black metal inlay was embedded on each side of the handle. It was made of an unknown smelt. The blade gleamed with a cold silver light. A light brush of the fingertips evoked a distinct chill, as if piercing the skin. Swish! Jiangxi swung the blade lightly, a piercing sound piercing the air. Though she wasn't striking a target, she could still sense the power of this tang sword. Satisfied, she said, "Uncle Chow, this is excellent. An ordinary person equipped with a blade like this could kill mutant beasts. I distribute it to the hunting team later. I'm glad you're satisfied. It's just that the materials are scarce. Without electricity, many of the equipment won't function. Well, let's not talk about that. Xiao Jiang, if you want to mass-produce weapons, collect various metals, even raw ores. But if you want to craft custom weapons, you also need mutant beast claws and teeth. The higher the quality, the better. Okay, I understand. After a few more words, Jiangxi left. The electricity problem couldn't be solved for now. She would upgrade the White House first, and then build a few generators. While the White House lacked power, it could eventually convert energy, converting the energy of crystal cores or the abilities of Esper users into electricity. In previous lives, countless Esper users had become mere power tools for the various White Houses, dying with only skin and bones, their mental strength drained and unable to recover. Jiangxi didn't know at what level this function would be unlocked, and she wouldn't use Esper users to drain their blood. She only knew that the demand for crystal cores would increase infinitely in the future. She still had much to do. With these 50 Tang swords, she had to quickly distribute them to Deng Qilin and the others. Jiangxi also remembered to give 25 to Lu Yuan. This was something she had promised long ago. Without Lu Yuan's help, Qiao Wei likely wouldn't have had the chance to stay with her, and would have been snatched away by the Xiao family. This favor could not be forgotten. For the next month, the northerly winds continued, with sporadic snowfall, and sunshine only lasting 7 or 8 days. Aside from the great white wolf, free to roam freely and dominate the land, even the hunting group led by Deng Qilin was affected. Most of the time, the members stayed in the White House for training, each training in combat skills to deliver a single, fatal strike. Only 12 people were selected for the hunting group, most of whom were chosen from those brought by Sister Liang. Each one was a fearless fighter. Aside from Jiang Mengyao, there were only 3 women. It couldn't be helped. Men's inherent physical strength made them stronger in combat. When it came to hunting mutant beasts, unless they were psychics, it was much more difficult for ordinary women to achieve the strength and reflexes of adult men. Fortunately, everyone's daily food possessed special benefits, and their physical fitness improved exponentially day by day. Even without special abilities, anyone leaving White Room 139 could easily defeat 5. The mutant rice planting went smoothly. Jiangxi didn't plant outside the White Room, fearing the ice and snow would affect the crops again. Instead, he had people carry soil and water them, creating a paddy field on the second floor. It was about 1 acre, occupying 1/3 of the second floor's total area. Although there were only a little over a pound of rice seeds, a wide paddy field wasn't needed, but it would be ready for a second planting soon, so more was naturally reserved. Jiyu would come once a day to stimulate the growth. With her would base special abilities, and the evening fog, the mutant rice grew rapidly, reaching 3 feet in just a week. The dozen or so mutant strawberry plants planted earlier were also laden with fruit, almost ripening. I wonder what rice cooked from mutated rice will taste like. I haven't eaten rice in ages. Ji Qiuqi stood outside the field, watching his sister display her supernatural powers, feeling both emotional and anticipation. Jiangxi recalled, it must be delicious, with a strong rice aroma. She had only tasted it once in her previous life, a reward from her superiors after working for a month straight. The texture and flavor were both good, but the memory wasn't pleasant. Ah, brother, Sister Jiang. Look! Suddenly, Jiyu's exclamation shattered Jiangxi's memory. She stood on the field ridge, a green sprout emerging from her open palm. The tip grew longer, transforming into a vine that spread out across the ground. Chapter 146. The sprout grew rapidly, twisting and snaking. It split into 2 branches when it landed on the ground. One branch continued to extend forward, brimming with vitality, while the other wrapped around Jiyu's body, circling her. The leaves continued to expand, opening and closing, and even a bud emerged, growing until it reached the size of a fist. Xiuyu, is this that seedling? Ji Qiuqi had just worried about an accident, but then he remembered the seedling his sister had brought back. It had grown so large. A name flashed through Jiangxi's mind, devouring ghost vine flower. It had to be. She had seen a video of Jiyu in her previous life, commanding this SSS-level mutant plant with a majestic presence, unleashing unstoppable destruction. The most profound impression she had on her was the fiery red. Jiyu had now embarked on a different life path, less cold and ruthless than her previous life, but some of her fate remained unchanged. I feel it. It's about to bloom. Jiyu beamed at the green vine, reaching out to touch the leaves, each larger than her face. Before, there wasn't any movement. I always thought it was malnourished, and that's why it grew so slowly. So I fed it a lot every day, using my supernatural powers to nourish it. Now it's suddenly blooming. It's sure to be beautiful. She could even sense the emotions conveyed by the green vine. It was deeply attached to her. Jiangxi walked over and examined it curiously. It's growing beautifully. This flower. Hey Xiaoyu, have you broken through? It was then, that she realized that Jiayu's supernatural power fluctuations were different from before. Strengthening stage. Yes, I just broke through last night, Sister Jiang. You noticed it before I even had a chance to tell you. Jiayu smiled with a hint of pride, her eyes curved. Really, Xiaoyu, you made another breakthrough. Ji Qiuqi was surprised and delighted. Jiangxi had to admit, some people are just geniuses. It hadn't been long since Xiaoyu's ability had reached the enhanced stage. Although he was now more skilled than Jiayu in the use of his abilities, and had even achieved a breakthrough before her, that was due to his experience in his previous life. Jiayu, on the other hand, was different. She had learned and understood everything on her own, bit by bit. She had a natural affinity for plants, and her constitution was perfectly suited to wood-based abilities. Her comprehension was also exceptional. Apart from initial guidance, she learned almost on her own. Now, every psychic in the White House knew that the first step to achieving a breakthrough in their abilities was to use them more. Everyone worked tirelessly, exhausting their mental energy every day. But everyone's progress was still different. Currently, the strongest psychic, if we only consider the use of abilities, not combat effectiveness, Jiangxi was undoubtedly number 1, and second place went to Jiayu. Next up were Chao Wei and Liang Jinwei. Although they were also in the advanced stage, they could break through to the enhanced stage at any moment. They just needed that one crucial opportunity. Next up were Li Yu, Ji Qiuqi, Wang Yuanjun, He Yi, and the others. They were very proficient in using their abilities, but they still faced some difficulty in achieving another breakthrough. Jiangxi had already distributed the remaining mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs among the rewards, such as cigarettes and alcohol, and explained their benefits to everyone. Anyone who wanted to strengthen their mental strength should work hard to earn points to exchange for them. I don't know what the flower will look like when it blooms. Jiayu, with a look of anticipation and certainty, gently held the bud on the green vine. She could sense that the vine was eager to grow, craving her energy. A flash of green light flashed, and Jiayu, using his wood-based powers, touched the red bud. It rapidly expanded and opened its petals. The center of the alluring red petals was edged with a dense ring of serrations, resembling the sharp teeth of a mutant beast. The stamens were black, like dense, fuzzy hairs, gently wriggling. Suddenly, the hairs parted, revealing a long, pink tongue. Its sharp teeth opened and closed, making a snapping sound. This startled Ji Qiuqi. Ha ha ha. Jiayu laughed mischievously. Brother, you're such a coward. You're afraid of even a flower. Ji Qiuqi instinctively hid behind Jiangxi, staring in fear at the mutant flower dangling before him, like a faceless mouth. How could it not be terrifying? If he hadn't known the person before him was his sister, he would have run. Xiaoyu, why is your flower so? He wanted to say it was ugly, but held it back. So cute, right? Haha, I think so too. Brother, you can touch it. It won't hurt you. But let's not do that. Ji Qiuqi's face twitched, and he touched his glasses frame and took 2 steps back. Jiangxi wasn't afraid. Curious, seeing this rare opportunity, she reached out to tease the flower. The long tongue darted out again, licked her fingertips, and quickly retracted. Qiuqi, that's not a tongue, it's a pistol. Jiangxi sensed it. The pistol was slightly gelatinous, soft yet resilient, and possessed powerful lethality. It had only mutated, so it looked a little strange. Sister Jiang is really brave. Jiayu said uncertainly, but I think it wants to eat now, and it wants meat. Could it be a man-eating plant? The green vine's emotions kept coming through like a hungry little beast. Jiayu had no choice but to control it, or it would try to lick everywhere again, frightening her brother. Go find it some meat and try. Jiangxi knew the properties of the devouring ghost vine flower, and asked Jiayu to go downstairs and get some meat to feed it. Okay. She didn't bother trying to grow the mutant rice anymore. Covered in green vines, a large section still trailing on the ground, she happily ran upstairs. Then I try it, brother, Sister Jiang. I tell you later. Watching his sisters retreating back, the vines like snakes, and the terrifying large flowers swaying above her head, Ji Qiuqi felt a mixture of emotions. His sister was amazing, so much better than him. He was relieved and happy, but a sour feeling lingered in his heart. Jiang, Xiaoyu won't need my protection anymore. She's finally grown up. But I'm still so incompetent, even worse than my sister. Sigh. Ji Qiuqi felt increasingly depressed as he thought about having a spatial ability that couldn't be used for anything other than storage, and couldn't even hold much. He also wanted to go out and kill mutant beasts, but his ability wasn't enough for combat. He could only stay in the warehouse every day. Xiaoyu is a genius. Do you think everyone is as amazing as her? Jiangxi noticed Ji Qiuqi's conflict and patted his shoulder encouragingly. But you're different, Qiuqi. The brother of a genius is naturally a genius too. You know, the strength of a superpower depends on the strength of one's own mental strength, the compatibility of the superpower with it, as well as understanding, daily diligence, and a little bit of opportunity. Qiuqi, you have all of these, so keep going. Think about how else you can use your spatial abilities. Don't let Xiaoyu lag behind you, you're the older brother. Yes, he's the older brother, how can he be worse than his sister? He must work hard. Ji Qiuqi, a strong desire to win was aroused, and he nodded firmly. Jiang, you're right. One day, I will become a genius too. Just as they were about to go see the devouring ghost vine flower feasting on meat, the two of them had just reached the first floor, when the big white wolf scurried in. It had stained the floor again. Little darling, don't run around in the White House. Jiangxi hadn't finished speaking when the big white wolf began to howl anxiously. Chapter 147. Jiangxi glanced outside. Under the faint sunlight, the remaining gray mist gradually swirled and vanished, leaving the entire sky and earth still shrouded in a hazy gloom. Not far away, a group of people, supporting each other, stumbled toward the White House. They were members of the hunting team. Captain Deng Qilin was being supported, covered in blood. Everyone inside the White House noticed them. Jiangxi's face paled slightly, and she hurried out. Then, several gusts of wind echoed nearby. Li Yu and Huang Yuanjun, even more anxious than she, rushed to the front of the hunting team. Boss Jiang, Captain Deng's leg is broken, and he's bleeding profusely. We're out of supplies. Everyone chattered, finally making it back, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangxi hurried forward, asking what happened. She fished out the concentrated datura juice she had brought with her, and handed it to Deng Qilin, saying, "Thank goodness your injury isn't serious. Drink it up." Luckily, she had developed a habit of always carrying special food with her, just in case. Deng Qilin took the small bottle, but didn't drink it himself. Instead, he handed it to the injured Jiang Mengyao nearby. I already had some. Let Mengyao and the others have some. That one sentence made Jiangxi realize the severity of this accident. The hunting team always brought essential supplies with them when they went out. But this time, they had eaten everything. Even after drinking the healing datura juice, Captain Deng Qilin still returned with a broken leg. One can only imagine how serious his injury was at the time. Jiangxi quickly asked Ji Qiuqi to prepare some healing supplies. Boss Jiang, we were hunting mutant beasts in a ruined area on the outskirts of the city when we were suddenly attacked. Deng Qilin said grimly, they were numerous. Although we were on guard, we were no match for them. Gengzi and Xiaodu are dead. The hunting team fell silent, anger evident on everyone's face. I understand. Let's go back and talk later. Although Jiangxi had long known that there would inevitably be casualties on a hunting trip, hearing these two unfamiliar names still weighed heavily on her heart. This was the first time anyone had died in the White House. She let everyone in through the side door, not disturbing the guests already dining. She sat them down, allowing those who needed to be healed to recover and those who needed to be examined. She already had a sense of purpose in mind. If they had been killed by a mutant beast, Jiangxi wouldn't have held a grudge. Survival of the fittest was natural. But being killed by someone else meant someone was targeting them. Ji Qiuqi quickly prepared tortoiseshell glue and applied it to Deng Qilin's broken leg. The others also drank the datura juice, and their injuries healed rapidly. Do you know who did it? Jiangxi asked. Jiang Mingyao's injuries had also healed. She said, Boss Jiang, there were over 30 people who attacked us, but I've seen a few of them before. I heard they recently joined the Xiao family. Yu Yuhan's injuries were minor, just scratches, but he was furious beyond words. Those sons of bitches from the Xiao family did this. We were hunting mutant beasts, and they attacked us, stealing our prey and killing us. If I hadn't... Humph, I must have revenge. If it weren't for his emotional instability, which had reduced his ability to control the beasts, the man named Gengzi in the team might not have died. Although he had only been with these team members for a few days, Yu Yuhan felt as if he had been transported back to the days of the White Wolf group. He blamed himself for not being able to protect his teammates. He also said, Boss Jiang, they came prepared. Not only did they send over 30 people for the attack, but half of them were psychics. The power disparity was too great. It was already a great achievement for us to escape. Fortunately, his special ability allowed him to create 4 clones, but he was probably even more seriously injured. Everyone was talking in a flurry, complaining and angry. Although Jiangxi and the others hadn't witnessed the incident, they knew the whole story. Except for Captain Ding Qilin and 4 other special ability users, the remaining 13 members of the hunting group were ordinary people under Sister Zhang's command. For over 4 hours, they battled the attackers, eating supplies and recovering while fleeing. Ultimately, they worked together, and most of them managed to escape alive. Captain Ding, thanks to you for bringing us back. Jiangxi's eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing his inner anger. We've been prepared for the Xiao family to attack, and they did it. Needless to say, they were deliberately seeking revenge for the rumor circulating in City C. If they hadn't been vigilant, perhaps even more people would have died today. They killed my people, so of course they won't get away with it. A pleasant, charming female voice rang out, hinting at murderous intent. Sister Liang, having also learned of the news, came down from the 3rd floor. You've been doing this time and again. Do you think I, Liang Jinwei, am a pushover? Sister Liang was still as domineering as ever, but she showed more respect for Jiangxi. Xiao Jiang, if it were before, I would have immediately gone to the Xiao family to settle the score. But I believe you make the right choice. Tell me what you think. Jiangxi had already made up her mind. The Xiao family must not be allowed to stay. Death, even though Xiao Buxiong owned White House 1027, and the Xiao family was one of the most powerful forces in City C, and even though she had once had a good relationship with Xiaoziyu, Jiangxi knew this day would come ever since the Xiao family and White House 9 began working together. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. This was a matter of grave concern to the safety of everyone in White House 139. Jiangxi wouldn't reveal it in public. She sent most of the group back to rest, leaving only the team leader, Ding Qilin, Sister Liang, and Li Yu to discuss countermeasures in a private room. Revenge must be avenged. Our people must not die in vain. Jiangxi spoke first. The Xiao family and White House 9 are both recruiting ordinary people to experiment with supernatural potions, not to mention other forces we're unaware of. They disregard human life. Just a few months after the Grey Fog erupted, they already abandoned all morals and conscience. What will happen next? What will become of them in 3 to 5 years, 10 to 10 years? This was a heavy topic, and the mere thought of Li Yu and the other 2 sent chills down their spines. This was especially true for Liang Jinwei. She understood the minds and faces of those so-called elites best. In the past, with checks and balances, everyone would grudgingly abide by them, and would be somewhat cautious about concealing their actions. But now, civilization has collapsed, and everything is based on strength. They just act recklessly. They do whatever they want, so can we. Sister Liang's pretty face turned cold as she said icily, since we have to clash with the Xiao family sooner or later, we might as well strike first. After all, fear isn't in my vocabulary. Li Yu and Ding Qilin shared the same sentiment. They had come to regard White Room 139 as their home, and everyone here was their companion, sharing their success and their failure. Ding Qilin said, I agree with Sister Liang. The Xiao family must be eradicated. Li Yu frowned. But the Xiao family also has a White Room, and they have even more psychics under their command. We can't handle them. How can the Xiao family be eradicated? Who knows the White Room best? It's Jiangxi, of course. Remembering the countless disturbances that occurred in White Room 2 in her previous life, she already has a plan. I need to prepare, and then I go find Xiaoziyu myself. Jiangxi's lips curled up, a hint of cryptic meaning flashing across her. Chapter 148. A few days later, another rare sunny day arrived. Wu Bingkui arrived. Boss Jiang, I heard that the Xiao family's psychic attacked your people? He immediately inquired about this, seeming deeply concerned. Wu Bingkui was the first to learn of the undercurrents between the 2 White Houses in City C. As a middleman, he roamed between countless factions, large and small, exchanging intelligence and reselling supplies, hoping to escalate the conflict between the 2 sides as much as possible, so that he could profit. But deep down, he still sided with Jiangxi. Even you know about this, Brother Wu? Jiangxi frowned slightly, then said nonchalantly, there's actually some misunderstanding here. I don't want to be hostile to the Xiao family. After all, we always had a good cooperation. But they become increasingly aggressive. Not only are they recruiting people for experiments, but they also attacked and robbed supplies, and even killed my people. Given that, I won't be afraid of them anymore. Wu Bingkui could tell that she had completely fallen out with the Xiao family. He couldn't afford to offend either side, he simply hoped the clash between the bosses wouldn't affect him. If handled well, it would even benefit him in reselling supplies. Boss Jiang, I can't interfere with your affairs with the Xiao family. After all, my influence is limited. Just be careful. Also, if you need any supplies, just let me know. I do my best to get them for you. After all, old Wu, do have some connections. Wu Bingkui chuckled and listed some supplies his forces had on hand, asking if she wanted any. Jiangshi already had a plan and showed little interest in these less urgent supplies. She only needed crystal cores, specifically pink ones, and food. It's freezing cold now, and food is running out. I'm almost halfway through my supply, so I need to save. Brother Wu, could you help me get some? Mutant beast meat, grain, or even canned food will do. Boss Jiang, are you short on food too? Wu Bingkui's eyes widened. He come to Jiangshi primarily to exchange for food, and he valued the special properties of food. He hadn't expected her to be short on it, too. What should he do? Wu Bingkui scowled. I was hoping to get some food from you, Boss Jiang, but now everyone in City C is trapped. The weather's terrible. Even on sunny days there's fog, and the mutant beasts have gone into hiding. If this continues, a lot of people will starve to death before spring. Jiangshi echoed his words, looking worried. That's right. I heard there's been heavy snowstorms in the north lately, killing many people with freezing and starvation. Although things are better here, we've been affected as well. In short, she was running low on food. If she had to exchange it, she raised the price unless she offered crystal cores. Wu Bingkui also understood the situation and didn't doubt Jiangshi's words. After a long haggling, Jiangshi refused to accept any of the supplies he could get. Helplessly, Wu Bingkui offered the crystal cores he had brought with him. All right, I really can't make any money this time. 1,000 E-grade crystal cores used to be worth about 800 kilograms of dried bacon, but now that's shrunk by a third. Boss Jiang, you have to leave me at least a little food. Jiangshi was even more worried. Brother Wu, I'm lucky I can squeeze out a little food for you, especially considering our good cooperation. Who knows how bad this weather will get? Hunting even a single mutant rat is difficult, and I have so many people to feed. Sigh. Although he knew she was exaggerating, Wu Bingkui suspected that Jiangshi couldn't afford to squander the food she had. Otherwise, her White House restaurant wouldn't have temporarily closed. After the transaction, Jiangshi received approximately 1,000 crystal cores. Of these, 97 were pink crystals. Brother Wu, I'm looking for more information from you. How much do you know about the Xiao family? Jiangshi offered food again. I won't put you in a difficult position. Tell me what you can. If I'm satisfied, how about giving you 100 pounds of bacon and 50 rice balls? Wu Bingkui's heart leaped. Although he didn't dare intervene in the fight, how could he refuse the food? Besides, Jiangshi had promised not to embarrass him. After a moment's thought, Wu Bingkui offered some unimportant information. I do know a little bit. Didn't the Xiao family recently recruit a pharmacist named Wang Fu? He's quite capable. He created a medicine that cured the second young master Zhao's wife, and he's now highly valued. Jiangshi recalled this incident. Xiao Ziyu once came to him, seeking a spiritual food that could cure her confused thoughts and short temper. Because the ingredients and her current psychic power level weren't high enough, she could only produce a symptomatic solution, not a cure. Wang Fu's ability to cure Xiao Ziyu's wife was a testament to his considerable abilities. But Jiangshi didn't care. The more Wang Fu gained prominence, the faster the Xiao family would suffer. He was a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Perhaps he would have some role in the Xiao family's eventual downfall. The Xiao family currently has a large number of psychics, around 70 or 80. I heard that, but it's not certain. Not every psychic has high power, but the Xiao family is considered the strongest fighting force in City C. Counting the Xiao family's combat team leaders, thugs, and non-staff members, there are probably around 700 or 800 of them. The entire East City Villa district is completely occupied. Yes, Jiangshi noted it down. East City Villa District. All Xiao family members. Wu Bingkui pondered, filtering various pieces of information from his mind, then recounted the ones he felt were insignificant. Also, I heard the Xiao family is short on food lately. Probably like you, Boss Jiang, it's having trouble hunting mutant beasts. He said Xiao Buxiong likes to maintain his health and always feels that eating mutant beast meat has side effects. They usually eat rice, grains, and vegetables. The Xiao family has been buying up supplies like rice, flour, and cereals lately, but the amount is so large that no other faction can afford it, even with crystal cores. Even if they have food, they've hidden it away. Who would be willing to exchange it for essentials? Boss Jiang, I told you everything I know. That's all. Wu Bingkui scratched his head awkwardly. Even if he knew more, he didn't dare to say it. Thank you, Brother Wu. I have someone bring the stuff out. Please wait a moment. Jiangshi smiled. She had already gathered enough information. Although it seemed disorganized, it might still be useful. She would slowly unravel it later. Satisfied, Wu Bingku had left with the food. Jiangxi collected the crystal cores she had obtained. She took half of the 90-plus rose crystals and gave them to Chao Wei for experiments on rechargeable weapons. She kept the rest until she found a suitable pharmacist. Deng Qilin and the others had been waiting for Jiangxi's instructions, but after 3 days, there was still no news. Although they were somewhat puzzled, they did not doubt Jiangxi's desire for revenge. Some members of the hunting group, seeing Jiangxi's youth and lack of fighting power, seemed to be wary of the Shao family abandoning their revenge. Inevitably, some were dissatisfied, especially those close to the 2 deceased members, who questioned her. After hearing this, Deng Qilin harshly reprimanded them, and warned everyone not to question Jiangxi's decision. Even if she doesn't seek revenge, everyone must obey unconditionally. We eat, use, and live under Boss Zhang's control. She's our adopted parent. Deng Qilin sternly declared, word for word, in front of the entire hunting group. I don't want to hear such words again. Anyone who dares to question Boss Zhang, or even harbors ill intentions, will be punished. Chapter 149. Jiangxi secretly contacted Lu Yuan again. She told him about her plan to deal with the Shao family, and after some discussion, the two of them reached a consensus. After disconnecting, Lu Yuan went to make preparations, while Jiangxi also took a large amount of food from the warehouse. Especially the mutant corn, he took almost 2/3 of the inventory, a full 1,000 kilograms. He also handed over some of the supplies Sister Liang had brought, including rice and flour, to the people Lu Yuan sent. Only Li Yu, who managed the warehouse, knew about this. Jiang, are we going to give all this food to Brother Lu and the others? Won't we have enough for ourselves? Li Yu hesitated for a long time before finally asking Jiangxi. Although she usually didn't question Jiangxi's decisions, this time, the food was so much, almost consuming 1/5 of the entire inventory, accounting for more than half of the rice and grain varieties. She felt a little confused. Jiangxi understood her question, but offered no explanation. She simply smiled and said, I know what's going on. Don't worry. We're not short of food. While we're down on some rice and grains, we got plenty of meat. Although eating only meat isn't as nutritionally complete. She joked, not expressing any concern. Seeing she had truly considered it, Li Yu said no more. Well, I'm just reminding you, Jiang. I know you consider everyone. But sometimes, you don't have to shoulder it alone. Tell me, and I definitely support you. Time passed. The weather was sometimes inclement, sometimes sunny. The White House restaurant remained closed, causing anxiety among those who had exchanged supplies with Jiangxi. Winter was still at least half a month away, and while it might not seem like much time, a lack of food could kill people. Jiangxi, however, was also constantly seeking food and exchanging it for various items. Rumors spread, and only then did the surviving forces in City C realize that food was truly scarce. As a last resort, everyone braved the inclement weather and went hunting. No matter how unpalatable the mutant beast meat was, as long as it could satisfy hunger, they could barely get through the winter. The recruitment point at White House number 1027 saw more applicants. Even though everyone knew there was a problem, and most of the previous applicants weren't selected and had even disappeared, some still held onto a last glimmer of hope and tried. Dad, good news. Finally, 3 more succeeded. As soon as he entered the white room, Xiao Ziyu excitedly said, although the powers aren't very strong, one is earth-based, one has supervision, and one has levitation, it at least proves that the genetic potion can activate ordinary people's powers. Xiao Buxiong held a cigar in his hand, unlit, and nodded slowly, yes, since it works, it proves Du Qichong wasn't lying to us. The genetic potion he developed is indeed effective, but the success rate is too low. Only a 1 in 10 chance, an incredibly low one. He didn't feel sorry for those who died, nor did he pity them. Rather, there were so few people available for experimentation. It took a full 2 weeks for only a dozen or so psychics to appear. It was too slow. There were too few idle people in City C these days. Most had joined teams and organizations, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived alone. Other forces were also competing with 1027 for manpower, so even fewer people came to the Shao family to apply for jobs. Although the Shao family currently has the most recruits, no one knows that most of these new hires have been used to experiment with the genetic drug, and most have died. Ziyu, we must find a large number of people for the experiments. If that doesn't work, arrange for internal staff to be injected with the genetic drug as well. Everyone except us should be injected. Xiao Ziyu was shocked. Dad, there's no need to rush. Even internal staff. That's going to kill a lot of people. With fewer people, there will be fewer people out hunting and gathering supplies. And fewer people to eat. Xiao Buxiong interrupted his son, looking at him meaningfully. Ziyu, you know how much food is left in the warehouse. If we don't find more food, there won't be enough for us to eat. Do you want to eat that disgusting mutant beast meat? Xiao Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! If they still been cooperating with Jiangxi, they wouldn't have lacked food. But that woman turned against them, not only stealing their supplies, but also spreading rumors about the harmful effects of the genetic drug. The gratitude I once felt for Jiangxi vanished completely. Dad, you're right. Fewer people is better. We don't need to consume so much food. Ordinary people aren't important anyway, we only need those with special abilities. Xiao Ziyu understood his father's meaning, and his eyes turned cold. I do it right away. Xiao Buxiong nodded with relief, lit his cigar, and took a deep drag. By the way, don't worry too much. Yesterday, someone from the Wang family contacted me and said they discovered another granary with edible grains, rice, and other things. There's quite a bit of it, and they can exchange some for us. Xiao Ziyu was overjoyed. Granary? It hasn't been invaded by the gray fog yet. Is that true? Xiao Buxiong said in a deep voice, the Wang family has been allied with us for a long time, and has always been trying to curry favor with us. I don't think they dare to deceive me. Wait, go to the Wang family and retrieve these supplies. Yes, I understand, Dad. Xiao Ziyu perked up again, and was about to leave the White House, when he suddenly heard a voice. Wait! The owner of White House 139 has requested a voice call. Do you want to connect? That girl named Jiang actually contacted him? Xiao Buxiong motioned his son to wait, returned to the control room, and answered the call. Jiangxi's voice entered his mind. Xiao Buxiong's brow furrowed at first, but gradually, he sensed something was amiss, and his expression grew increasingly strange. 10 minutes later, the call ended. Seeing his father emerge, Xiao Ziyu anxiously asked, Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Buxiong's expression was complex. After a long pause, he said, that girl surnamed Jiang said she wanted to talk to us about the genetic medicine. She knows how to improve it. Impossible. Xiao Ziyu simply didn't believe it. It's so hard for us to get the genetic medicine. She couldn't possibly know about it, let alone improve it. Xiao Buxiong initially thought so, but after further reflection, he had a different opinion. Du Qichong repeatedly asked us to keep it secret. Besides us, only 2 other companies receive samples of this genetic medicine. If it's impossible for her to leak the information, then how did Jiangxi know about it? Xiao Ziyu was stunned. Yes, this was a suspicious point. So we need to find out whether she truly knows or not. We need to go and see. Xiao Buxiong displayed the cunning of a veteran. Ziyu, send someone else to the Wang family to collect the supplies. You go to Jiangxi's place yourself. It's on the outskirts of the city, at the ruins of the old auto repair shop. Bring more people and act accordingly. Chapter 150. The Jianhua Auto Repair Shop was once a well-known institution in City C, but it gradually closed down. Now it's a ruin. Even the rusty gate has been demolished. The main building is half missing, and a hideous claw mark remains on the wall, hidden among the dense dead branches. When Xiao Ziyu, accompanied by 15 psychics and more than 20 armed thugs, drove up to the auto repair shop, he immediately spotted Jiangxi standing in front of the abandoned main building. She was accompanied only by Liu. Ha ha ha. Boss Jiang, long time no see. I hope you're all right. Xiao Ziyu got out of the car, laughing heartily as always, as if there was no grudge between them. However, he stopped 20 meters away from her. Mr. Xiao, I just want to discuss something with you. Why bring so many people? Are you afraid I kidnap you? Jiangxi teased, seemingly in a good mood. Boss Jiang must be discussing something important with me, so I naturally have to take it seriously. Bringing more people with you shows respect to you, Boss Jiang. Xiao Ziyu wore a long trench coat, a scarf draped around his neck, and a gun tucked into his waist. His face still wore a gentle, refined smile, reminiscent of the attire of a young warlord during the Republican era. Second young master, she didn't detect the ambush. She only brought one person with her. One of his psychics leaned over and whispered in Xiao Ziyu's ear. She really didn't bring anyone with her. Xiao Ziyu was somewhat surprised. He had brought all his men, fully armed and extremely vigilant, fearing Jiangxi was setting a trap to kill him. She only brought one person, a woman. It seemed as if he was afraid. Jiangxi's expression was somewhat helpless. Mr. Xiao, we used to work together happily, but I don't know when cracks began to form, and recently there have been some unpleasantness. I'm afraid to invite you to my White House anymore, for fear you think I'm trying to harm you. Of course, it all started the moment his brother's leg was crippled. Xiao Ziyu couldn't forget how long he waited that day, how desperate he felt, and how everything that followed fell into place. Though hatred simmered in his heart, his expression remained gentle. Let's talk about the past later. Boss Jiang, you asked me out today, not just for a chat, right? Murderous intent. The hairs on the back of Jiang Shi's hand stood on end, her heightened perception causing a slight tingling sensation. She feigned ignorance, glanced at Liu beside her, and gestured, I have something important to discuss with Mr. Xiao. Stand back. Liu hummed, took flight, and landed on the ruined main building nearby. A gust of cold wind blew past. Jiang Shi stepped forward and said, the Xiao family has been aggressively recruiting lately. Mr. Xiao must know their real purpose. I'm telling you straight up, there's something wrong with the genetic drug. Its potent properties prevent ordinary people from absorbing it, leading to the deaths. But I have a way to create a genetic drug without side effects. I wonder if the Xiao family would be interested in collaborating with me. Xiao Ziyu didn't believe a word of it. Both sides have fought to the death, and they're still talking about cooperation? He simply felt that Jiang Shi was deliberately trying to gather intelligence on the Xiao family, hoping to prove they were using human subjects for experiments. Then, he could use this opportunity to spread the word and incite public outrage. My Xiao family is recruiting people for no other purpose. We don't even know about the genetic potion. Boss Jiang, please don't throw mud at the Xiao family. I know everything. I'm not trying to trick you. Keeping it a secret would be ridiculous. Jiang Shi didn't have time to beat around the bush with Xiao Ziyu, and said directly, the genetic potion was developed by Du Qichuan's people. It's primarily made from the energy of mutant beast crystal cores, supplemented with other materials. They didn't thoroughly research it, and because they had no test subjects, they released it prematurely, using living people for experiments. I'm telling you straight up, Du Qichuan will never be able to develop a true genetic medicine, not even in 10 or 20 years. If you work with me, not only can we produce a true genetic medicine sooner, but we can also reduce deaths and obtain more psychics. Xiao Ziyu was increasingly shocked as he listened. She actually knew so much. He had always assumed that Du Qichuan had only revealed this to a few of his partners. It was the biggest secret of the day, second only to the mysterious White House. It turned out that Jiang Shi knew even more. She even mastered the true method for making the genetic medicine. Is that even possible? If that's the case, then you can just do it alone. It's better for you to keep the benefits within your family. Why bother working with our Xiao family? Xiao Ziyu remained unconvinced. Although Jiang Shi's words were tempting, he understood that only by wrapping poison in honey could people swallow it without noticing. He wasn't easily fooled. If I could do it alone, I certainly wouldn't ask anyone else. But materials are difficult to gather. I just achieved a breakthrough in my psychic abilities, and I need to conduct some experiments. That's why I'm looking for your cooperation. After all, it's common knowledge that the Xiao family is the most powerful in City C. Jiang Shi said sternly, Mr. Xiao, I offered my utmost sincerity. I hope you consider it carefully. She achieved another breakthrough. Xiao Ziyu's heart trembled. It had only been a short time. Of the dozens of psychics in White Room 1027, the most powerful wasn't as powerful as her. If the Xiao family continued to cooperate with Jiang Shi, how much benefit would they stand to gain? For a moment, he felt reluctant to kill her. Boss Jiang seems genuinely sincere. In that case, let me tell you straight up, your sincerity isn't enough. Unless you can compensate the Xiao family for their losses, especially those swindled by Liang Jinhue, then we might consider it. Jiang Shi frowned, a look of displeasure on her face, but she managed to hold it in. Okay, for the sake of cooperation, I can return some supplies to you, but you have to show your sincerity, Jiang Shi said. I need 1,000 rose quartz for my experiments. How's that? Okay, Boss Jiang, you're straightforward. It would be disingenuous of me to refuse after all this time. Xiao Ziyu smiled, then I wish us a happy cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed about to shake Jiang Shi's hand, but suddenly he drew his gun, pointed it at her, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amid the deafening gunshot, Xiao Ziyu let out a sinister smile. He had changed his mind. Regardless of whether the genetic potion was real or not, Jiang Shi's abilities were indispensable. He might as well cripple this woman and bring her to the Xiao family, where she would be forced to obey him from now on. The owner of the White House, after leaving it, was no different from an ordinary person. Just as Xiao Ziyu was feeling proud, his vision blurred, and Jiang Shi vanished like a phantom. Oh no! He immediately realized she hadn't vanished, but had dodged. What a speed! You're truly ruthless and unscrupulous. A cold female voice echoed. Jiangxi, standing on a rubbled wall, remarkably unscathed, said, Xiao Ziyu, I'm deeply disappointed in you. If that's the case, then your Xiao family has no reason to exist. Li Yu had been waiting for this moment. She flew over, picked her up, and retreated. It all happened so fast that Xiao Ziyu immediately fired into the air, but Li Yu's speed was like an arrow from a bow. She was soaring into the air in the blink of an eye, beyond his reach. Although Xiao Ziyu's eyesight, reflexes, and physique were superior to those of an average person, they were still far inferior to those of Li Yu and Jiangxi. From below, countless fireballs, lightning, and wind blades attacked. Li Yu held Jiangxi in her arms, dodging nimbly and rising higher and higher. By the time they reached 1,000 meters, they no longer needed to hide. Jiang, we succeeded. Chapter 151. A dark glint flashed in Jiangxi's eyes. Yes, they were completely unaware. It went smoothly. She had been thinking about this plan for days. Everything she said to Xiao Ziyu, everything she showed herself, was just an act, and she was on guard the entire time. Of course, she knew Xiao Ziyu wouldn't believe her. Both sides were acting, so he only attacked her in the end. But what did it matter? All Jiangxi needed was time, a chance to get close to Xiao Ziyu and attack him and everyone he brought with him. A few days earlier, Jiangxi had taken Ji Yeyu to the botanical garden, searching for a suitable mutant plant to use against the Xiao family. Finally, she found a mutant plant called Dodder. Dodder is originally parasitic. It appears delicate and tender yellow, with vines that break easily when pulled, but it can parasitize tall trees, sucking their nutrients and eventually strangling a tree to death. The mutated Dodder is even more terrifying. It feeds on blood. But with Ji Yeyu's help, Jiangxi successfully obtained the mutant Dodder seeds. The tiny, light seeds, smaller than a grain of sand, secrete an anesthetic liquid once they attach to a body, silently burrowing beneath the host's skin and slowly growing. Just now, as Li Yu retreated, she used the wind's force to sprinkle the Dodder seeds from above on Xiao Ziyu and his men. Jiangxi, however, used her supernatural powers to shield them the entire time, preventing the seeds from landing on her. Xiao Ziyu had no idea that the person he was guarding against was Li Yu, not Jiangxi, who was standing before him. In a matter of days, the mutant Dodder would be growing inside Xiao Ziyu, the supernatural beings he had brought with him, and dozens of his men. By the time it emerged and began to multiply wildly, it would be too late, and chaos would reign in White House 1027. Jiangxi had borrowed this plan from a riot in a certain White House. In her previous life, all those infected by the mutated Dodder died. Even though they lived in the White House, they still had no protection. The danger didn't come from outside, but from within. Even the White House's owner couldn't prevent this terrifying sneak attack. Of course, Jiangxi knew that even if Xiao Ziyu died, and White House 1027 lost dozens of people, it wouldn't completely destroy the Xiao family. Xiao Buxiong was a shrew, old, and never left the White House. As the White House's owner, as long as he was still around, and the Xiao family's eldest son was still alive, he would inevitably launch a fierce and frenzied revenge against Jiangxi and White House 139. So Jiangxi also prepared other countermeasures to ensure the Xiao family wouldn't be free to act. After returning to the White House restaurant, she waited. Until dusk, Jiangxi finally received news from Lu Yuan. It's done. The Wang family mixed the grain with other supplies and handed it over to the Xiao family. They had no suspicions and transported over 10 truckloads of it to the Xiao family's warehouse. Lu Yuan could almost see the Xiao family's future. He knew there was something fishy about Jiangxi asking him to find someone to resell the grain to the Xiao family several times, but he was curious about how they could evade detection from the Xiao family's numerous psychic guards. Lu Yuan, have you forgotten the mutated fungus we encountered in the botanical garden last time? Jiangxi said with a sly look, a look of triumph. Although we burned the entire building last time, fungi are ineradicable. With a little time, I found some more. She sprinkled some of the spores released by the mature fungus into the grain. The spores were too small and harmless for the time being, invisible to the naked eye. Even if they were carried openly into the White House, no one would notice. This grain would undoubtedly be stored in the Xiao family's warehouse. It wouldn't be long before the spores attached themselves to the grain and grew, spreading throughout the warehouse. By the time the Xiao family discovered it, it would be too late. The Xiao family's food supply has been destroyed. Without food, even the Xiao family with its many members can't survive for long. Jiangxi outlined her plan. Xiao Ziyu was certain to die, and coupled with the destruction of the Xiao family's food supply, this double blow would be too much for Xiao Buxiong to bear. Although she had lost so much supplies, the destruction of the Xiao family was definitely worth it. This plan is truly impossible to defend against. Lu Yuan had always considered Jiangxi clever, and had never underestimated her. But now, he was even more astonished by her methods. One step after another, they were subtle and ruthless. Anyone who crossed her would surely die miserably. Fortunately, he and Jiangxi worked well together, and were friends. If you need any help, just let me know. No need to thank me. The Xiao family's downfall will also benefit me. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, already looking forward to what was to come. Since you asked, I won't hold back. Jiangxi explained the subsequent plan. If things broke out, Xiao Buxiong would definitely have a response. Lu Yuan had more psychics, and stronger combat capabilities. With his help against the Xiao family, the pressure on her side would be less. For 3 days, the Xiao family remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, danger was lurking. But no one knew that at night, as the gray fog filled the air and everyone was resting in the White House 1027, or the villa, a stealthy figure appeared. Remember, stay away from the White House. Don't get within 100 meters. The quieter the better, so they won't be detected. The big white wolf, thinking of Jiangxi's reminder before leaving, slowed down and took clumsy steps. If anyone were outside at this moment, they would have seen a white mutant wolf, tiptoeing around White House 1027, its paws on tiptoe, tail tucked between legs, its eyes darting around, bathed in gray mist. After making sure no one was around, it quickly dug a hole under a tree. Then it shook a cylinder around its neck, and several seeds fell out. The big white wolf dug and quickly buried the seeds in the soil, then urinated and defecated a few times before quickly covering them with dirt and swiftly moving on. 10 meters or so away, it dug another hole, buried seeds, urinated, defecated, and buried them. Soon, the big white wolf became increasingly adept, circling the 100-meter radius around White House number 1027, digging dozens of holes. It defecated dozens of bags of urine, dozens of piles of poop, until it could poop no more. Woo woo woo! The big white wolf cried feebly. It turns out peeing and pooping can be exhausting. It was too tiring. The wolf was done. The wolf wanted to go home. For 2 days, the sky was gloomy, with no sunlight. One by one, the mutant seedlings sprouted from the ground, thriving under the gray fog. Surrounding them were many tall trees. These newly emerged seedlings attracted no attention, especially since there were almost no people around. In the villa, a group of men were smoking and playing cards. 1 on 2. I give you 4 threes, I blow you up. For more QS, you can't afford it? Hee hee, the plane has wings, I win. It's itchy. Suddenly, the man felt something wrong with his neck and scratched it, reaching for a cigarette on the table. His companion glanced at him casually, his eyes shrinking. Russian. Your face. On his neck and face. Suddenly, blood-red buds appeared, slowly emerging from beneath his skin, wriggling like worms. Ah! He screamed, watching the blood-red buds rapidly emerge from his hands, terrified. Chapter 152. That's not all. The other man next to them also had blood-red buds sprouting from his body. These buds quickly grew, resembling red worms, as thick as fingers, constantly entwining themselves around the 2 men's bodies, growing more and more numerous. The 2 men screamed in terror, trying to tear the worms apart. But as the bloodworm snapped, they too screamed in pain, their features contorted as if their intestines were being torn apart. Blood-red liquid dripped from the broken ends, staining their clothes red. What the hell is this? Monsters. They become monsters. Run! The people around them were terrified, their faces pale. They didn't dare to help, and they all ran out of the room, shouting as they ran. In White Room 1027, Xiao Ziyu was discussing expanded recruitment with his father, Xiao Buxiong. He kept mentioning Jiangxi's escape a few days ago, secretly hating himself for not killing her on the spot. He was completely unaware that the bodyguard standing behind him was also sprouting red buds. The bodyguard felt an itch on his face and reached out to scratch it. He grabbed something soft and, just as he was wondering, a blood-red object, about the thickness of a thumb, emerged from his palm. It twisted and turned, and after a moment of shock, it howled. Ah! The sound echoed throughout the White Room. Xiao Buxiong was furious. What are you yelling for? Shut up. Xiao Ziyu also looked up in displeasure. Just as he was about to scold the unruly bodyguard, he heard Duan Hong stutter, bugs. He's got bugs. Xiao Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and looked at the bodyguard across from him. He saw the bodyguard trembling all over, and a number of red objects had emerged from his body, twisting and swirling around him. He was so frightened that he didn't know what to do and screamed as well. "Dad, be careful!" Xiao Ziyu shouted, and Xiao Buxiong immediately turned, his face darkening. Swish! A mesh cage rose from the white room's floor, enveloping the mutated bodyguard. He fell to the ground, struggling in agony, tearing off countless bloodworms, but more still emerged from his body. Everyone at the scene stared intently at this terrifying bodyguard, inexplicably horrified. Gradually, his body began to wither, his skin wrinkled, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching. It was as if his entire blood supply was being drained away, absorbed by the bloodworms. How could this happen? Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Buxiong were horrified. The bodyguards selected for the White House were the most loyal and capable, yet they had mutated? Who had done this? Or had he eaten something that had caused the mutated condition? Just as the two were stunned and panicked, several more of his men rushed in, shouting in panic, "Oh no, Master! Second young Master! Something's happened in Villa 3. Bugs have been crawling out of Ma Chong and several others." "What?" Xiao Ziyu's pupil shrank, and he was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. In that instant, he seemed to sense something, a chill running through his body. He stiffly lowered his head to look. A blood-red worm had emerged from the slit of his shirt, growing longer at a visible speed, its tip reaching towards him. Its twisting and turning looked like a newly grown vine, curiously observing him. But the blood-red appearance was truly terrifying. Liquid could be vaguely seen flowing inside, and then a second one emerged. Xiao Ziyu could no longer contain himself, and let out a shrill scream. "Ziyu? Ziyu?" Watching his son struggling in agony, even undergoing a mutation, Xiao Buxiong's eyes bulged, and he nearly fainted. Thankfully, he reacted in time. With a thought, another cage rose from the ground, trapping his son as well. The entire White House 1027 was in chaos, and similar abnormalities were reported in several surrounding villas. Countless people were mobilized, and for hours, they toiled, inspected, searched, and interrogated. Everyone was in a state of panic. Screams rang out from time to time. Corpses were carried away, and burned one after another. It wasn't until almost dark that the situation was barely under control, and the mutations had temporarily ceased. But everyone remained anxious. These mutants had behaved normally before, living together, eating, sleeping, and sleeping. When had they been infected? Were they infected too? When would the second round of mutations begin? Zhong Ming, the Xiao family's head butler, reported, "Master, everything is fine for now. The disease hasn't spread. It's not contagious, it's parasitic." "Parasite? What the hell is that? Is there any hope for Ziyu?" Xiao Buxiong asked, heartbroken and furious. "It's a mutant daughter, an extremely terrifying mutant plant. Its seeds, if they stick to anything, will quickly burrow into the body and parasitize the host, sucking its blood." At this point, Zhong Ming stole a glance at Xiao Ziyu in the cage. Now, the only one still alive was Xiao Ershio, but he had been drained of blood by the mutant daughter, becoming emaciated and nearly dead. His fate was clear. Ziyu. Xiao Buxiong also understood the butler's meaning. His son was doomed. Looking at the figure curled up in the cage, he gritted his teeth and punched the sofa. Zhong Ming continued, "Master, all those involved were killed and their bodies burned except the second young master. A total of 42 people, 15 of whom possessed special abilities, the rest were ordinary people. Furthermore, the investigation revealed." Xiao Buxiong's face turned pale, and he angrily exclaimed, "Speak now. If you have anything to say, then go ahead and bullshit. These infected individuals all went with the second young master to the outskirts of the city a few days ago to meet that woman named Jiang. Other than that, no one else has shown any abnormalities, so we suspect Jiang Shi's culprit." "Damn it, it was her." Xiao Buxiong finally found the target of his hatred. The veins in his forehead threatened to explode, and his eyes burned red. It turned out to be that bitch Jiang Shi. No wonder she suddenly requested a meeting, using the genetic drug as bait. It was she who secretly harmed his son, and caused the Xiao family heavy losses. Xiao Buxiong's eyes blazed with anger. "Come, gather the troops. Everyone move out." Before he could finish, a trusted confidant arrived, clamoring, "Master, something's wrong with the warehouse. The grain we brought in a few days ago is moldy." Xiao Buxiong grabbed his collar, and lifted him up into the air. "What did you say?" "Master, the grain. That batch of rice and flour the Wang family traded to us is all moldy. There's all sorts of strange things growing out of it, and all the other supplies in the warehouse are also." He was struggling to breathe and rolled his eyes, but he didn't dare resist, and spoke frantically. It was like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Buxiong's vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. Misfortunes never come singly. Not only was his son in trouble, but 42 members of the Xiao family had died, and now their most important supplies were in trouble. Xiao Buxiong was distraught, and personally went to the warehouse to investigate. Wang Fu was inspecting the warehouse. Noticing his arrival, he led him to an area and said, "Boss Xiao, look. This batch of rice and flour, just shipped back from the Wang family, is inedible. It's called a mutant Aspergillus niger, and its fungus is infested and indestructible." In the cut-open bags, rice, beans, flour, and other grains were covered in gray-black growths. They looked like miniature dandelions, densely packed and lush, everywhere. Xiao Buxiong and the bodyguards, who had accompanied him, were terrified. Chapter 153. I checked. Besides this batch of grain, the rest is also contaminated. This mutated Aspergillus niger fungus grows extremely fast. If it's not dealt with quickly, the entire warehouse will be overrun in less than a week, and it might even contaminate the White House. After hearing Wang Fu's words, Xiao Buxiong spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled. Everyone was shocked and hurried to support him. Master, what's wrong with you?" Wang Fu produced a pill and fed it to Xiao Buxiong. After a while, he finally calmed down a bit. Slumping on the sofa, Xiao Buxiong's mind was a tangle. Why, as the owner of the White House, hadn't he noticed the changes inside? How could this be? In the past, any danger would have been detected and notified by the White House automatically. Why was he silent this time? Are you worried that Xiao Buxiong would notice it in advance? He won't. In White House 139, Jiang Shi explained their concerns to Li Yu and the others. The White House doesn't consider mutant Aspergillus niger spores dangerous because they're so tiny, microscopic. They won't attack humans. Until they mature, they're practically harmless, just like the mutant strawberries we grow in the White House. They grow naturally, so the White House certainly won't sound the alarm. Poisoning only occurs when you eat food contaminated with mutant Aspergillus niger. But how could something go wrong if you simply didn't eat it? Besides, even if Xiao Buxiong wanted to eat it, it would be his own action. The White House couldn't deem it a threat, so it wouldn't sound the alarm. For example, if Jiang Shi were to commit suicide in the White House wouldn't stop her. There's no such thing as a completely secure defense. Even within the White House, all sorts of disturbances can occur. While the White House possesses exceptional defenses, it can't think, nor can it adapt as flexibly as humans. It can prevent most crises, especially those from the outside, but it can't be completely effective. Thus, after facing repeated riots and assassinations, the consortium's leaders in their previous lives became more vigilant, cracking down harshly and implementing omnipresent patrols and surveillance. Except for a handful of powerful individuals, those residing within the White House have no privacy. The White House's automatic detection function hasn't yet been unlocked, which is why Jiang Shi exploited this loophole and chose to use fungi to destroy the Xiao family's food supply. Supplies were already scarce, and now, with so many deaths and heavy losses, it was time for chaos to break out in White House 1027. It was time for her to strike back. White House 1027 stood tall amidst the snow. Surrounding it were single-family villas, some destroyed, but most still intact, nestled among countless tall trees and bushes. 1,000 meters away, Jiang Shi stood atop a massive tree over 300 meters tall, gazing down. Her exceptional eyesight allowed her to see everything clearly. In front of White House 1027, countless people were coming in and out, seemingly gathering. Li Yu stood nearby, protecting Jiang Shi. She hadn't participated in today's battle, but her eyes were filled with eagerness. Slung across her back was a compound bow modified by Chao Wei. It had a lightning-like paralyzing effect, and combined with her arm strength and vision, it had a range of over 1,000 meters. If any of the Xiao family's psychics strayed too close, she would give them a taste of their own medicine. The plan had been laid out, and everyone knew their mission. Everyone, listen up. This mission must succeed. No failure allowed. Even if we can't kill Jiang Shi, we must inflict severe damage. In front of the White Room, Li Nanshua's eyes were stern as he gave his final instructions to the psychics and thugs about to depart. Upon arrival at White Room 139, Group 1 will execute Plan A, surround the room and kill anyone found alive. Group 2 will execute Plan B, lure Jiang Shi out. Song Yuhao, use your transfiguration to disguise yourself as someone she knows best, the one named Li Yu. Li Yu heard it all clearly and scoffed. Jiang, that guy's boasting. He wants to inflict severe damage on us, And then he pretends to be me to lure you out. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. He's completely clueless, and he's still trying to impersonate her? They're already at the door, and he hasn't noticed them yet, and he's still trying to deal with them? Jiangxi curled her lips. Something's going to happen soon. She could already see Lu Yuan and the others lying in ambush nearby, ready to strike at any moment. Just as Li Nanchua was about to conclude his speech and lead the team on their way, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him from the sky, piercing his head. Enemy attack. Li Nanchua's alarm bells rang, and he instantly activated his supernatural power. Struck by the lightning, smoke billowed from his head, and he instantly collapsed like a deflated humanoid balloon, limp to a mere layer of skin. Meanwhile, his true form appeared 10 meters away, having already spotted his assassin. You actually dodged it. You're lucky. From the shadows, Zhang Ling chuckled softly, then rushed out from behind a large tree, unleashing another bolt of lightning at him. I see how many times you can dodge it. Li Nanchua was fortunate to have dodged quickly, allowing him to use his psychic power to create a double body to block the fatal attack at the critical moment. He quickly took out a strengthening pill and fed it to his mouth, then drew the weapon from his waist and roared, "Kill!" In the shadows, the psychics from White Rooms 458 and 139 rushed out and engaged the Xiao family. Lin Muyang had been hiding for a while, eager to take action. With a wave of his hand, a searing heat was unleashed. The flame surged out like a crimson dragon, shaking its head and tail, instantly enveloping the two men in front of him. These were two Xiao family thugs. They had no time to dodge, their bodies ablaze and screaming in pain. After dispatching them, Lin Muyang continuously condensed fireballs and hurled them at the enemy. Lu Yuan blended into the crowd. His sword fell, and in a flash of silver light, someone fell. This time, he brought nearly everyone with him. 35 in total, all psychics, determined to completely eradicate the Xiao family. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless, like a humanoid machine harvesting lives, bringing death wherever he went. In just a few minutes, he had killed 20 people, his hands transformed into long swords dripping with blood. The Xiao family psychics spotted him, and 5 of them attacked him, but they were still no match. Captain Lu is so fierce, he kills like he's slaughtering chickens and dogs. From a distance, Liu watched intently, her excitement rising. Butchering him is a bit unfair, haha. After all, Lu Yuan doesn't look like a butcher. Jiangxi chuckled. She partnered with Lu Yuan and asked him to take action against the Xiao family's psychics, because she was impressed by his exceptional combat power. She didn't know why she hadn't heard of Lu Yuan in her previous life, but at least now, Lu Yuan was the strongest and most trustworthy person she knew, making him the perfect partner to take on the Xiao family. And even if something unexpected happened, even if the Xiao family had powerful psychics, he would be able to protect himself if he activated his potential. She just had to watch and wait for the outcome. Outside the White House, a chaotic battle ensued. Inside, Xiao Buxiong had also learned of the enemy attack, his blood pressure soaring with anger. He had originally planned to send a surprise attack on Jiangxi, but the enemy had acted even faster than he had. Damn it! Standing at the doorway of the White House, Xiao Buxiong watched gloomily as his men engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Yuan's men, only to be defeated so completely that they were being beaten back step by step. His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. Chapter 154. Lu Yuan. You're going against my Xiao family. Don't you think about the consequences? Xiao Buxiong stomped his dragon-headed cane on the floor, glaring grimly at the slender, resolute-faced young man, wishing he could shoot him dead. Alas, a gun was useless against Lu Yuan. The once-destroying firearms were no match for him. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward Xiao Buxiong, about to strike him. He remained standing at the doorway, oblivious, not even blinking. Boom! The fireball, blocked by an invisible barrier, exploded with a bang, disintegrating into scattered balls of flame that shot out in all directions, stirring up a layer of transparent ripples in the air. Xiao Buxiong was unharmed, but his expression had only grown uglier. Old man, don't you see what your Xiao family has done? We're doing justice to you, eradicating a scourge. If you know what's good for you, you should hang yourself. Lin Muyang, whose sneak attack failed, sarcastically said. Although he knew the outcome, he was still disappointed that he couldn't hurt Xiao Buxiong. Xiao Buxiong's eyes bulged as he glared at Lin Muyang. How dare you? Who do you think you are? I'm not an onion, I'm your father. Lin Muyang cursed, spitting on the ground. You bastard, you made Sea City a mess. You pissed off your father. Get out here. I'm going to spank you. A burst of laughter erupted, and Xiao Buxiong was nearly fainting with rage. No one had ever dared to be so impolite with him, but cursing was too beneath his dignity, so he could only storm back into the house. The attacks of the psychics in White House number 139 and White House number 458 became more fierce. The two sides cooperated and killed the people of the Xiao family, forcing them to retreat step by step. Although the Xiao family possessed numerous psychics, most were inferior to Jiangxi and Lu Yuan's men in overall strength. Even after ingesting Wang Fu's strengthening potion, they were still inferior. Add to that the Great White Wolf's occasional sneak attacks. Its speed, attack power, and reflexes were now comparable to those of a Class B mutant beast. Coupled with its exceptional intelligence, and even its ability to play tricks, the Xiao family members hid from the Great White Wolf. A single careless move could result in its neck being snapped. Retreat, retreat! Seeing victory hopeless, Li Nanchuo, covered in wounds and drained of his mental strength, dared not fight any further. He hurriedly fled back to the White House, leading the hundreds of remaining survivors. Everyone attacked the fallen enemy. Yu Yuhan controlled several mutant leopards to pursue them. The Great White Wolf even rushed to the front, biting another person's buttocks. The Xiao family was completely defeated and hid in the White House, never daring to emerge again. Why are you hiding? Come out and fight me! Yu Yuhan challenged smugly. I haven't fought enough yet. Yeah, you cowards. You're planning to sneak attack us, aren't you? Why are you hiding? You worthless creatures. Lin Weiyang held a compressed fireball the size of a basketball. He hadn't been able to release it just yet, and the other party had already escaped. He felt constipated. Old man, you come to this. It won't be long before your Xiao family is expelled from City C. Prepare to die. You think we can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the White House? Let's see how long you cowards can hide. The two exchanged taunts, spit flying everywhere. Jiang Mengyao, He, and dozens of other psychics listened with some rapt interest. Some shook their heads helplessly, and still others looked gloomy. I truly met a kindred spirit. Zheng Ling sneered at Yu Yuhan and Lin Weiyang. This is also a form of mental attack on Xiao Buxiong. Let them curse if they have the energy. I think it'd be quite effective. Lu Yuan, however, ignored the two and told everyone to rest, heal their wounds, quickly recover their mental strength, and be on guard against a surprise attack from the Xiao family. The battle paused temporarily, the danger averted. Jiang Shi and Li Yu also arrived. Deng Qilin reported on the situation on his side. Injuries were inevitable, after all, the Xiao family also had psychics. But this was a surprise attack. Everyone had eaten enough amplifying food before setting off, and with good coordination, everyone survived. Only Huang Yuanjun, one of the few, was seriously injured. He injured his thigh. Not only was he poisoned, but his leg was nearly broken. Thankfully, antidote food had been provided, and Jiang Mengyao had already prepared tortoiseshell glue and was boiling it. Jiang Shi was quite satisfied with the outcome. Lu Yuan had brought with him all special abilities, trained extensively and possessing exceptional combat prowess. They were only injured, not dead. With adequate supplies and healing, they would recover quickly. The Xiao family has been severely damaged this time, and coupled with your tactics, they won't be able to recover anytime soon. Lu Yuan looked at the sealed White House 1027, which was like an impenetrable fortress, completely impenetrable to their assault. They retreated to the White House, and won't be coming out for a while. Let's hold on for a while, and leave when it's almost dark. Jiang Shi shared the same sentiment. This time, she was determined to trap the Xiao family, and not let them out. Everyone rested on the spot, using the pots they had brought with them to build a stove and cook pots of meat soup. Some even took out rice balls and roasted them over the fire, creating a picnic. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air. The exhausted crowd, already ravenous after a long day, began to feast. After their fill, they gathered around White House 1027 for some fun. The taunts continued. Each person cursed, the more caustic and mean the better, with references to their ancestors, their parents, and even references to various organs, reaching new heights. The hosts were, of course, the two lively characters, Lin Muyang and Yu Yuhan. By the end, they run out of new insults, so someone simply picked up a rock and threw it at White House 1027. While harmless, it was still offensive. Someone, in a fit of rage, stripped down his pants and urinated against the wall of the White House. The whole crowd erupted in laughter. A group of men, desperate to urinate, rushed to White House 1027, unzipped their pants, and urinated, competing to see who could urinate the farthest. All the women turned their heads away in shame, afraid to look. Lu Yuan clutched his forehead, speechless. The big white wolf leaped directly onto the roof of White House 1027 and defecated. Inside the White House, Xiao Buxiong, who had clearly sensed the situation, felt deeply humiliated. The feces and urine seemed to have been poured onto his head. His hair stood on end with rage, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He slapped Li Nanchua hard in the face and cursed, "You're all useless. Get out." It was a waste of all these people to have him humiliated and reduced to this state. Li Nanchua took the slap and retreated without a word, but a flicker of humiliation flashed in his eyes. "Dad, save me! Save me! I don't want to die." In the cage, Xiao Ziyu groaned in pain. Xiao Buxiong rushed to the cage, his hands shaking as he gripped the bars. "Ziyu? Hold on, pharmacist Wang is making you some medicine. He'd definitely cure you." "Dad, I can't hold on any longer. I'm in so much pain." "Ah!" Xiao Ziyu was emaciated, his entire body a mere skeleton, his eyes sunken and his face pale. Even more terrifying was the fact that his body was covered in mutated daughter, each strand entwined like a red worm. The tip stood upright, gently swaying, and slowly reaching toward Xiao Buxiong outside the cage, as if searching for a new host. Xiao Yinxian sat in a wheelchair, watching his caged brother with a heavy heart. Xiao Buxiong trembled all over, his face ashen. After a while, Wang Fu finally arrived. Chapter 155. "Boss Xiao, I'm sorry." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Buxiong struck Wang Fu with his cane, roaring like a madman. "What do you mean, you can't cure my son? Saying sorry? What's the point of saying sorry? I command you to cure Ziyu right now, immediately, or I kill you." Frightened by his frenzied expression, Wang Fu helplessly defended himself. "Boss Xiao, it's not that I won't treat him, it's that we don't have the herbs." Bang! Another blow from the cane slammed into Wang Fu's shoulder. Xiao Buxiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked frantic. "You bastard, you said you didn't have the herbs last time, and you don't this time either. My 2 sons were ruined by you, you useless piece of shit. I'm going to kill you." "Boss Xiao, how can you blame me for this?" Xiao Buxiong, nearly mad, attacked Wang Fu head-on. Wang Fu fended off the blows, afraid to fight back, and cried for help. Butler Zhong Ming and several bodyguards quickly intervened, and Wang Fu quickly ran away. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Buxiong gasped, the veins in his neck threatening to explode. "Don't rush, don't panic," he kept telling himself that he was the owner of the White House. They couldn't hurt him. There had to be a way. Even if one son died, the eldest son was still alive. Finally, Xiao Buxiong calmed down a little, and thought came to him. Call for help. That's right. The White House could contact others, and send them supplies. The Xiao family could still be saved. Yinxian, Dad has found a way. We won't lose. We still have hope. Xiao Buxiong muttered, as if reborn. He immediately stood up, and returned to his room, beginning to connect with the other White Houses. The door to White House 1027 closed, and remained closed. It was almost dark, and Lin Muyong had cursed enough. He couldn't do anything about the Xiao family members hiding in the White House, and refusing to come out. Brother Liu, we've been guarding for most of the day, and even after all our scolding, they won't come out. What should we do? The poop and urine were piled high, making the area around White House 1027 stinky. If we can't defeat them, just hide. The Xiao family isn't stupid, they won't fight us head-on. Zhang Ling said coldly, we can't completely annihilate the Xiao family just by killing a few people. Xiao Buxiong has the White House. If we can't defeat them, we can hide. Even if all his psychics are dead, we can recruit more. It will take time for us to completely destroy the Xiao family. The best strategy was to stall. The Xiao family was stalling, and so were they. It all depended on who could hold out the longest. Resources were paramount. As long as they prevented the Xiao family from obtaining supplies sent by other factions, they would win. Without food and trapped in the White House, Xiao Buxiong, no matter how talented and capable he was, would inevitably starve to death. Lu Yuan, knowing Jiangxi's plan, nodded to her, indicating that it was almost done. Xiaoyu, I leave it to you from now on. Jiangxi curled her lips, motioning for the others to get in the car and return to the White House. Standing in front of White House 1027, Jiayu's palm glowed green. As if a gust of wind had blown, all the plants moved. Vines grew wildly, and clumps of bushes twisted, crawling towards White House 1027 as if they had grown legs. Those were the seeds sown by the big white wolf in advance. They were already 2 feet tall. Fueled by the elemental supernatural power, all the mutated plants seemed to have accelerated their growth, soon surrounding the entire White House 1027. Even Jiayu was somewhat overwhelmed by the exertion of such a powerful supernatural power. After her mental energy was exhausted, she rested for a moment, consumed some restorative food, and began to regenerate again, repeating this process 5 times. Half an hour later, White House 1027 disappeared under a siege of mutant plants. Vines with thorns, plants that secreted venom, and mutant plants that would actively attack people surrounded it. Countless plants, layer upon layer, obscuring the White House, like a palace covered in thorns in a fairy tale, never to be seen again. No one dared to approach White House 1027. Jiangxi wanted to see who dared to deliver supplies to the Xiao family. He was tired of living. As for the White House's teleportation function, it consumed a large amount of crystal cores. Even if Xiao Buxiong risked his life, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The weather improved, the temperature gradually rose, and the wind and snow completely subsided. Various rumors began circulating in City C again. The Xiao family, the leading power, was on the verge of collapse, now only a lingering existence. Many factions, hearing the news, secretly visited White House 1027. They were astounded by the dense, countless mutated plants. They had never seen so many different kinds of mutant plants in one place. And they were all extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even psychics wouldn't dare approach. White House 1027 was now buried beneath the ground, and over half a month had passed. I'm afraid the people inside must have lost hope. The news reached City C, triggering another wave of earthquakes. Now, White House 458, the smallest of the group, had become the new leading power. Lu Yuan, in particular, displayed such dazzling power during his battle with the Xiao family's psychics that it was impossible to conceal. Only then did everyone realize the power of metallization. Word of the overall strength of White House 458, including the discipline, control, and combat prowess of Lu Yuan's psychics, spread like wildfire. Countless forces, both large and small, sought refuge with Lu Yuan. But he rejected them all, selecting only a few scattered psychics with both strength and character. White House 458 has always maintained its tradition of recruiting only talented psychics. Many also defected to a second faction. Jiangxi's White House 139, including the Wang family, who had previously collaborated with the Xiao family and the psychic group, comprised of over 100 independent individuals, also sought an alliance with her, but they were all politely declined, leaving the discussion for later. They're a little afraid, but more importantly, they want to rely on us for a living. Jiangxi understood these people's thoughts all too well. Now, she and Lu Yuan were the two most powerful forces in City C. They had no shortage of food and possessed formidable combat capabilities. Who wouldn't want to be associated with such a force? Everyone said that only by joining 139 and 458 could one survive in this perilous apocalypse. Jiangxi didn't want to be taken advantage of. After the Xiao family was dealt with, White House 139 would become even more powerful. That would be her chance to recruit new members. Deng Qilin, Jiang Mingyao, and the others were also proud of this. Since they joined White House 139, their lives had been improving. No longer were they living in constant fear of being attacked by the gray fog, constantly on guard against sneak attacks at night. Now, they lived in a clean and safe White House, enjoying good food and shelter, and growing stronger. Although the environment was harsh, far worse than in peacetime, their lives were actually becoming more hopeful. It's been 2 weeks, and Xiao Buxiong has been hiding in the White House. We can't do anything about him. Is this really going to take 3 to 5 years? Is there anything I can do? Deng Qilin said with some concern. Now, he was completely focused on White Room 139, utterly loyal to Jiangxi. Captain Deng, all you have to do is train your men well, and hunt more mutant beasts. Jiangxi told him that it wouldn't be long before he had another group to train, and he'd be busy. She already had a rough outline of the hunting team's future in mind. It would not only be the strongest force protecting everyone in White Room 139, but also a crucial source of crystal cores, and must be prioritized. And now, she could sound out Xiao Buxiong's intentions. Back in the bedroom, Jiangxi initiated a connection. She wanted to scrape off the Xiao family's last remaining profits at the last moment. Chapter 156. You little bitch. What do you want? Xiao Buxiong's gloomy, angry voice echoed in her mind. Jiangxi could almost imagine him gnashing his teeth, his face twisted and ugly. The angrier the enemy, the happier she became. She teased, "Hey boss Xiao, is your son's death the reason you're so grief-stricken? I forgot. It's only been the 7th day since the death. I'm so sorry." How about I come back after the 7th day? Jiangxi, why don't you just die? Xiao Buxiong could no longer hold back his anger, hurling curses and threats of ripping her to pieces. Jiangxi felt nothing, even a hint of laughter. She was so angry and heartbroken over her own son's death, but how many others had perished at the hands of the Xiao family? Did Xiao Buxiong ever feel a shred of guilt or pity? After waiting for a few minutes, Xiao Buxiong seemed to grow bored and stopped cursing, breathing heavily. He didn't disconnect, merely remained silent. Jiangxi was even more certain that he, too, was clinging to a glimmer of hope, hoping to capitalize on her initiative to find a way out. The Xiao family hadn't given up yet, and was still trying to strike back. Boss Xiao, have you calmed down? Then let me get down to business. I came to you to ask, do you want to live or die? Jiangxi knew without further investigation that Xiao Buxiong had undoubtedly used the White House to contact the outside world, hoping for rescue. But no one in City C dared to help him, and those who could were too far away to do so. The people in White House 1027 must have been having a miserable time for the past 2 weeks. Even if I, Xiao, were to fall for your trick while I'm in the White House, what could you do to me? Xiao Buxiong snorted heavily. My time is precious. I don't have time for cryptic conversation. Jiangxi, having teased her enough, took the initiative. Xiao Buxiong, do you want me to remove the mutant plants around White House 1027 and let you out? Xiao Buxiong's heart skipped a beat. He didn't believe it at all. Are you so kind? Don't worry about my plans, and I don't care whether you want revenge or not. I just want to ask you this. Do you want to be trapped to death in the White House? If you give me 100,000 mutant beast cores equivalent to E-level, I can make these mutant plants disappear and let you out. Ha ha. So you want cores, Jiangxi? I won't give them to you. Dream on. Alright, forget it then. Jiangxi didn't try to persuade him, and immediately severed the connection. Xiao Buxiong's eyes bulged. It's disconnected. He just said a word, and this damn girl didn't even give it a few more tugs, and it was instantly disconnected. He was practically going crazy. He knew Jiangxi was deliberately manipulating him, but he was still panicking. Seeing his chance to leave, he simply wanted to probe a bit and secure some extra benefits for himself, but before he could even get his words out, the negotiations fell apart. Will we discuss business? After a long moment, Xiao Buxiong regained his composure and, expressionless, opened the door and left. In the hallway sat his disabled eldest son, Xiao Yanxian. As soon as he saw him emerge, he asked, Dad, how did the talks go? Xiao Buxiong shook his head gravely, saying nothing more. Xiao Yanxuan's heart sank. Dad, Jiangxi finally reached out, and we should seize this opportunity. Why didn't you seize it? Whatever she asks, just give her a perfunctory response first. Shut up. It's not your turn to lecture me. Xiao Buxiong cut his eldest son off with a furious bark, storming out into the hall. He spotted the psychic bodyguards guarding the door, their eyes drooping weakly, looking half dead. Suddenly, his rage flared. You useless bastards. You're useless besides feeding me. What's the point of keeping you? With a thought, the floor beneath the bodyguards' feet suddenly melted, swallowing their legs whole. The bodyguards screamed for mercy and struggled, but Xiao Buxiong remained unmoved. He mercilessly allowed the White House to devour the remaining 4 bodyguards in the hall. Xiao Yanxian, watching from the 2nd floor, felt icy cold. His father was nearly mad. If they didn't find a way out, he would send them all to the White House, just to save a few rations. Jiangxi severed the connection, unhurried. It was Xiao Buxiong who was desperate to escape now. She gave him no chance to bargain, completely spurning his hopes. White House number 139 was back on track. The White House restaurant was open to the public. The snow had begun to melt, and the hunting team continued their outings, collecting various supplies and crystal cores. The mutant strawberries had already been picked. The largest one was the size of an orange, plump and juicy, with a sweet and sour taste. Because there were so few, Jiangxi rewarded everyone with one. Those who didn't get one had to wait for the next round. The mutant rice was about to ripen, each grain plump and emerald green, growing 10 feet tall. Entering the 2nd floor, one was greeted by vast expanses of green, and a unique fragrance wafted in, filling one with hope. The mutant black crows had grown up, plump as ducks. The big white wolf had brought back another clutch from somewhere, perfect for pairing up when they grew up. 3 days later, Jiangxi contacted Xiao Buxiong again. Negotiation? She said only 2 words. After a moment's silence, Xiao Buxiong no longer dared to lose his temper. He took a deep breath and said, Tell me what your terms are. The warehouse was completely empty of food. These days, they've been relying on the remnants of food in the kitchen, and the food he traded with other White House owners to keep them going. They killed everyone they could, just to reduce their consumption. Even later, when the butler brought him roasted mutant meat, he eaten it anyway, knowing exactly what it was. Jiangshi said, "I told you last time I want 100,000 crystal cores. Give them to me, and I immediately remove those mutant plants. I really don't have that many. All the crystal cores combined, I'm less than 10,000. Then there's no room for negotiation," Jiangshi said, and then disconnected again. She did this on purpose, because she didn't know exactly how many crystal cores the Xiao family had. If she didn't push him, Xiao Buxiong would probably complain. Sure enough, he quickly took the initiative and connected, suppressing his anger. "Let's talk properly. How can you just interrupt at the slightest disagreement? To be honest, I only have a little over 30,000 crystal cores, which doesn't even add up to 100,000. Still trying to lie to me? I locked you up for so long and you're still lying. No, don't interrupt. I really didn't lie to you." Xiao Buxiong was terrified of Jiangshi, fearing she would interrupt again. He quickly explained that he had previously exchanged food with other White Houses. However, the other party, taking advantage of his misfortune, made exorbitant demands, demanding both supplies and crystal cores. To survive, he had no choice but to agree. Jiangshi finally believed him a little. "Okay, then. Give me all the crystal cores you have, no matter how many there are. Leave none behind." Okay. But you must remove those mutant plants first. Do you have the right to bargain? If we can't reach an agreement this time, I come back and ask you in 10 days. Xiao Buxiong was utterly humiliated. How could he afford to wait another 10 days? Filled with rage and murderous intent, he just wanted to find revenge. He could only say, "Okay, I give them to you, but you have to promise to get rid of those damn things immediately after you get the crystal cores." "Don't worry, I swear I won't break my promise," Jiangshi said with a grin. Quickly, Xiao Buxiong activated the transmission channel, placed all the crystal cores in a bag, and teleported them to Jiangshi. He checked to make sure there was no tampering. "Now, you can get rid of those damn things, right?" Xiao Buxiong urged impatiently. Chapter 157. Jiangshi's tone changed, and she said coldly, "Sorry, you guys should deal with those mutant plants yourselves. I won't do it for you." Xiao Buxiong was shocked. You don't keep your word. You little brat, you just swore. It's the end of the world, and you still believe in swearing? Childish. Jiangshi ruthlessly severed the connection. No matter how Xiao Buxiong tried to connect, she refused. She knew Xiao Buxiong absolutely hated her, and was probably cursing at her right now, maybe even throwing a murderous tantrum in the white room. But what effect would that have on her? With her friends, Jiangshi always kept her word. But with the Xiao family, she was going to eliminate them anyway. How could she let them out just for a few crystal cores? If she wasn't worried that Xiao Buxiong would use up all his crystal cores before he died, she would have starved them to death before opening White Room 1027. She put the crystal cores away, and put the Xiao family's affairs behind her. "I go collect their bodies later." She became increasingly vigilant, instructing everyone to carefully inspect the collected and exchanged supplies. She specifically told Liu and Ji Qiuqi to constantly check the warehouse to detect any potential accidents. There were many more crystal cores. The Xiao family handed over 30,000 crystal cores, including over 20,000 E-grade, over 9,000 D-grade, a small number of C-grade, and 3 B-grade. It was unknown what species of B-grade mutant beasts they had killed. The Xiao family had many psychics, and their combat effectiveness was not lacking. If Jiangshi hadn't preemptively ambushed dozens of them, they would have been the strongest among them. And then joined forces with Lu Yuan's men for another surprise attack. It would have been a heavy price to pay to annihilate the Xiao family. Jiangshi already had over 20,000 crystal cores, and half of the seized cores were given to Lu Yuan, enough to upgrade the White House to level 4. Overnight, White House 139 underwent another dramatic transformation. The height rose from 20 meters to 60 meters, and the diameter expanded to 110 meters, making it comparable in size to a gated community. This time, Jiangshi didn't design the renovation herself, as that would be too demanding. She decided to let everyone in the White House brainstorm and discuss the most suitable renovation plan. Every suggestion collected would be rewarded with 200 points. The level 4 White House had indeed unlocked new features. First, surveillance. The White House owner could detect any movement within 1,000 meters, eliminating the need for constant monitoring. Furthermore, internal surveillance was even more rigorous. With pre-configured settings, the White House could automatically trigger alarms based on the size and type of internal and external fluctuations. Jiangxi established many rules, such as no smoking or drinking allowed in the White House, except in designated entertainment areas. Otherwise, the alarm would be triggered. No quarrels or fights were allowed. If the decibel level exceeded a certain threshold, the alarm would be triggered. Everyone entering and leaving the White House was automatically scanned to identify any dangerous items. Except for private areas, like the bathroom and bedroom, all public areas were monitored. This was automatically monitored by the White House, and Jiangxi wouldn't peek. Although she could watch at any time, it was her right as the owner of the White House. She didn't have the perverted habits of the consortium tycoons of her past life. As for whether anyone would be dissatisfied in the future, that was none of her business. Second, the weight of the transported supplies had increased. Each transport can transport up to 1 ton of material, requiring 1,000 E-level crystal cores. The amount of crystal core energy consumed varies depending on the weight of the object being transported. This is a good point. It can transport more material, but the crystal core consumption is more flexible. The White Room activates its primary intelligent program, allowing the owner to access it at any time and issue new instructions. When the White Room's distinctive mechanical synthesized sound rang out, Jiangxi was both surprised and delighted. She immediately asked, "What does the primary intelligent program mean? How do I access it? What can I access?" These were things she had never experienced in her previous life. This means that the owner can ask questions of the intelligent program, and the program will answer within its authorized scope and provide assistance. Is this the equivalent of having an additional intelligent AI? This is a tremendous benefit. Jiangxi has always believed that the White Room is incredibly powerful, far surpassing previous technology. She couldn't even imagine what incredible capabilities the White Room would possess once it reached level 7, 8, or even 10. In her previous life, she was merely a somewhat useful psychic. While she knew a little, she had no access to the White Room's core. Even the level of White Room 2 wasn't certain. Now, Jiangxi felt an even greater sense of disbelief. How had the gray fog erupted, and how had the White Room appeared? Was it a plant, an animal, or some other life form? What had caused all this? Was another civilization conducting experiments, or was the entire Earth a toy of some unimaginable entity, manipulated in their clutches? Jiangxi's heart began to pound, and he immediately asked, "What exactly is that White Room? Can you tell me?" Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. Expected answer, Jiangxi remained undeterred and continued, "Do you know how the gray fog erupted?" Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. Those gigantic monsters in the outside world. Those are the ones that destroyed the city. What exactly are they? Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. Jiangxi frowned, thinking for a moment before asking again, "What exactly are these superpowers? Is there any reliable way to awaken them?" Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. "Damn, you can't answer anything." Jiangxi cursed in anger. "Then what use do I have you for?" The owner can give the intelligent program a name for easier reference. Continue upgrading the White Room to unlock subsequent permissions. Jiangxi was completely at her wit's end. There really are no shortcuts. Thinking from another perspective, if the intelligent program truly revealed the mysteries to her, the answers would undoubtedly be unacceptable, even unimaginable. She was too weak right now. Even if she learned there was a true God controlling them, or even an unknown civilization, what could she do? She might even fall into endless fear. Take it one step at a time. At least things are getting better now, and there's hope for the future. Then I call you Dubai. From now on, you can call me Jiang instead of owner. Jiangxi asked tentatively again. Then can you tell me what the level 5 White Room does? Okay, Jiang. The next upgrade to the White Room will require 500,000 crystal cores, equivalent to level E, unlocking a new function, energy conversion. Chapter 158. Jiangxi asked countless questions, and finally understood that Dubai's current function was limited to answering questions that didn't involve unknown areas or secrets, and it could also remind her of her schedule. It was like a personal secretary. Jiangxi also looked forward to the next level of functionality in the White House, energy conversion, which would allow the White House to generate electricity. Various workshops could be accelerated, saving manpower and improving efficiency. However, the consumption of crystal cores would also increase. The next upgrade would require 500,000 crystal cores, and using some of the White House's functions also consume crystal cores. Jiangxi had to obtain more crystal cores. The captive breeding of mutant beasts needed to be put on the agenda. Not only would this allow for a long-term, stable, and large-scale supply of crystal cores, But mutant beast meat would also be a very delicious food and trading commodity. For most other factions, mutant beast meat was a mere trifle, and killing one would come at a high price. Even some White House owners valued the mutant beast's cores. Their claws, fangs, scales, and blood, while valuable, were only useful to those with special abilities, like craftsmen, pharmacists, and poison masters. For Jiangxi, mutant beasts were practically treasures. While raising mutant beasts, he could also open a food processing factory. A small workshop would suffice for the initial operation. Producing canned mutant meat could not only be exchanged for cores, but also help more people survive, and improve ordinary people's ability to fight mutant beasts. In this regard, Jiangxi could be considered a good deed. Only by saving as many lives as possible could human society sustainably develop. Without even the people, no matter how impregnable White House 139 was or how powerful its personnel were, City C would sooner or later become a ghost town. Saving others is helping yourself. The next day, everyone in White House 139 held a meeting. The upgraded White House hadn't yet been renovated, and everyone in the larger area was excitedly shouting. People gradually rushed to the first-floor lobby. Some shouted into the empty dining room, tears welling in their eyes, as they listened to the faint echo. Others ran around the White House dining room, which was as large as the community. This expanded space provided a safe environment for them to enjoy. Compared to the dangers outside, they were filled with pride. This was the happiness of contrast. After everyone arrived, Jiangxi made his first point, urging everyone to design the White House and provide more feasible suggestions. Any suggestion adopted would be rewarded with 200 points. I have a problem, boss. Our White House has grown so much. Shouldn't we have more toilets and bathrooms? It was Yu Yuhan who raised his hand first, eagerly. He felt that calling him Boss Jiang sounded unpleasant, so he changed it to Boss. Jiangxi was his boss, just as he was Chen Xiaohua and Zhao Yi's boss. The White House has grown so much that the original design might not be suitable for future development. I suggest building it according to its functionality, with separate accommodation, restaurants, workshops, and breeding areas, planned like the old residential areas. I used to work in interior design, so I come up with some plans when I get back. The interior design is different from the entire White House design. One is larger, like a residential area, while the other is just a few rooms. Can you do it? Do you look down on me? Let's compare, and see whose ideas are adopted the most. More residential areas must be built to accommodate more people. We could also introduce more harmless plants. I know a few mutant plants that are both easy to grow and beautiful. As soon as Jiangxi opened her mouth, the crowd erupted in a clamor. This wasn't just some renovation project for someone else, unrelated to them. It was about building a future living area, something they could personally benefit from. Everyone racked their brains, thinking about how to make White House 139 even better, airing their opinions in a clamorous atmosphere like a market. After listening silently for a while, Jiangxi noticed the wide variety of ideas, some sound, others wildly imaginative. She said to Liang Jinwei, "Sister Liang, I leave the task of collecting proposals to you. Everyone write down their ideas on paper, and you can summarize and select them, then present me with a suitable plan. How about that?" Liang Jinwei smiled. "Okay, I have some experience in this area. My family has contracted projects before, so I know a thing or two. It's no problem for me to handle it." She readily accepted the task. Then, Jiangxi announced further expansion, anticipating that White House 139 would gradually add 1,000 people to its staff, responsible for breeding mutant beasts and caring for mutant crops. We also need to add a canning workshop and expand the weapons workshop, which will require a significant amount of manpower. If anyone has suitable candidates, please give them priority. Jiangxi imposed a crucial requirement. The quality of the recruits must be high enough, otherwise, no matter how capable they are, they will be rejected. If anything goes wrong, the referrer will be held jointly liable. The White Room erupted in applause. This was fantastic news. Everyone could finally bring in their friends and family who had stayed behind. This expansion required a significant amount of manpower, and anyone who wasn't lazy could handle it. Regarding the hunting team, we also needed to expand our membership. This was paramount. Jiangxi promoted Jiang Mengyao to captain of the second team. She and Deng Qilin were responsible for most matters concerning the hunting team. News of the Xiao family's downfall will soon spread throughout City C. Many factions and individuals have already sought to join us, and now the time is almost ripe. Captain Deng, Captain Jiang, I leave the recruitment to you. Both psychics and ordinary people are welcome to join, But they must first have a sense of the overall situation and be team players. Those who are afraid of death and want to compromise their teammates must be strictly monitored and not allowed to sneak in. Boss Jiang, are you hiring even ordinary people this time? Ding Qilin was a little surprised. Previously, most of the hunting team members were Sister Liang's people. Due to a shortage of manpower, they had to let ordinary people go hunting as well. But now, with countless people applying, why hire ordinary people? Yes, we recruit ordinary people too. Jiangxi reassured him with one sentence. First, we examine the applicant. Only if their values meet the standards can we determine their abilities. Even if they don't possess superpowers, as long as they're hardworking, obedient, and well-coordinated, their combat effectiveness can be improved. Don't worry about that. Ding Qilin and Jiang Mingyao understood, but they didn't know that Jiangxi had another trump card. Superpower Catalyst. With the formula and the right pharmacist, Jiangxi believed she could one day develop a potion that would awaken superpowers in ordinary people. There would be no side effects, and the only consideration would be the success rate. If most people awaken their superpowers in the future, even if there were mutant beasts, their chances of survival would be greatly increased. It might take a year or two, or even longer, but it was a hope. The meeting covered a lot of ground, and after over 3 hours, Jiangxi finally shared her announcement with everyone. As for another important matter, she had to discuss it with Lu Yuan alone. After the Shao family was destroyed, White House number 1027 became vacant. Who should take over? Chapter 159. Though trapping the Shao family members and Shao Buxiong's men in the White House to death was cruel, and even affected some innocent people, Jiangxi had to do it. Since they were enemies, there was no mercy. Given Shao Buxiong's personality and his status as the White House's owner, he was likely the last one to survive. Jiangxi could imagine the cruelty that would ensue in White House 1027. She was responsible for this, but the Shao family itself was to blame, and she felt no guilt at all. Shao Buxiong's fate was inevitable. Once he died, the White House would lose its owner, becoming ownerless and open to reoccupation by others. However, Jiangxi was unsure if she could own both White Houses simultaneously. Furthermore, even if she could allow Li Yu or someone she trusted to occupy them, she would have to consider Lu Yuan's feelings. After all, Lu Yuan and his men had sacrificed a great deal to deal with the Shao family, and he couldn't just keep all the benefits to himself. It would be detrimental to future cooperation. There's a third, more important point. If there were an additional White House, Jiangxi would have to devote even more attention to its management. Hiring personnel and collecting crystal cores for upgrades would require a significant investment of time and energy, inevitably leading to a loss of focus. Even if the second White House were used as a warehouse or processing plant, it would be quite tiring. After comprehensive consideration, Jiangxi came up with some ideas. He contacted Lu Yuan and shared the matter, asking him to think it over. How should this special supply be best distributed? 5 days later, on a sunny day, the two met in front of White House 1027. As usual, Jiangxi took Li Yu and Ji Yeyu, along with the insistently attached big white wolf, and set out together. When they arrived, Lu Yuan had already arrived. Following him were Zheng Ling and Lin Muyang, still with him, and no one else. Jiang, you're here, Zheng Ling said with a smile, greeting Jiangxi and the others. After a few pleasantries, their attention shifted to a large mound not far away, resembling a giant burial mound. Buried beneath it was White House 1027, once occupied by the Shao family, the foremost power in City C. Lin Muyang gasped and said exaggeratedly, for the Shao family to be buried under such a large mound, their ancestors must have been incredibly grateful and content even in death. Several days passed, and the various mutated plants, fueled by the gray fog, grew even more terrifyingly, completely obscuring the White House. They intertwined, as if sensing someone approaching. Some bloomed brightly, others swayed in the breeze, emitting an alluring fragrance, and still others rustled, their swaying vines seemingly ready to crawl over at any moment. Really? They're so unruly. Ji Yeyu sensed the man-eating plant's intentions, and waved her hand, emitting a faint green light. They soon quieted down. She looked at Jiangxi and asked, Sister Jiang, are we ready to begin? Jiangxi glanced at Lu Yuan and nodded. Yes, thank you, Xiaoyu. There shouldn't be anyone inside. Okay, watch me. Ji Yeyu immediately activated her supernatural power, and the mutant plants began to wriggle, retreating to the sides as if they had grown legs. Soon, a passage about 10 feet wide appeared, leading directly to the White House. The big white wolf leaped back and forth excitedly howling. But it stayed at the entrance, not daring to rush in, as if it knew the power of these mutant plants. Following the passage, Jiangxi finally saw the long-buried White House 1027. Just as it was yesterday, dried mud marks still lingered on the wall, and clumps of mud still clung to it. Have you made up your mind, Lu Yuan? You should understand the value of White House 1027. What's the most appropriate way to deal with it? Jiangxi said, awaiting his decision. Lu Yuan seemed to have already considered this. His lips curled slightly as he said, I guess each person can only occupy one White House. Although it hasn't been verified, I believe it should be so. Setting that aside, I consider the ownership of 1027. You, me, and the others from 139 and 458 aren't suitable. Jiangxi's mind stirred. Then who would be the right person to give it to? There are so many powerful forces in City C. They all understand the importance of White Houses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying so much attention to them. What do you think about giving 1027 to one of them? As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Lin Muyang's eyes widened. No way, brother Lu, you're going to give up such a precious White House to an outsider. He assumed that since Lu Yuan had brought him and Zheng Ling out, he'd fight to give it to them even if he didn't want it. Becoming the master of the White House one day would be such a glorious and prestigious thing, but his hopes were dashed. Lin Muyang's mind was filled with questions and a string of questions. Zheng Ling frowned, giving him a disdainful look. Even if brother Lu and Jiang didn't want it, it wouldn't be your turn. Do you know how much energy it takes to manage a White House? With your skills, let alone upgrading it, it would be depleted in a year, ruined by you. Have some self-awareness, okay? Lin Muyang, accustomed to bickering with her, snorted, How do you know I'm incapable? Want to make a bet? Hey, Lin Muyang. Zheng Ling crossed her arms and said coldly, I didn't realize you already been thinking about leaving us and going it alone? You're planning a rebellion, aren't you? With this accusation, Lin Muyang panicked. No, don't talk nonsense about rebellion or not. Brother Lu, that's not my intention. I just think it's a waste of money for an outsider to take over the White House. It's better to give it to Boss Jiang. Zheng Ling, stop trying to sow discord in front of brother Lu. Zheng Ling rolled her eyes at him, not bothering to retort. Liu and Jiye couldn't help but laugh, covering their mouths and watching the show. Ignoring them, Lu Yuan's eyes darkened as he said to Jiangxi, What do you think of this proposal? I believe that once the news gets out, there will be many people in City C who want it. Whoever offers the highest price will get the White House. This idea coincided perfectly with Jiangxi's. Great. We get supplies, we don't have to worry about maintaining them, and those people will thank us. 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Then it's settled. Lu Yuan smiled and held out his hand. Jiangxi was taken aback, then reacted. He clapped his hands with him and said with a knowing smile, Okay, that's it. You're closer to City C, so you announce the news. Let me know when you have the results. A week later, Lu Yuan contacted Jiangxi again. In the fight for ownership of White House 1027, forces of all sizes in City C flocked in, practically leaving a huge hole in front of White House 458. The 3 highest bidders have already come forward, the Wang family in the East City, the Psychic Group, and the group from the former Gu Group. Lu Yuan rubbed his aching temple. He'd been harassed a lot lately. It was more tiring than hunting mutant beasts. Among them, the Wang family was willing to provide 20,000 E-grade crystal cores, 5 tons of vacuum rice, 50 barrels of gasoline, solar cells, some plastic film, and a sugar refinery located west of the city. The Psychic Core and the Gu Group were willing to pay for similar supplies. Several other parties had also approached Jiangxi, and one of Wu Bingkui's financial backers had finally revealed himself. It was the Qiu family, a powerful faction in the neighboring city. Jiangxi remained silent, waiting to see if Lu Yuan's situation was confirmed. This is what I'm saying. Which family would be the most suitable? She wanted to hear Lu Yuan's opinion first. If you have no objection, I think the Psychic Core would be the best choice. Lu Yuan analyzed the situations and pros and cons of each party for Jiangxi, concluding, these forces are primarily family-based and relatively more united. Even if the Psychic Core grows, they will pose the least threat to us, as they are a small group of individuals. Jiangxi hummed, finding some truth in this. Also, Lan Zipeng, the leader of the Psionic Core, said he has some information about a giant mutant beast. I guarantee we'd be very interested. Chapter 160. Jiangxi immediately piqued his interest. What does he know? This is undoubtedly one of the greatest mysteries of the apocalypse. Because in previous lives, these giant mutant beasts, including the terrifying alien species that lived for years in the area shrouded in gray fog, were still the biggest headache for the consortiums. Not only were they impossible to deal with, but even their information was pitifully scarce. Even though the psychics of the time were already very powerful and possessed a variety of super-powered weapons, killing a giant mutant beast would have been a heavy price to pay, let alone studying the alien species. Lu Yuan said, he said one of his brothers once escaped a giant mutant beast and witnessed some incredible things. If we give him the ownership of 1027, he'd tell us. Interesting. Jiangxi pondered for a moment and said, since the supplies provided by the various families are similar, we can give the ownership of 1027 to the psionic group. I hope his information is valuable. If he dares to fabricate lies to deceive us, then imagine what will happen to the Xiao family. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, then they be the ones. He was also very interested in giant mutant beasts. If he hadn't just happened to break through his potential in the last one he encountered, he would have definitely died. Now his supernatural powers have become nearly immortal. Without special means, he can't be harmed. Even if he encounters a giant mutant beast again, he can still survive even if he can't defeat it. Of course, he would be happy to learn more about giant mutant beasts. When Lu Yuan agreed to give the ownership of 1027 to the Psychic Corps, the other parties seemed very eager and delivered all the supplies the next day. The team of more than 30 people transported the supplies in a grand manner, which attracted a wave of attention. The other forces that didn't get the White House were unwilling to accept the loss, but they couldn't afford to offend Lu Yuan and Jiangxi, so they could only secretly envy. A team of dozens of people, driving pickup trucks and heavy trucks, transported the valuable supplies to Lu Yuan's White House number 458. Jiangxi told him to keep them for now, and to use the White House's delivery function when distributing them to her. Using the crystals here was much more convenient than transporting them long distances manually. The entire supply set by the Psychic Corps included the most important crystal cores, over 18,000 of them. Half of the other supplies would be delivered first, with the remainder to be delivered after Lan Zipeng successfully occupied the White House. This included 2 large truckloads of cotton and cloth, 20 barrels of gasoline, and the fur, claws, and teeth of various mutant beasts. After receiving half of the supplies, the two parties could formally meet to hand over ownership of 1027. The location was in front of the large grave mound of 1027. He was a stocky-looking man, with a burly build, half a head taller than Lu Yuan. The first time Jiangxi saw Lan Zipeng, she felt as if she were seeing a giant humanoid bear. He stood 198 centimeters tall, and weighed 210 caddies. She estimated this visually. Lan Zipeng was 38 years old, and his temperament was somewhat similar to Lu Yuan's, exuding a stern, murderous aura. But he was stern and reserved, appearing serious and reserved. Thank you. Lan Zipeng said only 2 words, turning to gesture to the people behind him. A young woman stepped forward. She was wearing a combat-appropriate gray-blue uniform, her hair flowing short. She nodded at Lu Yuan and Jiangxi and smiled softly, saying, "My name is Shen Anren. Thank you for giving us White Room 1027. It's so important to our Psychic Corps. Don't mind him being a bit taciturn, but he's actually very grateful to you." Lan Zipeng blushed, looking awkward, and turned away. But he made no move to stop her. Jiangxi had a vague idea. The relationship between these two seemed different from that of a typical captain and team member. A bit like a couple? She wouldn't pry into other people's private affairs. Since the Psychic Corps had already provided the supplies, she would follow the agreement and make Lan Zipeng the new owner of White House 1027. "Xiaoyu, thank you again for your trouble." Jiangxi smiled. "You work so hard. I give you 1,000 points as usual." Jiyu smiled happily. "Sister Jiang, you're so kind. 1,000 points. I'm saving them for strawberries and watermelons next time." These were the mutant varieties the hunting group had collected and had already planted. Now that they were growing well, everyone was looking forward to using their points to sample a few after the harvest. This was a luxury that people outside the world couldn't enjoy. As Jiyu activated her supernatural power, the mutant plants surrounding White House 1027 shifted again, rustling. The outstretched branches swayed like hands, and the vines crawled like snakes, looking eerie and terrifying. The psychic group quickly retreated a few steps, their eyes filled with alarm. Soon, a passage appeared before their eyes. Jiyu withdrew her hand, her face slightly red. Jiangxi told her to rest quickly, then said to Lan Zipeng, "Captain Lan, you can now occupy the White House. Just let it absorb your blood. A little more will do the trick." Lan Zipeng, ever so calm, was now excited. He stared intently at the vine-covered white hill not far away. He took a deep breath, nodded to Jiangxi and Lu Yuan, and then strode forward, stepping into the passage formed by the mutant plants and arriving in front of the White House. Lan Ziping's fingertips sliced through his palm, and he placed his hand against the white wall. Shen Amren, along with a dozen or so members of the Psychic Corps who had come this time, waited excitedly. If their captain could successfully occupy the White House, they could live there too, no longer worrying about being contaminated by the gray fog. Less than a minute passed, and it felt like a year. Suddenly, Lan Ziping shuddered slightly, and slowly withdrew his hand. Everyone's heart trembled as he turned, his eyes filled with intense emotion, his lips curling up uncontrollably. I succeeded. Wow! Countless cheers erupted, and the Psychic Corps members all jumped to their feet, hugging each other. Shen Anren rushed forward and hugged Lan Zipeng. That's great, Papeng. You succeeded. We have our own White House from now on. I'm so happy. Her face flushed with excitement, adding to her beauty. You, please let me go first. Don't do that. There are people here. Lan Zipeng felt uneasy, a hint of embarrassment creeping over his serious face. He didn't know where to put his hands. The team members had long been accustomed to their captain's behavior. Someone led the applause, joking, Captain, what a happy occasion. Sister Shen is so happy, why don't you let her hug you? You hug her privately all the time anyway. Yeah, just get married. The brothers are all waiting for the wedding. Now that we have the White House, we all have a place to live. Captain, you and Sister Shen should get married quickly. You won't have to worry about the baby later. It's safe. Everyone was shouting back and forth. Shen Anren was fine, but Lan Ziping's face darkened in embarrassment. Enough. Shut up. Why are you rushing her? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed wildly. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a heartwarming scene. Although Jiangxi didn't know the people in the Psychic Corps, at least for now, they seemed much better than the Xiao family. After a while of laughter, everyone finally calmed down. Lu Yuan said seriously, Captain Lan, now that you're the owner of White House 1027, can you tell us what you promised to tell us? Chapter 161. Lan Zipeng nodded as he reflected on his connection to the White House. Well, a brother of mine told me about the giant mutant beast. Although I didn't see it myself, I'm sure he wouldn't lie. Everyone fell silent as he recounted his story. About a month ago, my brother was searching for food in the city. It was already late, and the air was thick with gray fog. Tired and hungry, he rested against a ruin when he suddenly spotted a giant mutant beast emerge from the thick fog. It came so quietly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Although this story had been told many times, the members of the silent group were still shocked when they heard it again. Lan Zipeng continued, the giant mutant beast was no more than 500 meters away. He was so frightened, he almost lost his mind, unable to even dodge. He couldn't understand why such a massive beast had suddenly appeared right next to him, or where it had come from. My brother didn't dare make a sound, didn't dare move. Perhaps it was just luck, the monster didn't notice him, or rather, didn't notice him. It trudged past him, gradually receding into the distance. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he escaped, suddenly, he saw a human standing on the monster's back. My brother was stunned. He was certain he wasn't mistaken, it was definitely a human. Lu Yuan's pupils narrowed, and Zhang Ling blurted out, how is that possible? Lin Miyang was even more incredulous. How could a human stand on a giant mutant beast? You're throwing your life away. He was lucky the monster didn't kill you, but how could a human stand on it? Could it be that he was the one who kept the monster? Ji Yu held Li Yu's hand, a look of disbelief on his face. Lan Zipeng said word by word, it's true. My brother's ability is remote viewing. As long as there's no obstruction, he can see a bird 5 kilometers away clearly. There's no way he could be mistaken. When he saw the person standing on the back of the giant mutant beast, it quickly noticed him, and turned to look at my brother. With just one glance, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if pricked by a needle, and fainted on the spot. When he woke up, my brother was still alive, but blind. Recalling the time he heard this, he was equally incredulous. Lan Zipeng said in a deep voice who that person was, and why the giant mutant beast didn't harm him, I can't figure it out. When I found my brother later, his eyes were 2 bloody holes, as if burned by a laser. He died a few days later. After hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Jiangxi, however, remembered something. Strange person. It was a unique name she had heard before. In her previous life, she had always lived in White House No. 2 and had never seen a giant mutant beast, but the hunting team would bring back all sorts of news. Rumor has it that when a giant mutant beast appears, it usually goes on a rampage, killing anyone it encounters, including other mutant beasts. However, when a special person appears near them, the giant mutant beast will become relatively quiet, simply wandering the city. Like a tame pet, it will not harm the mysterious person. Information about this mysterious person is woefully scarce. For 28 years, Jiangxi had heard only fragments of information about him. At one point, she even believed that the hunting team members were experiencing excessive mental stress and were imagining things. This person was like a being shrouded in mystery, unable to discern even truth or falsehood. That's why he was called a strange person, a bizarre individual. In previous lives, many consortiums had attempted to investigate the origins and information of giant mutant beasts, alien species, and aliens. But the information seemed blocked, and all that circulated were legends and speculations. Perhaps the consortium had uncovered something, but no one knew. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Yuan's voice interrupted Jiangxi's thoughts. She came to her senses and shook her head, saying, "Nothing. We talk when we get back." Lu Yuan saw something, but without further questioning, he said to Lan Zipeng, "Thank you, Captain Lan, for sharing the information. Now that you're the owner of the White House, go in and take a look. We handle what needs to be handled. But be mentally prepared." Lan Zipeng understood what they were about to face, and gathered his composure. Swish, the door to the White House opened. "You two will wait a moment. We go in and take a look." Shen Anren hadn't forgotten their agreement. "Don't worry. No matter what's left in the White House, all the Shao family supplies will belong to you too. If we find anything, we move out shortly." The Psychic Corps members went inside, while Jiangxi, Lu Yuan, and the others remained outside, unhurried. White House 1027 was now owned by Lan Zipeng. Without knowing him, they couldn't rush in. After all, people are treacherous, so one must be wary. The door was open, and from outside, one could see the renovations and furnishings the Shao family had made to 1027. It was decorated like a villa, luxurious and grand. The spacious hall was filled with a variety of high-end furniture, not something that had been automatically created by the White House. Sofas, coffee tables, cabinets, various decorations, and even a few paintings on the walls. At a glance, one could mistakenly imagine being transported back to peaceful times. In the corner, a staircase led directly to the second floor, carpeted and adorned with a 3-meter diameter crystal chandelier. It was a magnificent spectacle. Ji Yayu curiously leaned over to the doorway to take a look. After just one glance, her face paled, and she quickly turned her head away. "So disgusting. Sister Jiang, I can't stand this." Jiangxi didn't need to see to guess the dire situation within the White House. She walked over and glanced inside, only to see a dozen or so members of the Psychic Corps searching everywhere, having seemingly donned masks. The room, which should have been a pristine white, was actually covered in corpses embedded in the walls and floor. The White House hadn't swallowed all of these people, but rather left some outside, with some half-bodies exposed on the floor. Some were just heads, visible on the wall, while others were left with only 2 legs, their bodies partially buried within the wall. All were rotten, and a strong stench of corpses wafted out. An unknown liquid lingered on the ground, exuding a strong sense of strangeness and decay. Even though everyone had been mentally prepared, the sight still made their scalps tingle. It was conceivable that the Shao family members did not all die of starvation, but rather experienced some brutal and horrific things, truly appalling. Shao Buxiong had likely gone mad before his death. Even Lan Zipeng could not bear the sight. With a thought, the floor and walls moved, rapidly devouring the remains. In a moment, the hall returned to bright and cleanliness, and even the stench vanished. Luckily, the white room has self-cleaning and devouring functions, otherwise cleaning up all this would be a real headache. Jiangxi shook his head and hurried back with Ji Yayu. Upstairs would be even more disgusting and brutal. Seeing too much would ruin your appetite. Half an hour later, Lan Zipeng emerged first. His face was grim, and he was trying hard to suppress nausea. 2 team members were following behind him, dragging something that looked a bit like a human. "Gentlemen, I didn't expect anyone was still alive in there." He must be overly shocked and temporarily unable to speak. Lan Zipeng pointed at a disheveled man behind him. He was lying on the ground, trembling, his hands like chicken claws, his clothes filthy, and he carried a strong stench. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan stared at the man, shocked. White Room 1027 had been sealed for so long. Even Shao Buxiong was dead, so how could this man still be alive? How had he survived for over a month? And how had he avoided the poisoning of Shao Buxiong, the owner of the White Room? Lan Zipeng was also shocked. "I found him behind a pile of debris in the warehouse, but no one could recognize his identity. We can only confirm that he was a psychic from the Xiao family. Boss Jiang, Captain Liu, do you know him? Chapter 162. Lu Yuan looked at the man. He had indeed never seen him before. He was emaciated, skin and bones from starvation, filthy, and appeared to have mental problems, worse than a homeless person. Jiangxi was surprised to find that he wasn't infected with the mutated Aspergillus niger fungus, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. What kind of supernatural power did he have? Since neither of you recognize him, then... Lan Zipeng had just begun to speak when Jiangxi suddenly thought of something. Wang Fu. She quickly squatted down, looked at the man, and asked, "Are you Wang Fu?" When the confused and trembling man heard the name, he suddenly shuddered, then slowly raised his head and stared blankly at Jiangxi. Everyone thought he was awake, and he started laughing again. Wang Fu? Ha ha ha. Who is he, and who am I? No. Don't kill me, Boss Xiao, spare me. He seemed to be having another attack, banging his head against the ground with a thud, then suddenly recoiled in fear, looking around as if afraid someone was about to stab him, muttering a gibberish. Jiangxi tried a few more times, but whenever she called out Wang Fu, he responded and cowered in fear. He could barely understand anything else, and was definitely insane. Lu Yuan frowned and said, "He's been so frightened that he won't be awake for a while, and it's not even certain whether he can be saved. Even if he's pharmacist Wang Fu, he's become a useless person." Lan Zipeng then realized that this person was the pharmacist with special abilities the Xiao family had hired with such a generous gift. Alas, he'd become a madman. Even if he were alive, it would be useless. Leave him to me. I take him back and treat him to see if I can make him sober up. Jiangxi thought for a moment, but still didn't plan to give up. If he was really Wang Fu, it would be good if he could be more sober, and perhaps he could be of use to her. There weren't many people who had awakened superpowers, and even fewer with pharmacist powers like Wang Fu. Each one was precious. Although Wang Fu had his share of problems, even having caused a major turmoil in his previous life, his fate had changed. Jiangxi decided to give it a try. Even if he failed, there would be no loss. Lan Zipeng readily agreed. Okay, I leave this person in your care. I go in and check. He had barely finished speaking when two more members of the Psychic Corps emerged, carrying two blue refrigerated boxes. Boss, what do you think are inside? The men exclaimed, as if they had discovered something rare. Sister Shen found this in a cold storage room. We're bringing it out for you to see. The lock was opened, and a puff of white smoke billowed out. The temperature recorder inside the box showed a temperature of -15 degrees Celsius. Inside, tubes of pink potions lay, causing Lan Zipeng's eyes to shrink. Zheng Ling and Lin Muyang blurted out, "It's a genetic potion." Several members of the psychic team were also surprised. Is this a genetic potion? I heard it's fatal if injected. Yes, wasn't the Xiao family hiring before? Many people applied, but none ever returned. I heard someone exploded on the spot after being injected, their body dismembered. TSK. Listening to the psychic team members chatter, Liu and Jiayu also leaned forward, examining them curiously. Jiangxi had once again seen a genetic potion. Compared to the one she had seen in her previous life, this was only the first generation, and the potion's color was darker, like a vibrant peach blossom. Genetic potions had been refined over many generations in her previous life, their color becoming lighter and lighter, but their effectiveness remained unchanged, and their side effects were significant, with a high mortality rate. She picked up one, looked at it, then counted the remaining 40 in the box. She put it back. Captain Lan, don't destroy this. I plan to take it back for research. Lan Zipeng, of course, had no objection. He closed the box and handed it to Jiangxi. Even after leaving the cold storage, the box could maintain a constant temperature for at least 48 hours, so there was no need to worry about the potions losing their effectiveness. Lu Yuan remembered that Jiangxi had previously told him that she had the formula for a supernatural catalyst. If Wang Fu could be brought back and regain consciousness, and then experimented with these genetic drugs, perhaps developing a supernatural catalyst would be possible. Although he was puzzled as to why Jiangxi knew so much, he wouldn't pry unless she volunteered. It was rude to pry into someone's privacy. Lan Zipeng and the others went back in, gradually bringing out various items. But their faces were grim. Every time they emerged, they pulled off their masks and breathed heavily, as if they were suffocating. Others spoke of the scene inside, the gray-black fungus growing everywhere, crawling all over the walls of the White House. Countless supplies were contaminated, a huge shame. 2 hours later, Lan Zipeng and Shen Anren emerged, handing Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi 2 oversized plastic boxes. The supplies in the warehouse are either rotten or contaminated. Fortunately, the crystal cores are still intact. They're all here, probably no less than 20,000. Shen Anren was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the Shao family to have so many crystal cores left. But since it had been agreed that all the supplies would belong to Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi, they wouldn't withhold them against their conscience. On the other hand, they didn't want to offend them. The harvest of so many crystal cores was a pleasant surprise for Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan. As expected, Xiao Buxiong hadn't told the truth. He even seized some of the supplies. He simply refused to take them. Alright, the handover is complete. We enjoyed our cooperation, and it's time for us to return. Lu Yuan was very pleased with today's harvest. Just ship the remaining half of the supplies here within 10 days. Lan Zipeng said seriously, don't worry, it'd be delivered to Captain Lu in 3 days at most. Thank you both for your help, and I hope we can continue working together. Shen Anren also laughed. Especially the special food boss Jiang makes. It's delicious and potent, and it's already famous in City C. There are so many people lining up to buy it. Please keep an eye on our psychic core. The other party was polite, and Jiang Shi was polite too. No problem. Also, please keep an eye out for me. If you find any live mutant chickens, ducks, or deer, please send them to White Room 139. I buy them in bulk. These are relatively docile mutant beasts. Could it be that they were planning to raise animals? This thought flashed through Shen Anren's mind, and she readily agreed, don't worry, we take care of this little thing. The matter was settled, and Jiang Shi, Lu Yuan, and the others departed with their harvest. The man suspected to be Wang Fu would also be taken back for a thorough examination. Back at the White House, Jiang Shi was about to have Wang Fu taken to wash and change clothes when he was terrified. He frantically begged for mercy, and knelt down at the first sign of approach. He was forced to drink some calming water until he calmed down and was taken to the shower. Jiang, who is this man? Why is he acting like an idiot? Liang Jinwei had just come to Jiang Shi with the design plan for the White House. He might be Wang Fu, the Shao family's pharmacist, but I never met him before, so I'm not sure. Wang Fu, I know him. Liang Jinwei was also shocked. Wasn't he in White Room 1027? It's been a month, and he's still alive? Jiang Shi shrugged. He's incredibly lucky. I'm curious how he managed to survive. It's perfect, Sister Liang. You can come and identify him later to see if it's him. Chapter 163. A moment later, the mysterious idiot emerged, his clothes changed and his hair dripping wet. 2 members of the security team supported him, one on each side. Liang Jinwei examined him for a moment and snapped her fingers. Yes, he's Wang Fu. Although he looks drastically different and skinny, I guarantee it's him. Now that it was confirmed to be Wang Fu, Jiang Shi had to treat him thoroughly. Hopefully, he would regain consciousness. After having Wang Fu taken away, Jiang Shi began to examine the design Liang Jinwei had brought. A quick glance satisfied her. It was much better than she had expected. The entire White House at number 139 was designed as a multifunctional residential complex, with no floors, consisting entirely of single-family homes. The main building, the White House restaurant, was located near the main gate. Visitors to eat or exchange supplies would only be able to enter the restaurant area and would be unable to access the rest of the building, enhancing privacy and security. The accommodation area, recreation area, medical area, planting area, and breeding area were accessible only to internal personnel. The most important storage area is the largest, and is located at the edge of the White House. No one except Jiang Shi, and those she designates, is allowed to approach. I've thought about it. Our White House will definitely grow larger and larger, with more and more people living there, and people will get married and have children. Kindergartens, nursing homes, and even shopping malls will all need to be built in the future, but there's no need to rush. Leave them empty for now, and build them later when the area expands. I also specially designed an office building. It's here, take a look. We won't have to hold meetings in the restaurant anymore. We also design a park, right in the heart of the White House. Liang Jinwei spoke incessantly, her face beaming with joy. Jiang Shi listened as she took the plan and examined it carefully. Li Yu and Ji Yu also came over. Sister Liang had been busy these past few days, and finally gave her a very satisfactory result. These summarized design details, which also included Sister Liang's own additions, carried the hopes she and the entire team had for White House number 139, as if those destroyed things could be rebuilt in no time. Hope is the reason and motivation for people to strive. Sister Liang, this plan is great. Let's renovate it according to this model. We can add the missing facilities later. After confirming it, Jiangxi handed it to Liu to take a look. She liked it. She called out in her mind, "Dabai, are you there?" Jiang, I'm here. How can I help you? Take a look at this design. Can you help me transform White House into something like this? Jiangxi didn't want to do it herself. The project was too large. Just listening to Sister Liang's descriptions made her feel complicated. If she had to renovate each building by herself, it would probably take a month. She was about to collapse. Dabai's response reassured Jiangxi. Scan completed. Okay, do you want to proceed now? It was almost dusk, approaching evening, and the people who had come to the restaurant for dinner had left. The hunting team began to return. Jiangxi said, "Okay. Dabai, please notify everyone to gather on the first floor. We start the remodeling in 10 minutes. By the way, don't mess anything up, and be as quiet as possible. Also, please help me move these 2 boxes to the freezer." "Okay, Jiang. I'm happy to help you." The next moment, Liang Jingyue and the other 2 watched as the 2 blue boxes on the ground were swallowed up by the floor. Boxes? Why did it suddenly? Caught off guard, the 3 of them were startled and stepped back, fearing the floor would swallow them up. Jiangxi smiled. "Sorry to scare you." The 2 boxes automatically went to the freezer. That's also the function of the White Room. Convenient, isn't it? Liang Jingyue patted her chest and praised, "It's indeed convenient." The White Room was truly powerful. But she was only envious, not jealous. She didn't want to be the owner of the White Room. Managing the food, clothing, shelter, and transportation of so many people would be a headache. She used to have only a few dozen people under her, and it was already a headache. Now she was only responsible for the weapons workshop, and it was much easier. She would definitely enjoy the rest of her time. The next moment, for the first time, a mechanical synthesized sound audible to everyone in the White Room rang out. Beep! 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 Emergency notice. All members of White Room 139, please gather on the first floor within 10 minutes. The White Room is about to be renovated. An earthquake of less than magnitude 3 will be expected later. Please don't worry. To avoid any accidents, all members please rush to the first floor as soon as possible. After the announcement was repeated 3 times, a countdown appeared on the wall of each floor. 9:59, 9:58, 09:57. Soon, everyone began to descend. Although it was their first time hearing the White House's beeping sound, everyone had already grown accustomed to its wonders. Adding to the fact that some had witnessed the White House's renovations firsthand twice before, everyone was excited and eager, running at a brisk pace. Ji Qiuqi came down from the 5th floor. Upon seeing Jiangxi and his sister, he exclaimed in surprise and delight, "The White House is becoming increasingly magical. There's even a beeping sound. I'm so excited for the renovations. I wonder what they look like." Ji Yu said playfully, "I don't know about anything else, but there will definitely be an additional park." That was my suggestion, and Sister Liang accepted it. More and more people came down, all gathered around Jiangxi, whispering and waiting. It's finally decided. The renovation will begin soon. I wonder what it will look like, and whether my proposal has been adopted. I heard there's going to be a bar. I can't believe it. Will we really have a place to drink in the future? Others can't even get enough to eat, but we can still drink. I have inside information. I heard there will be multiple training halls where you can use your supernatural powers, specifically for the hunting team. Really? Who did you ask for that inside information? That guy named Su next to Sister Liang. Don't tell anyone else. A few minutes later, Qiao Wei and his mother also came down. Little Jiang, the design is out so quickly. How are we going to renovate it later? Grandma Qiao took Jiangxi's hand, her face beaming. I heard everyone talk about it, but I never seen it myself. Can the White House really move on its own? During this time here, she's been well fed and feeling healthier than before. In her free time, she helps water the plants in the planting area. It's fulfilling and relaxing. Jiangxi smiled. Yes, Grandma Qiao, you'll be able to see it soon. Don't be too surprised. Okay, let me see. Grandma Qiao beamed happily. When everyone arrived, the countdown began to draw to a close. Everyone, eagerly, followed the numbers on the wall and shouted, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The big white wolf lay in front of Jiangxi, motionless. It covered its eyes with its paws, daring only to peek through the cracks. It sensed a terrifying, invisible force, lingering in the air, gathering and growing stronger. It didn't dare move, as the four seemed poised to crush it in an instant. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, as if a gust of wind blew, the White House suddenly came alive. Everyone gasped as the white floor surged up like a fountain, twisting and distorting, transforming like a computer special effect into foundations, exterior walls, guardrails, flower beds, and paths. Buildings of varying heights, scattered across the landscape, a modern, multifunctional community was taking shape before everyone's gaze. It even took on new colors, appearing even more real, a delight to the already anticipating crowd. Chapter 164. Under the witness of Jiangxi and everyone else, a brand new residential complex was magically constructed. The entire process took less than 30 minutes. Tall buildings rose before us, staggered and arranged in a rhythmic pattern. Their exteriors, primarily painted in gray-blue, light blue, and white, exuded a modern feel and a refreshing feeling. The roads were smooth and accessible, and flower beds were everywhere, perfectly spaced. In the center was a small park. Although nothing was planted yet, the initial shape was already there. In the farthest distance, a square building, the largest in area and the tallest of all, stood tall, clad entirely in dark gray, towering like a giant. No fancy design, just practicality. That was the warehouse of White House number 139, where everyone's essential supplies were stored. Seeing the newly renovated White House, everyone was thrilled. Grandma Chow even held her son's hand with tears in her eyes, saying, "Great. It was built so quickly, and it's so beautiful. It was built so quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a magical sight. It's like magic. Is this where we live from now on? Come on, go take a look." Exclamations rang out, and the crowd couldn't help but pour into the complex, taking in the brand new high-rises, their eyes filled with joy. This complex covers less than 40,000 square meters, which would have been considered small in peacetime. But now it's a paradise for everyone. Although Liang Jinwei designed the White House, Jiangxi had a clearer grasp of the entire complex. She explained that everything remained unchanged, simply relocated. Everyone's room was located in the accommodation building, with a different number on each floor. Just look for it based on your previous room number. It was a little surprise. Now everyone can go and have some fun. We have a half day off tomorrow morning and work again in the afternoon, but it's best not to pull an all-nighter tonight. We still have a lot of work to do later. Jiangxi smiled. Great, thank you, Boss Jiang. Come on, come on. I need to check out my room. I heard we don't have to share anymore. Everyone has their own. Is this the little surprise Boss Jiang was talking about? I just want to know if there's a training room. If we could train our abilities in the White House in the future, our hunting team would be so lucky. Everyone chatted and ran forward, like chickens and ducks out of a coop, laughter filling the White House. Jiangxi chatted with her friends for a while, and then walked along the newly built residential road, taking in the surroundings. Great. This is her White House. It's been upgraded to level 4 in just 4 months, and now it's a fairly well-equipped residential complex. Compared to the tens of thousands of White Houses around the world, her 139 is definitely in the top 20. She had everything she needed, and it would only get better. Jiangxi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and satisfaction. It turned out she could change her fate. With the help of the Prophet, she could strive hard and live a hopeful life even in the devastated apocalypse. The repressed and depressed self of her previous life had completely vanished. Jiangxi walked around the neighborhood with Liu, hearing pleasantries everywhere. Entering the building, she and Liu still lived next door to each other on the top floor, along with Ji Qiuqi and his sister. The rest of the people lived on other floors, varying according to when they joined the White House. The only drawback was that the building was a whopping 60 stories high, and everyone had to climb up on foot. There's an elevator, but it's currently out of service. We have to wait until the White House reaches level 5, when it can convert energy and generate electricity. Only then will we be able to reach it directly. Thankfully, everyone was in good physical condition, so climbing over 20 floors in one go was effortless. Liu even flew all the way up. Back in the room, it was still the same, nothing messed up. Even the cups on the table hadn't changed. After a moment, Jiangxi's excitement subsided. She contacted Lu Yuan and told him about the White House upgrade. Lu Yuan congratulated her, knowing she had a lot on her plate, and told her to deal with it first, leaving her free to deal with other things later. That night, Jiangxi slept exceptionally well. The next morning, when they woke up, they had a half day off, but most people hadn't slept in. They were all working enthusiastically overtime to improve the White House. The soil needed for the planting area, garden, and flower beds was brought in by the people, and they went to the nearby area to find suitable tree species and brought them back to plant, making the community beautiful. It was Ji Chiochi's turn to work again. His spatial ability filled the space with soil, like a supersized transport truck, more than 10 times faster than anyone else's. Ji Yu also used his ability, and the plants he planted took root and sprouted in an instant, eliminating the worry of transplanted plants dying. Water was also an urgent need. Li Qingjie, currently the only water-based user in White House 139, was incredibly busy. He was responsible for the domestic water supply for everyone in the community, including production water. The community had built a dedicated water room capable of storing hundreds of tons of water, easing everyone's efforts to conserve water. Countless pipes led directly to the bathhouse, paving the flower beds and the bottom of the pool. No fewer than 10 tons of water were consumed daily, a massive undertaking. Because he used his superpowers daily, Li Qingjie was now close to breaking through to the enhanced level. Although he hadn't fought outside since entering the White House, he had put up just as much effort as anyone else. A sign was erected outside the White House, and a recruitment notice was posted, visible to anyone coming to eat or exchange supplies. The hunting team had a new mission. While out hunting mutant beasts, each member was also responsible for spreading the word. Whenever they met anyone, whether superpowered or ordinary, whether in a team or individually, they handed out a flyer, telling them that White House 139 was hiring. And those who hurried to inform their friends and family, 139 is hiring again, with generous compensation. Come quickly. The first to arrive were, naturally, those living in the nearest Dongguan town. On the first day of the Level 4 White House's construction, over 300 new recruits were hired, and with the remaining recruits still to come, the recruitment office was practically overflowing. Jiangxi was also very busy. Besides managing the White House and making minor adjustments, she also had to process the game brought back by the hunting team every day. She would first use her supernatural powers to process it, then store it in the warehouse and freeze it. The kitchen staff only needed to collect the day's supply and cook it directly, without having to wait for Jiangxi to process it individually each time. She had only recently processed all the Black Iron King Cobra meat previously stored in the warehouse. Unbeknownst to everyone, Jiangxi's supernatural powers, after intensive use, had regained their former state. A subtle opportunity for breakthrough arrived again. On the second day after the Level 4 White House was built, she effortlessly and naturally reached the perfect stage of supernatural power. In this lifetime, she was undoubtedly the first person to reach the perfect stage of supernatural power. But Jiangxi kept it a secret. She didn't want anyone to know, because her breakthrough was so rapid, it was practically a miracle. It might spark speculation and jealousy, and it might also cause some less gifted supernatural beings to suffer a crushing blow, leaving them devastated. The planting and breeding areas were also being expanded rapidly, and there was a severe shortage of manpower. Wang Yuanjun and Chen Xiaohua were frantically recruiting people. Jiangxi told them not to rush, and to take it one step at a time. Over the past 2 days, she had inspected every building. Everyone was so motivated that they didn't even need her to urge them on. Everyone had a single thought: they had to work hard. Otherwise, if they got fired for being lazy, where would they find a safe, comfortable job with food and shelter? This wasn't the past. This was the apocalypse. Everywhere was gray fog, mutated beasts, and robbers. The entire world was in ruins. They had finally found such a prime location as White House 139. If they didn't cherish it, countless others would be waiting to take their jobs. Only a fool would do anything to cheat. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and Jiangxi went to see Wang Fu again. Chapter 165. Is he feeling better? As soon as Jiangxi entered, she saw someone feeding Wang Fu. The person in charge of his care was a newly recruited young man named Hu Qin, assigned to the medical building. He was said to be a medical student, and while he didn't have much clinical experience, he was definitely more than capable of caring for Wang Fu. Hu Qin, seeing Jiangxi approach, said a little awkwardly, "Jiang, Boss Jiang, hello? Mr. Wang's condition is relatively stable. The food he eats 3 times a day is all designed to alleviate negative emotions and help him focus and refresh his mind. As long as there's no major disturbance to stimulate him, he rarely has an attack." At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Yesterday, when I was feeding Mr. Wang, Xiaoguai suddenly arrived, and he peed his pants out of fright. Jiangxi frowned. This Xiaoguai, she had been so busy these past 2 days, like a spinning top, that she had no time to care for the big white wolf. In the past, this guy would go out hunting obediently, commanding a group of minions to bring back a lot of prey every day. Now, ever since the White House grew larger, its range has widened. Perhaps out of curiosity, everyone can see it running wild almost every day. With a flash of lightning, a white shadow darted past. Sometimes it go to the planting area to poop. Sometimes it go to the breeding area and whine at the yellow fleeting birds in their nests, scaring them so much they stopped laying eggs for the past 2 days. Sometimes it jump into the garden pond to bathe, splashing passers-by. Most people in the White House couldn't freely enter or leave other areas, except Big White Wolf. Thinking back to the dozen or so people who had complained about Big White Wolf in the past 2 days, Jiangxi was getting a headache. Looks like it's time to give it another go and find something to do. Jiangxi instructed Hu Qin to take good care of Wang Fu and inform her immediately of any new developments. Just after leaving the medical building, Lu Yuan's call came through. "Are you free now? The remaining supplies from the psionic core have arrived. Let's discuss what you need, and I send them to you." Jiangxi returned to her room, and Lu Yuan presented the complete list of supplies. She considered for a moment, then requested 2 tons of cotton and 120 rolls of fabric of various materials. She also requested 6 barrels of gasoline, along with claws and teeth from various mutant beasts, which Uncle Chow could use to craft charged weapons. Lu Yuan took the remaining 14 barrels of gasoline, along with all the vacuum-packed rice, canned goods, and the like. In addition, the psionic core had given over 18,000 crystal cores, which translated to nearly 25,000 E-grade crystal core energies. Considering that Lu Yuan's white room was still level 3, Jiangxi only took the rose crystals, over 700 of them, and gave him the rest. "You're quite generous, not taking advantage of me," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "Why would I take advantage of you? We're in this long-term partnership, so of course we have to be fair." Jiangxi looked him up and down through the screen and teased, "Besides, you're not my boyfriend. Why would I take advantage of you?" Lu Yuan's handsome face flushed slightly. He was being teased. Over 4 months of knowing each other, he and Jiangxi had grown from strangers to familiar friends, their relationship growing stronger, but there had been no further progress. Perhaps, he had felt that vague feeling before, but he had suppressed it. The apocalypse wasn't suitable for romance. Survival was more important. Love is often selfish, possessive, and can even lead to arguments and quarrels. Romance is more suited to peacetime. Friendship, on the other hand, is easy to share, fairer and more enduring, and relatively more suitable for the harsh environment of today. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with his current relationship with Jiangxi, and had no intention of changing it. Soon, a teleportation black hole appeared, and all the supplies magically appeared in Jiangxi's room. Dabai then teleported them to the warehouse. The supplies were transported, and both sides had a great harvest. Jiangxi asked Lu Yuan, "Are you hiring people too? Are there any suitable candidates?" "Not bad. I'm focusing on combat capabilities. I hired over 20 people in the past 2 days." Despite the large number of applicants, Lu Yuan still adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. He only hired a few ordinary people to handle logistics. "So many?" Jiangxi was a little surprised. "Are psychics everywhere now?" He hired over 20 people in one go. Lu Yuan sat at his desk, sipping tea as he said, "Most of them came here specifically from surrounding cities, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many." He told Jiangxi that there were even psychics from over 1,000 kilometers away who, having heard of the strong development of 458 and 139, were preparing to join. "Just wait, Shi. In a few days, your 139 will also be recruiting a lot of people. 458 had just recruited a psychic yesterday, someone who had teleported directly from another province. They could teleport 10 kilometers at a time." Jiangxi smiled when Lu Yuan told her that this information came from other White House owners he was collaborating with. "That's great. I'm desperately in need of manpower right now. The people in City C have been basically divided up by other factions. Without outsiders to fill in, I simply won't have enough." Although both Shi and Lu Yuan were recruiting, there was no conflict of interest. Firstly, both parties were self-aware and were working together in a win-win cooperation model. Secondly, Lu Yuan primarily recruited combat-oriented psychics, while Jiangxi primarily recruited support-oriented psychics. She was in need of ordinary people with special skills, such as medical staff, chefs, those who knew about farming and planting, and those with management skills. There are now over 500 members in 139, while there are fewer than 100 in 458. After discussing recruitment with Lu Yuan for a while, the topic returned to the genetic potion and the mysterious figure who had appeared on the giant mutant beast. Apart from Wang Fu, No one else with pharmacist abilities has been found. Jiangxi said to Lu Yuan, "It's uncertain whether Wang Fu can recover. I keep the genetic potion for now. If you find a pharmacist with abilities in the future, be sure to keep them." Lu Yuan had been keeping an eye on them, but there were far too few people with special abilities. There's no rush for that. What do you think about what Lan Zipeng mentioned? Over the past 2 days, Lu Yuan had been thinking about this in his free time. I never heard of that mysterious man before, let alone seen him. After all, almost everyone who has seen the giant mutant beast has died. I was just lucky last time. Lu Yuan had an idea, but he wasn't sure if it would work. Since Lan Zipeng said the mysterious man was standing on the giant mutant beast, that means he can't be harmed by it. If we find the giant mutant beast, we might find him. So I plan to search all over City C. It would be safer to go alone without the other team members. Jiangxi had heard some rumors in his previous life, but since he wasn't part of the combat unit, he couldn't confirm their authenticity. City C was severely damaged, mostly by the giant mutant beasts. However, almost everyone who encountered them died, and to this day, no one knows where their lair is. She euphemistically expressed the rumor she remembered. Lu Yuan, I wonder if you paid attention to what Lan Zipeng said. He said that when his brother saw the giant mutant beast, it suddenly appeared. It wasn't there one moment, and then suddenly appeared the next. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. You mean, there's a special channel that allows them to suddenly appear? Chapter 166. I'm not sure either, I'm just guessing. Jiangxi said, from the eruption of gray fog to the various plant and animal mutations, and the White House, who can explain their appearance? From the perspective of ordinary people, it's beyond comprehension. So, if there truly is a mysterious passage connecting to another dimension, what's impossible? Many things, until they have an answer, are more mysterious than metaphysics. This kind of extra-dimensional passage was once called a time tunnel in film and television, and in scientific terms, it's somewhat similar to high-dimensional space. In the past, major financial groups mobilized countless psychics and researchers. After more than 20 years of exploration, they made some discoveries about the existence of dimensional passages, but they kept them secret. Countless reports also confirm that giant mutant beasts appear mysteriously. Their lairs aren't located in specific jungles or buildings, and they aren't just experimental creatures created by research institutes. Rumors and discussions abound, making it one of the greatest mysteries of the past. Lu Yuan nodded. You're right. Since we don't know, we should boldly explore and imagine. Only then will we find something. How do you plan to investigate? Jiangxi looked at him. I first investigate the area around the giant mutant beast I spotted last time. I just be on my own, hoping to find something. Even if I encounter a giant mutant beast, I most likely survive, so don't worry. Lu Yuan said seriously, if I have any news, I'll let you know immediately. Okay, be careful. If you need any help, just let me know. Jiangxi also wanted to know about the dimensional passage. She shared what she knew with Lu Yuan. If there really is a dimensional passage, there might be mysterious spatial fluctuations around it. Try to sense it carefully, and see if you can detect anything. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, I make a note. After the connection was disconnected, Jiangxi didn't leave the room, still sitting at his desk thinking. The giant mutant beast's appearances and disappearances are so mysterious. No one knows where they hide, and those who have seen them are almost certainly dead. If the ruins of the destroyed city weren't the best evidence, many people might suspect they only exist in their imaginations. Goodbye. Jiang, I'm here. How can I help you? I like to know if these giant mutant beasts and other species are truly hidden in another dimension, which is why they haven't been discovered. Insufficient authorization. Unable to answer. Undeterred, Jiangxi continued her question in a different way. Lu Yuan is a metallic mutant, and his perception has been enhanced, exceeding that of an average person by more than 10 times. Given this, if he investigates the area of spatial fluctuations in City C, is it possible he discover a dimensional passageway, and thus, the existence of a giant mutant beast? Based on currently known information, Lu Yuan has a 40.58% chance of discovering the area of spatial fluctuations, a 13.274% chance of discovering a dimensional passageway, and ultimately a 3.69842% chance of discovering a giant mutant beast. A dark glint flashed in Jiangxi's eyes, and she smiled. She had figured out how to ask Dubai the questions she wanted. Be as specific as possible in your questions, and provide as much known information as possible. This way, Dubai can use its intelligent calculations to deduce a more detailed and accurate result. He wouldn't have to constantly say, insufficient authorization, unable to answer. Dabai knew a lot of information, but it seemed unable to access it unless Jiangxi mentioned it. I'm not sure if it's due to the licensing issue. Furthermore, Jiangxi also received a surprising piece of information from Dabai's answer. The existence of the dimensional channel is real, and giant mutant beasts may also exist on the other side of the dimensional channel. Because Dabai gave probabilities of 13.2% and 3.7% for such unknown information, with such high probabilities, it's almost certain that the answer is true. Jiangxi's confidence in Lu Yuan increased significantly. Since he was so cautious and meticulous, and had already made up his mind to investigate, he should be able to tell her some good news soon. Days were busy and fulfilling, and Jiangxi and everyone else approached each day with boundless enthusiasm. After 10 days, the community's landscaping was finally completed. The flower beds were planted with various non-toxic and highly ornamental mutant plants, including one called the mutant bellflower, a foot tall with pure white flowers like bells. Whenever someone passed by, the sound of footsteps would cause the mutant bellflower to sway, making a rustling sound, as if ringing a bell in welcome. The circular flower bed in the center of the park boasted a pond stocked with colorful fish, caught by Li Qingjia in Qingxi River. In the center, a mutant purple magnolia, over 20 meters tall, stood. Thousands of enormous magnolia blossoms, catapulted into bloom by the wood elemental power, created a magnificent spectacle. From afar, they resembled a thick purple cloud, emitting a faint, almost indistinct fragrance. This was the most beautiful spot in the Baiwu neighborhood. Every day after dinner, many people would stroll through the park. The planting area had received its first good news. The first batch of mutant rice had finally been harvested. Few shriveled grains remained, and each one was the size of a corn kernel. Jiangxi personally counted the rice ears, and found that each rice plant produced an average of 400 grains. One rice seed yielded approximately 6 taels of rice. It was true that sowing 1 grain in spring yielded 10,000 grains in autumn. The joy of such a bountiful harvest was truly blissful. Jiangxi naturally couldn't bear to eat such precious rice seeds. She had Jiyu use her wood-type supernatural power again to catalyze the seeds, increasing their activity and facilitating their germination for the second seeding, allowing the planting team to continue. The planting and breeding buildings were both located on the edge of the White House. This allowed the windows on the side facing the wall to be opened at night, allowing the mist to enter, promoting the faster and better growth of the mutant plants and animals. In addition to the mutant rice, this floor also planted mutant foxtail grass, which was also growing well. The planting building had 30 floors, each one dedicated to a variety of crops. Ji Qiuqi was exhausted just from transporting soil. Every day after get off work, he eat and fall asleep, only to resume the work the next day. The fruit section planted mutant strawberries, goat milk apples, pyracantha, crabapple, and persimmon trees, along with ordinary wild grapes and apples. The vegetable section planted a variety of mutant peppers, eggplants, cabbages, beans. Most of the seedlings were sent by people from Dongguan town. They had previously lived in that area, and during the severe cold, the White House restaurant closed for a while. They were so hungry they ate everything edible and inedible nearby, but fortunately, most of the people were still alive. Now that they had joined 139, they went back and plucked every newly sprouted seedling from the fields and brought them all over. The hunting team had also brought back a lot of prey over the past 2 days. Perhaps with the arrival of spring and the increase in mutant beasts, the hunting team returned injured almost every day. Jiangxi prepared a large amount of datura juice and various temporary health-enhancing foods for them to take with them to minimize casualties. There was no news of Lu Yuan yet, so Chao Wei went to find Jiangxi first. He held a silver tang sword in his hand, his expression excited. "Xiao Jiang, didn't you give me a few hundred more rose quartz a few days ago? I only used up a third of it this time, and finally made this charged weapon. Come and see it." Chapter 167. This tang sword looked similar to the previous one. The only difference was the silver handle, wrapped in a black band. The blade was slender and gleaming, a slight difference. Jiangxi took it and weighed it. The weight was just right. With a flick of her wrist, a hazy white light suddenly appeared on the blade, about an inch across, as if coated with a special flame. She was amazed. "Uncle Chao, what is this?" Chao Wei seemed excited. "This is the rose quartz energy from the charged tang sword. I experimented hundreds of times before I succeeded. Although the effects are relatively simple, it increases physical attack by 10 and offers a 2-point armor penetration. It far surpasses the previous batch of empowered weapons, almost half the power of the King Cobra battle axe." Jiangxi's eyes lit up. "It's truly powerful. All your hard work, Uncle Chow, is well worth it. Chow Wei, eager to demonstrate the power of this charged Tang sword, urged Jiangxi to experiment with it to the utmost, pointing to different test materials before her and asking her to chop. The weapons workshop was filled with a variety of test materials. The simplest and most common were pebbles picked up from the Qingxi River, primarily composed of silica. Jiangxi struck with one blow, barely exerting her full strength, and the washbasin-sized black pebble was cut in half. The cross-section was smooth, as if cut with a grinding wheel. That's nothing. Try this steel plate. Uncle Chow pointed to another test material. A typical scaly C-rank mutant beast has defense comparable to this 1 centimeter steel plate. Jiangxi struck again. This time, a large gap was cut through the 1 centimeter thick steel plate, but the charged Tang sword remained intact. She struck again with all her might, and with a clang, the steel plate snapped in two. Jiangxi was delighted. It's a charge-type weapon indeed. A full-strength strike can even cut through such thick steel. It should be no problem against C-rank mutants. That wasn't all. Chow Wei then had Jiangxi chop up scrap tires to test their armor-piercing properties. Some mutants lack scales, but instead have thick, tough hides, which require armor-piercing properties. Jiangxi experimented with each one, each yielding positive results. After a round of slicing through 7 or 8 different materials, she was quite satisfied with each one, but she noticed that the white light on the blade had dimmed by half. Since it's a charged weapon, it definitely needs to be charged. Chow Wei explained, currently, this Tang sword is infused with 10 E-grade rose quartz crystals. It can only chop about 20 to 30 times before the energy runs out. I tried to inject more energy, but failed. The blade shattered. I think I need to improve the quality of the crystal core. D- or C-grade rose quartz would be more suitable. After a moment's thought, he added, if only I could get a gun. Cold weapons, like swords, rely primarily on the blade for their lethality, while the rose quartz energy is attached to the surface, making it more dispersed. But guns are different. If the rose quartz energy is fired as bullets, just imagine the rate of fire. The power is more than tenfold. Chow Wei was even excited by what he said. Unfortunately, guns have always been strictly controlled. Even in this apocalyptic world, they are still very rare. Jiangxi said, while guns are good, they definitely consume more rose quartz energy, even the charged Tang sword. Without the support of rose quartz energy, guns are no better than ordinary swords, no match for empowered weapons, and even less so than special weapons, like the King Cobra tomahawk. And compared to the inherent superpowers of a psychic, they're even worse. Chow Wei calmed down a bit and nodded, saying, that's true. All we can say is that each weapon has its pros and cons. No single one is absolutely perfect. We should prepare a few of each, using different weapons for different situations, to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The experiment had already been successful, so production would be quick. Due to the limited supply of rose quartz, Chow Wei chose to use only empowered weapons, infusing them with energy. This way, even after the energy was depleted, the weapon's inherent power remained. We should have enough to make about 10, and we'd be ready by this time tomorrow. Okay, Uncle Chow, when you're done tomorrow, notify you to come pick it up. Put it in storage first, and she notified the hunting team to come and collect it, Jiangxi said. Then I get back to work. Xiao Jiang, remember to bring me the rose quartz and other mutant beast materials as soon as you have them. The mutant beast materials from the previous day were decent, but they're only good enough to make ordinary weapons, about the same as the empowered Tang sword, and far inferior to the King Snake battle axe. We need to get higher level weapons, Chow Wei instructed. I remember that, Uncle Chow. Thank you for your help. Leaving the weapons workshop, Jiangxi prepared to go see Wang Fu. I heard he'd been recovering well these past few days, with fewer and fewer attacks, though his conversation was still sluggish. Unless the past was mentioned, he was as still as a wooden stake, able to sit still all day without moving. Jiangxi went to the warehouse and selected several newly collected mutant plants, stewing a pot of bone-based medicinal soup, hoping it would help Wang Fu's condition. Carrying the pot of soup, she walked towards the medical building, people greeting her along the way. Just as she reached the small park, a white figure flashed past, accompanied by the exclamation of an employee pruning branches. Jiangxi saw it clearly. A large white wolf appeared out of nowhere, knocking the person off the ladder. Little darling. Come back. Jiangxi shouted, her eyes glaring. Last time, I told her to take care of it, take care of it. I didn't get the chance, but now she's caught it. How could she let it go? The large white wolf had already sped off dozens of meters when Jiangxi's shout caused it to slam on the brakes. Turning to see who it was, its tail swung wildly. With a few leaps, it was in front of Jiangxi, circling around her feet, a look of attentive care. Jiangxi set down the soup pot and lifted up the employee, whose bottom seemed to be broken into pieces. The employee thanked her profusely. Luckily, everyone was in good physical condition, otherwise, from a fall of 7 or 8 meters, they would have suffered broken bones. Jiangxi grabbed the big white wolf's ears and deliberately raised her voice. "Little darling, I haven't dealt with you lately. Are you itching for trouble? If I had known, I would have used you in this pot of broth." Woo 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 woo. Before she finished her threat, the big white wolf had already dropped to its knees, begging for forgiveness. The pitiful look in its eyes, like that of a child, softened one's heart and made one reluctant to punish it any further. But this tactic had no effect on Jiangxi. She knew the big white wolf's mischievous nature well. If she hadn't intimidated it from the start, coupled with its human-like nature and the White House's robust surveillance system, Jiangxi wouldn't have dared to let it live there. Lifting the broth pot, Jiangxi glared at the big white wolf. "Wait here. Don't go anywhere. I come back to deal with you when I'm done." As soon as she finished her words, before the big white wolf could react, a cage rose from the ground, enveloping it. The big white wolf didn't dare resist. Half of its head poked out from the crack in the fence, staring intently at Jiangxi as he retreated, whimpering. The wolf was wrong. It wouldn't dare do that again. The wolf waited obediently here. Only when Jiangxi entered the medical building did the big white wolf retract its head and lay motionless on the ground, like a pitiful little creature. Jiangxi went straight up to the 5th floor and arrived at Wang Fu's recuperation room. As soon as he entered, he saw him sitting in a chair under the window, staring straight at him, his eyes calm, as if he were no different from a normal person. But a small white stream flowed from his right nostril. Chapter 168. "Hey, what happened to Wang Fu?" Jiangxi asked as she entered the infirmary. Seeing her, Hu Chen quickly put down his copy of clinical psychiatry and took the soup pot from her. "Boss Jiang, Mr. Wang might have a cold. I really took good care of him. I just don't know why, he caught a cold out of nowhere." Seeing his nervousness, Jiangxi said, "It's normal for people to get sick. Just do what you should do." She asked about Wang Fu's recent condition, including his diet, sleep, and daily routine, and Hu Chen answered her questions one by one. Jiangxi didn't hear anything wrong. She tried to communicate with Wang Fu. "Wang Fu, how are you feeling today? Did you enjoy your breakfast?" Wang Fu's eyes fluttered, and he stared at Jiangxi for a long moment before smirking. "Good, delicious." "Delicious? Little cakes, popsicles, delicious. The little cakes you had this morning? My son loves little cakes the most." "Son, Daddy will protect you. Daddy will take you to fly a kite." His composure vanished. He stood up, arms outstretched, and, imitating a flying bird, wandered around the room with a goofy smile on his face. Hu Chen tried to stop him, but Jiangxi shook her head. As long as he wasn't doing anything dangerous, she let him go. After observing him for a moment, she realized that although Wang Fu was unconscious, he wouldn't leave the room on his own initiative. Even if the door was open, he would deliberately avoid it. He even seemed reluctant to leave. Furthermore, Wang Fu muttered most about his son, and sometimes mentioned his wife, as if reminiscing about happy times in the past. His current state was a bit like being lost in the past, refusing to face reality. Perhaps Wang Fu knew deep down that reality was cruel. Not only had he lost his loved ones, but he had also experienced Xiao Buxiong's final moments of madness, leaving him feeling helpless and terrified, making him even more reluctant to wake up. But Jiangxi had brought Wang Fu back to remind him of the past. If he was useless, it would be better not to save him. "Hu Chen, try this medicinal soup I just brewed on Wang Fu today, and see if it works better." Jiangxi gestured to the pot of soup he had just brought. Food name: Snake Meat Medicinal Stew. Effects: 1. Powerfully removes all negative status effects. 2. Permanently enhances intelligence by 50%. This soup's main ingredient is mutant black iron king snake meat, but the combination of several mutant plants is the real highlight. Jiangxi brewed it specifically for Wang Fu's condition, and the effect is far greater than the one he had given him a while ago, even enhancing his intelligence. "Okay, Boss Jiang." Hu Chen hurried to comfort Wang Fu. After a long coaxing, he finally managed to get him to sit down and began feeding him the broth. The broth was brewed using supernatural powers, and its effects were almost immediate. As Wang Fu ate, he gradually calmed down. After finishing, he looked completely different. Wang Fu lowered his head and said nothing, but judging by his micro-expressions and reactions, Jiangxi could sense a noticeable change. Wang Fu, are you full? Would you like another bowl? She asked tentatively. Wang Fu still didn't look up, becoming even more silent than before. Hu Chen, assuming he was full, reached for a tissue to wipe his mouth, but Wang Fu raised his hand and took it. Don't move, I help you wipe it. Before he could finish his words, Hu Chen froze. He caught Wang Fu's eye. Though it was only a glance, then a look that lasted 2 seconds, the complex emotions woven into his eyes were as deep as the ocean. Hu Chen could actually discern shame, resistance, embarrassment, pain, relief, all sorts of other normal emotions. It was unbelievable. Mr. Wang Yu, you're awake? Hu Chen was both surprised and delighted. Wang Fu still didn't answer. His gaze shifted back to Jiangxi's face. After a long pause, he finally asked, Who are you? Jiangxi, trying to control her emotions, said calmly, My name is Jiangxi. Hu Chen also stated his name. Neither of them said much, fearing to upset him. Wang Fu's hand trembled slightly, and he looked deeply at Jiangxi before retracting his gaze. He lowered his head again, clearly having heard of Jiangxi's name. Something suddenly occurred to him. Wang Fu clenched his fists, then his teeth clenched, his face twitching as if he were about to go mad again. Hu Chen, a little nervous, gestured to Jiangxi if she should call for help, but he gradually calmed down, clearly struggling to control himself. Wang Fu finally leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, and remained silent. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Jiangxi, seeing that Wang Fu didn't want to talk for a while, gestured for Hu Chen to follow her out, and the two stood in the hallway. He may have regained consciousness, but his emotions are unstable and require observation. Jiangxi lowered her voice. It's not advisable to stimulate him now. Hu Chen, watch over him carefully. If Wang Fu asks for anything, do your best to meet it. Then go to Liu to collect the supplies. If anything unforeseen happens, notify me immediately, even in the middle of the night. Yes, Boss Jiang. Hu Chen was also somewhat excited. He hadn't expected his first patient to regain consciousness so quickly. Just as Jiangxi was giving instructions, a deep voice suddenly rang out from the medical room. Boss Jiang, come in. I need to tell you something. Surprisingly, Jiangxi was somewhat surprised. She had assumed Wang Fu would only be willing to communicate with her next time. Back in the medical room, she sat across from Wang Fu and said calmly, Since you call me Boss Jiang, it means you're truly awake. Mr. Wang Fu, I don't know whether to congratulate you or say something else. Is there anything you want to ask me? Wang Fu took a deep breath, wiped his nose with a tissue, and then said sadly, I know why you saved me, Boss Jiang. First, it's because of my special abilities, and second, maybe you still want to know some secrets about the Shao family. I can tell you all of that. Recalling his memories before his madness, he still shuddered. He was thankful to have been rescued and left the Shao family. Even if Jiangxi asked him to work for her in the future, he would willingly do so. He absolutely did not want to return to the Shao family. No, Mr. Wang Fu, you may not know this yet, but the Shao family no longer exists. Jiangxi smiled faintly and briefly recounted the story of his rescue. Wang Fu was shocked at first, but then felt it was only natural. So not only was the Shao family gone, but even White House 1027 had changed hands. The world was changing so fast. Wang Fu was stunned for a long time. Mr. Wang Fu, I'm curious. How did you manage to escape Xiao Buxiong's poison? Jiangxi asked, expressing his doubts. After all, Xiao Buxiong was the owner of House 1027 at the time. If he had intended to kill you, you would have never survived. Wang Fu shuddered and rubbed his temples. After a long moment, he let out a wry smile. It was all thanks to my early preparations. Before Xiao Buxiong became completely desperate and killed everyone to be buried with him, I used the supplies in the warehouse to create a special potion and secretly gave it to him. Afterward, Xiao Buxiong became confused and his memory faded, even forgetting his own son. I took the opportunity to hide. As long as I'm out of his sight, he won't remember me in the White Room and naturally won't kill me. Jiangxi felt a chill down his spine. These words seemed ordinary, yet they seemed to prove Wang Fu's foresight. But if Wang Fu hadn't secretly given Xiao Buxiong this potion, he might not have gone so mad and committed the cruel and horrific acts that followed. In other words, Wang Fu bears at least half the responsibility for the horrific outcome in White Room 1027. As expected of a poison master from a previous life. Chapter 169. But Jiangxi couldn't blame Wang Fu. In that near-fatal situation, Xiao Buxiong's insanity was highly likely. Even if Wang Fu hadn't given him the medicine, He might have been driven mad by his entrapment and ultimately killed everyone. After all, the Xiao family's cruelty and ruthlessness were well known. If it had been Jiangxi, she would have likely tried every possible means to protect herself, regardless of the consequences. The fact that Wang Fu had used his special abilities to devise such a narrow escape was a testament to his luck, intelligence, and ability. Wang Fu went on to explain that he had also prepared other medicines to prevent contamination by the mutated Aspergillus niger and to minimize his energy consumption, allowing him to survive for extended periods without food or water, much like hibernation. Until one day, 1027 was opened and he was rescued. Or perhaps he had waited until the end, exhausted all his faculties and died. The truth was finally revealed. Hu Qin was stunned, and Jiang Shi's confusion was resolved. I long heard of Boss Jiang's name. Since you saved me, my life is yours from now on. Knowing his fate, Wang Fu offered without resistance, I will serve Boss Jiang with all my strength, as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. By the way, I just discovered that perhaps my illness overstimulated my brain, but my superpowers have also improved. I'd be able to concoct even more effective medicines. A superpower improvement is certainly a good thing. Perhaps with Wang Fu, a pharmacist with superpowers, Jiangxi might one day truly develop a superpower catalyst. But she didn't show it on her face. She said calmly, Mr. Wang Fu, you may not know the difference between my 139 and the Xiao family's 1027. I retain people not just for their ability, but more importantly, for their reliability. Wang Fu was stunned. Wasn't he reliable? His powers had already reached a breakthrough and reached a heightened level. Where could he find someone like him? Rest first and take good care of yourself. I come see you when I'm free. Jiangxi showed no sign of desperately needing a pharmacist. She nodded to Hu Qin and left. Wang Fu was left bewildered, confused. Boss Jiang looked down on him? Don't want him? Then why went to all the trouble to rescue him? Hu Qin had a glimpse of Wang Fu's thoughts and boldly said, Mr. Wang, you may not know that we have very strict recruitment procedures in White House 139. Even if ordinary people get in, they can only do the simplest tasks. If you don't follow the rules and regulations, you will be expelled and never hired again. If you cause any trouble, not only will Boss Jiang be told, but the team leader will deal with you. Mr. Wang, you are a psychic, so Boss Jiang will be even more strict in screening you. If you want to join us, then perform well. After hearing Hu Qin's words, Wang Fu became emo. In just 1 month, he had gone from being a hot commodity to a worthless one. He offered himself up to others, yet others were reluctant to accept him. It was all his fault for being so honest. He actually told Jiangxi about drugging Xiao Buxiong. Jiangxi must be worried that he would betray her and do the same to her. How could he dare? If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, why would he have drugged Xiao Buxiong? After barely escaping and saving his life, Wang Fu was just trying to pull himself together and cherish this life. Looks like he's going to have to show off. Leaving the medical building, Jiangxi walked slowly. Now that Wang Fu was awake, she wasn't anxious anymore. Of course, she wouldn't drive Wang Fu away, but she would observe him for a while longer, ensuring he was mentally healthy and truly committed to 139 before taking the next step. In his previous life, Wang Fu had harmed countless people, but after this experience, she hoped he would change. Just as she was thinking, Jiangxi noticed that there seemed to be quite a few people gathered in the small park ahead, wondering what they were doing. Oh right, isn't the big white wolf still in the cage? Little cutie, wow. You're locked up by Boss Jiang. Are you still so arrogant? I told you to be arrogant, to run, and now you're in jail. Ha ha. Little cutie, do you want to get out? Bow to us and wag your tail, and we can plead for you with Boss Jiang. The crowd burst into laughter. They had stumbled upon the big white wolf's cage and, taking advantage of its humiliation, gathered around it, gloating and teasing it. The big white wolf glared, baring its teeth and making a threatening sound. Just as it was about to pounce and scare the men, a clear, melodious female voice suddenly rang out. What are you all doing here? Have you finished your work? Recognizing Jiangxi's arrival, everyone quickly turned around, scratching their heads and laughing. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Jiangxi approached the cage, and the big white wolf immediately became docile and ingratiating again, its tail wagging wildly, its clear eyes tinged with pity. Across the cage, she stared at the big white wolf sternly. Little darling, you can't just sit around doing nothing. If you want to live in the White House, you have to work like everyone else, or I have to kick you out or chop you up and make soup. The big white wolf's hair stood on end, and it instantly fell to the ground, its eyes frantic. No, the wolf doesn't want to be chased away, nor does it want to be made into soup. If you still want to stay, you have to go with the hunting team starting tomorrow. Not only must you bring back prey, but you also have to protect the team members when it matters. Remember? Jiangxi knew the big white wolf understood and was capable, so he gave it more work this time. The big white wolf nodded repeatedly, looking adorable and innocent, not at all like a dangerous mutant. Of course, Jiangxi wouldn't actually attack the big white wolf, but he would be more strict. Remember, no more slacking off, no more scaring the people in the White House, and no running around, understand? Woo woo woo. Bring your pack of wolf minions along, and bring back plenty of prey, remember? Woo woo woo. There won't be a next time. If you act up again, I won't be polite. Woo woo woo. Little cutie, I don't want to use you to make soup. Everyone loves you when you're well behaved, but you can't bully them. Woo woo. In the garden, beneath the cloud-like purple magnolia trees, a man and a wolf huddled together, a picture of the most harmonious and heartwarming harmony. City C. Every day, Lu Yuan left White House 139 and went out to explore alone, returning only when it was almost dark. So far, nothing. He hadn't told his team what he was looking for, not even Zheng Ling or Lin Miyang. Standing atop a ruined building several dozen meters high, Lu Yuan gazed into the distance, identifying the location to determine his next direction. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by an electric current. His entire body went numb, and every hair on his body stood on end. A huge shadow enveloped him. Chapter 170. The spatial fluctuation appeared so suddenly, like an electric shock striking Lu Yuan. He turned his head sharply, and saw a massive, dark shadow behind him, looming over his head. It was a giant mutant beast. It had finally appeared. Lu Yuan's heartbeat quickened for 2 seconds before he quickly calmed down and became highly alert. This giant mutant beast looked grotesque, like an oversized gray sea anemone. Because of its immense size, Lu Yuan couldn't even see its entire body. All he could see were countless densely packed tentacles, wriggling in midair. It was 10 times taller than the ruined building beneath him, an incredibly eerie sight. With the tentacle monster's appearance, a faint gray mist billowed around it. Because of the urgent situation, Lu Yuan didn't have time to notice where the gray mist came from. He stared intently at the giant tentacle monster. It seemed to have spotted Lu Yuan as well. One of its enormous gray tentacles reached toward him with astonishing speed, reaching Lu Yuan in the next second. The tentacle surface was covered in soft, fuzzy hairs, swaying in the wind like human hair, each one over 10 meters long. In the center, a large black shadow lurked, perhaps its eyes? It seemed to be observing, sending a chill down Lu Yuan's spine. The intense malice made him highly alert, his hands instantly metallized, transforming into 2 extremely thin blades, but he didn't act rashly. One moment, the alien eye was sizing up Lu Yuan, and the next. The swaying hairs stretched like steel needles, piercing towards him with lightning speed. Swish! Lu Yuan swung his 2 blades, severing over a dozen of the needle-like hairs. The giant tentacle recoiled in surprise, as if it hadn't expected this human to harm it. Fury spurred on, more tentacles attacked. Lu Yuan quickly bounced up, plummeting to the ground like a stone. Boom! A startling explosion echoed overhead, the already shattered building completely crumbling under the impact of countless tentacles. Falling rocks flew, pelting Lu Yuan like bullets. Lu Yuan was riddled with wounds, his nerves tense with pain, his face pale. A steel bar, laced with cement, pierced his back, sending blood gushing out. But in the blink of an eye, the skin around the wound turned silver, holding the bar like metal, and the bleeding stopped. Lu Yuan fell to the ground, his body shattered, yet he shed no blood. He quickly transformed into a shapeless mass of mercury, flowing towards safety. The steel bar impaled on his body also fell away. As if alive, the mercury gathered together, rising and deforming. In just 5 seconds, it took the shape of a human and stood up. Lu Yuan's entire body was silver, even his features metallic, exuding a cold, indifferent air, devoid of any human presence. His arms transformed into 2 slender silver swords, and he gazed upwards, only to see the shadow attack again. Instead of dodging, he charged forward, stabbing fiercely at the shadowy eyes. Blood spurted out, staining the ground a vibrant crimson. The giant mutant beast, enraged, attacked Lu Yuan frantically. Lu Yuan was about to retaliate when its tentacles lashed out with terrifying force. Even though his strength surpassed 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary human, he was no match for the beast and was sent flying. Falling, deforming, flowing, recovering. Lu Yuan changed his strategy, dodging with all his might, but despite his speed, he could not escape the beast's attack range. He was pierced once more by over a dozen steel needles, unable to even maintain his human form, and quickly flowed away. Lu Yuan's mental energy was greatly depleted. After fighting the giant tentacle monster for less than 5 minutes, half of it had already been depleted. Confirming the disparity in strength between the two sides, Lu Yuan glanced at the severed fur in the pool of blood and changed his strategy. He melted again, lying like a flat silver pancake in the middle of the road. Boom! 3 giant tentacles attacked. The beast, as if targeting him, attacked the silver pancake fiercely. The pancake suddenly transformed into needles, piercing the eyes at the tips. More tentacles attacked, trying to crush the silver object. The terrifying force smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater over 100 meters in diameter, sending debris flying. Boom, 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 but it only inflicted more damage. Countless spikes erupted from the silver liquid, piercing each eyeball. Blood flowed, and the pain drove the beast even more frantic. The tentacles danced wildly into the sky, and with the ever-increasing gray fog, it looked like the end of the world. The earth shook, and the aftermath spread in all directions, reducing surrounding buildings to rubble. People dozens of kilometers away also noticed it. But no one dared approach, only watching from afar, trembling with fear. Lu Yuan's mental energy was rapidly depleting. He had already maintained his liquid metal form for 10 minutes, and a sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him. He knew that if he didn't find a solution, he would be forced to revert to human form and be pierced to death by the giant beast. He didn't attack again, lying quietly at the bottom of the pit, as if inactive, to reduce his energy consumption. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. If Lu Yuan hadn't had his highly enhanced perception, he would have missed it. The sound was as faint as wind, but it carried a murmur similar to the sound of electromagnetic waves converted into sound waves. Rustle. Beep, sizzle. The giant tentacle monster's attack ceased. The surroundings grew silent, with only a faint murmur, as if the entire world had stopped. Lu Yuan watched as the fluttering tentacles retreated, the giant beast's form gradually fading into the gray fog, soon to vanish. He once again clearly felt the spatial fluctuations. The murmurs continued, like whistles, urging the giant mutant beast to return. Lu Yuan, disregarding the danger, followed the giant mutant's direction. He had searched for over 10 days for this moment, and now the answer was right before his eyes. How could he give up? The giant mutant beast moved its countless tentacles, moving swiftly across the ground. Thick gray fog, rising from nowhere, obscured its form. Mercury chased after it, closing the distance. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt as if he had passed through something. The ruins of the city were no longer before him. No vegetation was visible, only darkness, lifeless. Nothing but thick gray fog filled the sky. A mutant beast, resembling a giant dinosaur, suddenly appeared in front of him, next to the tentacle monster he had just been chasing. Where was this? Lu Yuan's heart trembled. Was he not in City C anymore? As soon as this doubt arose, he suddenly saw a blinding bright light. It flashed down on him like a laser, burning a hollow core even though he had become metal. The terrifying force penetrated the metallic liquid, creating a hole dozens of meters deep in the ground below. Boom! Lu Yuan's mental strength was instantly depleted, and he could no longer maintain his psychic form. He returned to his human form. Severe pain washed over him, nearly passing out. He struggled to hold on, using his last bit of strength to roll onto the ground. He knew nothing more. When Lu Yuan regained consciousness, a cold wind blew countless clouds of dust down upon him. He lay naked on the ground, his head aching as if pierced by countless steel needles, a symptom of severe mental exhaustion. After a short rest, Lu Yuan finally felt better. He used his supernatural powers to form a special skin, mimicking clothing to cover his body, and struggled to stand. The giant mutant beast disappeared. The thick gray fog also dissipated, as if the dark and desolate world he had seen before was just an illusion. Lu Yuan was thankful. Luckily, he was alone, otherwise, bringing more team members would have been a waste. He looked around. Blood was everywhere, the desolate city becoming even more desolate, the surrounding buildings practically razed to the ground. The air lingered with the strong smell of rust, and a few tentacle hairs fell, conspicuous in the blood. Chapter 171. White House 139, Another New Day. The big white wolf obediently followed the hunting team out. With its second-in-command, Yu Yuhan, keeping an eye on things, Jiang Shi felt reassured. All areas were operating normally, and only when special events occurred would they come to her for instructions. With the influx of new personnel, the number of people in White House 139 had climbed to over 800, and new applications continued to arrive daily. Jiangxi had completely freed herself from the tyranny of doing everything herself, handing most tasks off to the relevant staff. This made things much easier than before. But she still had to work. Currently, Jiangxi's office was on the first floor of the office building, along with the offices of the heads of each department. For example, Sister Liang's, Uncle Chao's, Li Yu's, and Ji Yu's, right next to hers. But most of the time, no one was there, as they were too busy. Jiangxi glanced at the recruitment information for each department. The planting department and the breeding department had the largest staff, at 250 and 197, respectively. The weapons department has 125 staff members. The catering department has 48. The hunting department has 147. The logistics department has 35. The landscaping department has 12. After reviewing the basic information of each department at Baiwu, and seeing no one in charge came to see Jiangxi, she left the office and went to the warehouse. The supplies building is a dark gray structure located at the innermost part of the Baiwu complex. Li Yu was holding a folder, taking notes while directing the transportation of supplies. She was so busy that she didn't even notice Jiangxi's arrival. Jiangxi greeted her and said she was going to the warehouse to check on the genetic medicine she had brought back last time. Jiang, just go in by yourself. Just let me know when you withdraw anything. Li Yu quickly wrote a few words on the folder and apologized. Sorry, I just received another batch of crystal cores and ore, and I have to process them quickly. No problem. Go ahead and do your work. I go in first. Seeing her friend so busy, Jiangxi didn't bother her. Entering the warehouse and walking to the freezer area, Jiangxi found the location for the genetic potion. She opened the cabinet and, as expected, saw 2 coolers lying quietly inside. Last time, she hadn't had time, and with others present, Jiangxi couldn't examine it closely. She took out a pink potion from the cooler, cracked it, and poured it into the cup she had brought with her to examine it. X01 Genetic Potion, a genetic potion made by combining blood energy extracted from a mutated crystal core with nin, rituximab, oxaliplatin, and mutated paclitaxel. Injection into a living organism can cause genetic recombination and various mutations, such as explosion, dissolution, spontaneous combustion, and deformities. A very small number of people may awaken superpowers, whose abilities are unknown but highly lethal. Jiangxi's hand holding the cup trembled slightly. What a dangerous thing. This potion isn't even a semi-finished product, it's pure poison. Even if Du Qichong's team develops Type 02 or Type 03 in the future, the mortality rate will remain high, as they haven't yet developed the true formula. However, Jiangxi doesn't plan to destroy this batch of genetic medicine for the time being. Once Wang Fu is reliable, he had him take a look. Perhaps it can serve as a reference. Just as Jiangxi put away the cooler and prepared to leave, Dubai's considerate voice echoed in his mind. Jiang, Wu Bingkue wants to see you. He's waiting at the redemption counter at the White House restaurant. A true personal assistant. Jiangxi responded, walking out, saying, tell him to wait. I'll be right there. The next moment, in a corner of the White House restaurant, Wu Bingkue heard a robotic voice overhead. Everyone at the White House will be here shortly. Please remain seated and refrain from wandering around to avoid any accidents. Wu Bingkue and his 2 companions were startled. How advanced? Does White House 139 even have this kind of intelligent equipment? The 3 listened in amazement and envy, not daring to move from their seats. Although they hadn't been there for a while, news of White House 139 continued to reach everyone in City C. Seeing it with their own eyes, the changes were even greater. Brother Wu, this restaurant is so huge, just like a 5-star hotel. Fuck. This is after the disaster? The restaurant is so luxurious, not to mention the interior. I think Boss Jiang is the most powerful force in City C. One of them winked at Wu Bingkue. Hey, Brother Wu, do you think we should join 139? Business is getting tough these days. If we don't join while they're short on people, we never have another chance. Wu Bingkue frowned and said unhappily, don't overthink it. Wait until we resolve this issue. In fact, he had considered joining 139 for a long time. Jiangxi was a good friend of his. If he joined, he could at least become a team leader, just waiting for him to pull off a few more scams before quitting. But this time, something went wrong. Not only did he lose a large amount of supplies, but 2 of his men died, and he couldn't explain to his financial backers. He might even lose his life. Brother Wu, what good stuff did you bring me this time? Just as he was worrying, Jiangxi arrived. Wu Bingkue and his 2 men quickly stood up, forcing an unnatural smile. Hello, Boss Jiang, he said. It's been a while since we last met. You changed a lot. You're truly the best in City C. Brother Wu, you're too polite. I don't deserve the first place. Jiangxi exchanged a few pleasantries, and was about to ask what supplies they wanted to exchange, but seeing Wu Bingkui's expression change, he simply said, Brother Wu, if there's anything, just tell me. At this, Wu Bingkui lost all interest in small talk and cried, Boss Jiang, I'm here to beg you. You must save me. Having never seen Wu Bingkui like this before, Jiangxi asked him to sit down and explain the situation. It's like this, Boss Jiang. Wu Bingkui explained that a week ago, he had taken on an order from a regular client in Lincheng, asking him to purchase a large quantity of cigarettes and alcohol, regardless of brand. Even the most common erguoju, or cigarettes, that cost 10 yuan a pack would do. He had also paid half the price in advance. 8,000 E-grade crystal cores. Wu Bingkui thought he could strike a big deal because he happened to know someone who had a large stockpile of cigarettes and alcohol waiting to be disposed of. After a round trip, he easily made a 30% profit and happily took the crystal core to an acquaintance to buy it. However, upon receiving the goods, he was robbed on the way. Despite his resistance, the thief still stole the cigarettes and alcohol and killed 2 of his men. Boss Jiang, I thought it was a robbery, but... Wu Bingkui cried and snot. Actually, it was that acquaintance who ripped me off. He had just sold me the cigarettes and alcohol, and then he sent someone to rob me. If someone hadn't secretly tipped me off, I would have been kept in the dark and died with regrets. Boss Jiang, I'm just a hard-earned man. I have no way to seek revenge. If you don't help me, I'm dead. Jiangxi frowned slightly. These days, everywhere is dangerous. Businesses like Wu Bingkui's are prone to trouble. Without a psychic to protect him, he's even more vulnerable to being targeted. Jiangxi didn't agree, but first asked, who is that acquaintance of yours, and what's his background? His name is Zhang Wendong. He doesn't have many subordinates, but he has strong backers. Boss Jiang, I can't afford to offend them. What, Zhang Wendong? Jiangxi suddenly remembered the name. Chapter 172. Some people in City C were secretly injecting mutant beasts with drugs, causing their crystal cores to mutate. These people were Zhang Wendong's subordinates. Jiangxi had previously assigned the hunting department to monitor this matter. Although some marked mutant beasts had been found, for some reason, those people hadn't reappeared. Does he have powerful connections? Why are you so scared? She asked. Wu Bingkui said with a bitter face, Boss Jiang, although Zhang Wendong is just a rich second-generation kid, he has strong backing. I heard it's from a family-run consortium in City D, and they even own a White House. What's the name of this consortium? Yes, the Yi Consortium. Last time, Zhang Wendong boasted to me that the Yi Consortium had recruited many psychics and was one of the most powerful forces in the area. He asked me to join him. I refused, and now he's trying to trick me. I really trusted him. He slapped himself in the face, regretting his decision. Jiangxi remained expressionless, yet her fingers clenched tightly, hatred surging in her eyes. The Yi family? It was the Yi group. The Yi group that had enslaved her for 28 years in her previous life. The owner of White Room Number 2 was none other than Yi Dongshan, the head of the Yi group. Jiangxi had never forgotten. She had simply kept the urge to seek revenge deep in her heart, never letting it show. It wasn't that she was hesitant, but rather that White Room Number 2 wasn't in City C, and the Yi group, with its vast numbers and power, had been ahead of her from the start, making it impossible for her to easily overthrow them. Just because she could handle the Shao family didn't mean she could handle the Yi group. When her White Room Number 139 was only level 3, White Room Number 2 had already reached level 4, more than twice as fast as her. Jiangxi had also examined the star map. White Room Number 2 was now level 5, possessing energy conversion capabilities, and its development would only accelerate. Even if she desperately pursued it, she couldn't match the speed of the entire Yi group. But fortunately, they were unaware of her and wouldn't be on guard. Furthermore, Jiangxi still had her final trump card, the supernatural catalyst. So she wasn't in a hurry and could take her time. Boss Jiang, can you please give me a word? Seeing her silence for a long time, Wu Bingkui grew anxious. I know the Yi group is powerful, and it's understandable that you have concerns, Boss Jiang. But I only ask that you help me get those goods back. Otherwise, I'd be completely wiped out. Please, from now on, I, Old Wu, will be your slave. With a thud, he knelt, followed by his 2 subordinates. If it were just him, Wu Bingkui would just hold his nose and bear it. At worst, he'd get beaten up, or die. What was that? But he still had a wife and children. What would happen to his family if he died? Jiangxi said calmly, Brother Wu, get up first. I know you're anxious, and I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Yes, thank you so much, Boss Jiang. Seeing she agreed, Wu Bingkui hurriedly said, you can make any conditions you want. As long as I can do it, even if it means risking everything. Jiangxi stopped him. Her lips curled slightly. Let's not talk about risking anything. Let's first talk about Zhang Wadong. What's his ability, and how did he steal your goods? Knowing yourself and your enemy is key to victory. Helping Wu Bingkui retrieve the goods was only one aspect. More importantly, she wanted to learn from Zhang Wadong about White Room Number 2 and the potion that could cause the crystal core to mutate. Wu Bingkui perked up and explained that before the gray fog erupted, Zhang Wadong's family had assets worth billions, making him a well-known second-generation rich kid, surrounded by similar second-generation rich kids and thugs. He was lucky enough to survive the encounter with the mutant beast, and instead awakened his special powers. His special power can cause hallucinations. I once laughed at him, saying, what's the point of hallucinations? They can't kill the mutant beast. Wu Bingkui regretted it deeply. It wasn't until he drank a cup of tea from Zhang Wadong and experienced it firsthand, while returning from transporting a large shipment of cigarettes and alcohol, that he realized he had underestimated him. He felt dizzy the entire way, thinking he hadn't rested enough. But then, a gigantic mutant beast suddenly appeared in front of him, taller than a building and breathing fire. I was so frightened I was paralyzed. I couldn't even run away. Hearing this, Jiangxi sensed something was amiss. Giant mutant beasts exist in City C, but they're rare. They also feel different from ordinary mutants. It's that sense of oppression. Brother Wu, do you understand? Zhang Wendong's illusions were so convincing you couldn't tell the difference. Wu Bingkui scratched his head, apologetically saying, it was so sudden, I was stunned. Thinking back, it wasn't that convincing. It was like the cheapest 3D effects. It must have been that tea he gave me. Otherwise, how could Zhang Wadong have used his powers when he wasn't even there? Jiangxi nodded. Some powers didn't work immediately. Some required special commands, like the hypnosis power, others required other items, like the puppeteer, and the nightmare power, which could only be activated after the target fell asleep. Wu Bingkui continued, explaining that Zhang Wadong had sent over a dozen men to rob the goods, 2 of whom possessed supernatural powers. They attacked them while they were panicked by the illusion. One of these supernatural powers could weaken and debilitate the enemy. The other one could make people cry, inexplicably, crouching on the ground unable to stop crying. Luckily, I was familiar with the surrounding area. I fled with my brothers, crying as I did so. We finally found a sewer and hid there, escaping. By the way, Boss Jiang, Zhang Wadong has several other people with special abilities. One is a fishman who can breathe water. Another has the ability to petrify everything except one part of his body, turning it hard as stone. There's another one even more bizarre. He can make people dizzy with just a clap of his hands. I saw him knock out a mutant rat. In addition, Zhang Wadong has over 30 subordinates. They were his bodyguards back when he was a wealthy second-generation kid. They learned Muay Thai and martial arts. Wu Bingkui went into great detail, and the 2 subordinates were equally forthcoming, almost mentioning how many women Zhang Wadong had slept with, how many times a night he had sex, and so on. Jiangxi had already gained some confidence before she even made a move. Zhang Wendong's abilities didn't sound strong, but she remained cautious and asked Wu Bingkui for more details. He thoroughly understood Zhang Wendong's personality and the little details of his daily life. Only after confirming everything was correct did he say, okay, I can help you, but I need your help to lure Zhang Wendong out. As for the reward, brothers should be fair. Brother Wu, we discuss it after we're done. Wu Bingkui was overjoyed. Boss Jiang actually offered to help him first, and then take the money. Wouldn't luring Zhang Wadong out be easy? Brother Wu, then, prepare. Tomorrow, I send 2 psychics with you to ambush the area. As soon as Zhang Wadong shows up, we'd basically be done with him. I guarantee you get the goods back. Boss Jiang, is it really that simple? There's no chance of that happening. If anything happens to Boss Jiang's people, I'd be guilty. Hearing that Jiangxi had just sent 2 people to help him, Wu Bingkui's heart tightened again. Jiangxi raised an eyebrow. Does Wu not trust me? Do you think 2 psychics aren't enough? No. We're in the dark, and they're in the open. Now that you know Zhang Wendong's background and strength, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me. There won't be any problems. Chapter 173. Jiangxi knew Wu Bingkui was worried and distracted, but she had greater faith in her own people's abilities. Take Zhang Wendong's illusion ability, for example. With mental preparation and high mental strength, You can almost see through it at a glance. How could you be fooled? Although he is subordinates with psychics, their attack power isn't high. Don't worry, you can definitely get your goods back. Maybe even make him cough up any excess. Well, thank you, Boss Jiang. Wu Bingkue smiled, seeing Jiang Shi's genuine dedication. He knew there were many psychics in White Room 139, and since she was genuinely helping, capturing him would be easy. For Jiang Shi, Zhang Wadong was much easier to deal with than the Xiao family. His own psychic abilities were easily thwarted, and the dozens of thugs were even less of a threat. As for the other psychics, only the petrification and stun abilities were of some interest. The mermaid was completely useless unless submerged in water. She planned to send Jiang Mingyao, the captain of the second hunting team, whose fire-based abilities would easily take care of these people. Just in case, she also sent He Yi, his shadow clone, along, and that would basically be a problem. Wu Bingkue was overjoyed and made an appointment with Jiang Shi to wait somewhere the next day. He thanked Jiang Shi profusely, and returned with his 2 men. Jiang Shi escorted them out. Calculating the time, the hunting team would be back soon. Just as she turned to step into the White House, a familiar, weak voice rang out from beside her. Jiang Shi spun quickly. She saw Lu Yuan's pale face appear beside the White House, leaning against the wall. He looked exhausted, his face devoid of color, as if he'd been battling for 3 days and 3 nights. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes and pants were tattered, like they'd been ripped from some dead body. It was obvious they weren't his. He looked like he was about to collapse at any moment, and Jiang Shi rushed over to support him. Lu Yuan. How did you get like this? What happened? Wasn't he out looking for the giant mutant beast? Could it really be? Jiang Shi helped Lu Yuan into the White House through the side door. Unnoticed, they found a seat in the back kitchen's rest area. She brought him a bowl of rice and meat broth, which was supposed to restore his energy and eliminate negative physical states. Eat, you be back in a moment. Lu Yuan seemed extremely hungry, and without hesitation, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began to dig in. Jiang Shi served him 2 more delicious side dishes, letting him eat slowly while she accompanied him. Suddenly, she noticed something Lu Yuan had casually placed on the table. It was a bunch of long, thin black hairs, about a dozen in number, somewhat like wild boar bristles. There was also a bottle of a bright red, viscous liquid. It looked like blood. Jiang Shi curiously pinched a strand of hair, and a series of information flashed through his mind. The sensor on the 1,000-eyed Darkue beast's tentacles is normally flexible, but hard as iron when attacking, possessing regenerative properties. Can be used to create limb regeneration potions, requiring the apothecary ability. Adding materials like cotton, linen, or polyester can create clothing with exceptionally strong defenses, requiring the fabricator ability. 1,000-eyed Darkue beast sensor? This was one of the infamous giant mutant beasts of the past. Although its intelligence was low and it acted solely on instinct, its attack power was immense. It possessed thousands of tentacles, capable of easily killing hundreds or even thousands of people. So Lu Yuan had truly encountered a giant mutant beast. Jiang Shi stared at him in disbelief, filled with questions. He picked up the bottle of what looked like blood and asked, "Did you actually kill a giant mutant beast? Is this the trophy you brought back?" Lu Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth, then shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Killing it is impossible. You should be thankful that I made it back alive." He had finally regained some energy. After finishing his meat soup rice, Lu Yuan felt as if he had been resurrected. He had come to 139 because he thought Jiang Shi had some special food, and he didn't want Lin Miyong and the others to see him in his most miserable state. But when he checked his body, the discomfort was still there. Lu Yuan dismissed it as a serious injury, and continued to work on the remaining 2 dishes with his chopsticks. But after he finished eating, the weakness remained. Could it be internal injuries? He had never experienced this before. What's wrong? Jiang Shi looked at him with a strange expression. It's okay. You guessed it right. I've been searching for over 10 days, and finally encountered another giant mutant beast. Lu Yuan temporarily ignored the discomfort and pointed to the hair and blood on the table, saying that he had obtained it from it. Unsure of its use, he picked it up and recounted the events in detail. When Lu Yuan described entering a void, a dark space filled with gray fog, Jiang Shi's hands unconsciously clenched. So, alien dimensions truly existed. I didn't see any aliens. Only a beam of light shot towards me, brighter than the sun, and then I lost consciousness. Lu Yuan was still terrified. He had thought his transformation into liquid metal would make him immune to all harm. But a single blast of light had rendered him unconscious. Although his mental strength was already exhausted and on the verge of collapse, it still demonstrated the power of that intense light. Jiangxi understood. No wonder Lu Yuan was so injured. If it were someone else, they would have died 800 times over. She speculated, from what you described, I feel that the light, and the light that blinded Team Lan's brothers were emitted by the same person. Although you didn't see it clearly, it's possible that he's the alien we're looking for, and he's in that giant mutant beast. Perhaps, the alien usually hides in that dark and empty space. And the giant mutant beast also emerged from this space. But who exactly is he? What's he doing in this alternate dimension? Are there other giant mutant beasts here? Lu Yuan, too, had countless questions in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he said, we can't draw any conclusions yet. These are just our guesses. Even that strange sound I heard, I'm not sure if it was an illusion. Maybe I was just nervous and misheard it. Well, to get to the bottom of this, we need a lot of evidence. Ideally, there would be other witnesses, or we could just kill a giant mutant beast. Since reaching his potential, Lu Yuan hadn't felt this profoundly powerless. It's not that easy. Even with all my might, I couldn't defeat the giant mutant beast. I couldn't even sever a tentacle. How easy would it be to kill it? I'm afraid even if all the 458 members attacked together, or even all the superpowered people in City C, they wouldn't be able to hold it off for 10 minutes. Jiangxi comforted him, don't be so discouraged. Among the psychics I know, you're definitely in the top 5. If you can't hurt it, no one else can. You need to keep trying. Lu Yuan held his forehead, your consolation is useless. Jiangxi said sternly, I'm not trying to comfort you. Your psychic ability is only at the enhancement stage right now, right? Once you reach perfection, you'd definitely be able to take on the giant mutant beast. The metallization psychic ability she knew in her previous life could only be achieved at perfection, transforming the body into liquid metal, and becoming immune to most damage. But Lu Yuan was only at the enhancement stage now, activating his potential to achieve this. What abilities would he realize when he reached his next breakthrough? Jiangxi looked forward to seeing that moment. When Lu Yuan unleashed his full power against the giant mutant beast, coupled with his immortality, with proper preparation, perhaps he could single-handedly inflict a heavy blow on it. Chapter 174. Hopefully, I borrow your good wishes. Lu Yuan's frustration faded a little, and a subtle tenderness flashed across his eyes. Oh, these are from that giant tentacle monster. They must be good. I check them out, and see what they do. Jiangxi had already examined the hair, and opened the plastic bottle. A strong, bloody smell wafted out. It also carried a hint of decay. She held her breath, and carefully dipped a little with chopsticks to observe. The blood of the thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast has deteriorated, and can be dried, and made into poisonous blood powder. If contaminated by humans or mutant beasts below S rank, they will fester and die. This requires the Poison Master ability. Adding sulfur and mutating with ash can make a repellent powder, effectively deterring beasts and insects below S rank. This requires the Apothecary ability. So powerful, it's truly a killer and beast-killing item, a great household item. Jiangxi's only regret was that if the blood hadn't spoiled, she could have used her gourmet ability to make food, which would have been incredibly effective. But it had already deteriorated, and her natural potential couldn't be realized. But even so, these two ingredients were priceless. White Room 139 happened to have a pharmacist and a fabricator, Wang Fu and Chao Wei, respectively. She wondered who should give it to, and what kind of food would be best made from it. It couldn't be wasted. Jiangxi explained the uses of the blood and hair to Lu Yuan, and also told him that, through her potential perception, she had confirmed the name, or species, of the giant tentacle monster, the thousand-eyed dark Kuei beast. Thousand-eyed dark Kuei beast? If each of its tentacles had eyes at the tip, it would indeed be called a thousand-eyed dark Kuei beast. Lu Yuan sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, the effects you mentioned are all good, but I suggest that the hair be made into defensive clothing. This way, your safety will be even better. As for this bottle of blood, if possible, please make me some poisonous blood powder. Half the amount will be enough, and you can handle the rest yourself. You mean, give me the finished clothing? Jiangxi was amazed at Lu Yuan's generosity. This was the material he had nearly lost his life to bring back. This kind of special defensive clothing couldn't be bought with any number of crystal cores, and yet he just gave it to her. Lu Yuan smiled. Your own combat power isn't as good as mine, and you're more likely to run into danger when you go out. Since these things can be made into highly defensive clothing, they're naturally the best for you. In all his time knowing Jiangxi, he hadn't seen her leave the White House more than once. He knew she cared deeply about her own safety. Now, he and Jiangxi worked together very well, sharing both success and failure. Moreover, they were friends, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. Thank you for your concern, but I can't take anything from you for free. Here's how. I buy it with 10,000 crystal cores. Don't think it's too little. Jiangxi offered a reasonable price, not too little or too little. Friendship price, 8,000. A smile flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Then I won't hold back. Jiangxi also laughed, stood up, and checked his watch. It's getting late, Lu Yuan. Why don't you shower and change clothes here? Stay overnight, and go back tomorrow. Aren't you afraid they laugh at you like this? Scratching his grimy hair, Lu Yuan felt a little embarrassed. All right. He really didn't want to go back like this. Otherwise, his captain's prestige would be completely ruined. Jiangxi had to bring a set of men's clothing to Lu Yuan, and then had someone take him to the bathhouse. After washing up, he went to rest. A room was arranged, a VIP room in the building. She also had to transport the 1,000-eyed dark sunflower beast's hair and blood to the warehouse for storage. By evening, the hunting team had returned. This was always the busiest time of the day in the White House. As long as there weren't any major casualties, the catering staff would rush in to help take the prey brought back by the hunting team. Today, the big white wolf was the first to rush in, letting out a long, triumphant howl. Thankfully, everyone was used to its little antics and wasn't startled. The big white wolf stood on the table, holding a large, colorful python as thick as a thigh. Its tail stretched to the door, over 10 meters long. It waited smugly for everyone's praise. Little darling, get down here quickly, or Boss Jiang will see you dirty the table and punish you again, Uncle Wang, one of the chefs, said with a grin. Dunzi Shaoran also winked. Yes, Boss Jiang wants you to wipe the table. The big white wolf's mind suddenly flashed to the image of Jiangxi, knife in hand, shaving off his snow-white fur with a sly grin, and using it as a tablecloth. Yes, that woman could definitely do it. The big white wolf shuddered and quickly scurried down. Everyone burst into laughter, and a moment later, the rest of the hunting team arrived. As Jiangxi emerged, he saw Deng Qilin and Jiang Mingyao's teams pulling carts laden with over a dozen large prey, leaving the smaller mutant rats unnoticed. Although everyone was injured to varying degrees, smiles were beaming on their faces. Everyone, what a great harvest! Jiangxi greeted them. The big white wolf immediately scurried over, wagging its tail at her, and then brought the python in its mouth, presenting its treasure. Jiangxi rubbed its furry ears and praised, "Right, sweetheart, that's the way to go. I have Uncle Wang make you a grilled pork chop later, and we keep going tomorrow." The big white wolf didn't care about the food. Hearing Jiangxi's praise was more exciting than anything else. Deng Qilin's face also glowed. He had a good harvest these past few days. He handed the crystal cores he had found to Jiangxi. The bag contained over 80 crystal cores. There were E-grade, D-grade, and even a few C-grade rose quartz. She was pleasantly surprised. After a while of discussing their encounters during the hunt, Jiang Mingyao casually remarked, "Why do I feel like there's been an increase in mutant beasts lately? It's only spring, and if it gets any time soon, there will be mutant beasts around our White House too." Yu Yuhan said casually, "More is better. We have endless meat and crystal cores. We can hunt right outside our doorstep from now on, so we don't have to go so far. Today we killed the most mutant rats, over 40. They kept coming back in droves, like we stumbled upon a rat's nest. Believe it or not, there are even more mutant rats in the city's sewers. If we get a chance to kill them, we definitely reap thousands of crystal cores." The team members were talking animatedly, hoping for as many mutant beasts as possible. Jiangxi, however, had a thought. With spring, the mutant beasts have entered their breeding season, and their numbers will increase dramatically. Some mutant beasts, like mutant rats, cats, and dogs, are extremely fertile, giving birth 3 or 4 times a year, with over 10 babies at a time. If they weren't hunted extensively, they would undoubtedly cause great trouble for the entire city. She remembered a city in her past life where mutant rats multiplied in large numbers. Hundreds of thousands of them, led by a rat king, swarmed out, swarming even D and C-rank mutants. They devoured the entire city's inhabitants. It was a horrific tragedy. Captain Zhang's words have reminded me that we must not let our guard down. Jiangxi didn't want City C to be plagued by the beasts as well. She raised her hand to signal for silence and said sternly, "Now that spring has arrived, the mutant beasts are entering their breeding season. Not only are their numbers increasing, but they're also becoming more aggressive. To prevent the mutant beasts from spreading, we should organize a large-scale hunt to eliminate them before they become widespread." Chapter 175. Deng Qilin asked, Boss Jiang, should we hire more people? Currently, the hunting department has 2 teams, totaling only 147 people. They usually operate in the wilderness, within a 30-mile radius of the White House, and rarely venture into City C. We can't kill them all. Yu Yuhan also said, yes, today, with Bite Song and his dozen or so minions helping us, things are a little easier. If we want to hunt mutant beasts citywide, I think we need at least 200 more people. 200 isn't enough. We haven't killed all the mutant beasts in that jungle ahead in a month. Boss Jiang, I have a question. If we kill the mutant beasts near the White House, what if the mutant beasts in City C come back again? Everyone was talking, and the restaurant was noisy again. Jiangxi gestured for silence again, before saying, everyone's ideas are great, but there's no need to rush. I'm just laying out the plan. Everyone, go and think about what's feasible. Captain Deng, I leave this matter to you. Bring me a summary in 5 days, and we decide how to proceed. Deng Qilin straightened his back. Yes, Boss Jiang. Jiangxi waved his hand. That's all right then. Everyone, share your findings today, and go rest and eat. Captain Jiang, you stay. I have something to tell you. The crowd, already smelling the delicious aroma of food wafting from the restaurant, hurried to wash their hands and eat, then dispersed. Jiang Mengyao and he exchanged a glance, unsure of Jiangxi's instructions. After everyone had left, Jiangxi found a quiet spot and told him about Wu Bingkui's request for help. Zhang Wendong's situation is just like this. There are about 30 of them, but they're not difficult to deal with. So I give you this mission. Go get the weapons and supplies you need from Mayu. Upon completion, you each receive 1,000 points. How's that? Earning points is a good thing, especially for such a simple task, so of course the 2 of them were happy. Okay, then we go tomorrow. But Boss Jiang, is there anything I should be aware of? Jiang Miao asked. One thing, you must capture Zhang Wendong alive and bring him back. I need to ask him some questions. Jiangxi said, besides that, return Wu Bingkui's portion of the sea's supplies to him. You can keep half of the rest to use for yourselves or exchange for points. The 2's eyes lit up. This was clearly a favor to them. Boss Jiang was truly generous. He became even more motivated, saying, Boss Jiang, I heard of Zhang Wendong. Captain Jiang and I can definitely wipe them out. But bringing him back unscathed is a bit of a challenge. Can he even break a limb? Jiangxi didn't mind that. You guys act accordingly. I just need Zhang Wendong to be able to speak. A few injuries will teach him a lesson. That's alright, Jiang Mengyao said readily. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. I guarantee we complete the mission. Jiangxi then arranged a time and place for the meeting with Wu Bingkui tomorrow, and then Jiang Mengyao and he left. Looking at the quiet and spacious dining room, Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the work was done. Hungry, she slowly ate the mincemeat porridge and side dishes Uncle Wang had brought her. A moment later, Liu joined them. The 2 chatted and enjoyed their delicious dinner, relaxed and comfortable. A silent night passed. The next day, Liu Yuan had planned to leave. But the sky seemed to be keeping him, and a light rain began to fall, leaving the gray fog lingering. Jiang Mengyao and the others, who had been scheduled to meet Wu Bingkui, were also unable to go. Fortunately, they both understood that things would be postponed on days without sunshine, so there was no need for further notice. In the White House, everyone went about their business. Jiangxi planned to meet Qiao Wei to discuss how to make special defensive clothing. Since Liu Yuan was there, he invited him along and showed him the newly crafted charged weapon. The 2 of them, carrying their materials, had just entered the weapons workshop when they heard a roaring sound. Without electricity, even the machines couldn't operate, so everyone had to work manually, hammering away with their hammers, sweating profusely. Everyone in the weapons workshop had their strength and stamina increased to 5 times that of an average person. They also ate food that temporarily boosted their strength 5-fold while working. Jiangxi naturally provided compensation for their hard work, with each person receiving 50 points daily. You can exchange it for a strawberry, a beer, or 2 cigarettes. It was too noisy in here, but thankfully the walls were soundproof, otherwise the entire white room would be shrouded in the noise. Jiangxi and Liu Yuan covered their ears and hurried through, finally entering the innermost empowering room and closing the door. Suddenly, there was peace and quiet. Their ears were finally free from the pain. Qiao Wei was alone, busy among a pile of finished swords, his hands radiating a constant white light of supernatural power. Jiangxi called out to him several times before he heard him and turned around. Xiao Jiang. Oh, Captain Liu is here too. What's up? I'm a bit busy right now. Qiao Wei glanced at the two of them, clutching a tang sword that hadn't yet been fully empowered, but even then, he didn't stop what he was doing. Jiangshi walked over and shouted, Uncle Qiao, no matter how busy you are, please stop. I got something special to show you. As she spoke, she handed Qiao Wei the hair of the thousand-eyed dark Gui beast. Qiao Wei hadn't paid much attention at first, but after a quick glance, his expression changed. What is this? Something special. The hair of some mutant beast. Let me see. He practically snatched it from Jiangshi's hand and examined it for a long time. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. I never seen anything like this before. It has a special activity so intense. I can't explain it, but you know after I try it. Qiao Wei, overcome with excitement, pulled out a strand of hair and showed it to Jiangshi and Lu Yuan. He tried to rip it, but no matter how hard he pulled, the hair remained as firm as steel, unmoving. Lu Yuan said, Let me do it. Do you want to break it? Qiao Wei said yes, and Lu Yuan extended his thumb and index finger, transforming them into scissors, and snipped the hair with force. With a crisp sound, the hair finally snapped in two. Qiao Wei, excited, shouted, Look. He pinched a strand in each hand and put it back together. Jiangshi and Lu Yuan watched closely and saw that the hair, just cut into two pieces, was actually moving at the end, as if the other end was attracted to it, or as if glue had been applied to the two ends, and it was actually reconnecting. The broken ends slowly fused together, quickly returning to their original state, with no sign of having ever been broken. Is this the vitality you mentioned, Uncle Qiao? Even Lu Yuan hadn't expected that the hair he had personally cut off and brought back could be so miraculous. It could be reattached even after it was broken. Jiangshi began to understand. It's truly amazing. Uncle Qiao, this is hair Lu Yuan severed from a giant mutant beast. I'd like you to make it into a vest for me. It should be quite protective, right? Qiao Wei was a little shocked. So it was from a giant mutant beast. No wonder. He hadn't expected Lu Yuan to escape unscathed from the giant mutant beast and even injure it. His combat prowess was truly formidable. Well, this material is incredibly resilient and not only indestructible, but also shock-absorbing. If made into clothing, it could indeed protect against most damage. I researched what materials would be best to add. Uncle Qiao, there are plenty of fabrics in the warehouse. I get them, and you can experiment with them one by one. Okay, then hurry up. Qiao Wei was excited. This was the most unique material he had ever seen, and he couldn't wait to experiment with it. Chapter 176. Qiao Wei, with his fabricator ability, naturally recognized the scarcity and usefulness of this material. But this was his first time with it, and he needed many experiments before he could finally create a decent finished product through trial and error. With Jiangshi's reminder, he suddenly understood and nodded. Not bad, not bad. I was thinking of weaving this hair directly, but when you mentioned mixing it with other fabrics, I suddenly had an idea. I have to try it out. Jiangshi immediately sent someone to the warehouse to ask Li Yu for the various fabrics and other materials Qiao Wei needed. In half an hour, Qiao Wei began his experiments. Jiangshi and Lu Yuan had no idea how to make it, so they stepped aside without interrupting him. Uncle Qiao has been very helpful to me since he came to my place. Lu Yuan, thank you. Jiangshi looked at the weapons displayed in the empowerment room and was grateful for his initial introduction. Otherwise, the hunting team would never have been able to harvest so many prey daily, with so few casualties. Qiao Wei's weapons played a vital role. But ultimately, she also had to thank Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at her sideways. You're always thanking me, making things so awkward. Next time I find something good, I definitely sell it to you at a high price. Jiangshi stuck out her tongue. No, no, no. Let's not talk about this anymore. I take you to see the charged weapons Uncle Qiao has made. They're incredibly powerful. Do you want them? Charged weapons are based on empowered weapons, infused with rose quartz energy, making them even more powerful. In just 2 days, Qiao Wei had improved it yet again. If the rose quartz energy in the weapon is not activated during use, it can be used as an empowered weapon. Activating it at a critical moment not only provides a surprise attack, but also conserves rose quartz energy. Jiangshi and Lu Yuan tried it out, both pleasantly surprised. Uncle Qiao is truly a genius, able to come up with such a solution and improve it so quickly. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, Uncle Qiao had given her another surprise, one he hadn't even told her about. Let me try. Stand back. Lu Yuan held a charged tang sword, gripping it tightly, as he aimed it at a stainless steel ball 1 meter in diameter. specially forged in the weapons workshop. The ball's surface was covered in scars and pits. Jiangxi had experimented with this ball before, but given her strength, even the charged tang sword couldn't cause significant damage. Then, Lu Yuan moved. Jiangxi didn't even see his movements clearly. She only felt a fleeting image before her eyes, followed by a sharp, crisp sound. A deep cut was made on the ball, piercing almost half its diameter. But the charged tang sword had broken, its blade embedded in the ball. Lu Yuan was left with only half the hilt. Lu Yuan, you're too strong. You even broke your charged tang sword. This weapon isn't suitable for you. Jiangxi was surprised and shocked. He'd known he was powerful, but the fact that he broke a weapon with just a casual experiment showed just how formidable Lu Yuan's strength was. It's definitely not suitable for me. It's too fragile, breaking with the slightest force. Lu Yuan reflected on his previous experiment, but it's still very useful for ordinary people. A psychic equipped with one for close combat would also be very effective. But when he used it, it was like a boxer abandoning his fists and stabbing with a small wooden sword. It was actually less effective than his own strength. Jiangxi nodded. Uncle Chow has already made over 70 swords this batch. The people from the hunting department took 30 to use. There are still some left. I give them all to you. Okay, after I get back, you can teleport over directly. You don't have to give me the 8,000 crystal cores. How about that offset? Jiangxi had no objection. She then remembered something else. Lu Yuan, can you get a gun? Uncle Chow said that if you had a gun, the charged weapons you craft would be even more powerful. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said quietly, I have some, but I only have 2 guns and not much ammunition, so they've been sitting in the warehouse and used. For him and his team, guns were far less useful than superpowers. Ammunition ran out in a few shots, which was fine against humans, but useless against mutant beasts. E and D-level mutant beasts were okay, but C-level ones were difficult. Those with scales or thick hides were impenetrable to ordinary bullets. Only superpowers could penetrate their defenses. I send them to you when I get back. Let Uncle Chow try them out. If we can make a powerful rechargeable gun, it'd be better than just gathering dust in the warehouse. Lu Yuan tested the power of the rechargeable tang sword and felt more hopeful about it. After viewing the rechargeable weapons, Jiangxi, seeing Chow Wei so busy that he didn't even have time to drink his water, left without disturbing him and quietly left with Lu Yuan. As they left the forge, Lu Yuan suddenly stumbled, as if he had lost his balance. He grasped Jiangxi's shoulder. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Yuan quickly withdrew his hand and rubbed his brow. Nothing. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Jiangxi didn't think much of it and smiled. Are you still stuck in your bed? Eat more at noon. You'll be fine after that. With Lu Yuan around, it was natural for her, as the host, to accompany him at lunch today. As they ate, the two chatted about eliminating mutant beasts. Lu Yuan had also noticed that the number of mutant beasts in City C was increasing with the arrival of spring. Jiangxi reminded him to pay attention to the city's sewers, and he said he would go back and check them thoroughly, and let her know when he had the results. By the way, there's a White House owner who has a lot of gasoline, and he's short on food. You could contact him to exchange some. Oh, who is it? Jiangxi peeked. Because they don't have much gasoline, they rarely use Sister Liang's cars unless absolutely necessary. White House 2716. I only found out about it last time I accidentally contacted him. I don't know his name or identity, but I exchanged with him twice, and the transactions went smoothly. I don't have much food, so I didn't exchange much. You can go ask him. Okay, I contact him when I have time. It was a rare opportunity to sit down and chat. After dinner, the two shared some resources and information. Lu Yuan told Jiangxi about the distribution of mutant beasts and plants, including some White House owners he considered reliable, and the supplies they had on hand. Jiangxi also told him what she knew. The next day, the sky finally cleared up. After breakfast, the hunting team went out as usual. Because Jiang Mengyao and he had other missions, Zhou Yu temporarily led Team 2. Originally, Zhou Yu, Su Tao, and the other 3 had been hanging around Sister Liang, but Sister Liang disliked their idleness. Relying on their good looks and superpowers, she often looked down on others and lashed out at them. To please Sister Liang, the 4 joined the hunting team. After working for half a month, although their arrogance had only subsided slightly, the fighting prowess of the other 3, with the exception of Su Tao, was recognized. Zhou Yu, in particular, whose air cannon ability was extremely lethal, had been promoted to deputy captain of Team 2. After seeing Lu Yuan off, Jiangxi went to check on the newly planted mutant rice. It had sprouted, looking very good. After leaving the planting department, she thought about the gasoline in White Room 2716 that Li Yuan had mentioned, and was about to go ask about it. But then she ran into Hu Chen looking for him. "Boss Jiang, Wang Fu wants to see you." Hu Chen, still reserved, reported Wang Fu's situation. "He's been very quiet these past few days, either eating or daydreaming and sleeping. I thought he was depressed. But this morning, Wang Fu suddenly asked to see you, so I rushed over to tell you, Boss Jiang. I thought he'd be left alone for 2 weeks, but it was only 3 days. This was also an important matter." Jiangxi suppressed the thought of exchanging the gasoline and followed Hu Chen towards the medical building. I hoped Wang Fu wouldn't let her down. Chapter 177. The medical building was rather deserted. Besides Hu Chen, only a few women working as nurses were busy. They were under the supervision of the logistics department. Only one of them was a nurse, and the rest were currently studying. Most of them had previously lived in Dongguan town, and their ages varied. The oldest was 45, known to everyone as Sister Lu. She had a good temper and a quick smile, and everyone liked her since she arrived. The youngest was a 19-year-old girl, 2 years younger than Jiangxi. Although she knew nothing, she was willing to learn, and her strength was her patience. Their work was simple. If anyone had a minor injury or pain that didn't require points to redeem for special food, they would come here for a simple bandage. When the hunting team members got injured, they would come back and ask them to treat their wounds. Some were so seriously injured that they couldn't go out on the field the next day and had to stay in the medical building, but this was rare. The White House could accommodate many people these days. Jiangxi would hire anyone who was willing to work, learn, and behave themselves. The White Room was running efficiently, and everyone had a way out. It was a win-win situation. Wang Fu, sitting on a bench in the hallway, stood up immediately upon hearing footsteps. "Mr. Wang Fu, you're looking for me?" Jiangxi asked knowingly. "Yes, Boss Jiang. I'm sorry to have taken up your time. I've given it serious thought these past few days, and now I made up my mind. I hope to join White Room 139. Wang Fu's attitude was much more sincere than before, and even his spirits were much better. He said seriously, "I'm serious. I hope Boss Jiang will keep me. I do my best." For the past few days, he had been completely brainwashed by Hu Chen. After listening to the young man's words, and observing much more under his guidance, Wang Fu finally understood why Jiangxi was so strict in selecting his employees. White House 139 was completely different from 1027, where he had previously worked. Here, everyone had a job. Some planted crops, some raised mutant beasts, and some kept fish. Some cooked and washed dishes in the restaurant kitchen, while others went out hunting and gathering. Others, like Hu Chen, performed the simplest and most unpretentious tasks. But they all had one thing in common. They were all volunteers and full of energy. After just 3 days, Wang Fu was astounded. It was so large and clean, filled with greenery, and there was a park filled with purple flowers, with beautiful fish swimming in the water. The first time he left the medical building, he was stunned. Everyone here was full of hope. They greeted each other when they met, and sat together to chat over meals. Hu Chen told him that after get off work, they could go to the leisure building to swim, read, play ball, or even sing. It felt like the peaceful times of the past, yet now it seemed so distant and dreamlike, leaving Wang Fu feeling incredulous. If there were a place like this in City C, his wife and children wouldn't have died, right? Jiangxi could see Wang Fu's seriousness because his eyes were different from before. "I welcome talents like Mr. Wang Fu, who possess the supernatural powers of a pharmacist. But let me be clear, I hope you join voluntarily, and use your powers to serve everyone well. If you do anything that harms the interests of others or harms the White House, even if you possess supernatural powers, I will not forgive you lightly." "That's for sure. I understand. Don't worry, Boss Jiang." Wang Fu didn't take Jiangxi's words seriously at all. When he joined 1027, despite Xiao Ziyu's sweet words and personal invitation, he always knew the Xiao family was using him. So, he unceremoniously demanded numerous benefits. He never truly returned. But now, joining 139, Wang Fu was serious. He wanted to make White House 139 a better place than anyone else. This was where he wanted to stay forever. "Okay, in that case, on behalf of everyone, I welcome Mr. Wang." Jiangxi smiled and extended her hand. Wang Fu paused before reacting and shook her hand. Wang Fu quickly found something to do. He said his special abilities had advanced, and he could mix various medicines, and he wanted to show off. Jiangxi didn't let her guard down either. She sent Hu Qin to the warehouse to collect various ingredients for mixing medicines, and had Wang Fu try them out. Let's prepare the most needed medicine first. The hunting team goes out every day, and is prone to injuries. Healing and hemostasis medicine is essential. Mr. Wang, please make some of this medicine for me. This is a healing medicine. I'm very familiar with it. I made it many times before. I have it ready in a moment. A moment later, Hu Qin returned, pushing a cart. On it were baskets of dried mutant plants and various auxiliary materials. Wang Fu worked on it, and soon, his hands glowed with a white light, representing his supernatural power. Hu Qin watched the excitement, while Jiangxi observed the process. Although she didn't possess the supernatural power of a pharmacist, she understood the principles of preparing potions. Using supernatural powers to extract the medicinal properties of mutant plants is similar to boiling medicine by ordinary people, but more efficient and convenient. It also reduces the loss of medicinal properties, generally achieving a utilization rate of over 90%. Then, by combining and neutralizing the different medicinal properties, and infusing them into the auxiliary materials, the desired medicine is created. In about an hour, Wang Fu finished preparing the healing medicine. The final step was to roll the pot of starch mixed with the medicinal properties into small balls and dry them. This step was a bit clumsy. The balls varied in size. Some were the size of soybeans, some mung beans, and some were the size of small glutinous rice balls. Most of the preparation time was spent on rolling the balls. Boss Jiang, it's done. Wang Fu felt a little embarrassed. It may not look very pretty, but the efficacy is absolutely guaranteed. You can try it. Jiangxi picked up a pill and smelled it. No need to try. I believe in Mr. Wang's ability. The potential that had been activated was immediately apparent to her. Primary healing medicine, made from mutant Panax nodo ginseng, mutant Polygonum multiflorum, Gastrodia elata seeds, raw Aconitum kusnazafi, etc. It has the properties of wound healing, hemostasis, and analgesia. It is effective for injuries less than minor. Side effect. Mild dizziness caused by raw Aconitum kusnazafi can be eliminated by switching to cooked Aconitum kusnazafi. Before he could finish, Jiangxi changed the subject. It's just that some ingredients can be replaced. Otherwise, the side effect of mild dizziness, while not obvious, is still not good. Wang Fu was stunned. She hadn't even tried the medicine yet, so how could she know there were minor side effects? Even those who had taken his medicine hadn't noticed. Boss Jiang, you know something about pharmaceuticals? Wang Fu asked cautiously, his pharmacist's pride and confidence largely gone. How could I know anything about medicine? Jiangxi chuckled. But we're all psychics, just learning by analogy. Mr. Wang, try replacing the raw Aconitum with cooked Aconitum, and see if that eliminates the side effects. I'm not sure, so give it a try. Cooked Aconitum. Wang Fu was a little skeptical, frowning in thought. Suddenly, a sudden shock hit him, as if a revelation had struck him. Yes. Why didn't I realize that? Boss Jiang, you're so good at reminding me. I try it right away. He busied himself selecting the ingredients, extracting them, injecting them, and finally rolling them into pills. This time, it only took half an hour. Wang Fu, holding a London-sized black pill, laughed in surprise. Great. There really are no side effects this time. Ha 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 ha. Boss Jiang, you're amazing. How did you know to use cooked Aconitum? Hu Qin watched the entire process, amazed. Looking from Jiangxi to Hu Qin, he couldn't tell who was the real pharmacist. Jiangxi had only one thought. We need to assign a few more people to help Wang Fu make the meatballs. Chapter 178. Thanks to Jiangxi's reminder, Wang Fu's basic healing medicine finally had no side effects. It was only slightly less effective than the datura syrup. However, neither Jiangxi's special food nor Wang Fu's special potion could be taken continuously, otherwise it would be ineffective. They could only be taken once within 24 hours. So the hunting team would still return injured. Now with Wang Fu's medicine, it was like having two chances for treatment. The injured could choose according to the severity of their injuries, greatly improving their combat effectiveness and survival rate. Now, Wang Fu was the only pharmacist in all of City C. Combined with Jiangxi's special ability, they had access to all the healing foods and potions, effectively a monopoly. She planned to have Wang Fu make more healing potions, either for her own use or to sell. The Xiao family used to require me to make a ton of medicine every day, all kinds. Wang Fu, recalling the hardships he endured, complained, at first, I had to make 500 doses a day, then it increased to 1,000. It wasn't just healing medicine, but also strength pills, bodybuilding pills, eye brightening powder, detoxification powder, and so on. The Xiao family sold them at high prices, making a ton of crystal cores and supplies, but they never considered the hard work I put in. If he'd known 139 was so good, he should have come sooner. Jiangxi ignored his complaints and said, "Then Mr. Wang, make 500 doses a day too, 200 for healing medicine, and 150 each for strength and stamina. Is that a problem? I provide all the necessary materials, and you can take 4 days off a month." "Really? No problem." They even gave him 4 days off. Sure enough, 139's treatment far surpassed the Xiao family's. Wang Fu was eager to prove his abilities, to show Jiangxi his worth, so she could use him more effectively. He confidently prepared a batch of powerful pills. Jiangxi checked and found the side effects were still there. Mild diarrhea. As expected of a poison master from his previous life, he wasn't that reliable. Jiangxi became even more cautious. Fortunately, it was only a minor issue, and he needed to give Wang Fu a warning. "Mr. Wang, your vitality pill seems to have a side effect. Could it cause mild diarrhea? While 1 or 2 bowel movements aren't a big deal, selling it would damage 139's reputation. What if the hunting team gets diarrhea at a critical moment? It would be better to improve it." This? Wang Fu broke out in a cold sweat. Boss Jiang had seen through the vitality pill's minor side effect at a glance. Could she also have pharmacist abilities? His confidence vanished. Wang Fu stammered, "Boss Jiang, actually, I improved the vitality pill's efficacy many times. Aside from this insignificant side effect, the current results are the best." If he had known, he would have improved the method long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Jiangxi said calmly, "I suspect the diarrhea is caused by the mutant rhubarb. Just remove it and replace it with Schisandra chinensis. Mr. Wang, you could try adding a little mutant daughter seed. It might improve the efficacy." She was just guessing. Is it possible? Wang Fu was skeptical, but there was nothing he could do. Jiangxi had spoken, so he could only try again. The result? She actually took it seriously. Looking at the finished product, Wang Fu's eyes widened. She was so young, yet her guess was even more effective than his own. Not only did she eliminate the side effects, but she also improved the efficacy. She's the hidden pharmacist, right? Wang Fu was even more careful when making the health pills again. Fearing the pills might have side effects again, he used only a small amount of ingredients to avoid waste. In the end, this time the pills had no side effects. But this health pill is very effective. It can temporarily strengthen your physical fitness 5-fold. Not bad. But could the taste be improved? Jiangxi frowned. Before she even ate it, she could smell a strong sour odor from holding it in her hand. It was like 3-day-old rotten rice, hard to swallow. Wang Fu was so embarrassed that he wished there was a hole right in front of him for him to crawl into. The medicinal ingredients used to make this health pill are somewhat special. The extracted medicinal energy is rather bitter, so the taste isn't very pleasant. Well, I study it further to see if I can reduce the taste. Jiangxi said, "Would you consider adding mutant winter ash?" Mutated winter ash? Wang Fu pondered for a moment, then his pupils trembled. Without bothering to answer Jiangxi, he quickly got to work. 10 minutes later, Wang Fu was completely convinced. It actually worked. The health pills no longer smelled bad. The new mutant winter ash neutralized the odor, making them a breeze to eat. He looked at Jiangxi with shock and amazement, yet also with genuine admiration. He no longer held any contempt for her youth and her status as a woman. "Boss Jiang, you actually have the pharmacist ability, right? Otherwise, how could you know so much?" Wang Fu asked cautiously. "Mr. Wang, you're overthinking it. I just enjoy researching and thinking. Over time, I naturally understand a little more than others. Be more careful when making medicine in the future. In time, you'd definitely be able to do better than me. After all, you're the pharmacist with special abilities." Yes, Boss Jiang, I keep your words in mind." Wang Fu secretly wiped the sweat from his palms. "Then make these 3 medicines first. Once you're proficient, I assign you other tasks." After that, Jiangxi said to Hu Chun, "You stay here as Mr. Wang's assistant. Pay close attention to the pill making." Hu Chun said, "Yes, Boss Jiang." Watching Jiangxi's departing figure, Wang Fu felt ashamed. He was being disdained again. If he can't even make a pill properly, what's there to be proud of? After reprimanding Wang Fu, Jiangxi hoped he would be more careful in the future and not make unreliable things, even with minor side effects. Medicine is no different from other things. Ingesting it could be fatal. When Wang Fu was with the Xiao family, Jiangxi could ignore him and let him harm the Xiao family and others. But now that he's here with her, he must honestly change his old ways and strive for excellence. Only then will she entrust him with the task of researching genetic drugs and creating supernatural catalysts. In a flash, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangxi checked her watch. Lu Yuan should have returned to room 458, right? The two of them had agreed to transfer supplies. Jiangxi returned to her room, lit up the star map, and connected, waiting for Lu Yuan's response. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No response from the other party. Connection ended. Even after Dubai's countdown reminder ended, Lu Yuan still hadn't connected. Jiangxi was puzzled. No way. He'd been gone for a long time. Even at a slow pace, he should have returned to room 458. Why didn't he answer? Could something have happened? As soon as this thought occurred to her, Jiangxi dismissed it. She knew Lu Yuan's abilities well. Even a giant mutant beast couldn't kill him. There was no way he was in trouble. He must have been delayed by something else and hadn't returned to room 458 in time. She better wait a little longer. Chapter 179. Jiangxi waited for a moment, but Jiang Mengyao and he returned ahead of the hunting team. They had left empty-handed, but returned in 2 cars. Jiangxi noticed immediately that Jiang Mengyao and he were injured. One had a broken shoulder, the other was limping, and their clothes were stained with blood. Even so, they both gave Jiangxi a victory sign. Then, he dragged a man, bound and with one arm severed, from a car behind. Boss Jiang, mission accomplished. You never guess what we encountered today. He limped along, and seeing the man ahead of him walking even more slowly than he did, he pushed him hard and angrily said, "That kid is Zhang Wenong. He's a piece of shit. If we hadn't wanted to keep him alive, we would have killed him." The man fell to the ground, his pale face covered in dirt, but he glared at Jiangxi with resentment. "You bitch. It's you? What did Wu Bingkui give you that you dare to attack me?" When Zhang Wenong saw the White House and Jiangxi, although it was his first time seeing her, he guessed her identity. There were only 3 White Houses in all of City C. One of them was owned by a young woman named Jiangxi, a fact known to all the powerful forces in City C. Taking into account the relationship between Wu Bingkui and Jiangxi, Zhang Wenong quickly understood the reason for his ambush. But he hadn't expected Jiangxi to help a middleman like Wu Bingkui. Jiangxi studied Zhang Wenong but ignored him. The man was young, probably in his mid-20s, with the arrogance and conceit typical of a wealthy second generation. His skin was very fair, evidently a life of luxury, made even more pronounced by the few bloodstains on his face. Even before he approached, he could smell the strong scent of his perfume. Although Zhang Wenong looked respectable, he came across as worldly, with a hint of hypocrisy and scheming. Jiangxi retracted his gaze, stepped forward, and took Zhang Wenong's other hand, saying to Jiang Mengyao and the others, "Let's go inside first." Continuing to enter through the side door, Jiangxi threw the screaming Zhang Wenong to the ground like a dead dog, then caged him. "You bitch, do you know I have someone above me? If you dare to hurt me, you die miserably. Let me go now." Zhang Wenong cursed furiously from within the cage, his face etched with a look of impatience. Jiangxi's eyes darkened, and she glared at him coldly. "If you say another word, I chop off your hands and feet, strip you naked, and hang you from a tree outside. And I promise you won't die within 3 days, believe it or not." The cursing suddenly ceased. Zhang Wenong stared at her in disbelief. He hadn't expected this young woman to be so ruthless. He didn't dare gamble, so he could only keep quiet. Jiangxi took out the healing medicine she had taken from Wang Fu and handed it to Jiang Mengyao and He, asking them to take it. The medicine was effective, and their injuries healed quickly. Jiangxi then asked, "What happened today?" According to her prediction, the 2 men, with their supplies and a surprise attack, should have been more than enough to deal with Zhang Wenong. But now that they returned injured, there must have been a bigger accident. Jiang Mengyao said that when they arrived at the agreed location that morning, they met Wu Bingkui and his men. The original plan was for Wu Bingkui to lure Zhang Wenong out of the heavily guarded villa, but they were lucky. Zhang Wenong and his men had left the villa today, apparently to discuss some business. They arrived at the location Wu Bingkui's men had been stalking, an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. They saw Zhang Wenong trading with a man named Leopard Brother. Their cargo consisted of 7 or 8 attractive young women, the youngest of whom was no more than 15 years old. Just as Jiang Mengyao and the others were preparing to wait for Leopard Brother's men to leave before proceeding, Zhang Wenong lost his patience and, wanting to inspect the goods, unbuckled his belt in public. But his target wasn't the prettiest woman among them, but the youngest. If I can endure this, I'm not a human. Jiang Mingyao, and he engaged in direct combat, but Leopard Brother had brought 2 powerful psychics with him. They had a hard time defeating them, and they were injured. After killing everyone, the 2 returned to his villa with the women and Zhang Wudong to search for supplies. The stolen goods from Wu Bingkui have been found. Sure enough, they're with Zhang Wudong. But when we continued our search, we didn't find what you wanted, Boss Jiang. Instead, at this point, Jiang Mingyao clenched her fists, her body trembling with anger. Zhang Wudong is a beast, a bastard. Boss Jiang, you don't know? In the basement of his villa, we witnessed something even more horrifying. It turns out, he wasn't just helping some men pick up beautiful women, he was doing something even more perverted himself. There were over a dozen women imprisoned there, covered in sores, and tortured to the point of being emaciated. After being abused by Zhang Wudong and his men, they used them for experiments, exposing them to gray fog every night to observe any changes. Some of them had skin ulcers, some had tumors on their necks, some had deformed hands and feet, and some were even pregnant. And yet, they weren't dead yet. The scene was horrifying, worse than hell. Jiang Mingyao was so enraged that she chopped off one of Zhang Wudong's arms on the spot. If Jiangxi hadn't wanted to keep him alive, they would have chopped him into pieces. Even though he was a man, seeing this made his scalp tingle. Although the disaster had struck, crises abounded, and he seen plenty of burning, killing, and looting, this was the first time he heard of Zhang Wudong committing such cruel and inhumane acts, truly showcasing the wickedness of human nature. After hearing this, Jiangxi stared at Zhang Wudong in the cage, her whole being radiating murderous intent. She had never wanted to kill someone so badly. This deserved to die 1,000 times over. He looked like a scumbag, but his heart was blacker than ink. He couldn't even be called a human being. What do you want? Zhang Wudong slumped in his cage, panicking. The look in this woman's eyes was terrifying. Jiangxi suppressed her urge to kill him, and said expressionlessly, I ask you answer. If your answers don't satisfy me, I make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Wudong felt a chill run down his spine as she coldly asked, Zhang Wudong, you're working for the E Group, right? The E Group in White House number 2, City D. Did they give you some potion, and tell you to find someone to inject it into the mutant beast? I don't know what you're talking about. The pain from his wound was so intense that he had no intention of answering. Jiangxi wasn't surprised. He certainly wouldn't confess easily about such an important matter. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, okay, you brought this upon yourself. Don't regret it. As soon as she finished speaking, the cage enveloping Zhang Wudong suddenly transformed. From a single white fence, it stretched into 3 white walls, the left and right panels closing in towards the center. Are they trying to crush him into a meat patty? Zhang Wudong, terrified by the power of the White House, quickly braced himself against the wall. But he only had one hand left, no way to resist. The 2 walls shrunk closer and closer, shrinking from 1 meter to 2 feet, then 1 foot. Ah! Stop! Stop! Don't! Zhang Wudong was forced to turn around. The 2 walls continued to close in, pressing against his chest and back in the blink of an eye, squeezing his head so hard it threatened to explode. Chapter 180. Jiangxi, intent on teaching this scum a lesson, attacked without mercy. Just as Zhang Wudong's head was about to explode from being crushed between the 2 walls, the walls suddenly stopped and slowly parted. Zhang Wudong gasped for air, as if he had been pardoned, staring at Jiangxi with eyes filled with fear and anger. The cage returned to its previous 1 meter width. Just as Jiang Mingyao and the others thought Jiangxi was just giving him a little lesson, suddenly, with a loud bang, the 2 walls that had just parted suddenly closed together, crashing down hard on Zhang Wudong again. Ah! Zhang Wudong screamed, caught off guard. Not only was he dizzy and dazed, but he was also terrified. His bones felt as if they were about to break, his eardrums buzzed, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Just as Zhang Wudong thought he was about to be crushed into a meat pie again, terrified, the 2 white walls slowly parted again. Jiangxi stood before the cage, arms folded, watching expressionlessly. She felt no pity, no emotion, and even thought she'd been too gentle. Any cruel and ruthless means were justified against a beast like Zhang Wudong. If Jiangxi hadn't been demanding information about the drug, she would have killed this scum in a heartbeat. The wall parted to 1 meter, and Zhang Wudong fell to the ground, his nose bleeding. His left arm split open again, blood gushing out. He convulsed in pain, uttering a pained cry, "Let me out. Jiangxi, if I die, the Yi family will not let you go." Before he could finish his words, the 2 walls closed again. Boom! With a resounding bang and Zhang Wendong's shrill scream, the 1-meter-wide cage instantly closed to 30 centimeters. The terrifying force was overwhelming. Zhang Wendong was dizzy and dazed, and one of his legs, unable to retract in time, broke. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as Zhang Wendong convulsed, his broken leg trembling uncontrollably, and blood stained the ground. The wall slowly parted again, causing Jiang Mingyao and Yi's heart to tremble. They had never expected Boss Jiang to torture Zhang Wendong in such a horrific way. This was more terrifying than killing him outright. The wall's extremely slow opening seemed to offer hope, but it was actually the most severe torture. Because once it reached a 1-meter width, it would close again, and instantly. The violent impact wouldn't kill, but it would cause unbearable pain and deformity. This was what nearly brought Zhang Wendong to his knees. No, stop! Please, Zhang Wendong already knew how Jiangxi was going to torture him, and he regretted it deeply. Bleeding from his mouth and nose, countless bones were broken, and his fractured thigh was twisted and contorted. With his dying breath, he looked at Jiangxi. Please, let me go, woo-woo. Bang! The wall closed again at breakneck speed. Zhang Wendong was crushed, blood gushing from his mouth, and he was squeezed like a rag in the 30-centimeter space. He was going crazy. This kind of pain was unlike anything he had ever endured. He couldn't even scream, gasping like a dying dog, wanting only to die quickly for relief. But Zhang Wendong couldn't even do that. Jiangxi finally stopped torturing him, and had Yi give him a healing pill. Soon, the pain subsided considerably, and his damaged and bleeding organs healed. But the fractured thigh hadn't healed, and even after it healed, it remained distorted. The mental torture Zhang Wendong endured was unforgettable. Are you willing to tell me? Jiangxi's cold voice echoed. I ask again, what exactly was the drug the Yi family had you inject into the mutant beast, and where did you keep it? I tell you. His mental defenses completely crumbled, and even someone as arrogant as Zhang Wendong couldn't handle it, finally confessing. It's a hormone drug. Once injected into mutant beasts, it stimulates them to form mutant crystal nuclei. I don't have any of it anymore. Are you trying to lie to me? Jiangxi's voice frightened Zhang Wendong, who quickly explained, No, Boss Jiang. I'm telling the truth. Yes, even though the Yi group asked me to do something, they wouldn't trust me. Ever since I ran out of medicine, they haven't asked me to do it again. Really? Jiangxi frowned, then asked, besides you, did the Yi group hire anyone else to do this? Zhang Wendong shook his head nervously. Probably not. The Yi group treated this matter as confidential, which is why they didn't do it in City D. Besides, they sent someone else, and now he's in charge of it, and I'm just assisting. He confessed everything without Jiangxi even asking. When the Yi group hired him for this job, they promised him 500 kilograms of vacuum-packed rice and 10 barrels of cooking oil per month. Although the supplies weren't much, Zhang Wendong wanted to curry favor with the Yi group, so he agreed without hesitation. However, things changed so quickly. Within just a month, a large number of people appeared in City C buying pink crystals, arousing the suspicion of the Yi group. After Zhang Wendong repeatedly assured them that he had not leaked the information, the Yi group reluctantly believed him. However, they did not provide him with the pink medicine again. Instead, they sent a psychic to City C, giving him full responsibility for the matter. That man had a strange temper, and was ugly. When I first met him, I thought he was crazy. Zhang Wendong described him as a man who, though dressed normally, had a messy hair and a foul odor. Occasionally, when he removed his sunglasses, his eyes, revealed to be blood red, startled him. This psychic sent by the Yi family did not usually live in Zhang Wendong's villa, but instead lived in the stinking and filthy sewers. Every time Zhang Wendong went to deliver something to him, he would have to take 3 showers when he returned. Jiangxi frowned. That person actually lived in the sewers? Yi, however, refused to believe him. He shouted in a deep voice, You're just making this up. How could someone with superpowers live in the sewers? They're not rats. If you dare to make this up, I break your other leg. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. I'm not lying. Zhang Wendong said with a bitter face, That person can control mutant rats. He lives in the sewers near the former World Trade Center in the East District. But I haven't seen him in a week, so I'm not sure if he's still there. Besides, there have been more and more mutant rats in the sewers lately, but he didn't mention it. He also wanted to make Jiangxi and the others suffer a little, and even more so, he hoped they would be killed by the superpowered person from the Yi family, so that he could feel his revenge. Jiang Mingyao and Yi both looked at Jiangxi, waiting to see what she would decide. Jiangxi didn't continue the interrogation. Instead, she removed the cage and had he take Zhang Wudong down to the wolf house in the small park. That was the big white wolf's house. He understood. Let this kid taste Shiwai's power. He'd probably piss himself tonight. Soon, the hunting team returned. After dinner, Jiangxi convened a meeting with the heads of various departments and everyone from both hunting teams. Boss Jiang, are you worried that this psychic sent by the Yi group will retaliate against us? Deng Qilin asked.